a curve, it's, for me, that's the default. You know, until they have extraordinary evidence for their extraordinary claim that it's actually spinning and curving, then I'm going to stick with the default. You know, innocent until proven guilty. It's as simple as that.
So you think it's the default? You think the less extraordinary claim is the
Harry, could you open
Absolutely.
up the floor, please?
Interesting. Yeah, sure.
Have you ever seen the Universal Studios black and white intro they used to have?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that? Of like, it's like a plane, basically like a propeller plane flying around a sphere, like the sphere Earth.
Oh, yep, that really old one. Yeah, I think so.
The really old one. Do you know that like that was done with models? And I'm not saying that, but it was done with models before they'd been to the moon. So it's interesting. It's interesting. So they were modeling it, you know, like before they actually had confirmation. Like then you start to look into Picard. You know, he went up in this like capsule. A bunch of things happen, and then you know, then you have like the Cold War and the space race and all that stuff. But the moon landing was the thing that did it, you know, and everyone in the 60s is taking LSD, and all the hippies, the big like love and social revolution in America, and then like they go, and then as soon as like the Earth was sort of like shown to be a planet, that was like the universal image. Then like that kind of really changed the paradigm. Anyway, just thought I'd put it out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that they were able to make models of the Earth, like, you know, spinning globes in people's living rooms predate being able to see it from space. I think you can still map it without having to see all of everything. Just the same as you can draw a design of a house without having seen it both from the inside and the outside at the same time.
Eggshells. Eggshells. I thought that was a good conversation about the logic formulation stuff. Would you agree on that?
Yeah. That's why I made it with no sarcasm or anything. I enjoy speaking with you, Sugar.
Yeah. Me too. What other things that do you think that would, like for your arguments that you like, even space pictures or whatever that made you believe in the globe?
Yeah.
Like we all did, or I mean, do some people do still, and some people don't still. But what are can we kind of play kind of a, I don't know, like kind of play it out? Like, how would you do some logical formulation to prove your side of it?
Sure. So, logical formulations I would do is things like, how would I try and do it? Let me try and think. That's a great question. So I think I'd try and do a P then Q formulation between a flat one-sided object being on something flat or one-sided versus something that is 3D, and go, if an object was flat and one-sided, there would be one celestial pole. There are two celestial poles, therefore not flat and one-sided, I think is one way I might go about it. That would probably be my strongest one. You cannot get a counter rotation in the southern hemisphere on something flat, is what that's trying to express.
I think there's an answer to that that's not addressed enough, by the way. Two parallel spirals of stars next to each other, perpendicular to each other, or not perpendicular, parallel, adjacent to each other is what I should say, in the sky, working together. Like there's a celestial equator, and they work just like thermodynamics, like two dipoles. They don't have to be the bottom and the top of the sphere.
So I think I'm trying kind of understanding what you're saying, but anything, if we're all looking up and up means the same way, if there's two spirals, it just seems strange that you can kind of see the inkling of both of them at the equator, but then you only get one in the south and you only get another one in the north.
I think that you might want to mind your P's and Q's with that logical formulation that you're trying.
Yeah, I'm trying to construct it, so it might still.
Yeah, let's work through it. That's fine. That's cool. Because I think that, I mean, it sounded like you had a one-sided flat object to begin with.
Yes, if we're all on the same side. I mean, I struggle because what I'm trying to test is both
His
flat
girlfriend
and,
sure
and
does.
spherical. That was good.
Yeah, let's try.
What I'm
Let's
trying to
see if we can
test
work
is
through
like
that.
a flat object versus a sphere. But when I go flat object, I bump up against the "we don't have a model" meme.
Yeah.
Becomes a problem, and that to me would also be try to put in logical formation, which is I'm not sure it would fit in logical formation because it's more inductive reasoning. And
Well, what do you
probably
mean by flat object? Is I think, because to me, are you going from 2D to
Exactly.
3D or?
Exactly. This is my problem. As Merle said the other day, he had somebody join him in one of the flat Earth talks, and she said, "A flat what?" And I didn't get the joke until he'd repeated it to me like 4 times over the
Yeah.
course of a few months. But just like, yeah, it is a flat what? Like, is it triangular underneath? Is it equally flat underneath? Is there a whole other society of people on the other side, most of whom are globers and some of whom are flat earthers? Like, is there an underside? Is there an edge? Until I can understand those things, I can only vaguely try to do it. So the inductive reasoning I tend to more use is if somebody is presenting to me a model that I can falsify, I will have confidence that they are honest, and I will develop confidence in that model if I fail to falsify it. If somebody doesn't present to me a falsifiable model, I will disregard what they're saying.
I
Which
think
isn't
it's
really a P&Q argument, but it's the way I run.
well, yeah. That's what I'm trying to get to. Like, so if you were
But do the
going
one
to
with the South
go
Pole.
ahead with the logical part, like as soon as you say flat object, object to me is automatically in 3D and not conceptual. So how would you do that with what you're saying about the poles?
Well, so I think the Earth is a physical object that I think has physical properties that mimic, albeit on a far bigger scale, other things. So, slightly misunderstanding what you were saying there. Do you hold to like the idea of creating a map or a model is reification fallacy, and you can't?
Oh no, I'm not
Not
going to hold
in
you to
category.
that.
Okay.
No, but
I'm
I mean, as far as
misunderstanding. Go ahead then.
no, as far as flat goes, though, can you define that part of it,
So
or
what I
can you not?
imagine, even though I know this is totally wrong and the flat earthers hate it, is I imagine a flat disk. I still imagine the expansive space in the background, and then I imagine a dome over the top, and the
That's what
sun and
that's
moon
exactly what I used to think.
popping inside and outside the dome, depending on what effect you're trying to replicate.
Yeah,
That's what I see it.
yeah,
I'll
absurd,
see if
right?
I'll see if I can find that video for you too, Harry. It's really quite. It's like a flashback because Jin's there, a couple of other people, but the Scottish girl, she makes no bones about it. She's just at one stage gets frustrated with Jin too, and she's just like, "Why don't you just admit you don't know what the Earth is?" And it's just really interesting. It really kind of sent a cat amongst the pigeons in the community because I think a lot of people realize that, oh wow, so we've gone from like, an assumed sort of idea of what the world and where we are in it, and everything was ticked and checked and balanced, and it was all like no one was giving it really a second thought. Everything else was on the table. But then when that emerged, it was like, holy shit, like now we're speculating and assuming we know what it is, even in the flat Earth kind of cosmology, like there could be a dome, it could be, and all that. That was really good for our community because some people do, they see it in space as a disc, like you say, with a dome. So it's
waters above, or
waters above,
endless, or
infinite planes, and other civilizations like outer ponds. So like we're in a pond, and then there's another one 2,000 miles out of range that we don't know about, with better tech than us potentially. And there's a lot of ideas. That's why it's an ongoing sort of thing. We're still kind of in the middle of the Truman Show moment in a way.
I must admit, I sometimes also like that sort of. I mean, obviously, I think it's wrong, but I think there's something sort of fun and imaginative about a lot of it.
How do we get back to the logical part?
Sure. So the logical. Can somebody else? Is Druss still here? Because somebody had helped me construct.
It's hard. I mean, it's hard. I mean, I'm
Which
not
is-
an expert at it at all, and I'm trying to I'm learning
Yeah.
as I'm talking to you about
That's
it
what she
as well.
It's
So
hard.
it's
It's
something
hard.
like
I'm not an expert.
because it's what I want to present with it is, yeah, you could help me with this actually. What I want to present with it is the fact that we don't have that we've got two poles doesn't mean globe. It doesn't even mean rotating. It just means 3D. It just means something that has like you rotate anything, rotate your phone, and imagine yourself standing on the top of your phone and the bottom of your phone, quote unquote, top and bottom. And you'll immediately go, right, yeah, one's going to see a rotation one direction, another one's going to see a rotation the other direction. And then if you imagine everybody's, hold your phone flat, I'm doing this right now, so I'm trying to think of it, and everybody's looking up, no matter what you do, unless you invoke like really bizarre light effects.
Like refraction.
Yeah, exactly. Like refraction that bends over 90 degrees, that doesn't have any wibbly wobbliness. Like refraction would do it if it was super extreme and didn't cause any wibbly wobbliness and still meant the stars were so reliably in that position, albeit for that observer, that they could navigate by it. Like, so it's not to me like this proves globe. It's just that in that P then Q thing, it just disproves a one-sided object.
So if you like, say you were out in the middle of the desert in your car,
Mm-hmm.
or taking a drive in a road trip in like whatever your favorite car is, and you're like, okay, I see Polaris. What can you formulate a logical argument about for that would make sense to support your belief of a globe?
So it wouldn't be Polaris. Polaris absolutely makes sense. But the idea of there being a central star that stands above the North Pole, about which everything else rotates, totally works on a flat Earth. And if that's all we saw, I would say that almost would be a fairly solid, not proof, but really robust evidence for a flat Earth. It's the fact that we see an equal and opposite thing, a nearly identical effect that rotates the opposite direction, to me seems to, in that P then Q way, just utterly disprove one particular shape, and that is one that we're all on the same side of. When we look up, that same up is up.
Why can't the stars move like that if the Earth is a plane? Why not?
What
is this huge thing that you have that you say it absolutely disproves that with such a confident tone? Why?
So yeah, I don't think it utterly disproves it. I think that would be a fair criticism. It would
Well, what you just said for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah,
But okay, let's just
Let me adjust it then. I don't think it utterly disproves it, but it like, to me, the way I'm seeing the argument, unless we invoke something that accounts to me like special pleading or magical thinking, fairly strongly debunks the idea of a one-sided object where we all see up is up.
Can I have one little go about the light in the sky, right? I'll formulate a quick bit of logic for you, right? If the light in the sky stays in the same place, P, then the Earth is flat, Q. Right? Is that the sort of thing you're saying? You know, like when you were doing a if P then Q, you're saying you'd be happy with somebody formulating logic like that. Would that be okay? Or can we?
I agree with that logic,
understand.
because on a globe you should see the stars fucking drifting.
I'm just
We
saying
would do
about
it.
the
New stars
formulation of
coming,
the
new
logic. Very
constellation.
simple.
Chronic works. I don't understand your formulation, I must say, Bev. I don't understand why light staying still or moving. I don't feel that.
Okay, then. Well,
It might
that's
be
what you
valid.
were
I just
asked to
haven't
do.
followed.
Could you formulate some logic based on the light in the sky? And you said we don't need to because it makes complete sense. But
Did I?
that's
I
where
don't
you
remember.
start off. You start
think I've
off
got one.
at the basics.
I've got one.
Go for it, Dawn.
If there's two celestial poles rotating,
Yeah.
P, then Earth can't be a flat plane with stars on one side of it.
Yeah.
Q.
Nailed it.
Why couldn't it be?
Because we've done thought experiments in 3D and flat Earth doesn't work.
Yeah,
Doesn't-
that's not logic.
Thought
That's-
experiments, right? Yeah.
That's logic.
Hold up. So
Is Armor here?
why couldn't
Armor
it be?
helping
You know,
make
imagine, first off, we don't know what the stars are, right? So there's a whole kind of set of natural
Well, I
laws that
know
might
what
not
they
even
are.
apply.
They're
But
twinkles
let's say-
in space.
How,
Hold up. Let's say that they are these objects that are moving in a particular way. Why couldn't it be like, imagine, like in front of you, just with your fingers, make two circles with like a circle with each hand, coming towards each other. That is what meets up at the middle.
That's not what we see in the sky. That's only what we see from the equator.
Well, I'll post this again. This is
no, that's
Magneto.
what we see regardless.
No,
I'm going to post this. I'll post this again. Magneto hydrodynamics. This video calls it the electric Coriolis effect. I haven't seen that really said elsewhere, so I don't know if that guy just made that up or what. But essentially, there's like pepper, floating in water, a planar water surface, and there's two nodes with the electric field, and one of them's moving clockwise, one of them's moving counterclockwise. So this is flat water with pepper or whatever the little chunks are in there that are moving in exactly the same idea, counterclockwise and clockwise. Now, I'm not saying this is exactly what the stars are doing. I'm just saying there's absolutely no reason why the stars cannot be moving just like this in the way electric fields do above a planar Earth.
Yo, Gio, thank you for that, because that's exactly what I was talking about with like moving your hands.
So
that would work. That would work.
If this isn't what we see in the sky.
Exactly.
It is though.
No,
the only
not.
issue is
You see a flat plane. When have you seen two counter-rotating poles next to one another in the sky? They're usually 180 degrees diverged. That's a flat thing
so
with
most
two spinning
yeah,
circles.
but if you zoom out, this is what you would expect to see.
Okay.
So at the equator, you
most-
see the lights coming together in the same direction.
No one sees
In
this.
the north, like let's say the north is the left, you see it rotating around that.
We've recreated
axis.
a wide
South
angle equator
is right,
photo
you see it rotating
with
around
a
that
ditch
axis.
of pepper. It's not realistic.
Yeah, anyway, good evening. So what I'd say is most flat earthers don't trust any information coming from the space agencies saying that in space there are telescopes, etc. So if we just ignore that part for a moment when we're talking about being able to view the stars, the only technology that they have are balloons or Sophia, the plane. So
We're not using any of that. We're
when
using
you
ground
put
observations.
have you ever seen a balloon go up with a camera on it? Have you ever seen the stars?
Hold up,
No,
Carlos,
you
we're
only
just
see
talking about looking at the stars from the ground.
you only ever see the moon or the sun. You never see the stars. So as soon as you go past that barrier,
Carlos,
you can't
1
see
second,
the
man. You're
stars.
coming in hot, and we're
Carlos
talking
is
about stellar
debugging some
observation from the
shit.
ground. You
That's
see the
not what we're
stars from the
talking about.
ground. That's all we're talking about.
Yeah,
Carlos,
and that's what I'm talking about. When you get to a certain height, you can't see the stars anymore. So how do you know what they are when they're
You
not
haven't
there?
proved that.
So
You don't have any evidence that the stars are there. Only evidence you have are from Earth terrestrial-based telescopes. When you get to a certain height,
You've never
those
seen a
stars
star.
disappear.
Hold up.
You've never
Are
seen
you
a
saying you
star.
don't?
What are you saying? Of course
I'm
they're
saying
there.
that the stars aren't there when you get to a certain height. They
Every
disappear.
night
They're
they're
gone.
there.
This point's
Yeah,
been
no, but
raised
when you get a
twice now,
balloon
if
out
you
and you
don't
go
know
up
what
to
they are.
No one's getting in a
20,000 feet.
balloon, and neither of you.
Have you seen the footage, the dog cam, and it goes up? There's no stars. All you see is the sun and the moon.
That's unrelated.
It's not unrelated. It's totally in with this discussion.
Well, what's your point, Carlos?
Well, either
My
way,
point is you're arguing day and night about the way that the stars form in the fucking sky, but when you get up there, they're not there anymore.
So
How
what are
do
you
you know
saying the
what the
stars
fuck
are
they
then?
are?
So
Huh?
this relates to the point.
What are you
you
saying
raised
the stars are
percentage.
then?
I'm saying that there's something up in the sky that you can't describe once you get past a certain altitude. They're not there anymore. So how do you know what the fuck they are?
So that means they're lower down?
Why do I need to know what they are? Like, when you say what they are, exactly how much, because this was this point you raised before, percentage, exactly how much do I need to know about stars? So would knowing their distance from Earth be enough, or would I need to also know their composition?
You can't
their
even
weight,
begin
their
to
birthday?
Nobody can know that.
hold up. You can't even begin to think about the distance when you don't even know what they are. It could be
So-
a hologram.
so the
It could be a
question-
projection. It could be a
Exactly.
physical object. Who knows what it is?
So the
But
question
it has to
I'm
be
asking
something
you-
tangible for it to have a distance.
So
Yeah, I mean, we could speculate
thing
about
I'm-
the stars,
can I
and we could
please-
speculate about the stars and what they are all day long. It is a mystery. They're beautiful.
we
They're
are.
interesting. There's a lot of we could, talk about. However, the Earth is what it is. We're on the surface of the Earth. We look up and see the movement that they make. So those are two completely different things. There's nothing. The stars over a stationary plane, they could be doing anything in the world. They could be making swirlies. They could be making twirls. They could be doing any. I think it's very interesting that they make the same pattern as electric field. So I think that's very interesting. But I'm just saying that there's nothing about the stars that disqualifies the Earth being a stationary plane whatsoever.
So I don't agree with the idea that we need to know everything about them. Just the same as like for me to say I have a car doesn't mean I need to know the chemical composition of every last
Yeah, but somebody
They work
does
in a
because
car. How fast can it
someone's
go?
making that. Hey, listen, you just said that you don't need to know, but someone needs to know because someone had to make that fucking car, didn't they?
So you think there is
What
one
kind of
person
car?
on Earth who knows the composition and every single detail about any particular car? You think there is one person on Earth who knows everything about a particular car? I'll hold you to
Every
that. But I
detail
think
about one particular car, there has to be some company that knows every detail about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able
so
to make it.
companies, so a group of people need to know everything about it. Do you think there are some people within that
Well,
company don't quite know how the paint's made?
yeah, but
They
they
can still
collectively they
drive
know,
and sell
right?
cars,
And
and they
collectively,
can
you
still.
think that it's a ball.
So collectively, like the point I'm making is
I put my money on you,
assumption-
eggshells, for knowing about cars.
I know a little bit about them. Motorbikes I'm better with. The point I'm making is I don't need to know everything about stars. What I need to know is that the assumptions that the assumptions I'm resting my measurements or observations or predictions on is reliable, right? So I don't need to know what they're made of or where they are, provided I know that they are far enough from me that they don't move, right?
They're only reliable to you when you distinguish that they are related with your globe heliocentric model. I'm sorry, that's the only way that can confirm to you whether or not they are what you think they are.
So the point I'm making is there are many. That's wrong. There are many Polynesian cultures, for example, people who use the stars to navigate without knowing while they still thought the Earth was flat. So that what you're saying there is not true. I don't need to know what the stars are in order to make reliable measurements based on them, right? I can navigate using the stars without knowing where they are or what they're made of.
Yeah, but it would be a great leap of faith to say how far away they are, isn't it? And what they're made of.
And also, eggshells. Did that GIF come from you, by the way? The one I just put in the live stream voice text. So, someone I think said it came from either via you or from you. It's a zoom in of the stars and how they go the opposite direction supposedly on a ball Earth.
Let me see, just a second. I'm in a dogfight at the moment. I'll get to it in a moment. But
okay, the GIF shows it, and it shows upside down when you look at the bottom. If everyone's looking at that. It's actually an upside down view, but it wouldn't be counterclockwise the way that they show it. It seems like that. Is anyone else familiar with this?
This is
into the globe Earth.
Well, you see how they zoom in on it, and it's actually an upside down view when they zoom to the bottom. It's not a right side up view.
So I've done this like a chunk of different ways. Which way is which? There's even a girl who posted a flat Earth video. Is it Logres? Who am I talking to with that? Oh, that one. Yeah, that's from me. Yep. Yeah, that's a great example of it. And there's even, that's why I was asking Arma before. There's a guy who drops in here sometime, Arma, ARMA, and he's like a whiz at like 3D program. And so we're sitting there and we like made him make for us a flat plane and stars, and he just recreated that thing you see there, like not quite to the same detail, but a stationary body with stars rotating around it, and then he can stand us on the top and look up counterclockwise, go to the South Pole, look up / down, and it's clockwise. It's really cool.
Yeah, somebody else gets exactly what I'm saying, by the way, about the upside down view. What's up? Or what's that? Do you see the one that I posted, eggshells, the one that zooms in and it shows an upside down view when it goes to the bottom and it's not the right way compared to the top?
It's not the right way, so it will be the same. That's what it means.
Which one are you posting?
I'm
going to post the GIF again, writing on eggshells, so everyone can
It's
look
not.
at it.
It's
There you
not.
go, right
That's
there.
not the right way. That's the right way to show it. There's nothing wrong with the way they show it.
It says
Well,
clockwise.
it doesn't.
Clockwise
No,
South
it's
Pole.
deceptive because you're when you go to the bottom, it's
Are
an
you
upside down
kidding
view.
me?
If you were walking towards the supposed celestial pole, then you would see it the opposite direction. But not the way they're showing it.
You
So
would
they zoom in at the top and it says counterclockwise. Then they zoom in at the bottom and you're upside down instead of the way that you would approach the pole.
You're right. the ground is represented on the top of the frame. If you
Yeah.
reverse the image vertically and put the ground from the southern side on the bottom of the frame, the rotation remains the same.
Exactly.
One
Yeah, it would
man's
remain
upside down as
No,
another
you-
man's
And that's not,
right
and
side
that's
up.
not what
It
we
would- it
see.
would
That's not what we
remain-
see. What we
Okay.
what we see are
Remain-
what we see are counter-rotating circles of stars, and that means that in fact they couldn't be on a globe. This actually was made by a baller, and it kind of proves that it's not a ball.
Hold on.
No,
Because
man.
this-
It would be the
Here-
same.
Yeah,
Slow
You're
down.
missing it. You're missing a perspective.
Right,
Here we go.
the-
I'm sharing my
the
screen.
the rotation remains the same direction. In the southern hemisphere, it would still be clockwise. If you were to flip that frame vertically, so where the ground is at the bottom of the frame, those stars would still rotate clockwise, and it would be
Yeah.
opposite from the northern. By representing the ground on the top or the bottom, that rotational direction doesn't change from the stars.
You can just
Yeah.
check
Well,
the
if
look.
you were
If
at,
look
let's
at
say
the
you were
GIF,
at the
put the GIF
celestial
upside
equator.
down. Look at
Let's
the
say
GIF
you're at the
upside down.
celestial equator,
I'm
right?
about to show
If
it
you look
upside
left,
down.
Yeah.
it's clockwise. If you look right, it's a counterclockwise. I mean, they do
I'll
go
tell you-
the
no,
opposite direction.
I'll tell you
very
the
good
one
point
way
that
that you can get it
Mailman
to
made.
go backwards.
That's
And
a
that
very
is-
good point that Mailman made.
Riding will
new
show
perspective.
us. Riding
New
will
perspective.
actually just show us.
When
Look at
it
that.
when it zooms in on the southern part, flip your phone so the ground is represented on the bottom.
I'm
That
sharing my
counter,
screen
that,
right now,
that
Bio.
clockwise rotation remains the same.
I'm showing,
Yeah,
I'm sharing
Bio,
my
can you
screen
do
right
a-
now.
Hold
Can
on,
you do a
guys. hold on.
logical formulation on that, Bio?
All right. So, Gio, you said earlier there's nothing about the stars that wouldn't work on a flat Earth, and I think if we're being completely objective, there's one thing that so far we haven't figured out how it works, and that is if in the south, the distance keeps on getting wider. Like we have the North Pole in the center, and as you go south, the radius, this concentric circles basically keep on getting bigger. That working with how you showed it in that one video doesn't jive just yet.
So
Gio, you
I'm
there?
sharing it on my screen.
Yeah, I'm here.
Perspective.
Not sure what you.
I get what you're saying now. I'm sorry.
Like
Yeah,
in
when I
the
flip my
AE
phone,
type map, as you go south,
Clockwise.
the land gets bigger, basically, right? The
Yeah.
concentric
That's correct.
circles, which are the Earth, get bigger. But that wouldn't be explained in the southern portion of, if they were two kind of circles alongside each other, the stars, I mean. The southern circle of stars doesn't really jive with the fact that the land is getting bigger in the south.
What I've got to say to that is that you've come back to thinking that the stars are the only evidence that you have that this place is a flat Earth or is not a flat Earth, and we've
Don't
already
believe I
debunked
said
it
that.
in every other way, in every other form that you can possibly
So,
imagine, and
Carlos?
you're relying on this. You're relying on this stars to tell you whether or not it's a ball or a flat Earth. I'm sorry, we've debunked it every other way: north, south, east, west, upside down, inside out, every other way. The stars.
Carlos,
You
can I
don't
ask you a
believe in
question,
stars.
Carlos?
You don't believe in stars,
The
remember?
stars can just be whatever you want them to be, my friend.
Carlos, can I ask you a question? Do you believe in the flat Earth for a singular reason, just one reason? That if I debunk just that one reason, you wouldn't believe it anymore, or do you believe in the flat Earth for multiple reasons?
Multiple reasons.
Okay, so
200
let me
fucking
ask-
reasons.
So let me ask you another question. Do you think it is the case that I believe in a globe Earth for just one reason?
Yeah, because you've been brainwashed and you haven't woken up yet, my friend.
You don't see anything illogical or
Wow.
I'm
self-serving?
sorry,
strange
you're
about that?
only about 5 steps away from a mental hospital.
Okay.
Hello, please
this-
don't, not that.
This relates to
liar.
what I was saying before, where I said earlier, and I was like, I hope I'm not insulting anybody here, but do you all remember what I said before Carlos got here? That flat earthers have this idea that globers hold their worldview for one particular reason, and they debunk that one particular reason, at least they think they do, and then they move on to the next one that is that one particular reason. Oh, just because you got told this in school, just because of pictures from space, just because of stars, not
I
realizing
mean, Riding, let's be honest. Most globe earthers just believe it because of pictures of space. They are not kind of in this debate,
I
this,
don't.
this
I
realm
disagree.
of discussion
I don't
to
hold-
actually know more. You
Okay,
go
so
polling on the
percentage.
streets, a lot of them will say pictures from space. That's it.
That might be the first thing they say, but tell me, okay, you describe to me, of the beliefs you hold, which are probably varied from political beliefs to beliefs about who your parents are or what's a nice food, which of those beliefs do you hold for a singular reason?
You know, you've
No, I'm
been
not the
watching
same
the
as them,
news since
because
you
I
were a
critically-
young lad.
You're not the
bursting
same.
your,
Hold up,
brain.
Carlos. Let me just answer the question. I'm not the same as the majority of normies that just believe what they're told. I
Do you realize
critically
how similar
analyze
that
things.
makes
My
you to all of
beliefs are
them?
my beliefs because I've kind of critiqued them and analyzed them such that they remain my beliefs.
That's what everybody says. That there's nothing more normie
Maybe.
than thinking I'm
But you could
not
test
a
me.
normie.
Hey, eggshells.
Okay.
Do you know what flat earthers mean when they say it's more about the loss of a belief than the gaining of a new one? Do you know what they mean by that?
I guess it's probably talking about I used to be a glober too, that kind of business.
No. It's more about if we were on the Earth. If we were on the Earth, and no one was ever told that we're on a spinning ball, they would rightly assume that everything's as it seems, a stationary plane.
If
That's our
if
default.
we're on
That's not true.
if we're on the Earth,
What they would think that
then
Some people would work out it's a globe, just like now.
no one would reason that we're spinning
They would.
unless they had all of the
People are
pseudoscience to
much
back it
smarter
up.
than you think.
No, because the
So
flat
it's
Earth.
just
Doubt
it's
anyone would
it's
assume
just
that.
a
Flat Earth
strangely
has
common
managed to
belief
take-
that everybody
Flat
holds.
Earthers have managed. Listen, the flat Earthers have managed to take that cloak of bullshit off and burn it in the fire.
But it's not
That's what
bullshit.
atheists
You
say
just
about
think it's
religious
bullshit.
people. That's what that is such a unsurprisingly super typical normie view. I think deeply about things, but other people don't. I've really thought through the issues, but other people have only looked at them from a surface level. There is nothing more surface level and obviously patently demonstrating that statement to be untrue than the making of it. If you say, I think deeply about things, but other people don't, it shows only one thing, and that's that
That's
you
an
do not
appeal
think
to
deeply
emotion.
about things. No, it's
If
not.
you
It's a
watch the
logical.
news
Yes, it is.
every single
You
day-
yourself know that the majority of people aren't well versed. They haven't studied the intricacies of the flat Earth, globe Earth model, or whatever. The majority of them are normies that just they'll cite NASA images as their proof. You know this.
Does that mean that's the only reason they
Yeah.
believe, or does that mean that's among
No,
the
it's
reasons they
it's
believe?
because you watch.
That's the question.
The
I'm
majority of
watching the
people that
news.
might be the main reason, and
You've been watching the
you'd be
news
hard
every
pressed. They would be hard pressed to think of other reasons.
Yeah, so I would
Yeah, and
agree
you've
with you
been
on that.
watching
I would
the
say
news every single day. You've been watching the news every single day since you were a young lad. You've been getting up in the morning and reading the newspaper. Every time you watch the news, they've got a CGI image of the globe spinning around. I don't know how many space movies and cartoons that you've read in your entire life. When you go to school, you get indoctrinated with all this information. It's very difficult to drop that information from your shoulders and read between the lines.
Do you feel this is making your point, or not? Because it seems to me like what you're trying to do is disprove my point, but you're actually just.
I think is we need a good psychiatrist to come in and analyze the mind of a flat earther, then analyze the mind of a ball earther, and let's see who's the one that gets taken away in a straitjacket.
Well,
When
I mean, I
did
don't
you-
think anybody gets taken away in a
You don't
straight
want to
Let's
go
be
there.
fair.
when
There
Yeah,
are some
when-
interesting
probably a
studies
globe
on
earther.
this. So
When-
oppositional ODD, oppositional defiant disorder, found to be far higher amongst flat earthers. Lower level
When-
of scientific
on.
understanding or ability
We
to
need
reason
to
in
go-
large
Yeah,
scales.
fuck
in
you,
3D.
fuck you.
Come
on,
on,
I need to go
Daddy.
here.
You fucking
Hang on.
bullshit.
No, I'll
But,
find it for you if
hey,
you want.
Carlos,
I'll find you the
hang on a
studies.
sec, Harry, because it's getting a
Go
bit
for it, sorry,
hectic.
Mel.
Carlos, when did you realize you were a baller?
I've never been a baller.
Never been a baller. You
Yeah,
don't
you
think
have.
you're in the universe?
The fuck are you talking about, Merle?
I'm
I've
just
always
bringing him
known.
back for a second.
I've always known
So-
it to be
so, like-
flat, my friend.
You've always known it to be flat.
Yeah, I've always known it to be
You
flat, and then I
liar.
got
You
indoctrinated.
massive
And
liar.
I got indoctrinated from fucking every source that there is that can enter my mind. And then in 2015 or late 2014, I woke up and I read between the lines.
What did you
Yeah,
wake
well,
up from?
Then you weren't always a flat earther.
Can-
So you were a glober.
Can I just
No, I was just
holding just a couple of minutes.
remembering what I had been indoctrinated with. I'd taken that indoctrination and chucked it away.
I know, but that
Okay.
indoctrination was justification for your belief that it was a globe. Knowledge is justified true belief, right? So you had knowledge that it was a globe,
that's not
even though that
knowledge,
was
it's
fake knowledge. It
indoctrination.
wasn't true.
Indoctrination is not knowledge.
Carlos,
It is if your justification for the belief is true. You truly believed that it was a globe because of the
I
indoctrination.
didn't believe shit. I walked around on this place and I had a fair idea that we're kind of on a ball, but I never took a really
that's
deep
called belief,
thought to
bruv.
think about
Fair
how it
idea
all
is
works.
belief.
You ask the average person on the street, they're not going to tell you anything about the heliocentric model. They know shit. Most people know shit about it.
That's true.
Yeah, but Carlos,
think
if
that's
we
true
if we put the word theist in your logic when you're using the word glober, can we take you away in a straitjacket too?
Well,
The
that's
word
kind of
what was that word?
Like theist
Well, not
instead of a glober.
See,
you know,
Carlos,
you need to probably have a whole forum of non-biased psychiatrists to be able to pull something off like this.
Just let me
Guys, can we let Merle
just let me show you
knocked over?
Just let me show you why, Carlos, like I asked you the question, because Snack to the Future, I don't know if you've ever heard him, but it stopped me in my tracks when he asked me. He sort of said to me one day, so like you hate the ballers, right? And I was like, I gritted my teeth and I was like, yeah, sort of like thing like that. And he was like, so you're in a cult? And I was like, what? And I was like, so you've just gone from one paradigm to another, and now you're against this paradigm you used to be in. And it was just like, it stopped me because say with like Dawn, you know, he has his belief system, I have my belief system, but we can meet in the middle and we don't kill each other and we're actually friends, at least from my side. I can only speak for me. And I think it's just really dangerous when we start seeing ballers or globe heads, look at the terminologies too, as the enemy, when they're just somebody just like us. All that you've done is just change your way of thinking about where you live. That doesn't mean you're better than them
I
or more
don't have
intelligent.
I don't have anything personal against them, but it's kind of like you
Even
really
us
want
and
to
them,
shake them. It's really, you just want to shake them, you know, this like shake the fuck out of them, like wring their neck and until they go blue in the face, and then they just pop and they just snap out of it, you know.
So thank you for being that honest, because that's kind of what I wanted to get out there, because I think this is where we're at. You don't have to wake anybody up. Gee, everybody's got their own mind. It's none of your business, bro. We're just being
That's
honest
right,
as a
but
human.
at the end of the day, Merle, like if you're looking at buying a piece of real estate, it's all about, as they say in the industry, location, location, location. And I tell you what, there's a lot of places I could go and live in the world and feel really comfortable. But where I'm living now, it's not just about location. It's about the people you're surrounded with that makes that location livable. And if I'm surrounded with a bunch of bastards that don't even know fucking up from down, I tell you what, it's really frustrating.
Yeah, I can hear your frustration.
You don't know up from down either, though.
Because what if you could see it like that Dawn's trying to help you too, or anyone here that's
I feel,
on the
Carlos,
opposing view?
you have mental issues, and I can help.
You know what I mean?
It's not just you; it's both sides.
I do self-psychology. It's called beer.
Oh, that's self-medication.
You've denied stars, which is quite a big, step into.
No, they're there from the Earth,
agnosticism.
from your view, but they're not there when you get up in a high-altitude balloon.
You
and I'm
haven't
sorry,
been
if
in a
they're not there when you're in a
high-altitude
high-altitude balloon,
You've
they're
never
definitely
been in
not
a
going to be.
high-altitude balloon, remember?
I've seen them. I've seen
You
the
saw
videos
a
from them.
video with a certain type of exposure that doesn't show
Many,
stars. That's
many,
all you
many
saw.
videos, not just one. There's been many videos.
I've been
Even the
posting
old
some
footage
stuff.
of NASA, did not include stars, and the astronauts themselves couldn't remember whether or not they saw stars.
Earth must
So
be flat. Wow.
Yeah, it must be flat.
Well, maybe they didn't.
So they have
I'm
done
sorry,
studies on
I'm not relying on the stars to distinguish the shape of this place. This is just one.
That's why
one
you don't
small
know the
aspect.
shape of this place.
Well, Carlos, even if they do disappear at high altitude, that would just mean that they're more of a local phenomenon, meaning that when we're on the Earth, we can see the stars. Perhaps at high altitude, even if they do disappear, that doesn't mean that they're not still light bodies that we can see from the Earth. But I know what you're saying, that if indeed that's the case, it certainly brings into question, whether they are really sort of fully there, or whether it's more of just a phenomenon that we see locally, when we're on the Earth, if that makes sense.
It is just a local
Yeah, that's right,
phenomenon.
Gio, and it brings it full circle to the psychology of stuff, because you can look at the interviews with one-on-one interviews. I think it was what's the fucking guy's name? The first guy, Neil Armstrong. He was using words like when asked the question, "What did you see when you were out there?" And the responses were more along the lines of canned responses instead of personal responses, like, "Oh, I saw this and this and this." He didn't say that. He said, "Well, one would expect to see, or you would see something like this." So I think that's interesting to look at from a psychological perspective of those recounts.
What I believe to be true is that there are different dimensions in this realm that we're on, and when you get above a certain level in height, you're actually breaking through to another dimension. It's like they say that in Australia there's supposed to be a crystal mountain right in the middle of Australia. That's why they don't do any mining in the middle of Australia. But that's what kind of the spirit world is, ghosts and all that sort of thing, all these things that you can't explain. It's another dimension. And maybe when you're getting past a certain altitude, you've broken to another dimension and the stars just aren't fucking there.
Imagine trying to figure out where you live if you think the sky is another dimension.
Why wouldn't it be?
Saying if you're based in Woo-Woo, you're never going to figure Earth out ever.
Well, can you see the stars from under the water?
Yeah, I'm sure you can sometimes.
Just
they're there. They're twinkling in the sky.
Just with love, Carlos. Just don't become a hater, bro. Because I've been there, and it's not good. Your heart's a loving, emotional thing, and just don't hate them. All right, that's all I'm saying to you.
Peace and love, my friend.
Well, everyone's at where they're at, right?
Well, how about this? Like,
dimensions of the sky.
in terms of that topic, like negativity towards people that think the Earth is a globe, for anyone who's feeling that, like, it's just an open question. Is it because that person thinks the Earth is a globe, like that's their personal cosmology, or does the frustration come from the fact that we're being lied to and that there's people in positions of power that are doing this to us? You know what I mean? Like, which one is it?
Absolutely. I for my personal view, I'll just have like a 10-second rant. I think that it's not really about the shape of the Earth. It's about that you're just so frustrated that these people can't wake up to the rest of it. It's not just flat Earth. That's just the first. That's just the baby step.
He is just frustrated with the actual people.
We've been lied to, and you guys just won't wake up.
We're not seeing his truth, so it's very frustrating.
Yeah. Can I, if it's all right, Dawn, I'll just say one last thing, Carlos, and I'll zip it. Like Dawn and me, the first time we ever met, he came out with a few people and trolled me out on this guy called Jamie Browns. I'd never spoken to him before, didn't know who he was. But as the years have unfolded, like, he's probably now one of, like, even my confidants. And the private, like, exchanges we've had about, different things, like, say, the occult, he's very fucking aware and very switched on. And it's just like the only difference between us sometimes, besides, taste in music and different things, is this where we live and what we think that it is. So you know what I mean? It's really a small thing in the big scheme of things, as well.
Well, it's not
That's a
really,
good point.
because
Good point.
if he thinks it's the ball, then he's going to lap up all of that information that he's getting regarding space. And
no.
what comes with space?
That isn't
I mean,
true.
you've got
That
it.
isn't
It's all
true.
tied in together.
I don't take all the information about space.
See, and he doesn't.
Yeah, and
He's
like,
onto it too.
to logically try to go through it and go, could I be wrong or could they be wrong? You need to play a probability game. What's the probability I'm right and I do think deeply about this stuff and I have come across the correct solution versus other people haven't? And like any heuristic you use, like I've been researching it for years, needs to come also up against, well, there are people who've done doctorates on this, who've literally spent 10 years and longer.
Well, I'd say that Occam's razor would tell us that the reason we don't feel like we're spinning is because we're not spinning.
Sure, that's not how you use Occam's razor, but and that
Well,
could
it's
be
an example. It's a good example, in fact.
Sorry, it's exactly how you use it, by the way.
No, it's the conclusion that requires the fewest assumptions is Occam's
Right.
razor.
Which is the reason we don't feel like we're spinning is because we're not spinning.
Yeah, and if you wanted to use that word
least amount
Occam's
of
razor
assumptions.
in your vocabulary, then you would use it to your benefit. But when someone from the flat Earth side says that Occam's razor, you say, "Oh, it's not Occam's razor. That doesn't apply."
I mean, you can't apply Occam's razor to it. You just need to formulate it.
You
in
can't
Occam's
quote.
razor.
You can't quote. You can't be quoting
definition
people.
of it.
The definition is the conclusion that requires, at least as I remember it.
So do you think that do you think the answer that the reason we don't feel like we're spinning is because we aren't spinning requires more assumptions than what the ballers try to say?
100%. Just ask PhD Tony.
I've got one for you. Earth isn't spinning. That's why you don't feel it spin. It's just rotating really slowly, which wouldn't be felt anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what
Logic.
turning. I don't know what turning at 1 revolution per day would feel like, so I'm not able to use Occam's razor.
What about upside down, sideways at a bazillion miles an hour?
We could use it to go back to the discussion that sorry, where are you? Yeah, we're having a nice conversation. Sugar cookie is we see 2 celestial poles. We can either assume that we're on a 3D object that has 2 celestial poles, or there is some strange effect where there's counter rotations in the sky, but only visible one from one place and one from another.
Okay, yeah, now we're getting somewhere.
Way less assumptions. Yeah, way less assumptions than the reason we don't feel like we're spinning is because we're not spinning.
And it's also the denial that this place could have been created.
You're not spinning on either model.
I mean, even on the heliocentric model, you have to admit that the sun and the moon and the stars in the sky are kind of magical in such a way that are floating around and spinning and orbiting every fucking direction. That's kind of magical, isn't it?
Not really. No.
It's magical, just like the divine.
Depends.
No,
how you
not
define
really.
magical. Yeah, but I just
Not really.
I sort of wave my hand at things that are magical, where I'm like, usually magic is used to invoke things violating the laws of nature, and usually in a convenient way that gets me to buy someone's snake oil or, whatever the fuck it might be. So it
And who
doesn't
applied
make
these
things more
laws to
special to
nature?
me.
And who applied these laws to nature? Why does nature
think
suddenly
anybody
have
did.
to have all of these fucking laws? Can't it just do what it wants to do? It's magical and
It
divine.
is, dude. The laws are what it wants to do.
Exactly.
It's
Laws
the
are just
same
describing
thing.
it what it's doing.
You're
We're
such
not-
an
we're not
atheist.
Yeah, maybe. We're not sort of going, well, we've defined gravity as a downward force, therefore
I
everything's got
just
to go
wish
down.
that the word I just wish that the
Come
word
on, you go.
atheist was as hard hitting to your heart as the word racist.
Oh, but it's not. I think to me, when you say atheist, I think I do
It
not.
rhymes with racist to me.
Well, that's a good conclusion. Yeah, we should. Things that rhyme are true. Great. All right, I won't bother saying things because you're clearly onto something there. There actually is a bias for that.
eggshells, do you understand why when flat earthers get frustrated when a glober will only describe the rotation as once per day rather than acknowledge that it's literally 1,000 miles per hour? And it always seems like a tactic. Like it doesn't seem like, that acknowledgement, like it seems avoided all the time to say that it's actually 1,000 miles per hour.
Because a rotation of a small object at 1,000 miles per hour exhibits a different force than a large object.
I understand that.
1,000 miles per hour. So it's very important to denote that the rotation occurs once per day, once in about 24 hours when we're talking about forces. That's the important part.
Right.
How can you
But we're
prove
talking
that
about
there's not?
speed.
How
The
can
speed
you
is the
prove?
same regardless.
How can you
that's all.
prove bio? How can you prove that there's not? In fact, instead of gravity in the way that you think it works, how do you know there's not actually an opposite direction vector force that's going totally in the opposite way that you're thinking gravity works?
You're 100%
Maybe
right.
there's something else.
Can I answer
Maybe
for you?
there's something else that's going up, and when that force is going up,
you can answer for me, but I'll reply after.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Well, there is an opposite force. You just don't notice it. And that's exactly what we would expect to see.
All right.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
You didn't answer for me because I disagree.
Well, no, I interjected.
If there was a force originating away from us, but it had a downward vector, we would expect that force to increase as we increase in altitude. Because when we increase in altitude, that doesn't occur, then the logical conclusion is that this force is originating from the area that we're moving away from, because it lowers as we move away from it.
I wouldn't call that a logical conclusion.
I've got a
However, I would
question for
I would assume that fits exactly with your model. And I do like it when the logical conclusions or the logical formulations are coming, and I feel in my bones that Eggshell's coming up with one.
No, I've got a question for Biodual, and have you just woken up and or taken a hit from a bomb?
No, I've been pretty drunk for a little while.
That's what it was. I was like, his voice is different.
Yeah, I'm having a good time.
Good stuff. Good to hear. I'm about to have a crack at Battlefield.
Good luck. It's
stream it, bitch.
Get your bind controls. Get your bind controls figured out, because I've played about 20 hours now without figuring out how to put a scope on a gun. So
Noob.
Yeah,
Just running around iron-sighting motherfuckers over here.
Yeah, I don't. I still don't know what button it is to do that.
He's 360 no scoping because he has no clue how to put a scope on.
I'm running around with iron sights.
That's good. Yeah, no, that is why I like some of these flat Earth conversations, and that is because like some things, like somebody was saying in one of the rooms, like, well, shouldn't we weigh less at the equator because of this centrifugal force pulling us out? Like, and somebody responded to her like, yeah, you do. You weigh less at the poles. I was like, get fucked. That cannot be right. And apparently it is. Apparently you weigh like 1/10 of a gram or something, like virtually inconsequential, but slightly differently at the pole.
Yeah, because there's supposed to be less mass at the poles because it's an oblate spheroid, so there's less gravity.
Same mass. It could weigh.
No, I mean less mass of Earth. Like the radius is less at the poles.
Oh, that's not the cause.
I thought the cause would be you don't have a counteracting force of stuff pulling you away, like you're being flung off the Earth.
The Earth is. Shit. Is this your actual drone? Like, oh, it's not real life. Okay.
Okay.
I find it kind of interesting that black pepper and a liquid is analogous to stars, but magnetism can't be analogous to gravity. I find that interesting.
What gravity, man?
Now there we go. What stars, man?
No, because stars exist. Gravity doesn't.
No, they don't.
How can I
You don't
turn
even
it
know what
into
stars are. They don't exist.
Yeah.
You don't even know what they are.
We know that whatever they are, they exist.
No, they don't, because you don't know what they are. So how can you
But
say
we
they
see that.
exist?
Well, then gravity exists. We see objects falling.
That's not gravity.
Oh, it isn't? Well, then.
Unless you're using gravity in terms of like the effect, just things falling down and things rising.
Right. How do you see that? How do you see gravity with refraction?
What?
What are you talking
about? Yeah, exactly.
The only thing that would make the last 60 seconds more gay is if RC Meisty just popped into the chat.
How much does a
Well,
rainbow
you
weigh?
know, Riggs, that
How much does a rainbow weigh?
4.
Ask BioDuel.
Does that
Oh
include
God.
It's
refraction though? Is that
4.
refractionless?
That
If
includes
you apply refraction,
ether and relative density is included in that.
if
I
you
love
apply
being in a,
refraction, if you apply refraction to rainbows, it would be 3.
I love being
excuse
in a
me.
room.
I would
love
take his
being in
word
a
for it
room
because
full
he
of
is a
men.
leprechaun.
I don't even need Viagra.
I'm ginger as fuck.
He's a bit
But
ginger.
Merle, did you say that you love
sound like
you
it.
love
I think
being
we
in a
really
room
want to hear
where you
what
don't
Merle
need
just said.
Viagra?
What did you say, Merle?
Mel,
Yeah,
yeah, go
I
for it.
love being in a room full of men. I don't even need Viagra.
Like
That's
in a
so
room
gay.
full
thing
of
I've
men
ever
like
heard you
this,
say.
I would hope refraction just doesn't let me see any of your ginger asses.
No,
Well,
Merle's cock is bent because of refraction.
That's a good point, Merle, man. You are
Merle
all
made a
guy.
great movie, by the way, you guys. I saw your film today, Merle, and it's awesome.
Oh yeah,
Which
share a
film?
link with
Cheers.
us, Mel.
Cheers,
Yeah, it's
mate.
really good, you guys.
It's funny,
It's
BioDuel,
awesome.
because when you said you're ginger as
Found
fuck,
footage.
like I'm eating ginger slices right now, and they are ginger as fuck. Holy crap.
Oh, that's where those went.
Oh wow, what is this guy doing?
Dried, uncrystallized ginger slices. Delicious.
Some of that footage found me, Dave. Like no
Yeah.
shit. Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna post it in the live stream if anyone wants to watch it.
So guys, maybe, like imagine a bubble in water, okay? Now imagine the water is Earth, and inside the bubble is our world,
Oh fuck, too far.
Tell me what
okay? It's
I
like
need
a
a drink.
concave Earth, where the inside, that inner, surface of the bubble is our surface. And in the middle, you have the sun and the moon, going about their cycles.
In the middle of the bubble?
In the middle of the bubble, yeah, like in the sky.
Oh fuck. All right.
Well, that's a theory thing.
No. Continue.
Could this not work?
Oh God, oh God, oh God.
Of course you can. Yeah, of course.
Like we would have the South Celestial, North Celestial poles. We would have.
I think it's probably more like we're living in a game, and this is kind of like level 101, and there are many other dimensions that we can break into. But this is like the test to see how clever you are, just to move on to the next dimension.
True simulation.
Yeah, so all the water
Although I
is soil.
agree.
All the water is
Yeah.
like the ground, and then the inside of the bubble is our atmosphere and our world, with the inner surface being our surface, our ground.
How
possible,
did we
okay?
get in here?
Okay,
Yeah.
Totally possible. Present. Yep.
How did we get in here?
We were programmed.
Get out of
Bro.
here.
Obviously, we were put there.
Energy.
Right?
But
Yeah,
like, what
obviously.
in terms of empirical observations wouldn't work with this theory? Let's flesh it out.
Obstruction wouldn't
Yeah.
work, would it?
What wouldn't?
You would
Obstruction?
always.
Obstruction of what?
Are you talking about concave Earth, where the ground's the inside of a bubble?
Yes.
Do you agree? Do you
concave
agree?
Earth.
As a,
So
do
we
you
wouldn't get
do you
obstruction, would
agree?
we? We'd get the
Hold up,
ocean
hold up.
curling up into the sky.
Hang on. Do you agree, as a scientist? Do you agree that every life
That's
on
not
this
fair.
planet? Do you agree that every life on this planet comes from some form of seed?
Yeah.
You've
Percentage.
triggered the word.
The
Is
biggest
that a
issue.
trick question?
The biggest issue with that would be
Mhm.
the argument that we have for flat Earth with a positive angle to the sun and the moon, according to trigonometry. That argument would be even worse in your example.
A positive angle is what? 1?
Above
Do all-
zero, but calculated it would be about 25 degrees. But that same argument applied to his bubble Earth, it would be even worse.
Positive angle.
Do all animals and
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
insects
Positive
and
angle of what?
fucking- Does
Like,
everything come from a seed, doesn't it?
Yep, exactly. So if we do the trigonometry,
Is it
where we
kind of like a
do-
non-zero cost?
Hold up, Carlos. Let me just hear what he said, and then you can, say your piece.
So the argument
positive
against
angle?
flat Earth is using trigonometry from one point on the equator, and then the distance to the other side of the equator, and then the zenith of the sun. no matter where you have the altitude of the sun, you can calculate at least at 3,000 mile altitude, you calculate that the sun will be about 25 degrees above the horizon. That's the farthest point. So for that argument, I would apply it to this bubble Earth, and that angle becomes even worse for that scenario.
You have a
I don't know,
non-zero
'cause,
angle
you know,
then.
we haven't fleshed out what the actual cycle of the circuit of the sun and moon, how it would look on this bubble Earth, right?
Have you ever shone a flashlight onto a glass of water and just moved it around, and you can see that it's only apparent.
Yeah, exactly. But the premise and just the baseline of the surface of Earth is the shell of this bubble, and the sun is within it. Just on that basis, you know that that angle calculation to the sun would never allow it to be below the horizon. So that would be my number
No,
one.
because you'd still have horizons due to the limitation of sight, right? You're not always going to see the
No,
sun,
it
even if
only-
it's, you know, right across from the bubble to the other, like, you know, side of the world.
No, if the sun changed in angular size as it went from noon to sunset, perhaps you would have an argument there where we would have to explore further. But because it doesn't do that, we can't apply that logic.
Was an if then there? Was that what that was? Sort of.
What
or
if the
no?
inside of the
Right. If the sun is moving away from us, the angular size would change. So because it doesn't happen, we can't apply that logic.
Well,
In
that's
your rules,
not applying
right?
the logic.
In your little rule book that you wrote down in your rule book.
Well, it's as simple as this. Do you agree that objects moving away from you reduce in angular size? Do you agree to that?
Objects. I'm not talking about the sun. Is the sun an object?
I mean, you can answer my question and then I'll answer yours. That'd be cool.
I agree, but I don't agree it applies to the sun.
No, and that's fine. But you do agree that objects that move away reduce in angular size. Perfect. We can argue about if the sun is a quote unquote definitional object. I would say it is. You say it isn't. That's besides the point. If the sun is moving away from us, we would expect an angular size change. We don't. We can't apply that.
No, only if you think that it's only if you think like the moon, you think it's a terrestrial piece of rock floating around. Only if you think it's a physical object, but it's not.
Okay, how about any light source? If I have a light source and I'm right next to you and I walk away, you don't think the angular size of that light source reduces?
I'm sorry, that man-made light source cannot ever compare to the absolute monstrosity that the sun provides.
Okay, so essentially what you're saying
but
is
that depends on the
sun is
Hearing a lot of
magnification
ifs,
possibilities,
but no
too.
thens.
Hold on.
What about
so essentially
the
what you're
atmosphere
saying-
magnifying it towards the horizon?
Yeah,
Or
whatever
the
whatever you
possible
need to
dome.
do. So if you're saying that the sun is not an object and it's not a light source, then how do we move forward with these debates?
Because you think that the sun is a big ball of gas, but it's not.
I can consider it a light source, and that's it. I could do that, and then we can move forward. What would you
Some of the
describe it as?
attributes are light, that's correct, but it doesn't mean that the whole thing is just a big ball of light.
Oh, I don't give a shit what it is. It is a light source. Would you agree?
It's natural light, and are you able to distinguish that between the difference of man-made light?
We can reproduce it. We have no indication.
Yeah, so the only way you can get the angular
Oh, wait.
difference is when you're measuring something with man-made light.
Yep. So I wasn't paying attention because I was going to continue what I said.
Why is-
We can reproduce. We can reproduce the same wavelengths and intensities as natural light, and we have no evidence to think that natural light behaves in any different way than quote unquote man-made light. So we move
There's
forward
no way
with
that
the laws
science
that we
can
exhibit
say.
on
There's
man-made.
no way that
applies
science
to
can say that they
natural
know
light.
every single thing about the light or the frequency or anything that's coming off the sun.
Of course we do. That's that's an irresponsible statement to make. Of course we do.
There are so many attributes to the sun that are just unknown.
The
Yes, there
light
are
that
some that
is
are
emitted
unknown.
from the sun is not unknown. We understand the wavelengths. We understand the particular intensities. We understand the energy that it gives off. Those things are understood, regardless of what it is, whether it's gaseous, whether it's an object, whether it's whatever. Those specific properties are well understood.
And
Well, the
doesn't it just
assumptions
need to
are-
be a shared experience? Like it's hot. Like it would be a problem. Gee, it's hot and somebody else went, it is literally below zero.
Yeah, well,
and
the
they weren't
problem
talking
with
about-
pseudoscience,
All right,
the
you
problem
go.
You're
with
also
pseudo-
assuming that light travels.
yeah, and the problem with
It doesn't need to travel.
pseudoscience
Like,
is
if
that
I
you're
see the
you're
sun in
stuck
one
in the
spot, I thought,
paradigm
okay,
that
it
everything
travels.
has to be the physical. Everything has to be the physical. There's no spiritual involved, is there?
Tell me
Well,
about the
if
spiritual
it's
when it comes to the
spiritual, there's no
sun.
way.
It's important we don't know it.
Yeah, there's no way to test if it's spiritual. It could be 100%. It could be 100% spiritual. There's no physical test to confirm, deny, measure, validate that statement. What we can do though is we can use tests in the physical world to describe it physically, and we can do that quite well.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're missing the point. You're missing the whole point, man.
But it could be magical, and I think you like the idea of things being magical and inexplicable and
Yeah.
supernatural, don't you, Carlos?
It is a magical world. It is an absolute magical world. I mean, you can manifest things to happen for yourself in your own life and in your future, for example, and they can actually manifest into your reality, and that's because of your thought process, your consciousness, your planning, your visualization. You know, that's
is
all
what you
magical.
manifest poo-pooing
That's
other people's
not-
thoughts and interrupting them? Because I can manifest
That's
that too.
not
I'll give it a
physical.
crack.
That's not physical, is
I
it?
can manifest
Yeah, but-
eggshells interrupting in 5.
Yeah, because I wanted to show Carlos what it's
5.
like.
Nailed it.
You poo-poo my thoughts, and I'll poo-poo your thoughts.
Exactly. Which I think is a-okay. Oh God.
We just got to let people get to the end, and then we can take a big old shit on their thoughts.
No, because I'm just sick of hearing all of your little propaganda. Everything is fucking based on the scientific bullshit, pseudoscience, physical realm. When you're missing the whole point, man. You're only looking at 1%.
No, I'm not. I mean, that's a cool.
You're living in a
assertion.
1%
That's a
fucking
cool
dream.
assertion. Oh, hold on. We let you get to the end of your bullshit. So can you let me get to the end of mine?
Yeah,
It was a
yours
really-
is bullshit. Just continue with it.
Yeah, I know
I
it's
can't
100%
wait to
bullshit.
hear
but
bullshit, but I do. I love
Your
your bullshit's
bullshit was
great.
allowed to be. You were allowed to get to the end of yours. Just let me get to the end of mine.
Can you build a house?
Carlos is on.
What
Carlos is
can you
on.
do?
What a
Good
question!
idea,
Simple
Carlos.
question. Answer it. Why can't you answer
No,
it?
but
Simple
honestly,
question.
it is a good question.
Oh, no,
because
I mean,
that's like
I'll
a
answer
skill
it.
that
Yeah.
every man should know: how to build a cabin, how to build a house. That, like, unfortunately, 95% of men don't know how to do.
Yes.
Yeah, because they're sissy boys. They're sissy boys, and they sit in front of their little computer screen with their little keyboards and their tiny little, thin little fucking white fingers and
what are
their
you saying in
plastic-looking
front of?
face,
Frying
and they've
mirror.
got 10 cans of
In front of you,
Coca-Cola.
frying mirror.
Hey, Carlos.
We're living in a
I
sissy boy
could
world
I
that
could
believes
build a
in the
house.
physical is
Carlos.
the only thing that there is. Physical world.
If you want to spiral by yourself, go to another channel and do
Carlos
it.
is
But here
astral
we're gonna have a
traveling.
discussion.
No need for a
We'll go back and
computer.
forth.
Is
Yes,
it don't
Carlos.
have to get
I'm still waiting to
Don't
hear
piss me
Bioduo's
off, man. I
bullshit.
listen to your bullshit
I
all
know.
day, every day.
It's hard
You
to get my
spend
bullshit through.
24
The
hours
other
a down
bullshit.
here.
When there's
a
so much
physical house
bullshit
or a
going on,
metaphysical house?
I can't present my bullshit.
Riding, you are terrible at this game.
I don't
No,
care
no,
if you
really,
leave.
it's been
I
ages
don't
since
care
I
if
played
you.
it.
I'm sure that Bio doesn't give a shit if you leave either. I mean,
Oh
Geo.
yeah. I don't care. Everyone, yeah. But as far as building a house, yeah. I could build a house. Yeah.
You don't seem too confident.
Said so casually.
I would need instructions. I would need materials. I would need blueprints. I would need all these things. But according to the history of my life, so far I've been able to figure some shit out. So I think I could. Yeah.
All of those things just been lies, like relying on radio waves and things like that. Like everybody knows radio waves are a lie.
All that bullshit.
I had an answer.
Is this like you guys strawmanning everybody right in front of their face? Is that what this is?
I don't think I could build a house, to be
I'm
honest.
not being heard.
I think I would hurt myself
On
and build a very shitty house.
On your bubble Earth, there'd be no obstruction. You would see the oceans curve up behind the boat instead of in front.
Mic check.
I saw
Can
this.
I go?
I'm not Mike.
Yeah, you're good,
show.
Rakia. Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
So everyone, no
No worries.
Slight robot, but you are loud when it comes in.
So I saw a show called The Life of Dick Prentke. And basically, he's this dude that went to Alaska and built his own cabin and lived there for like 35 years, just like in the middle of nowhere. And they showed like the process of him building his cabin and, you know, and all the other stuff that he did to kind of like, you know, maintain his lifestyle and his existence there, basically, to survive there. And it was a lot of work, and I don't think I can do it.
Yeah, it'd be very cool to
Not
do it,
that
but yeah, I
bad.
don't think I'd be very good
I've,
unless I had some good instruction.
I mean, I'm not that physically, you know, I'm not a He-Man or anything like that. But even I've sold and renovated 2 houses. I mean, if I can do it, you guys can.
Renovating a
Just gotta
house is very
put time
different
into
than building one from like nothing, you know. And this is
Yeah,
like
I could-
he went and collected his, like, he chopped down the trees and, like, you know, left
Well-
them to dry and, you know, then shaved them and
It's
did
not-
everything like that, you know.
It's not that different.
It's
But,
a lot of work,
you know,
trust me.
It's not really, because I've built like a cubby house too and been involved in a few builds. Like it's not
Back
as
in the
like
day when
tech
you're a
and
kid kind of thing.
intense. Yeah, it's not
The
as
only thing he
intense.
came
as
with
you think.
was like the metal kind of heads of his tools. He even made like the actual handles from, you know, some trees that he chopped down and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Posthumous grenade.
I mean, but you make a great, like it's a core thing that every
Yeah.
man, woman should know. You know, it's
It's
like
something
their
that should be
shelter.
taught in school for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I said the same thing. Change your tire as well. Like do basic first aid. Be able to swim. It's staggering to me that there are some people that don't know how to swim.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm like, oh, you just 2/3 of this planet is deadly to you.
The question is, where
More
do you
than 2/3,
stay?
3/4.
Where do you sleep while you're building your house? I mean,
So this guy, there was an abandoned cabin like a few miles off, and basically he would just like wake up at dawn or like just before dawn every day and like work for like 10-12 hours and then go back to sleep in his cabin, this like, you know, abandoned cabin that he kind of like made it into a temporary house while he was building his. And it took him about like, you know, like 2 months, 3 months or something like that to build his, to come, like, you know, and then he moved into his.
Yeah, we did something similar at the farm. We built a like had builders build it, but a stone cabin at the top, and we would go up there like every weekend and go camp, and we'd just be like camping in a tent, sort of 50, 100 meters from where it was going to be, helping out and like carrying bricks, you know, stones and stuff.
Where would you start building a house? From where would you start?
Where would I start?
On a hill.
Flat and stationary plane, I think, would probably be step one. Get myself a theodolite.
A spirit level.
Yeah.
Eggshells thinks that you can't farm without a tractor. Such bullshit.
I think if you want to farm enough that you can produce overage, that you can survive off it, you need a tractor. Yeah. I think very, very difficult to survive, to have a farm that produces enough that you can turn that.
What about a
into
plow?
clothes and stuff, and requires a tractor.
And a cow.
I mean, on
Plow and
which
a
day?
cow, I think, could have worked back in the day, or in a country where other people do that. But competing against people who actually farm with a tractor, no, I think their produce will be so much cheaper. It'll just be
So it's
backbreaking
not-
and nigh on impossible.
So it's not being able to do it; it's competing against people.
Yes, yeah. If everybody stuck farming with bullock teams, possibly, sure, because people will be starving.
I guess you
and
guys missed my question. Would you have to even out the surface of where you're going to build it?
Oof. Okay.
Would I
here we
have
go,
to eat
guys.
Yeah, you would, but not like, it doesn't have to be perfect. Like when this guy did it, he just chose a nice like piece of land close to the water, like really
I know
close.
where
It was,
he's
like maybe
going.
like
You can-
10
you
meters
can
away
also
from the
build-
water.
Yeah, we
10
all know where
meters.
he's
Could
going.
also build. You could build on the top of a tree anyway.
This is it,
On
guys.
top of a tree.
Yeah.
This
You never
is
built
the
a house
Death
on a
Knell-
tree.
ground.
Death knell
He's
for
a
globe
fucking
Earth incoming.
Ewok. He's a fucking Ewok. Trust me.
There it comes. Where? How do you know that your house is level? Right? Is that it? What do you use? Water.
This guy used nothing. He just like, you know, did it by eye, or, you know, took out the big kind of things and laid down. He laid down kind of like this beach sand or something like that.
Right? You can just put bits of wood together until it works. You don't need a tool.
Or logic.
Yeah.
Or skill.
Like a shanty
flat-
town, like
flat surface
Jamaica.
and the thing's half
You
made,
don't
right?
you don't need to survey the ground just to build a house. I think that's a good point.
How would you build a drain for the house?
You just start it uphill
Make it
and end
lower.
it downhill.
You got to
The
know.
drain,
though.
you said?
You start the drain uphill and you end it down the hill. Then it works.
Nice. You just wing it.
So you need to build on the hill
welcome
then.
to Flat Earth.
So you need to build in the hill in the
You
first
need to
place.
create a little drainage hill if you're not already on a hill.
Yeah, like the first house I ever built, I actually built it to the specifications that it needed to be for the council regulations. But I built my entire house without any plans whatsoever, and it passed.
That's pretty good.
I've built many houses since then, and it's like riding a bike. It's so easy to build. If you can build one room, that's all you need to know. If you can build one room on a foundation, then everything else just clicks together. It's so simple to build a house.
My
wouldn't say that.
ancestors.
Did
My
you wire that
ancestors
for electricity or no?
Well, the only reason I'm jumping in is because my ancestors, my dad traced some of our family tree back. My ancestors came out of Scotland, and they were builders. But it's I sometimes think, like, do you just inherit that? Because you don't. It's weird, eh? But like the people I come from, that's what they did. They were builders.
The other word for builders is mason. Stone mason?
Yeah, I come from Masons.
Freemason confirmed. Controlled opposition.
Freemasons
Mo, we
don't
can't
build
be
houses
friends
without
anymore.
plans, dude.
Yeah. My
That's why they're
grandpa
called
too.
Freemasons. Otherwise, they're plan masons.
He was an evil cunt. Fucking
Everything,
useless.
everything you
man.
say is a trick and sorcery now.
Yeah.
Really?
By the way,
No,
that
not
word in coming from an Australian, it's not actually a swear word. It's just what we call all bitches.
Well, yeah,
Like,
you just what do they say? Yeah, vaginas are useful. Cunts aren't. But, you know, yeah,
I know I'm not
there's.
saying it right, but that's what.
I just wonder, like, some of this stuff we inherit. You know, and can we tap in? Can we unlock it? Are there secrets in DNA? Do we have DNA? Something in there dormant, waiting to be woken up. What do you guys think about that sort of stuff? Too weird?
I don't think so.
Danae,
I mean,
worry
I think
about
there's
it.
some sort of that's a lot of question in biology, which is like how much, like, if you take and they would do it by taking birds or spiders, and it seems that like there are many things that that do just have encoded behaviors into their DNA. But I believe the theory is that there's a fair amount of cost to that. So if you can have it as a learned behavior, that's sort of, for some reason, I don't quite get why, but that's for some reason easier to do than having it
Inherit it from your grandpa.
Yeah, I think it's easier to inherit it from, or just sort of more reliable, or you can get more complex behaviors. I forget exactly what it is, but like a good example is the cuckoo bird, the cuckold cuckoo bird, which lays its eggs in another bird's nest. So it obviously cannot learn that behavior from its parents, because it comes to life in a nest where its parents don't do that. They're a different species of bird, and the cuckoo cuckolds the other birds into raising it. So it obviously has to have that behavior of go lay your eggs in another bird's nest. That has to be written into your DNA. You cannot learn
Unless it recognizes that the parents that raised it aren't the same species, and so it deduces that its parents must have left it in that nest.
Yeah, it's like,
Or
oh,
you're
my
just a
dad's
dick.
obviously a Chad bull.
Yeah, like how come they don't look like me?
Consciousness.
Oh,
dick.
so they
They're just
probably
an
left me
asshole
here,
bird.
so maybe I'll do the same.
I don't know if I'd know what I look like without a mirror and the ability to be self-aware.
Do you want
Or is
to
that
know?
part of it, like, what I look like?
Yeah.
I'm pretty vain.
Okay, then.
Oh my god, that was a tangent.
You look like you suck at Battlefield. That's what you look like.
I do suck at Battlefield. I thought
Do
you were
you
going to
just-
compliment me for the brief killing spree I went on, but instead you waited till I got run over by a tank and gave.
Yeah, no,
feedback
you
on
you
that
got
one.
like 3 kills in a row.
Exactly,
so
that was a killing spree, bro.
I think it was because you were talking. The less you think about the game, the better you do.
Yeah, that's generally in life.
You just for refraction when you.
Which leaves us at a catch-22 because as much as I want you to do well, I don't want you to talk.
Hey, how about you don't cut off Sugar Cookie, dickhead? Thanks.
Hey, Turn Up. Love you. But Turn Up, are you good at making money? You don't have to answer. But I'm
Are you
kind of
good at being
curious.
an asshole? Yeah, sounds like it. Good job.
Okay, well, yeah, cheers. No, but like, are you good at making the coin? I'm just wondering because some of us in here, like, we need money, and can we like pull our heads together and make a bunch of fucking money?
Okay, making
Get
money.
a YouTube channel.
Doubt it.
Off you go.
Eh?
Get a YouTube channel.
You reckon?
Oh, apparently we got perpetual motion
Rufus will
machines
pay
that are
you
out
to
there.
go up mountains with auto levels and shit like that. That's great.
Yeah, just build a prototype of Demox 0-point energy device. That will make you straight up billionaires.
Well,
Elon
free
Musk
energy
will have
devices all
buy
around with perpetual motion with orbits. I mean, fuck.
Well,
it's not
even the gangs in New Zealand, we have many gangs like motorcyclists. We have ethnic groups that are in gangs like an American-style Crips and Reds and the Blues, and we have Black Power, Mongrel Mob, Hell's Angels. We have the whole lot of them, and a lot of them have turned to doing community work, making sandwiches and stuff for the poor and for the schools and the low decile environment. And I tell you what, when you're looking at it from that point of view, you really have to analyze what are you doing.
Me in particular, or just everyone?
No,
Fuck you, Merle. Not you, Merle. You're all right.
I'm all right, but I'm fucking poor as fuck at the moment. Could do with a bit of fucking
Well, that's what
Bitcoin.
happens when you.
You see, because it comes down to money at the end of the day, and when you've got
Yeah.
these type of mugs and fucking the dregs of society in general, but they can manage to form a group and get together and pull off something like this, which is really good for the community. And we used to look right down on all of these gangs, but they've turned around and they're doing all of this type of community work. It's amazing.
You're not letting that fool you, are you? That's a front.
Yeah, that's 100%.
I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes, my
I don't
friend.
think they don't do it. I think they just do it so they get good PR and.
Yeah, and
so
I've
to
been into
turn the other
gang
cheek, they're
headquarters.
going
I've been
bump.
into gang headquarters here in New Zealand, many different gang headquarters. And when you keep talking to them, I tell you what, they're really, they've just been through a bit of trauma in their life.
Yeah, that serial killer guy I live next door to, he's a really nice guy. No, I'm just fucking with you.
I've done work with a bunch of people. Like I worked in prisons for a bit, but I've also worked with a bunch of like homeless charities and stuff. A lot of them are like pretty good guys that have just made some shitty decisions and been in a shitty position to make some shitty decisions. But yeah, I think I agree with that. But when it's an organized motorcycle gang who like does street shootings and traffics meth, and then is like, oh, but we also sometimes give out sandwiches. I think that's just 100% PR.
Oh, no, we don't have street shootings or anything like that here, man. The worst that they do is sell a tinny down the road.
Sell a what?
Tinny.
Little boat.
Like a little tinfoil wrap with some weed in it.
Oh, we all got it wrong. I was thinking a tin of beer.
That's how you guys make money over there.
Feeling.
They sell tinfoil hats.
So they sell little
Entirely
tinfoil wrap of drugs. Do they have to have a large amount of tinfoil wraps of drugs in order to sell large amounts of small tinfoil wraps of drugs?
Drugs.
Yeah, well, it's just convenience. I mean,
How did
because
we
I
get
could just
on
go
to
to my
talking about
garden.
this?
I
Where
could
did
go to
this
my
come
garden
from?
and well,
think
I
this
could
is
go to
a
my
topic
garden.
of conversation I'm happy with.
Yeah, how did this all begin?
Yeah, Bev, I agree. This is one of the ideas, though, around at some point when we get live stream hosts going, is that ideally there'd be hosts, on every stream. So, because this last 20 minutes has absolutely wandered off into I don't even know what conversation. So ideally,
Gangland.
a host will be able to keep it up.
Yeah, can we try to go back to
Geo,
Eggshells, you
how
were
about this?
trying
Can
to
I ask
formulate
the
some sort of
host?
logic
Can
earlier.
I ask the host a question, please? Geo, please put us on track.
I'm not saying me. I'm just saying that the idea would be to have live stream hosts on all of the live streams, so that one of the hosts is hosting it, so that so that if somebody was just listening to this, like if they tune into the channel, they may want to hear content, around the topics of the channel. And it's fine to talk about off-topic stuff. It tends to happen when people are just hanging out and some other topic gets brought up. But it for the content, just to have it go off into something else is just maybe not as desirable for the listeners.
I agree, and I think that we should talk about theodolites.
There is one person
back
watching.
onto the
Literally one person watching.
Yeah, we get back onto the logic topic. That might be because there might have been people watching, but
do the
going
biker
off into the
gangs
weeds.
believe the Earth is flat?
What about the logic? Is that one of your formulation of your logic? Do you want to formulate some logic about biker gangs and the shape of the Earth?
If people make sandwiches and believe the Earth is flat, therefore the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
you haven't seen Mad Max.
That's not a logic. That's not a formulation of anything.
No, it's not very logical. It's just a way of just segueing us back onto the.
Well, here we go. I've got one for you.
Okay.
If the sky is blue, then it is not raining.
It was raining today, and the sky was blue. I'm sorry.
There you go.
It was. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, notice how he's not denying you that fact.
Yeah, that's how you disprove the antecedent.
Well, I just can't see how ballers think that horizontal is not level and it's not laterally thinking.
Well, it's
like to see is
how
logic formulated. How far have you got on it, Eggshells?
Well, he knows
how
how to run a theodolite.
I don't know dick about.
Why do you love logic so much, Bev?
Because it's what we were on earlier, and Eggshell said he was going to formulate some logic because he said that the QE's formulation was faulty.
Question is, why do you like it so
He was
much?
going to make his own.
Why do you like
I'd like
it so
to,
much?
I'd like to know what the formula for logic is.
Doesn't
What
care.
is the formula? What is the scientific formula for
if
logic?
P, then Q.
Why are you into that
Antecedent
logic stuff,
relationship.
Bev? Why are you into logic when the idea is to measure Earth and find out what Earth is?
So isn't science based on logic?
I thought it was logic. Yeah.
How's logic
I
going
thought
to help?
science is based on logic.
You formulate
don't
your
do
logic
science,
first
Carlo.
to find your proofs, right?
You like logic because you need it to find your proofs.
What is logic?
Hold on, Don, for a second. You do realize that it's you, and it's always been you, not me, not Bev, not any of our fucking group. We could care fucking less about the shape of the Earth, bruh. It's you who cares about the shape of the Earth. So stop telling us that we care about the shape of the Earth.
So logic won't help you then. You don't care enough. You just like to semantically argue logic anyway, even though you don't care.
I think it's fun to figure it out.
Yeah, I think it's. I like that idea, Sugar Cookie, to try and sort of formulate that in a if P then Q argument. I'm still not sure I've quite got it right, but I think it'd be like Yeah.
Yeah.
If the Earth is flat, then there will be one celestial pole. There are two celestial poles, therefore not flat. Let me have a try at that.
One is
I
constantly
really
changing, the other
what I
one
was
isn't.
hoping for. What I was hoping
celestial
for that
poles?
there would be someone would make an app, right? And for everyone that's vaccinated, you could
Can't
have your
beg.
phone.
No, you
You
no,
could
no,
have
no, we're
your
not
Please
doing that.
phone.
don't do
No, no.
this.
You
could have your
can't.
phone
You're
hands,
begging.
right?
Complete.
Eggshells, you were begging the question though, during your logical formulation. So try that
Was
again.
I?
See if we can get. I think you were
Okay.
begging the question along your.
Was I? I could have been.
Formu-
So,
Don't worry, I've
yeah,
already
I'm shooting.
retracted that thought.
Good. Yeah, we were ignoring it, Carlos, if you hadn't spotted that. If the
I
Earth is
ignore you
flat,
all the time.
then it will have one celestial pole. It has two celestial poles, therefore it is not flat.
How do you prove the celestial
Doesn't-
poles?
Oh my
I
fuck.
observed two celestial poles.
Yeah, listen, hold
There's a
on.
central-
That's
There's a
false.
south celestial
Central
pole.
You
Antarctica.
can't
You
start
Do you not
there.
know about the
Listen,
South Celestial Pole?
I don't know if
Look
it's
at the
celestial
Australian
pole.
flag, Cook Islands, like Fiji, Brazil, everywhere. A lot of not everywhere in the south.
listen, real quick, just real quick. You can't start there because that becomes special pleading. You wouldn't have known
the
that.
special?
Hold on, I'm just talking, right?
Sure.
I was just going to go on explaining what I meant by that. What I mean by special pleading is you didn't know the Earth was flat until you discovered going past the equator that there were two celestial poles. So take yourself back up to the northern hemisphere and spend 50 years there, and you couldn't prove that the Earth was a ball
But he
until you
is.
went.
He
Hold
lives in the
on.
southern hemisphere.
Can I
so
understand
he's
that argument?
fine.
If I was in the northern hemisphere and I hadn't been to the southern hemisphere, that argument would be invalid. Therefore, it's invalid, even though I live in the southern hemisphere.
Oh my god.
Hold on. Listen, what I'm saying is, again, if we were Aborigines in North America, in Nebraska,
He's not.
300 years. Listen, my point is, we would build our science on that location, and we would only have the information that we have. Simply because somebody else came from another location farther south than us, we would just extend our information out along the same horizontal plane. We would have two things happening up in the sky that you cannot test, you cannot manipulate, you cannot vary, you cannot verify what you think is going on up there, because I'm going to say there must be two different levels of atmosphere up there. One of them's rotating one way, one of them's rotating the other way. Prove me wrong.
It sounds like your argument is if we were more ignorant, we would have a worse view of the world.
Yeah, and no, that's
if you can find your knowledge
We
to
knew
300
less, we'd
years
have a
ago.
worse.
If you could find your knowledge to 300 years ago when you never left Nebraska, you would not know. You would not know more. That's a good argument.
That's
where were
not
you
my
at with your
argument,
pee?
guys.
Invalidate-
Listen, that's a straw man. That's not my argument.
Yeah, it was. To
My
invalidate
argument-
your
no, listen,
Eggshell's argument to begin with.
Yeah, to invalidate your assertion, by the way, is that if there was two layers of these atmospheres, they would overlap, and then we would see two rotations in one direction. We don't. We see a relationship in which one observation is
you
showing.
can't
two
say
rotations.
what you would see when you only see what you do see.
What do you
Oh, so
say?
what you're saying is,
You just did, Travis. You just did.
yeah. What you're saying?
No, I
we
didn't.
need to
No,
we need to
that's
describe
not.
what we
You
see
said
with
there's
what we
definitely
think,
two layers
and then
and all of that
assert it.
stuff. You made stuff
Okay,
up.
Dawn, listen, Dawn, that's not what I did.
You made up two layers of atmosphere above the plain Earth. Of course
Okay,
you did.
listen to what Bio said. Bio said you would see this. That's not what I said.
Yeah, it's a logical conclusion of your assertion is that if there's two layers of these atmospheres, that they would overlap at some point, somewhere,
That's
everywhere.
what happens at the
They
equator.
would-
They come and
they
they
would-
kiss
they
at
would-
the equator.
They would overlap. We don't
They
see
come
this.
and they kiss. Look, you can't say what they would do when
Forgot that
all
you were
you see is
allowed
what
in.
they do.
Well, you shouldn't either then, Travis.
I shouldn't either. Well, I shouldn't either. What?
Don't tell us what the stars should do.
I
Yeah,
didn't.
if
say-
that
look,
argument's
guys,
valid for one,
again,
it's valid for both.
That's what you're
I
doing.
didn't. I haven't said what they should do. I didn't say that.
You're inferring.
You did. You did. You asserted that there's two layers of atmospheres giving us these two rotations. You have literally described what the stars should be doing.
Not should be. No, I'm telling you how or why they're doing what they are doing.
Should, are, is, could. It's all the same
No,
thing. You're describing the
no,
relationship.
that's you
You're
in your little
describing,
world.
you're
That's
describing the
you.
observation that we're seeing based on no evidence. You are asserting something that you have no evidence for. And
Based
there are
on
logical
no
conclusions.
evidence.
There are
No, the best
logical
bit, the best bit
conclusions.
was if you didn't know that, you'd think something different. That was the most interesting part of that construction.
I did like the beginning of it. If you constrain your knowledge to an unreasonable degree, you will have a limited amount of
No,
knowledge. Great.
again, my
Great
position,
argument.
I like the end of it when you were done talking bio. That was the best part, the end.
I know,
Yeah.
it was fantastic
If
that
you
I
were
could
an
get there.
ancient and you thought the Earth was flat, you thought the Earth was flat.
Right.
That's the
Listen.
argument.
Was
Listen.
that your P then? If P, the Earth is flat, right?
So I would have to make I would have to include this control for special pleading of maybe the sky's doing funky weird stuff. So I would say if the Earth was flat and the stars were fixed in their position, then there would be one celestial pole. There are two celestial poles. So either the stars are not fixed in their position, they move about, or we do not live on a flat Earth. That's maybe my new formulation of it.
How about this? When you were saying if P is if Earth is flat, I can say to kind of go and kind of negate what you're saying is the Earth isn't flat. So therefore, the rest of that premise is debunked. So that way, the rest of your thing is fucked. So how do you start off with something other than that?
Hang on. Say again. I was missing. I was getting shot in the face.
Oh. So you were saying you're starting off with your P as if the Earth is flat,
And
then
the stars are fixed in their position. Yeah.
well, the premise is fucked because the Earth is not flat. Depends on what you're calling flat, because flat is a 2D thing.
Sure, but I mean, if we're going to do that, then the same thing could be said for the
And the
black
stars
swan.
aren't fixed.
Okay, I was still going. Sorry, Travis. If the same as the black swan, like the Earth does not have a radius of 3959, right? Does
There
it?
we go.
How does a non-spherical object have a radius?
Right.
It's
So how
zero.
can you generalize that so that it can't be?
Because I think generally speaking, we generalize all of our speech in modern parlance.
Yeah.
Whenever we want to have a conversation with anybody, we by necessity must generalize that. When I say spherical, you know that I mean
That's what
geoid.
I'm saying.
Just the same.
So to kind of strengthen your premise, how would we do that?
I'm still happy to sit with flat and just.
Would you
just
say if
presume
the
that
Earth
people
is
are gonna
not a
know what
sphere?
else to say.
If the
No,
Earth is
because
not,
this doesn't prove sphere. This disproves flat.
if the Earth is not a,
How about this one? If the Earth is flat, two observers anywhere on Earth.
It's not. You're already done.
If the Earth is flat, two observers anywhere on Earth, looking up, would see the same rotational direction. How about that?
Premise is fucked. Just like I have saying with eggshells.
Yeah, he's saying he wants to deal with the sort of because Bev
It's
says
not
he's not a
flat,
flat
so
earther
then you're
because he
if.
doesn't believe it's flat. But I don't think you could, because then you would also say, and the stars are fixed in their position. Well, they're not fixed in their position. You know, Chronic studies the proper motion of stars. They do move. They're all moving in different
Right.
ways.
That's
It's
why
just
your
they're moving
premise
at a cost.
is invalid. That's why your
Right.
major premise is invalid.
Yeah, I'm accepting that. I'm just saying for the general gist of what I'm saying. When I'm saying fixed in their position, I mean like if it moves, you know, a arc second over the course of 10 years, that is for the intents and purposes of this. Let me finish. That is for the intents and purposes of this discussion sufficient to say it's flat. Just to say it's stationary, right? Otherwise, we'll get stuck. We won't be able to have a discussion about anything, will we?
Yeah, but I think
how can you have gas pressure without a container? And I'll go, well, define gas. What do you actually mean by gas? There's sometimes also plasmas you're talking about, but like you just
that part of it's not
a
illogical. Yeah, that part of it, that rebuttal that you just brought up, that somebody might say isn't a logical rebuttal to a logical formulation that you're trying to do. So I'm trying to see how you could. Yeah,
do
well,
you know
I think
what I mean when I say fixed in their position? Do you think that
No, that's why I
second you don't understand what I mean? It is unintelligible, or you disagree with it?
That's why I said it was an invalid premise. because I
Right.
It might be an invalid premise, but the question we're talking about now is whether it's intelligible, whether one knows what I mean when I say it.
No, I still no. Well, either way.
Because the two are different things. It's not quite either way.
No, but see, again, I believe when you say if the Earth is flat, then you'll have two rotational celestial poles. You're already trying to confirm your bias. You already think the Earth is a sphere. This is why I always try to take us back to the major premise of the model itself, because that's what you have to prove. Don't show me photos from space. Don't tell me about satellites, because that false premise, that false minor premise, is based on your greater major premise that you have never proven.
You're talking about the globe now. I haven't even mentioned the globe in any of this, so I don't understand why any of that is.
Okay, great. Hold on, real quick.
I'm not talking. So just so you know what you're responding to, Travis, we're trying to construct a logical syllogism to test flat Earth. We're ignoring globe, so we don't need to prove anything. We just need to present a logical syllogism.
Hold on, just real quick, please, because this is my point from before. That's what I said. All I would do if I based my science on my geography and I couldn't go farther than 10 miles from my location all my life, and then you with your white lab coat come along and say, oh, the Earth is a globe and this is how we know we've got two celestial rotations. All I would do would take your information and extend the plane I'm on, and when I get down to the equator and start seeing a second rotation, just simply say, that's just what the sky's doing.
This is, to me, totally unintelligible, Travis. We're trying to form a syllogism, testing it. That, again, it seems to be restating this point that, like, if I didn't know much, then my conclusions would be different. Yeah, well, yeah, of course they would be. We don't know much now. Like, in 200 years' time, we're probably going to know a lot more. And a lot of the discussions we're having today will probably, we'll laugh at, just the same as we laugh at the arguments that people were probably having 200 years ago about, they didn't know about germ theory. The doctors didn't wash their hands, for fuck's sake. Sure, it's laughable, but I don't see how that at all relates to a logical syllogism.
Because
they still don't know about germ theory, my friend.
No, nothing about that.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole. I think the whole point of having a logical syllogism is to examine an argument and see if it stands up. That's all we're doing.
Right.
So, Druss, I was wondering whether you were here before. So the syllogism, did you hear the syllogism? When did you get here, Druss?
I've literally just arrived. I've been out for a walk, so
the syllogism,
I like to get a good 5 to 6 miles under my boots every day.
Oh, nice. So Sugar Cookies asked, could we construct a syllogism to test flat Earth? And the syllogism I'm trying to construct it is something like, if the stars are fixed in their position and we live on one side of a sort of flat object, or we're having a discussion whether you call it flat or like a single-sided object might be there, then there would be one celestial pole. There is two celestial poles, therefore not flat.
Okay, so if
let me try one, guys, if I may.
If P, then Q.
Shout
and
out
then the converse of that would be if Q, then P. And the inverse of that would be not P, then not Q.
Yes. So
and the
not one celestial pole. Yeah, not one celestial pole. So two is by necessity due to law of excluded middle. One is one and it is not two. So if it's two, it's not one. So two celestial poles.
Can you just explain the law of excluded middle to anybody that doesn't understand it?
So it's like the idea of you can't have a married bachelor, where you have things that are mutually exclusive. Things cannot be both at the same time. And if you if you don't agree to that law of logic, you cannot really have a meaningful discussion with somebody. Somebody cannot be both married and a bachelor at the same time.
That's the law of non-contradiction. That doesn't come in.
Sorry. Law of you're right. That's the law of non-contradiction. Sorry.
This proposition, basically, the easy way to do the law of excluded middle
God or not God, there is no middle.
Yeah, it's either this proposition or its negation. It can't be both.
Yeah.
Right. Well, but that's what the if P then Q is, right? If P is separate to the Q.
Well, that's modus tollens. So what you're basically saying is that if I can demonstrate...
No, modus tollens is the contrapositive, like Sugar Cookies just said. You might not have heard it. Modus tollens is the not Q, therefore not P.
No, modus tollens is merely an inductive argument, where modus ponens is a deductive argument.
It's the negation of the consequent. not Q, therefore not P. That's
Anyway, let's not get into the weeds, but again,
I'm
I'm
not getting into the weeds. I'm just
law of
letting everybody know
non-contradiction
what's going
being
on.
applied to a modus ponens.
Modus ponens is yes, Q.
Well,
Isn't
I'm
it?
doing
It's like yes, Q. P does equal Q. Yes, it does.
So there could
Q
only be,
is
so then I'll
equals
put it
P.
as, so then I'll put it as there could only be one celestial pole. There is not only one celestial pole, therefore not P, i.e. not flat Earth.
Right.
So it's contrapositive now, correct?
So you're still going with the if the Earth is flat, then
and stars are fixed, relatively fixed.
So
in their
is that
positions.
a consequence of the Earth being flat?
Yes. Yeah, to me, I see it that way. I mean, that we're still trying to construct it. I'm happy to take feedback on it.
Okay.
If the Earth is flat, a man standing at the beach, 6 foot tall, should not see a boat
heard that one.
disappearing hull first at 3 miles. At 3 miles. Boom.
What he's doing
does
though,
not or does not
Essie,
always.
it's the light in the sky, right? He's trying to relate the light in the sky to the shape of the land. That's the logic that we're trying to formulate at the minute, I think.
You see, the argument I'd have against the statement that you made, Essie, is I would say that statement is not sufficient because it doesn't encompass the issue.
Yeah, there's no lights in the sky involved in that one. Eggshells
My
is
bad,
formulating
my
his
bad, I'm
logic to
sorry.
do with the lights in
Yeah,
the sky.
because there are other things that you need to take into account that affect how far you can see. We know this through there. So I would say that the premises for QE's statement, for instance, are incomplete. They're not
We're doing
sufficient to support
eggshells
the
at the
case.
minute, aren't we?
Kind of what SE brought up. It's almost as ridiculous as saying that because that's just what we see. Okay. So you then would have to base your entire, like you didn't know the Earth was a globe, which was my point, right? Eggshells and I are mates, and we're both in the university, and then we say, hey, let's go abroad for a little while. We get down, we didn't even know there were 2 celestial rotations, right? So we get down there and we're like, whoa, what the fuck's going on? And Eggshell goes, wait a minute, that means that we can't be traveling over a flat extended plane. He has to base his conclusion that the Earth is a globe solely on the celestial rotation. And I'm going to look at him and go, what are you talking about, dude? All we're looking up at is the sky, and the sky is just doing what it's doing, dude.
Well, I kind of agree to it. I kind of agree to an extent where you go there, but I don't think that we base the conclusion of an argument on any two single premises.
Then don't make
which is why it's really a sufficient argument, which is the point I'm making.
That's what my point is.
Yeah, Travis, how do you make what you just said into a logical formulation?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, ask me that.
How do you put what you just said into a logical formulation?
I'm not sure I understand why I would need to. It was a narrative, right? It was all prose. I'm not sure I understand why you want me to go.
Oh no, I mean, well, because that's just what we're talking about, and I just thought it was. I'm not trying to put you to the wall on it. I'm just saying, like, hey, how would you try to do that?
Okay. Yeah,
let's take it to sort of its logical conclusion. Let's say we've got a number of observations that we create a modus tollens for. And all of those are pointing to the same conclusion. I think what that gives us is a confidence, and that's a confidence foundation to build on.
But I think you have to start with your major premise, not these minor ones. What is your model's major primary premise?
There isn't one. That's the point I'm making.
I don't believe that.
So the major. Actually, no, I can do this. The major premise is what is the shape of the Earth?
No, that's all.
Yeah.
Biased. No, that's
if you understand the sextant,
let's do it. Let's do a scientific experiment right now. If we start talking about Coriolis and airplanes, I bet you Jeremy chimes in. Just do it.
Logic is different than science, and that is the reason why there's not a logical or scientific argument for some of the major arguments that are out there right now.
Coriolis is all in the imagination.
Well, don't you think that science is logical, though? so they're not mutually exclusive.
Sure, sure, absolutely. But when you
let's
look
look-
at a sextant argument, there is no logical formulation for that. And
Yeah, I
there's no
think-
scientific formula for that. You know what I'm saying? So it would be cool to put something to it, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, you can try and use it for things, but I agree with what Druss is saying. I'm just trying to form this as a modus tollens for the sake of the discussion. I think in for
But
in
it's really
reality, what
boring.
I'm
How does an airplane
sorry,
land
Carlos.
on a? How does an airplane land?
I'm sorry,
when you're
Carlos.
spinning
I was
it?
speaking. I didn't mean to interrupt your interruption to tell me I was boring. Was
It is quite
I
boring.
think well, good. Go fuck yourself. Is that you use these multiple different evidences to develop confidence about something. You don't like this is a discussion we're having before you got here, I think, Travis. Like, would you say you believe in the flat earth for one piece of evidence? There is one singular bit of evidence that makes you go, oh, it's flat earth, or would you say there are multiple different things that give you confidence?
Yeah,
in
I
flat
mean
earth?
I appreciate that question. The one thing I cannot do is wipe my mind clean and start over and start completely over and try to figure shit out. So all I can do is say that I believe that I have evidence that falsifies the globe model.
I think that's a much more sensible position because falsification is a lot easier or a lot more achievable through formal logic than verification, because that's the problem with trying to do a deductive argument. The first thing anybody that's going to do if you try and make a deductive argument, i.e. modus tollens, Bev, is you're going to basically challenge the premises and ask for the demonstration that they are true.
Yeah, that's why you formulate the logic first. Then that logic has to have a proof assigned to it. Now that proof is yours to gain once you've formulated the logic.
But once you formulated the logic, the first challenge that you do, if someone presents a modus tollens argument to you, is the demonstration that the premises are true to allow the conclusion to be true. Is that not correct?
Yeah, and I'd like to
you
back up
either
Bev on
negate
that, and
or
I
confirm
would say on Bev's behalf, I would
consequence.
say that your pseudoscience,
We have two people talking at the
your
same time,
pseudoscience,
guys.
you're trying to pretend that you know all
one,
of the
Carla.
variables. You're trying to pretend that you know
exactly,
all
Carlos.
the variables.
Exactly. And that's the problem with
Yeah,
trying to do a
exactly,
modus tollens
Carlos. What
argument.
did you say then? Like, did you answer for me? Or
No, he was making a point on the problem with
Druss?
trying to make a deductive argument, and in reality,
No. Just listen for a second. I'll try and clarify. I was just adding on to what Bev was saying, and I was trying to
I
say
didn't
that.
get to say anything. He asked me a question.
Yeah, and
then
what
you butted
I was
in.
just saying that he thinks that he knows all the variables.
I didn't claim that. In fact, I'm
Yeah,
actually
I
claiming
don't
pretty
think
much
that's
the
what he
opposite.
said. I think he was
All right,
talking.
I'm
We
gonna
were
try. I'm
talking
gonna
about
try to jump in,
formulating logic.
gentlemen, and I'm gonna try to jump in. Okay, that's what I tried to do at the beginning. When Bev started to answer, Carlos also started, and Carlos over spoke. So I was trying to jump in to get Carlos not to, so Bev could answer the question since he was the one addressed. So let's just go back to that, please.
Do you want me to redo it, Bev? Are you cool?
Yeah, go on. Give us whatever it was you were saying, because
So one of the problems when you want to make a modus tollens argument, the first challenge, you've got to create your sort of syllogism. But the first thing, once you present that syllogism, the first thing that's going to be asked for you to demonstrate is that the premises in your argument are true. And that's the problem with actually holding to a deductive argument. It's why we use induction most of the time rather than deduction.
well,
Why?
luckily enough, the logical statement is a if P then Q, right? Now, providing, which is why Emma said it so succinctly at the beginning, providing you mind your P's and Q's, then you end up with a true deductive proof.
Yes,
right.
if
But you
your
need
premises are true.
you need to mind your P's and Q's. Now, the P's and the Q's is just a formulation of a statement, right? That is not a modus tollens. That is just the formulation of the logical statement. If P, then Q. The modus tollens comes in when you take the contrapositive, right? You negate the consequent, the Q. You say not the Q. And
How do
since
you
the
negate the
Q, since the
consequence?
Q comes from a consequent from the antecedent, then you can then say not P because you've negated the Q.
Yeah,
That's the essence of logic, right? And the modus tollens is negating the consequent,
this
the
is deductive
contrapositive.
logic, yeah? That's a deductive argument.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the oldest
And
goes
in
back
a
to
deductive
antiquity.
argument, it's the responsibility for the person presenting it to show that their premises are true, and that is very difficult.
You have to mind your
Yeah.
P's and Q's. Yeah, that's what you have to do.
I think we're agreeing. I
or
think we're just using different words.
Yeah, I think that, and I think the challenge with doing so is, or the best way to do so is present P's and Q's, and my one doesn't do this, by the way. Present
I know.
P's and Q's that the other side's going to agree with.
Yeah, that's
And
why
the problem
That's
with-
why. Which we're. I mean, this
I was
this
almost
whole
finished.
discussion
I was just
of
going
the
to try and
logic.
say like 4 or 5 more words.
Yeah, this
And-
whole
and
discussion
that
of the
was-
logic
and
is
those-
what we
and
call
those-
an argument.
Those P's
And that's what we're
are
doing
not
at the minute.
agreed by the
We're trying to
globalists. Like-
formulate the logic.
All right, go ahead, Harry. You're not going to go ahead now?
I'm talking.
You're
With my-
No,
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't hear you at
sorry.
all.
If the Earth is a globe of radius da, then the horizon will always be da from us. Globers do not agree with that. I'm sure there are some who are ignorant to many of the arguments who don't yet know.
You're
that that's
assuming you're consequent in your first premise.
I'm not presenting premises. I'm showing what is faulty with that construction. What I'm saying is there is no. I'm not saying this is what's faulty in the logic. I'm just saying what makes it not very persuasive and not a very good argument is the P, which is the horizon must always be X distance from us, is not accepted. It's false as an argument, but it's also crucially not accepted by the other side.
Well, actually, I think that would have been the Q, but
Whichever, yeah.
Well, if you can triangulate your position from 2 different celestial bodies, that means that it's flat. You have two star readings from the same location, and you have 90 degrees to both of them on your triangulation. That means no sphere. That's how triangulation works. That would also mean that those 2 celestial bodies GPs are running parallel.
I mean,
That's not.
I mean, I can
So-
make a syllogism out of that.
Sure, go for it.
If the Earth or if the surface of water is on a flat plane, then the distance and the angle to a star's GP would be a linear function, but it's actually a squared function. So the Earth isn't a plane.
Oh, nailed it. Yep, that sounds like a logical syllogism to me. It didn't have the P's and Q's in it, but it seemed logical.
It's deductive though, right? Because you're bringing geometry into it, right? And geometry is deductive. Absolutely. It's the most deductive thing that within logic there is. So the moment you employ geometry within your argument, it is deductive, right? So what you have to do now is, because you've brought that in, you have to bring the proof of the statement, right? I mean, that's the whole idea of this, formulating the logic, bring the proof of the statement. Now, since you've brought a geometrical idea, then the proof is definitely there. That's where proof's found, within geometry. So let's see your geometric proof involving triangles, please.
No, I didn't say anything about triangles.
What did you
I said the angle. I said the angle to a star and a distance to its GP.
It sounds like you're negating. Let's give it a shot.
Just one angle. There's just one
Sounds
angle.
like negating perspective. Negating perspective.
What?
Negating perspective.
Okay, well then George is wrecked too because he can't find the GPs with the stars because he doesn't use perspective.
That's not how logic works. Let's see.
No, the GPs of the stars.
It can't be like
the GP of the stars are in the almanac. You know the GPs of the stars.
If somebody else can't prove it, then this can't. That's not how.
Yeah, I was just coming to George's point.
But if we know the GPs of the stars,
Yeah, knowing the GP of the star, you know the location of the star on the ground, the GP of it. Now you can triangulate. Yeah.
okay.
Triangle.
Can I derive?
If you can triangulate 2 or more, normally to find your position on the ground you need at least 3. But if you can find 2 or more and you have 90-degree angles to both of them, that means that between you and those stars, it's completely flat. That's geometry. Those radius are ginormouses.
Okay, so with your thing, we can say that if I know the angle to the star, I know the distance to its GP, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Polaris, the angle to Polaris from where I am at is 60 degrees. What would be the distance to the GP?
Degrees of what?
Degrees from horizontal.
Degrees of what?
The
yeah,
viewing.
but you're missing my point.
With an angle, right? Geometric fact. The problem he's having, right, is because you've got an angle and that's it. And you're asking him to give you something that it's impossible to do. If you've only got one angle geometrically, that you can't do anything else with it. You've just got an angle.
Okay. Well, I have a distance and an angle.
Okay.
Can I then
where did you get the distance from?
From the almanac.
From the magic book.
The same that George used as his proof. Okay.
Okay.
So George is right. Okay.
So we can start it if there's a magic book that gives you distances, then you can get an angle.
Yeah.
And then what?
Yeah.
And then I can test it. Then I can test it by moving away.
Then you can make a triangle.
Sure. I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
And
yeah.
You know what triangles are? We can define a triangle within geometry, can't we?
Sure, we can.
So then it would have a, what do you call that? Like a straight bottom, or the hypotenuse would be the distance to the light in the sky. Then you would have a vertical drop from the light in the sky and a horizontal distance, right? Where those two meet, you call that a right angle. You can start doing trigonometry geometrically.
Well, actually, sure, but then again,
so
you can only.
Is that triangle proving a ball something? Is it?
Well, I mean, it doesn't prove anything because, I mean, on a plane.
It definitely does prove something. It's geometric. I mean, that's where the proofs come
from.
Oh,
okay. Okay, then we can't really use sextants because the bottom distance isn't a horizontal distance.
There's no conjure a sextant's just an angle measuring device.
Yeah, but who made the almanac?
We're not talking about the almanac. We're just talking about the geometry of this, right? An almanac does not come into the geometric argument at all.
Bev, are they making triangles when they do this? Because if they're making triangles, they got some big fucking problems.
That's what he just said. Yeah.
Yeah, they're making triangles, man.
I wasn't making. I was making triangles using George's method and seeing that the distance and the angle is not on a linear function.
I just want to point out real quick that a couple of minutes ago, Bev asked this question, and I can't remember how you did it, Bev, but you mentioned triangle because you knew what the consequent was going to be, and here we are talking about triangles. So a couple of minutes ago, when Bev said something, blah blah blah, triangle, the response was, "We're not talking about triangles," and here we are.
Sure, I mean, we can use triangles, and we can know the distances to the GPs.
Yeah.
Because that's what George said. He knows the distance to the GPs.
And you're going to use the triangles to prove what?
What citation to what George said?
Your citation is George. Okay.
Yeah, because I was talking about
how do triangulation works on the sphere?
I'm talking about how it works on a flat Earth.
I know you're not, right? But triangles do work, right? Because they are triangles. Now, the question to you is, how do you either prove your sphere or say that triangles don't work on a, I'm guessing you're going to say flat, but like with a straight bottom, right? Triangles have straight lines. We can put this down to, right? I think that's the better way, right? If triangles have straight lines rather than the shape of the Earth, right? If triangles have straight lines, then you can do trigonometry.
Yeah, sure. So if
So if I take the GP of Polaris and the distance from me to Polaris, or the GP, and measure the angle, I can know the altitude of Polaris, right?
If you know a distance of the...
You can only know the elevation from horizon. Is that what you mean?
No, it's a triangle. So one side is
Yeah,
X.
I have a problem with this. There's
This ain't
no
a
way-
formulation.
You can't know the distance to what you think is a 90-degree angle to underneath Polaris from your position on the ocean. If you look out and see Polaris and you think you're on a globe,
I'm not talking about a globe. I'm talking about the flat Earth.
You're talking about measuring an angle, and then you do some magic with it somehow, right? But all you are doing is getting a device called a sextant and measuring an angle to a light in the sky.
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
And if
Now,
I know,
it's at that point that we're all up with you, right? We all understand up to that point. Then from that point onwards, that's the bit where you're in your imagination, right? What do you imagine you do with that one angle that you've just measured? Please explain that process that goes on, please.
if I know the distance to the GP on the ground.
Yeah,
if
you're
because
formulating
George,
another logical statement now on top of that one.
No.
No.
George
We've got an
said,
angle.
Oh Jesus.
No,
George
but
said,
here's
I'm
where
talking
we are.
about what George claimed. I'm not making.
God,
I'm talking about what he
please.
claimed.
Well, you're not doing that. You don't formulate logical statements like that around what somebody else said. You're formulating a logical statement based around an angle and the light in the sky. Eggshells was said this to do earlier. You're sort of helping Eggshells at the minute. I hope you're listening, Eggshells.
It sounds like it's so easy just to do that simple equation and you can find out the distance to the stars.
Yeah, that's what I
It's
said
so
that
simple,
George is
isn't it?
doing. Yeah,
Go on,
that's
then.
what George is doing.
Teach us how you do it.
Yeah, he said that if you know the GP of a star, you can measure the angle and know your distance to the GP. That's what George said.
Yep.
Yep. So if you know that, if you know the distance to the GP from your point, and you know the angle to the star, would you know the elevation of the star above the ground?
You know more than that angle that you've getting, right? You've only
What do you
measured
mean
an
by that?
angle with a sextant.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Now, how do you know that distance?
That's what I'm asking George for.
No,
because
you did
he
not
said it.
formulate a logical statement to ask George a question.
Yeah, because I'm not making it. I'm asking George a question.
Oh, you're asking George to formulate some logic for you.
No, for him, because he said that his logic says that if you know two GPs,
don't
you know
think
your
his logic-
location.
Well, where's George in this conversation?
Yeah.
He's fucked off, so I mean, I can't
Oh
ask him
dear.
a
Well,
question,
let's
you know.
stop. Let's go with you then, right? Let's go with
he's not
what
fucked
you
up, he's
would do.
here.
Okay, George, how can you take
No, don't turn this onto
angles?
a George thing. This is you.
What? I came in asking George a question, and now you're saying it's on you.
Well, go on.
How?
How do you formulate the logic?
To George's claim. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, how would you formulate the logic for George's claim?
Yeah, just have fun with it. How would you do that?
Okay. Well, yeah, if you... I don't even know where to begin with it.
You have the distance between 2 points, and now?
Yeah, I don't see your logic. It's not there.
How did you get your distances?
It's a cool game to play, though. This is a really cool game to play, which is like, try to formulate it into your side or the other sides into a logical argument.
That's what logic is. You can mess about with it. You can change the P in the Q. You can do the converse. You can do the inverse. You can do contrapositive. But once you get the formulation of the if P then Q at the beginning and make sure that they are fine, then you can freestyle all sorts of stuff with it. That's the idea of logic.
I liked what I think this is you, Mailman, said this, which is if the Earth is flat, then the angle to a star will be a linear function.
Yeah, with the
Is
distance.
that how you said it?
Yeah.
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 That to me seemed fairly robust. It seems like I'm trying to figure out what's important about these. That they're robust. I think that they're simple is important, but then also there's something about how can you keep it simple without creating wiggle room or ambiguity or.
Okay, how about then I give you one, because we'll deal with reality, right? In reality, if there is a linear proportionality between the size of an object and the distance it is away from you, then we can use Euclidean geometry and the law of similar triangles in order to calculate that. Sort of. I mean, it's a bit of a long-winded way around, but basically
we can trim it down. We can trim it down.
It's linear, right? If there's a linear function within the optics that's measurable in reality, then what are we going to apply to that linear function, right? Then Euclidean geometry can be used, right?
Right, but again, now we're in the same position that we were yesterday when I was talking about this, because you're talking, at least from what I'm understanding, about something on the ground, which is linear. But we're talking about something that's happening in the sky, and that's where I said, can you flip the math? You're saying that the Earth is, not you, Bev, they're saying that the Earth is curved. I'm saying, what if the sky is curved? So,
and we tell you every time you say that that doesn't work. Just flipping the math doesn't work.
You can make that assertion. That's fine. But what I'm saying right now is what Bev just did. What Bev just formulated right now, I don't think addresses this issue, because if we're talking about doing this triangulation on the ground only, then yeah, that's just distance.
We're talking about a linear functionality within the optics, right?
Well, we can. I can do it for a sky if there's a linear function.
And then we could definitely use Euclidean geometry, right, to work that out.
Sure, but if objects that are moving away from me,
geometry
like
into it makes it deductive, makes it provable.
If any of you can write something down that's related to math or geometry or Euclidean or anything, then good on you, and then we can examine it from there. But so far, it's just a bunch of claims of maybe we inverse the math.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could test it where, and you could even put what you're saying, Travis, into a sort of syllogism like we're trying to do with these, which is like, if I can get the same results with a curved sky rather than a curved Earth, then measurements based on the assumption of a whatever are invalid. But it would. I think you're absolutely right, Gummy Bear. It would require also showing that, not just going, well, maybe X, but to be like, I measured this angle and that angle, and it shows X. Therefore, I conclude Y.
But
that's
the X, Y, and Z are straight lines.
You guys are making, or one of you is making the claim that if you flip it, maybe that's possible. Well, then it's up to you to show that it's possible. It's not up for us to show it's not possible. You're shifting the burden.
We're not.
No.
There's no shifting of a burden of proof within a logical formulation, and that's what we're talking about. And I think one of the things that's kind of elegant about it is, as we go along and talk about how to formulate that, it gets refined as you go. So I think that's kind of the process. We're not necessarily trying to debunk each other necessarily as we go because of the foundation of what we're talking about. We're debunking each other as we go, I think, to say, hey, wait a second, that doesn't necessarily follow the logical formula. What's your basis for that?
I'm with you, and I'm correcting my previous statement. The lines of X, Y, and Z are horizontal lines.
Perpendicular, but yeah.
But Bev, I have one.
They don't bend, they don't curve.
Bev, I don't know if you read my,
perpendicular, not horizontal.
Did you read my logic about water level?
They are all horizontal lines.
No, they're perpendicular. They're not horizontal. You're
horizontal
using the wrong
lines
vernacular right now.
Well, I don't think
it's totally wrong vernacular. It's perpendicular, is what you're trying to say.
Because you have You have length, width, and depth. They are horizontal lines.
How many times do I have to say this? You're using the complete wrong vernacular right now. They are perpendicular, not horizontal.
Which lines? God damn it!
Perpendicular.
I don't know what they're talking about.
The language of perpendicular includes the vertical and the horizontal. So it's not just horizontal because you have height.
Yeah, I mean, George is saying
but
that
your horizontal is moving. Your horizontal line is moving vertically.
Your horizontal line is moving vertically.
Yeah.
Then it's
As
not
you
the same
increase altitude, it's like you climbing on a staircase. Every step is a different level. You're moving upwards.
You're okay. So you just said your horizontal is moving vertically. It's perspective. If you're talking about my being on the beach looking out at the horizon and then I back up onto a dune behind me and I raise an elevation, the horizon isn't rising vertically. No.
It's your elevation towards the horizon. You moved your elevation. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you said your horizon rises vertically. That's incorrect.
No, did I say the horizon?
I think so.
Yeah.
No, your horizontal line, your level line from you have two horizontals. You have the base one, and then you have the elevation one.
I don't know if I don't think so.
That's how you measure elevation.
Three dimensions.
Wait, hold on.
Three dimensions. Yeah.
Like I've said many times, you're using the wrong vernacular. That's why people aren't understanding what you're saying.
Okay, so what's the right one?
Well, usually you would say that you have the horizontal line and the other one that's vertical is perpendicular to that. It's not that you have two horizontal lines.
Right, that's X, Y, Z. Y is horizontal, X is I'm sorry. Yeah, Y is Y is the horizontal.
X and the Y are on the horizontal plane and the Z is the vertical.
V is vertical.
Yeah, but I'm trying to distinguish between the X and the Y. How do you distinguish between which one is distance and which one is lateral?
You don't know. They're directional, aren't they?
The thing is, it all comes down to how you set it up. If
you graph it on a piece of paper, the X and the Y are one's vertical and one's horizontal. You lay that down. One's just strafing left and right.
It matters not. It matters not as long as you differentiate between the vertical.
Bev, I have an argument for you. Can you check it out if it's correct?
I would like to say I appreciate Rakia when you said that, saving a word.
Yeah, so I have a quick one. If you can establish a horizontal plane with 2 points P, then a water level with 2 ends establishes a horizontal plane Q. You need 3 points for a horizontal plane, not P. Therefore, a water level with 2 ends doesn't establish a horizontal plane, not Q.
Why do you need 3 points to establish a horizontal plane?
Lots of assumptions there.
I'm not sure if you mean establish or test. I think you need 2 points to establish a line. You need a third point to test it. That's what I was always taught.
For it to be horizontal.
Wow. That
So
makes a bit more sense.
So can you establish a plane with 2 points?
Yeah.
A horizontal
Water level
plane?
is a tool for establishing a horizontal. I mean, like an auto level. How many points would you say that is? Because that sits in the center and revolves all the way around. Same as like a laser level. That's a horizontal plane. How many points would you say you need to establish it?
But if you're saying that I'm wrong, then can you give me the proof in geometry that you can do that with 2 or 1 points?
The proof that a water level establishes a horizontal plane.
Yeah, where is the proof of that in geometry?
Within geometry?
Yeah.
So we would show, within geometry, you would show a shared straight line segment and how that works within geometry, right? Then you would be able to establish whether it is a plane or whether it deviates from that plane.
I cut out. But you said that you can show a shear line segment?
Yep.
Yeah. So those are collinear, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. So not on a plane.
Well, I mean, yeah.
So how do you know that it's a plane?
Because
If it's
it's
just a
in,
line.
well, it's in the proofs within solid geometry, book 11, right? We progress past the line. You have to take the horizontal. When we say horizontal, like we say X, Y, it's a plane. It's not just a line or a point. It's a plane.
Yeah, but so you can use a line to establish a plane?
Yeah, you can use a point to establish a plane, can't you?
How? How in geometry?
When they go and they put datum points on building sites, they have one main point. Now that one main point can be moved around, and you can refer to that one point on a site. They call that the datum. Right now, that is one point, but that is the datum for the horizontal plane, right? Anything above that is above that datum, and anything below that is below that datum.
How do you know if something is above or below that
Because
one
that's
point?
a horizontal plane. That's how it's established.
No, but it's a point.
Yes.
So how can a point be a plane?
Because it's a point on a plane. The horizontal plane is
Sounds like that's what you're
always
trying to
there,
test.
right? It
do the syllogism
exists,
thing.
right?
Yeah, can you
Do you
form a
understand
syllogism
that?
using that?
Do you
Can you
understand
use
that there is such a thing as a horizontal plane that exists? It can conceptually, you can conceptually make it in your head through geometry, or do it however you want, right?
I mean, it doesn't exist, but
well, that plane, right, would be parallel to the plane of the horizon. Also,
yeah, but I mean, it doesn't exist in reality.
it's a plane. It's a horizontal plane.
But where does it exist?
Well, it exists when you put a tool together called a level. Then you can mark the points on that plane, or the distances from that plane. They are known as elevations.
So if I take two points, I take a line, and I call that the X. That's the line X, right?
You just a random line.
No, I use a water level. Water level with 2 points. Okay, there's a line.
Yep.
That's my X dimension.
What, the distance or
No, just
elevation?
they are
It's on the
a
horizontal
line.
plane.
Yeah, it's on a horizontal line.
Yeah, a horizontal plane. Yeah. Okay.
How is it on a plane? Because it's just a line.
What you can do with a water level, right? I mean, this is the thing.
Build the fucking Egyptian pyramids with one.
You establish one end of it, right, somewhere, and you put it in a bucket, right? A bucket of water. That established in that plane, right? Now, the other end of it, you can walk wherever you want, providing you don't stretch it too far, right? But you can walk wherever you want within that, call it a radius, right? Because you've got the bucket in the middle. And every point that you would mark with that water level would be on the same plane. So
but
all
how
of
do you
them, every one of those points, you could move it wherever you want. So you establish, if you want to establish it's a straight line, you would show by getting two water levels and showing that there is a shared straight line segment in between the two. That's how you make it within geometry, how you extend a plane or extend a straight line.
In a line?
Yeah, in a straight line, a shared straight line segment in the center.
It's quite interesting what you said about the pyramids, the guy that just chimed in about the pyramids. I mean, if they had any thought that it was not a flat plane, at least from history and from all of their inscriptions, you'd see that they must have been, if they were thinking that it was a globe, they would have described it as a globe. But I can't see anything coming from history from them describing a big fat flying ball.
Sure, I don't see them.
One thing, Bev, that I want to ask you is, like, whenever we talk about a curved level, you guys say that we're just assuming one, or we're just reifying one. all of these things.
Yep.
But when you're talking about the horizontal plane you're doing the exact same thing. You're just assuming and reifying it. It's not
Like I was
actually
gonna
a
say,
physical thing there.
Yeah, I will say, I'll say like I always have, right? I'm definitely assuming Euclidean geometry. But the problem is, Euclidean geometry is the geometry that has the proofs. And you can also relate those proofs within the geometry to reality.
Curved lines exist in Euclidean geometry as well.
I know.
So it's not like
you have
math. You don't have math without Euclidean geometry.
So what is the problem then? What is the problem when we talk about a curved level? What is your problem with that?
You've got no proof for it.
And you've got no proof of a horizontal plane existing.
I've got tons of geometry and practical and logical proofs.
Whoever it is that built the pyramids, there's not a
Don't worry about the pyramids. That was a long time ago, mate.
Yeah, but there's not a single curved surface in the entire pyramid. The Great Pyramid, there's not a single curved surface, and they have no
doesn't
reference.
prove anything. That's as bad as looking at the lights in the sky and imagining something, right?
Like say my eyes are round.
If I may add something here, the whole point of this argument, logical argument, is the plane of existence. That's why geometry is logic.
That's
You
just
cannot just no. If you go get into it, the plane of existence. That's the whole point. That's why geometry is logic. You cannot get around it.
Well, geometry is logic in a systemic system. So that's why you can say within this system, therefore we can establish this conclusion to be true. That's why you have
it has all the proofs,
and you have proof in geometry.
You have all the proofs. Yes,
it has all the proofs. It's the
no, you have proofs in maths as well.
Yeah, but that's built off of geometry. It's the basis of all proof. It's the plane. Hang on. It's the plane of existence. That's the whole point.
That's a semantic argument, Racket.
Yeah, but I'm just adding that to
argument.
That is the truth.
Every argument where you guys say you're using Euclidean geometry, we can use the exact same to talk about our curved level, and it doesn't change anything. If you're saying we're using a fallacy when we're talking about a curved level, you are also using a fallacy when you're talking about your horizontal plane. Euclidean geometry does not reify any of these things.
You can't
prove
that with a water level. Come on.
You've got the radius value, but we can see too far.
You can see too far than what
argument into something that we're dealing with pure geometry, right? Geometry and logic. It's got nothing to do about how far you can see.
So many other proofs besides this.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about the formulation of logic here.
And
how do you celebrate
when we say we have proof,
I've heard this conversation going on, and it's just round and round in circles. There's no end.
He's just said not Euclidean geometry, right? He's just dismissed the entire proof of Euclidean geometry in one fell swoop by going, well, we can just say it curves.
Yeah, because
curves exist in Euclidean geometry as well. You can't just say Euclidean geometry, therefore flat.
The proof that we have for Euclidean geometry isn't we have Euclidean geometry. It's we have all of the proofs within Euclidean geometry to prove reality. We can show that to you. In reality, you do not. You have no geometric proofs of your model. You cannot show them. It's not possible.
You're accepting Euclidean geometry while denying Euclidean geometry is so silly.
He's accepting the base law, right? Like the basis.
Gummy Bear, you're totally missing the entire point, buddy.
Bro, start with the most base premise. A straight line. 2 points, straight line. The most basic premise. You can't even start with that. Because once you get to the quote-unquote surface of a ball, the straight line becomes curved. So the most simplest of logical premise, 2 points, distance between them, straight line. You can't even build your foundation on that.
I thought
we can build a foundation
out of it.
What about Gauss? I mean, do you reject the thinking of Gauss, Bert?
He said that Gauss did Gaussian curvature that proved that the surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface, i.e. it cannot be expressed on a two-dimensional plane without distortion. So yeah, Gauss, I quite like Gauss.
Yeah, no, that's the point. That's exactly the point I'm making, and I knew you read something about Gauss. That's why I brought it up. So what you're saying basically is the fact that if you know the sphere is out almost, you know, you're saying is almost outside the bounds of being able to be dealt with through Euclidean geometry without taking segments.
No. A sphere is a three-dimensional Euclidean shape. It's within the.
But you can't turn it into a two-dimensional shape, so it's non-developable. That's the point I'm making. So that's where Euclidean geometry breaks down. If you want to transpose it into 2 dimensions, you've got a problem in Euclidean geometry, don't you? It's not sufficient.
So you want to turn the surface of a sphere, 3-dimensional object, into a 2-dimensional plane?
No, I'm just saying that it's a non-developable object, which means... Sorry, can I finish my point? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that under Euclidean geometry, unless you deal with 3-dimensional objects, you know, non-developable objects in a certain way, you have issues with it. It's not sufficient. That's why Gauss came in, and we have Gaussian methods. You know, and then you can go to various other people within that particular school of geometry. Riemann
his methods go to prove the surface, right? So, like,
surfaces are 2-dimensional, aren't they?
If you are up the top of a mountain and you measure points and angles from a triangle, and you get 180 degrees within that triangle, do you know what Gauss said?
No, I don't.
Oh, he said that's on a plane, right? That you are in Euclidean space, so therefore you use Euclidean geometry. That is where triangles have 180 degrees.
Yeah.
So if you use Euclidean geometry, then you are living in Euclidean space.
Yeah, but the thing is...
That's a good logic, isn't it?
One second.
If then, I think I just did an if then, didn't I?
So I just want to get the point in quickly before I forget it. So yeah, you know, I'm not having any.
I was going to say it sounded like an actual argument thing.
Hold on, Dross was right in the middle of a sentence. Yo, guys, can you hear Dross?
Hello.
You guys.
I'll move my mic a bit closer, so I try not to be too boomy on the mic. Yeah.
No, back up.
This is what I can do with my mic if I choose to. So I mean, what I'm saying there is the fact if we've got a very large 3-dimensional object, and we are looking at a large triangle on that object, and that object is spherical, and you draw this 3-sided object on this large spherical 3-dimensional object, then you're not going to get those 90, you know, you're not going to get those sort of 180 degrees on that object, are you? When you measure the angles.
You can't measure an angle to a curve, so I'd say you'd be a bit stuck.
If you can't measure an angle to a curve, then how do circles have angles at all?
Because you measure them for the radius, the difference between the 2 radiuses together. That's what an angle.
The only angles in a circle are the straight lines to the center, dude. Wow, bro. They don't know geometry. They really don't.
Are you sure about that?
Really
What's a chord then? What's a chord, and how can you talk about chord angle?
What chord
exactly?
Angle? What the hell's a chord angle?
God. You don't know? Do you know what a chord is?
Go on, show us.
I think it's
I know what a chord is. Where's the chord angle?
That's the first time I've ever heard chord angle. Let's see it.
I know because you guys don't know math and geometry. This is the problem.
It's okay. It's okay though. Let him explain what it is.
Show bullshit from Gummy Bear.
No, but give him time to let him explain. I mean, it might be something new in geometry that we've never.
I don't know it. Apparently, like we don't know it. So therefore, Gummy is the one that needs to tell us what it is because we don't know. He's right. I don't know what it is.
Memory before you say it,
can you let Gummy Bear finish, please?
I just wanted to offer to guess before Gummy says it because I think I vaguely remember it.
No, don't lead him. Come on, don't.
But I've never seen.
I'm pretty sure he knows what it is.
We want Gummy to.
Hang on one second. 1 second
I've
here.
never seen any of them.
Hang on 1 second.
Yo, who?
Angles more than 180 degrees. I've never seen an
that-
old map.
that
You know,
Carlos
like
Carlos, relax,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, definitely.
Go ahead, guys. Don't let Rakia speak, even though he's mod.
Gummy Bear, to be fair to you, do you want to continue with that? Do you want to explain or not?
Not with how the room's being right now. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Hang on. That's fine. No problem, sir. Point taken. We thought so.
on, that was so weak.
wanted to mention, like, some of those maps that Captain Cook wrote, put down. None of those angles are more than 180 degrees. So how can it be on a sphere?
Chords don't make angles, they connect sides of a circle. There's no angle made by a chord. This is just pish posh. He's just saying a word, and then it's like saying, yeah, it's a truth angle. You put two truths together and you got an angle. You can't just put a word before an angle.
Sorry, can you attack the argument, not the person? And if you're going to do that, can you bring up an example to demonstrate the point, please?
Okay,
Reductio ad absurdum is what he just did, right?
Okay, I'll try it again. A chord is a straight line that touches two sides of a circle. There are no angles made by the chord. So to say a chord angle, to say a chord angle is complete nonsense, and it would be the same thing as saying a lighter angle or an iPod angle or just putting another word in front of angle. It's not making anything new. Now, can you address that, Truss, or did I shut you up good?
Sure, I will happily address that with this particular reference here, showing that I strongly disagree with the argument that you just put forward. And there is even a formula there showing how you use the angular chord angles within a circle and how that's perfectly applicable. And you're taking not just the 1, 2, 3, 4 section in that diagram, but also the PQRS angles as well. So please retract that statement.
That's all
Columbus
straight
and
line.
Captain Cook and
None
all
of
of
those
those adventurers and discoverers, all those people that were sailing around the world on yachts and ships around the world when they're discovering all of the continents, they never took any of those mathematical equations into consideration. They were working purely on Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, straight lines. From straight lines is distance. If distance aren't straight lines, then everything starts falling apart because, you know, when distance starts changing based on where you are, you're never going to be able to map yourself correctly. And that's what the ball does. Oh, a mile is this when you're here, but it's a little longer when you're near the equator.
We're sort of getting off into the weeds here, though, right?
No, we're just getting into reality, Bev. We're talking about straight lines. You're right onto it, but you know the discussion is so difficult when they don't understand that the way that the people traveled around this place in their big ships never took any of those calculations into consideration.
No, they just went from place to place on a boat, right? That's what boats are for. From
Yeah,
from
and
A
it
to B,
was
right?
all
It's
based
not,
on.
that's not geometry. You don't do geometry with boats. You don't do geometry with planes.
90 degrees angles.
So what was he measuring that 90-degree angle with? Because I thought
they didn't have theodolites; they had sextants.
What 90-degree angle? We're getting into the weeds again here. What
I know,
are you
but I
talking
mean,
about with 90-degree angle? Foolish.
For me, Cook used the method. What was it? Running survey. So he would be taking landmarks, coastline points, and compass bearings. That's how he did most of his that's how he did most of his mapping.
Where did you get the 90 degrees from?
In some of his maps, and he
Why did you just say is that subliminal, man? 90 degrees.
He never had an angle bigger than 180 degrees on a triangle.
You can't have an angle greater than 180 degrees on a triangle. That's a
not on a 2D triangle, not on a triangle that's put on a flat surface. No, but if it's on a curved surface, then you can. And that's why I posted the difference between spherical geometry, planar geometry or Euclidean geometry, and hyperbolic geometry.
You mean an angle greater than 180?
Do you want me to? I'll repost that picture, and then you can argue against what's taught in university.
Does Pythagorean theorem work when the triangles things are curved, or will Pythagorean theorem only work when the triangle has straight line?
There's no evidence to say that Captain Cook used any other method than Euclidean geometry.
He couldn't.
Okay, so you're retracting the point from he did this to there's no evidence that he didn't. Okay, I accept that point, Carlos. Thank you
Show
for
me a
that.
map where he used some other form of geometry.
You made the claim. I'm expecting you to back it up, mate.
I need your evidence.
We're getting off track of how do you formulate what the fuck you guys are saying into a logical format.
It's like trying to use triangulation without triangles. It's crazy. You can't do things
it's
without
also
straight lines.
What someone said as well.
It's also like
yes,
hurting
Pythagorean theorem has an equivalent in spherical geometry, hyperbolic geometry, any freaking geometry.
So
okay, go ahead, Gummy Bear. Go ahead and do a logical proof for the Pythagorean theorem. Go for it. I know how to do it.
That
You
is
can do it.
beyond
Go for
you
it.
guys. I am sorry, but it is beyond you guys.
No, Gummy,
Oh,
you
yeah.
cannot
Go
do. First
for
off, you
it.
cannot do the angle
Fuck
thing
off.
and then get rid of it, and now state that what you've just stated, which only works. I will say it's a proof in Euclidean geometry, right? If that doesn't work, then Euclidean geometry doesn't work. It's proposition 47. Right, it's provable with Euclidean geometry. You've just stated it's provable in any geometry. So please
Euclid
prove it in a
himself-
different geometry.
Euclid himself talked about non-Euclidean Pythagorean theorem. So
Prove
if you
it.
want to
Be
freaking suck
stupid.
off,
Euclid
suck him
himself
off,
would be rolling in
keep
his
doing so.
grave if he heard this conversation.
Yeah, he would, but not for the reason you're talking about.
How
Hey, Gummy Bear, quit trying to obfuscate and change the subject and deflect. Prove what you're saying about the Pythagorean theorem.
I just posted it for everybody.
Euclid
talks about non-Euclidean. Who said that?
You did.
It's using Pythagorean. It's using the equivalent of Pythagorean
Foolish decisions.
theorem.
No, that is silly. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Can we not get
Why is
past
that
this?
ridiculous?
Right? There are Pythagorean theorem is the most provable thing within mathematics. There are the most proofs, individual proofs, within the entirety of mathematics for Pythagorean theorem, right? Only Euclidean. Now, Gummy, please show us a non-Euclidean proof for Pythagorean theorem, please.
While foolish decisions does not jump in.
And like I said before, and you can call this a cop-out all you want, but I'm not going to explain it to a bunch of people that don't know more basic
You don't fucking understand it. That's what anybody that says that is you don't understand it and you can't bring it up. You can't prove it. At least
Hang on,
talk through
I read
it.
that-
Talk through
I
it.
read the article that a little bit of that article
That
just posted.
theorem never discussed how mass attracts mass.
Okay, then.
No,
Here, I'll talk through it.
Let's get Gummy
I'll
on this.
talk through it then.
Change the topic.
I'll talk through it then. Okay, so if you have a sphere of a given radius,
Nope.
call it-
Wrong. Stop right there. That is not the
Dude,
Pythagorean
yo,
theorem
if
at all.
you guys want him to talk through it, you're gonna have to be quiet
You're
for
reading
like
what
at least a
foolish
minute.
decisions posted.
No.
Hold up, guys. If you
No,
want to
I'm
talk
not
through
gonna
it,
have
you're
to be
gonna have
quiet
to give him
because
the opportunity. No, shut the fuck up. Let him talk through it. Give him a minute,
No,
and then you
don't
can
tell me to shut
respond.
the fuck up. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
And you guys wonder why I don't want to use it. Talk in
Can't
this
go
room
and just
right now.
read some shit about spherical geometry that Foolish Decision just posted, claiming that you're knowing something about it for a proof when you obviously don't know at all.
Yeah, because
Is there any moderator in
Gummy,
here?
don't even bother. It's not worth it, man.
Yeah, I know.
Two big
What's the
balls.
problem,
You
Gummy?
made it almost 4 words.
Hold on, Gummy.
I
What's the
couldn't
problem?
understand why
Do
you
you
weren't
want
saying
to, do you want to
Gummy,
drop
now I
down
get
to do you want to drop
Gummy,
down to room
hold on a
2?
second, Gummy. What's the problem?
The problem is that I get 2 words in and then people start
Go ahead.
interrupting.
You have your chance now. I have control of the room. No
Okay.
one's talking. Go ahead.
I'm gonna summarize it very quickly because seemingly I can't speak for long. So you talk about a sphere of a radius, you use the spherical law of cosines, then you express it as a Maclaurin series, and you find an asymptotic expansion to show that when the radius r approaches infinity, you get a spherical relation that that is that is the equivalent of Pythagorean theorem
And the
in
triangle needs to have
spherical
certain
geometry.
90s. Here, this is from the excerpt. Using Pythagorean theorem result above, prove that all spherical triangles with 3 right angles. Bro, first, it only works when they have 3 right angles, and
Incorrect.
then 2. This is from the. This is what he. I'm just getting it from the. Posted. I'm reading from the article.
From the horse's mouth.
Right.
What,
so
what
you tell
article
me
are you
no,
talking
when you
about?
tell me no when I'm reading from the article, and you tell me no. You're not telling me no. You're telling the article that I'm reading from.
What
Which you
article
posted.
are you talking about?
Just posted an article, and I opened it and I started reading, and at the bottom, that's what it said. It said to use the blah blah blah, the right angles 390 degrees on a sphere, which is impossible. It's impossible. You can't do it.
Boom.
Can I just point out as well that Pythagorean theorem is a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and spherical geometry has this thing where it says there's no parallel lines, and a square has 2 sets of parallel lines, the opposite
Why would
sides.
there not be parallel lines on a cylinder?
It's a little bit tricky, but I mean, hey.
Pythagorean theorem is
Pythagorean
based
theorem
on
within
straight line
Euclidean geometry
relationships.
is proved with squares, by the way.
Yeah.
That's why Bev brought up the parallel lines, because within Euclidean geometry, Pythagorean theorem is proved with squares. Okay.
Yeah,
because it only
but
works
within
with straight
spherical
lines.
geometry, you don't. That the way you prove the Pythagorean theorem in spherical geometry
not
is what
Pythagorean
I
theorem.
just talked about.
That is
It
not
is.
Pythagorean theorem.
It
Sorry.
is.
Oh, it's
It's not a
So
squared
what
plus
is it
b
then?
squared equals c squared. A Pythagorean's theorem
Never.
is
Okay.
the 2 smaller sides squared equal the longer side. That does not work in spherical, but whatever you have. When you draw your spherical triangle, if you square the 2 smaller sides, they will not equal the 3rd side squared, the longest
Can't
side
have a
squared. That does not
square.
happen.
There's no square. There's no such
Don't
thing
think
as
there's
a
a
square
triangle.
in
Yeah.
spherical
Yeah.
geometry. They don't
Not
exist.
triangle or square.
So it cannot be Pythagorean's theorem. You have to write something new. So it is not Pythagorean's theorem. So if you're going to sit here and try and tell me
That is-
that Pythagorean's theorem is something
that
other
is-
than a squared plus b squared equals c squared, I'm going to say, bro, you're not good at math.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that
you
is
got
what
let
Not
us stray with
Pythagorean's
Lewis
theorem.
decisions.
It's the listen.
Post.
It's the spherical version of Pythagorean's theorem. It's not Pythagorean's theorem, but
No.
it's
Don't
it's
claim
equivalent
it.
to it.
Don't claim it is then.
That's-
Don't
that
claim
wasn't
it's
the
equivalent to
question.
something that it isn't.
You're absolutely
Isn't that
right,
correct,
Gavin.
Gunny?
So the
You're high-
Pythagorean the Pythagorean theorem encompasses also spherical geometry and all of these. When you guys say when you guys
Sophistry's unbelievable.
Oh, this
No,
is
it
good.
doesn't.
This is good stuff right here.
They're
Wow, you
blatantly
can
lying
double
right
down
now.
on that then. Double down.
when you guys say a squared plus b squared plus c squared, that is the Pythagorean equation for Euclidean space. You are taking part of the theorem and calling it the entire theorem. That is incorrect. You don't know what you're talking about.
The theorem is the
stuff right there.
relationship. It is the
Actually,
relationship between. They have relationship of a ratio that will never change because of the straightness of those lines. Now, if you took one line and bent it, and
And
or
a
curved it,
90
the entire
degree
thing falls
angle.
apart. So the bending of any line on a triangle null and voids Pythagorean theorem. So just stop.
Within Euclidean, yes, but that's not what we're talking about.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not talking about taking a single line and bending it.
You
That is not
cannot.
what we're talking
You're
about.
gonna
That's
bend all
true.
three?
That's
Even
true.
worse. You're going to bend all of
Yeah.
them. That's even worse. You're going to be even more off.
Why would you do that?
Is that so
It's
spherical
like
geometry
religion.
works?
It's like
Your religion.
it's like
How
fucking
dare you,
peanut
Gummy
butter.
Bear.
How
Peanut
dare
butter and
you talk
cheese
about
just
Pythagoras'
fucking
theorem the way he himself wrote it in his book? And how
I
dare I
love the
do all of
Pythagorean
these
theorem,
things?
and then he does all this dancing
Merle,
around. This is insane.
Merle, what do you think of all of this bullshit about this nonsense they're talking about?
Merle? Who are you talking to?
Merle, I want to know what he thinks
Is
about.
he in your head right now? Because he's not in the Discord.
He is.
I don't see him. Is he?
In mathematics, the Pythagorean theorem or Pythagorean's theorem is a fundamental relation in Euclidean geometry among the three sides of a right triangle.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
So you read the abstract that comes up when you Google it. Good job on you, but that's what I mean when I say you're only looking at a part of the theorem. If you open up the Wikipedia article which that abstract comes from, you'll see what I'm talking about, that there are a lot of other things about it, like the spherical geometry one, the hyperbolic geometry, and all the other things.
Wrong.
It's not an abstract. It's not an abstract. It actually works in reality. Now, if I took my table, right? If I make a square and I make a diagonal cut on an edge, okay? Those sides will have that relationship. This is not a conceptual thing.
You know what an abstract is?
Hang on. This is applied. This is applied to reality. Now, if you do it on a ball, doesn't work. Doesn't work. Right? So you're just talking out your ass. Geometry is not something somebody made up in a conceptual idea. It parallels reality.
It's magic.
It's just geometry.
Yeah, it's just geometry. It's just Pythagoras' own work. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's based on reality, right? Like reality, geometry and reality are intertwined in that one work.
You're usually a bit more reasonable when it comes to these kinds of things, like Pythagoras.
When it comes
and
to
Euclid.
these kinds of things, Gummy, you're distracting from what the entire conversation was
Let me finish
about.
speaking before you interrupt me. And I'm trying
You're
to
the one
ask
interrupting. I'm
No,
trying to
not.
get it back
I
on
started
track.
speaking when it was quiet.
No. Hold on real quick. Gummy, I tried to get in a couple seconds ago and I couldn't do it. You interrupted. When you came in and said you just read the abstract, he was in the middle of his saying something and you interrupted him and went on a complete diatribe.
Back up from the mic a bit, Travis. We are feeling your breath.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, so now that you come in here and say, "Oh, please stop interrupting me," knock it off, dude. Knock it off.
Oh no. I'm scared, Travis. Can you stop being so
Okay.
I love you all.
aggressive?
The point is not for you to.
This discussion about geometry is getting kind of.
What's wrong?
I would prefer if some clever bastard would come up with something that
What do you mean? No. Why?
everyone is able to
Some clever bastard like Pythagoras.
Everybody knows everything about geometry. Can we just talk about something related to the flat Earth?
Carlos, we're talking
geometry?
about logic and logical proofs along the way. And part of that is, yes, proofs of one thing or another. But it's getting totally freaking derailed about one thing or another. But A squared plus B squared equals C squared is a fundamental thing about it. And if somebody doesn't know about it, that's okay. We can teach each other about it. It's not a big deal. But when somebody says, "Oh, I know all about it," and goes clear off like on the deep end on a completely different thing, that's where it gets derailed. So I think if we could bring it back home to like, how do we construct a logical argument and formulate it in a way that makes sense, no matter what side of it you're on, then I think we're back on track.
Yeah, it's really complicated unless you're really adverse in this subject, and unless you're really clued up with mathematics and all of these equations. I don't know.
No, this is simple geometry. It's not really difficult.
There's no math.
There's
no math.
I don't think the average person is really interested in all of this bullshit about equations, about angles.
We're not about
equations. No equations.
It's really
geometry and logic has zero numbers involved with it.
It's so
not
boring.
difficult
The problem
either.
is that people in here are denying Pythagoras himself as if they know more than Pythagoras.
Bro, Pythagoras
who's
theorem is
doing that?
based on
Is that
squares.
you? Was that you, Gummy?
There's another attempt at a
Yes, that
derailing
is me,
of trying
Gummy.
to bring it back on track.
Who's that?
You,
See,
Gummy
the
Bear trying
thing
to
is,
derail it
the thing
again.
the thing is, I'm not the one. I'm not making stuff up. I'm
No,
talking
you're the
about
one
what
derailing it, trying
Pythagoras
to get it off of a logical
himself
formulation.
is talking about. And so when you guys are denying what I'm saying, you're not denying what I'm saying. You're denying what Pythagoras is saying. And if you want to talk about who knows this well, I'd kind of lean on the side of Pythagoras. To
Can
be
I
honest
ask?
with you.
We know
Can I
the
ask a
proofs.
question of the flat Earth geometry people, the people coming in from the perspective that you can't.
Not flat Earth geometry. What are you talking about? It's geometry.
No, I'm still talking. Please allow me to finish.
Don't say
No,
shit.
Okay, well, it's not
and we
flat
won't
Earth
get
geometry.
caught
That's
on
just
it.
ridiculous.
Hold on, let him
finish,
finish,
please.
guys. Let him fin. Hold on.
Let him finish his bullshit. Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so if my question is, if I have 3 points on a basketball, let's say, or any kind of a sphere, I connect them with cords, or I connect them over the surface. I get different results, right? For the angles.
Do you?
So is that the question you want to know?
Okay, so now if I got an answer. If I can I calculate both of those and get answers?
Don't know. Show us it. Show us
Would
what you're
that
doing.
be-
Do us draw us a picture. Let's see what you're talking about.
I can't draw a
Let's give
picture
us
of
a
sphere
visual
very easily, but
representation of
I
the
think you
geometry that
understand.
we're
You can
dealing
connect
with.
with. I think you can understand
You're
that
gonna
I
let him derail us
can
again?
connect a string across the surface of a basketball, and I could also direct a cord through the basketball to the points.
Can we get some
you
ants
tell
pulling
me
the
if
string
that-
tug of war?
If that's geometry.
That's not geometry, right?
So
That's
both-
you
so-
putting
so
string on
measurement of the-
basketballs.
So measurement of a surface of a ball is not geometry.
Putting
It
a
would
string
be a
on the
measurement.
basketball is not measuring it. You put a string on it.
That's you.
You didn't make a
That's
measurement.
you just putting a string on a thing.
That's
not how.
So
That's
you can't.
not how-
You cannot. There's no mathematical method
This is
of
a really
determining
bad
distances
derailing.
between points on the surface
you
of a
just
ball
put a
it's
string
or
on it,
angles.
and then
exactly
there's
what
no
it is.
math.
We didn't hear it, guys. Come on.
Plainly obvious. It's another attempt to derail it back to what I was
Yeah,
trying to get at.
I think so too.
Yeah,
He's
but
just-
Jeremy, that's not how GPS works. There's
I know,
no.
but
Who said
I still want to let. I still
No,
want to
what
let people
GPS?
finish their bullshit, though.
Well, then how far along the lines do we want to let it get derailed?
It's
Is
only
my
talking
question.
about squares and Pythagoras, right?
GPS would never be able to work out the coordinates on a sphere.
Okay, so my
There's
question is
your
to the
answer.
moderate, to Travis. How far derailed do you want to allow it to go?
I don't know. You got the floor right now. Let's hear it.
Take it, bro.
Derail it, man.
Okay.
No, you got the floor. You take it wherever you want it. Let's go. We're with you. Go ahead.
Yeah,
We're
bring us
behind.
back.
Oh, for
Take
fuck's
us.
sake. I'm trying to bring us back on track, not derail it.
Right, and we're saying,
Bring it, bro.
And we're saying, okay, the floor is yours. What do you want to say?
Oh my God, so much responsibility now.
Yeah, tell us about GPS and all of these angles that are bigger than 180 degrees in a triangle.
There we go. There we go. Derailed already. I couldn't get one word out.
Boy,
I
you
thought we
weren't
were gonna
answering.
bring it-
We just gave you a topic to talk about.
Right, we
Thought we
were
were gonna-
talking about Pythagoras and the proofs of Pythagoras. Somebody claimed you could do
Wow.
it in another way.
Yeah, but that's boring.
Oh, it's boring. Okay, so we want it to be derailed then. That was the question. How
No,
far
that's
do
what
you
I'm
want
saying.
it to
How
be
far do you want
derailed
to
from the
derail
initial
it?
subject?
From being
This
able
is
to figure out
about-
how to bring a logical statement to fruition and going through the steps of that and kind of bouncing it off of each other and refining it that way. If you don't want to do that, I guess I'll go to server 2. Fuck this.
Maybe something we can agree on, right? Like, because that's the biggest thing here is that nobody, like, you ball flat, whatever, they agree on nothing. They can't come to agreement on one single thing and then build from there. That's why it's endless debate, and that's what Bev's trying to do. I'm trying to do is like, where's the thing we can agree on and start from there? Where's that? Like, do we have that? Do we have straight 2 points straight line? We don't even have that. And this is why it's so hard.
I said this like 6 months ago. Yeah, we got to get to the bare premise that we can both start from.
Which is the logic, right? It's the formulation of the logical argument.
Okay, so that's us, right? So does anybody up from the other side agree with what Bev is saying? We need to start with logic.
I think we need a PhD in mathematics to come in and tell you all how it works.
Definitely not.
I have no
Why?
problem with trying to build stuff from ground up using logic. The only times I have trouble, times I have trouble is when someone tries to say this is wrong. When that goes away, someone like Pythagoras, because I trust
Nobody
that
has
Pythagoras
said
knows
Pythagoras
geometry.
was wrong. Nobody said that, other than
I
you.
said he was right.
But
I said
what
a
I
squared plus b
said-
squared does equal c squared. I said he's 100% completely right.
What I said is that Pythagoras has a version in spherical geometry for his
He
theorem.
Oh,
That exactly,
It's based
and that's you saying he does not.
But it's all based on squares.
That is
right?
you
That's
trying to dance around the fact that you can't prove it in geometry. That was the original question. And then you got derailed by following a link that somebody posted in the chat, and then you just started reading from it, dude.
I
not
was
coming
never
from a
on.
place of knowing anything. You're
I
just coming from a
was
place
never
of reading
on
something.
Dross's link. Then, so you claiming that is incorrect.
Okay.
look into
Now,
just look into the theorem. It's all about squares, right? It's
if you guys
squares.
look into the theorem yourselves, because I know the
have.
theorem. I know the theorem. I know proofs of it within Euclidean geometry.
Okay, what are they? That was the question. That was the original question.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait,
well,
and
Can
why
you
would
show that?
Euclid? Why would Euclid deal in non-Euclidean geometry? Right? Like that. Like why?
Wait.
If everybody
Do
was
you
using
think?
Don't ask him another question. Hang
Do
on.
you
Don't.
think that
Hang
non-Euclidean
on.
geometry? Okay, go ahead.
Hello. See how you asked him another question? He's going to go into that. So walk us through it.
Yeah, no, just tell me one thing. Did Pythagoras ever get a water level and use that in his
again.
value?
Why are we asking?
No.
Hang on. Why are we asking him another question? He has made a very specific, hardcore claim that goes against what we're saying. Walk us through it, please.
What claim
We could
exactly
be
is
wrong.
it?
Yeah, what was the claim?
What is the claim
not-
exactly that you're
That he could
contention?
prove Pythagorean theorem in geometry. And I'm waiting for that still.
Yeah. Just
And
look
at
at that
first he
Wikipedia
said that
link
he
and there
could
you
do
have
it, but he didn't want to do it.
Just look into that link, for example. That's how you prove it within spherical geometry.
No,
It's
listen.
all there.
This is a
That's not right,
discussion.
dude.
Listen, this is a discussion. This is exactly what happened like 10, 15 minutes ago when you said about chord angles, right? And then when we asked you to go farther, you bailed out and said, "Oh no, the chat's too hot." And yet 2 minutes ago, you were getting hot and heated. So that's not the issue for you, right? So you're just now deflecting on something that, in my opinion, you can't substantiate. Just for the same reason why when you said something about chord angles and then we called you out on it, you said, "No, I'm not going to do that right now." You know why? Because you can't substantiate it. So either walk us through this, because if you know it, we can have a conversation with you. But if you don't want to have a conversation, I'm going to take that as that you've forfeited.
And that's how I would
Now-
learn, right?
now the
If I'm wrong, if I'm wrong and you walk us through what I think I'm right about and I'm wrong, I learn from that. So go ahead.
And also, I just want to know: did Pythagoras ever use any? Did he ever take?
Oh my goodness.
Did he
We're
ever
asking
undertake?
another question.
Hang on,
That's
hang on.
three-
Did
that's
he ever?
three questions.
Did he
Hang on.
ever?
No, no, no,
Did
no,
he
no, no,
ever
no, no.
undertake?
This is not how it works. This is the
Pythagoras,
third
did
question
he
now.
ever
Two from
any
you.
experiments?
Is this Carlos again?
Yeah, he's the new
Bro,
rumpus,
come on, man.
obviously.
Jeez, man. All morning, this guy. So that's the third question that's been asked of you after we asked you to walk us through it.
Bro,
So
I unmuted him. He was talking the whole time through that.
go ahead and walk us through it. Gummy Bear. But if you don't want to, say now so we don't waste any more time.
So earlier when I wanted to go through it, I got interrupted. Now,
Okay,
then,
all right,
here's one thing.
stop.
No, let
Do
me
you-
finish what I'm
no.
gonna say. Let me finish what I'm gonna say before you.
No. If you want to walk us through it, go ahead. If not,
Don't grandstand.
don't waste our time. Gummy
Go
Bear,
ahead.
you have the floor. Walk us through it.
Wow.
No one is interrupting you. Gummy Bear,
Well, he
you
said
have
that's
the floor.
Well, you said don't talk or if you're not going to do
yeah.
it. So he's not explaining it, and he's just his silence is
okay,
him just
so
not.
He's disengaging,
We all agree we're
which is
moving
his
on.
prerogative. Let's move on.
We're moving on. All right.
When
thank
you start taking out the mute button, I'm done.
Okay, see you later.
Yeah, bye-bye. So that's,
That's you saying
no
you don't
proof
want to-
offered,
Yep.
but
There you go.
claimed, but non
Okay, so
again.
So go just to follow up. I'll post the proof in geometry of a squared plus b squared equals c squared, which is the Pythagorean theorem, which I was asking for in Livestream 1 text right now. It should be an image, and that is it.
Yeah, of course that's it.
If anybody would like any further explanation, then I guess DM me and I guess whatever. So,
It's because Pythagorean theorem, it relies on Euclidean geometry. They're trying to like apply this butchered form to spherical geometry, and like you can't have 90-degree angles on a circle. You can't have specific angles on a circle because
did Gummy Bear just post the same thing right after me?
Yeah.
Bro, it works on this. It
But he
works on the
spammed it like
squared-
5 times.
Gosh,
It's the squared function. Look at the thing on there. The C. There's the A box, the B box, and the C box. Because a triangle is half a square, that's why this works. That's why they call it squaring, because it's based on squares, right? So when you don't have any of these, you don't have that.
Isn't a triangle a quarter? A triangle's a quarter of a square.
Yeah, that's the geometric proof for Pythagorean
through the
theorem.
half
Just
is,
using the
You
the
start
shapes
with
alone.
parallel lines from the edges of the triangle. And then you take the line that it is adjacent to, and then you're able to make a square out of that. And then from those squares, you can, and then from there, you can take a parallel line from the hypotenuse, from the, match it to from the one on the right, and you take the 90-degree, the right angle on the actual triangle, and you make another parallel line with that C box square, and then you've got 2 rectangles on the C side. And so that's what it is. The square of the literal squares of those sides equal the C sides of literal squares.
It's like teaching math
I only
again,
just
right?
it's not but it's like I only just realized this like not that long ago, and I'm like, holy shit, this is actually legit. No numbers are involved, no formulas.
The grid
It's
is
just
based on degree angles.
It's a space relationship. It's a Euclidean space relationship.
Yeah, it proves it within the the Euclidean geometry.
Angle, though, that's the thing, right? It's not. There's only one angle involved in that, and that's the right angle.
The right
rest
angle, exactly.
is the proportionate of the sides. It's not the angle. Not
And I think
the angle.
I think you made a good point about there's no numbers in geometry. That's why there's no numbers. It's logic. You cannot dispute it. You can't magically insert numbers or figure it out with formulas or blah blah blah. It is about logic, basis of logic.
Because it scales, so the numbers are useless, right? Because you can put any number, but it
doesn't
scales.
matter what the number is. Yeah.
Yo, Gummy, can you explain what this one is with the polygons?
No, I can't.
Just a picture.
No worries.
Good answer.
We can't laugh like that at people on mic. It's very honorable to say you can't do something or you're not sure. That's what we're trying to get to, right? So let's not ridicule.
I think so too.
Yeah, but
if I came through that way, I didn't mean to.
seriously though, Rakia.
But don't double down on that. Don't post that and double down.
It was the situation, not towards the man. I understand that, but just let's get away from that. That's, you know, he's finally doing what we're asking him to do, which is be honest. Let's move on. Like he can add stuff too, right? He obviously has. Everyone has knowledge, so let's learn from everyone. But we have to learn to back down when we don't know, man. You know, I think we've all learned in the last 3 or 4 years something from somebody. So amazing. Keep going.
Well, okay. So A omega squared, B parallel line squared equals
1 UF. 2R over 2 equals 1 UF. I'll post it. I got a formula for that.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why Right the Hand was interrupted.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I was done.
Yeah.
My bad.
The thing is, there's a relationship between that right angle triangle there that you see and the circle, a semicircle to be right. And that means that there is a relationship between the circle, the triangle, and the square.
It's
They're
all logical
proportional
relationship,
together.
right,
Yeah, that's how geometry is made, right?
Right.
It logically formulates that one follows the other.
It builds on each other.
Yeah. Proof on proof on proof.
That's what the Masons did. They circled the square.
Exactly.
It's impossible to circle the square.
Yeah, you can't
Well,
do
what
that.
I'm saying is, I think what he meant to say is they built on the basis of the square. Everything starts with the straight line, parallel line syndrome is what I call it.
Yo, I saw a Freemasons billboard yesterday. They were advertising like they need members. It's weird.
Yeah, I saw one of those on my drive as well.
Go look at most big
you.
surveying forms, at their placards, at their basis of their doors, like in the cement, they'll have the Freemason symbolism everywhere.
It's only geometry, though, right? It's not anything special, right? You don't need to join a club or perform a ritual or something. It's there for you to learn. The logic's there.
If you're interested, I could teach you how to be a Thai chef in 1 week. You could be running 6 woks by yourself, and you could cook 15, maybe 20 dishes within 1 week. It's something you've always.
I think you're hot micing, Carlos.
It's all rambling.
I thought he was.
You're hot micing.
I thought he was talking to us.
Oh, was he?
I wasn't fucking hot micing. I was just trying to say, it's like
rambling.
I could teach you how to become a Thai chef like me within 1 week, and you could be running 6 woks all by yourself. It does not mean that you're going to know everything about where you're standing.
All right.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
That's a pretty.
Wow,
yeah.
thanks, Carlos.
Well, it's a good logic there. Nicely formulated.
But,
it's a bit long.
Well, fucking, I know how to build houses.
You're going to tighten that up a little bit. Yeah.
And you're trying to tell me that I.
You guys are assholes.
Well, if we know horizontal, if we know what like flat and horizontal is, and we know what curved is, and we can measure them, then yeah, we can know the shape of things, and we don't need, I don't need some PhD to tell me the shape of what I'm standing on. I can figure it out.
Yeah.
For those who have never used the tools, if you knew how simple it was to create a horizontal plane, you would laugh like I do at when they say you can't measure the drop. It is laughable. They've taken something so simple and turned it into you got to go in an airplane and look at the stars and climb mountains with things. It's crazy.
Done the same with geometry, though. Right? The geometry that formulates what we do in reality is also very simple.
Bev, we can learn something from everybody, and everybody's got their education. I mean, I'm a top Thai chef, and I'm a builder as well. But I tell you what, I could learn a lot from people like Jeremy, who I bet you he can make a killer pasta.
I
I
know
bet he
nothing
can.
about
Well, that was a
passing.
backhanded
I have
compliment.
no idea how to make pasta, but I can tell you I can make every Thai dish that there is.
It wasn't a backhanded compliment. I think he's referring to like Jeremy's Italian heritage.
Carlos is the man. You guys don't appreciate him yet.
No,
Well,
you don't.
I'm trying to learn to appreciate the way he handles himself here, and it's hard right now. But I am taking in what he's saying, and I agree with him
I'm
where we can learn
really
from each
sorry.
other as he cuts me off. I
I'm
mean,
really sorry, everybody,
dude,
that
you're
I
a
have this.
batting 100%. Let me tell you, it's incredible.
Yo, he cut you off to apologize for cutting you off earlier.
You're going for the new Discord record.
I
You're
only
gonna have
came on about 2 months ago. Before that, I mean, you guys have been on Discord for years.
Yeah, no problem. Keep going.
No, we're not people.
Yeah, you are, and I really appreciate all of the things that both sides have to say. It's just really frustrating because I've heard it all before.
Yeah, but it's actually entertaining.
you
And
haven't.
if you're not laughing right now, if you're not having a good time, you're in the wrong group.
I'm having a good time. You know,
We
I
have
am laughing.
loads of fun. Loads of fun.
Yeah, we do.
We're
Yeah,
having the
let's-
most fun.
Let's go.
I
Wait,
love
Travis said it. Travis was like, "Yeah, loads of fun." Like, not excited about it at all.
I'm keen on getting this logic done because I think there is some logic in there for us to find some sort of relationship between the lights in the sky and the shape of the thing we're stood on, right? It just needs to be formulated correctly. We need to mind our P's and Q's, and we're going to get there. I think Eggshells has gone off to research it.
Good luck with
Yeah,
that.
he bounced out, but he was willing to come back at some point and kind of continue on. I think from what he was saying in text chat. So that's good.
Bev, is that what minds your? Is that what minds your P's and? Go ahead, Carlos.
I'm sorry, Jeremy.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
When you're having a conversation with someone face to face, and you kind of you understand each other's background, and you kind of you can feel their vibe and everything about them, and you sort of you know more about someone face to face. But when you're talking over Discord, it's really difficult to sort of judge whether the person you're talking to is on the same wavelength of you.
That's why
It's
the
so
logic's important.
so easy to get into a heated debate when really it's not deserved. And I'm sorry for coming across as very arrogant or rude or just obnoxious. It's not really who I am. It's just I get really frustrated because I've kind of heard it all before. But it is comical, and it is humorous, and it does invite some type of enlightenment and excitement and enjoyment. But you know, it's really good when we could, you know,
Turning into a monologue now, mate.
yeah, we don't want to monologue onto the same thing just non-stop for 1 hour.
Okay, what do you want to talk about, Carlos?
I want Jeremy to talk about airplanes.
What?
Request denied.
No.
I don't know.
I just
Shit
made that
about
up.
airplanes.
I don't know.
So, is
How about
that your
we do what-
OnlyFans, Jeremy? Is that what you do?
What's up?
Is that your OnlyFans?
My OnlyFans?
Yeah. Where you talk about things for people.
Yeah, no, I'm really sorry.
Listen, let's go back.
Do what Bev said earlier and go.
Listen, Jeremy's
ground up
working like
logically.
the alternative sources of income, but he's not cute enough for an OnlyFans.
I mean, maybe the feet section. I don't know.
Maybe the feet.
No,
Depends on your perspective.
When Jeremy gets on a roll and he starts talking about gravity and airplanes and stuff, it makes this channel really exciting. I think Jeremy's got a really unique personality.
Well, we can move into the other channel if you want.
Yeah, I love Jeremy too.
If you want to go ahead with that, I think it helps the channel.
All right, go ahead. Let's all stay here. I got the kid right now. I'm doing dishes, so.
Why would we move?
Carlos, have you considered donating to Jeremy? I'm sure Jeremy would appreciate it if you considered a donation, maybe a financial one.
Yeah, I do. I'm on a low budget, and I've got 3 kids, and
There
I'm
you go.
renting a house, and I'm in
No,
lockdown.
yeah,
And
I don't do donations. It's fine. Thank you though.
yeah, sometimes I do, but I don't know where Brandon's gone.
What?
Brandon's gonna be
Brandon.
back next week. Next week, Monday. Monday.
Wow, subliminal man again. Nice.
Hey, did
So,
you hear that
to
interview
get back
with
to the
Arwen
logic or
today?
not?
With Arwen and Autodidactic.
Page.
No.
Yeah, I've never actually heard him on someone else's channel before. It's quite interesting. He's quite a unique chap, and he's got a lot of knowledge. I don't know if anyone
Arwen?
knows about him.
The High Wizard, Arwen?
Yeah, did you hear how
Yeah,
he saved humanity with a crossbow? I heard. I don't know. I never heard that story, but I heard
I thought
it.
it was a magic spell.
Oh, I thought it was a crossbow. It's mythical.
Maybe it's a magic.
You know?
Yeah, I thought it was okay. It's a magic. It was a magic arrow, I think.
Yeah. He must have had that Zelda bow from Legend of Zelda.
is Brandon okay? Or
Yeah, he just had some stuff going on. He'll be back Monday.
oh, okay, that's all right. Just yeah, it's a bit worried.
Man, I wouldn't be worried if he's not doing the show. I'd be like, man, he finally figured it out.
Yo, Bev, I got a syllogism for you for the lights in the sky. Ready? Oh, he's not even here.
Well, don't let that stop you.
All right. So, if we understand gravity to be real, P, then we would understand the movements of the sun, moon, and earth, Q. We do not understand gravity to be real, not P. Thus, we do not understand the movements of the sun, moon, and earth, not Q. And not Q would be the three-body problem.
But we do understand gravity.
Yeah, they would say you have a false premise.
Which is?
They do understand gravity.
Then why do we have a three-body problem?
Because when you have one type of math, it's difficult to connect that with another type of math. It's like how do you connect perspective with refraction, right?
What are the two types of math?
Well, I was talking with Emerald about this, and he was like, when they make these mathematical, logical, like software programs, it's hard to get like an Apple computer to talk to a PC. You know what I mean? They're just not built to function with each other.
I'm pretty sure that's not the reason why we have an n-body problem.
No, there's a term for it. There's a term for it. If you ever see Emerald, ask him about it. He's like, yeah, the maths, they all logically internally make sense, but connecting them together is like, you know, people speaking different languages.
Yeah, but gravity is supposed to be this holistic thing that governs all of them together.
Yeah, but logic has a way of, once you start going down a path, the deeper you get into it, the harder it is to get out of it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like tunnel vision in a way.
Yeah, right on.
It's pretty interesting stuff because logic can prove things, but it also can act like an isolated system in many ways.
It's like a dead end.
Like the Bible could be logically true, and the Gita could be logically true, but they're completely incompatible with each other in many ways.
Right, but that's, let's just take that for I don't know. The Bible is true 100%. It just depends on what you understand its message to be. So if I read Genesis 1 and I think that it's literal, there are going to be certain consequences and even conflict with what I understand nature to be if I take it literally. But if it's symbolic and there are rules to that language of symbol, okay, then that's not going to be in conflict with the Upanishads, because the Upanishads have their own rules for the message that they are communicating. So I wouldn't say that the Upanishads or the Quran or even the Bible have the same message, because if they have the same message, they can't be in conflict. Therefore, they don't have the same message.
In none of these religions ever talk about a spherical world.
Well, I think logic is pretty interesting because, when Einstein came up with relativity, you have all these ideas of, well, what's true for you doesn't mean necessarily that it's true for me, right? And there's a little bit of a truth to that, but you can go into la la land pretty quick too, so.
So let me give you an example from the Bible. So if you start reading in Genesis 1 and you get to I don't even know what it is, probably later in the 30s and the 40s with Abraham and with Isaac and Rebecca and their children. You have Joseph who has a dream, right? He has a dream and he says to his mom and dad the next day, "Hey, Mom, Dad, I had this crazy dream. The sun and the moon bowed down to me." And the dad said, "Well, that's kind of crazy. Tell me more about it." He didn't say that. He said, "Are you telling me that your mother and I are going to serve you?" Okay, so right there and then, you have a clue into the Bible's language for the very first time in terms of symbol and meaning. Joseph didn't tell him how to interpret the dream. They already knew that the sun and the moon and the stars are representative of something else, and they applied it to themselves. Same way, when Joseph went to his brothers and said, "I saw the 12 stars, and they were all bowing down to me." And his brothers said, "The fuck you talking about, squirt? We're not going to bow down to you." So when then you go back to Genesis 1, you understand that the sun and the moon and the stars in Genesis 1 aren't talking about the physical sun and the moon and the stars. The Bible is an internal system that interprets itself. And if we don't understand that, we're not going to be reading the road.
Circular logic.
Everything's circular. Everything.
Especially the globe, because it's a sphere.
No, I mean in terms of argumentation, everything ends up being circular. You cannot get away from having your major premise be assumed. You can't get away from it. Like if I say I think the Bible is, the ultimate authority. Well, where do you get that from? Well, the Bible says that it's the ultimate authority. You can't assume something unless it already is there for you to understand that it.
Yeah, that's true. That's logic, because it's got to be a linear relationship. If something, then something else must come from that. That's the logic gate.
It's just an example of a fallacious argument.
What, if something's true, then you can build off of that? That's fallacious?
No, assuming that the thing that you're trying to prove is true, to prove that your thing you're saying is true. Like, the Bible is true because it says it is. That's circular.
A
Having
equals
A's equal
A.
A's. Yep.
Yeah, it's axiomatic. That's logic. How else would you do it?
At the very
No, that's
foundation,
not
you
what an
have
axiom is.
well, at the foundation, you have to start with A equals A, and if you can't start with that, then you're not going to build anywhere from there. So you have to start with something
Yeah,
that
but the Bible is
reifies itself.
true because the Bible says it is not analogous to A equals A.
I'm not fighting for that. I am just saying
Yes,
you
it
do
is.
have to start with some. That's his interpretation or whatever. But I'm saying you still have to start with some foundational. This is true because it's true. You have to you have to use circular logic at the most basis of proving something. You have to say this is true because it's true, and then work from
That's
there.
not what circular logic is.
Yeah, it is. It's starting with your premise. Circular logic is starting with what's true with what you're trying to prove. Now, I can't prove.
No, circular logic is using a presupposition about your premise, about your conclusion to prove your conclusion.
I
An
think
axiom is
therefore I
just a
am,
set of a
right?
framework.
Like if you have
No,
to
that's
assume our
philosophy.
reality is real to have reality be real, right? But that's circular
That's an
logic.
axiom. That's not circular logic.
But
no.
it is because I'm starting with reality being real to then end with reality is real, and the only thing I've used to establish that is that reality is real. So I'm starting with reality is
No,
real
you're starting
to end
with
with
reality is real. You're starting with we all experience reality. We all have senses to be able to
Well,
prove
give us
or
an
discuss
example
something
then.
else.
Yeah, here. Oh, that's what I was going to do, Flipper. So let me ask you this question: what is your sole authority for determining truth?
Exactly.
I like the scientific method. I think that's the best way we have it right now.
Okay,
That's
the
best
scientific
option we
method.
have.
Okay, the scientific method. Okay, what do you use to evaluate the scientific method?
We use scientific instruments. We use our senses. We use experiments. We use
So then,
analytical analysis.
So now what you've done now is the scientific method is now subservient to tools, logic, interpretation. So now you've got three other things. What do you use to evaluate whether or not your tool to evaluate the scientific method is valid? Well, again, you still haven't. Now you should understand. You still haven't told me what you use to determine truth for you.
Here, I will give you a very specific example. How do you know that your tape measure is accurate?
No, sir. I'm not falling for your banana in the tailpipe trick. The question is to you. How do you determine what truth is?
I'm gonna give you an example to answer that. If I need to find out if my meter stick is accurate, I need to have a NIST traceable path.
Great.
That's how I would
great.
determine if it's true.
Who determined what the meter was? Did the meter stick determine what the meter was?
An international consortium.
Okay. Again, you're okay. You want me to tell you? You are your final authority. You are your final authority to determine what truth is. You will always determine whether or not you are going to submit to an amount of evidence. It's not the scientific method that tells you. You evaluate the scientific method and say, yeah. Okay,
Yeah, so if the data has NIST
hold on.
traceable standard, then it is trustworthy to me. I'm answering your question directly. You don't need to ramble. I'm answering your question directly.
I'm not rambling.
Yeah, you are.
Your own authority. What gives you the right to say that you're your own authority? You do. That's circular. All of this.
I'm not the authority on what the meter is. The International Standards Organization is.
Why are you
I'm not the
appealing to
authority
them?
on what the kilogram is.
Hold on. Now, but still, you determine that you're going to submit yourself to that authority, but you are still your own determination. That's circular.
And I agree with the international with ISO because that is the standard that all of human society has agreed to follow.
Appealing to a majority. That's
not me. I don't follow
reasoning.
it.
Sure, you do. Do you use the MKS standard?
Nope.
Yeah, you do. You rely on it all the time. Do you know what a kilogram is? Do you weigh things?
How is that not your Bible? How is that
that?
not your Bible? You're appealing to them because they tell you what's true, and because you believe it, and as they've defined it, you have circular reasoning.
Because it's a standard that all industry
That's
follows.
your Bible, bro.
It's a standard that our industries and all our technologies are based on.
Oh, I don't care. Well, the Catholic Church built a lot of things too. Doesn't mean I appeal to them. You have your own little authority, and if you're going to call the Bible circular reasoning, you've just done the same thing.
The Catholic Church has nothing to do with international standards of quantification for standard units of measure.
You're appealing to a people's standard. Their standard is circular if you believe it because they say it.
Yeah, they made an
I
inch
mean,
an
if
inch
you
because
think
an inch
that
was
the
an inch.
definition of kilogram is not circular, it's the starting point. It's an axiom.
Well, then
It's
the
an
definition of
arbitrary
God
number.
is what the Bible says it is. See, that's
Why
easy.
not the Book
You
of
can do that
Mormon?
too.
Sure. I mean, within that religion, that's the definition of God, and there's a ton of different religions. Which one do
Yeah,
you
and there's a
follow? How do you
ton of
decide which one
tons
to
of
follow?
different metrics for measuring things.
There's one. It's the MKS standard.
No,
We've
there's
gotten rid of
probably
all
a
the
dozen
superfluous
others.
ones. Well, I mean, technically, the U.S. imperial system is still referenced to the ISO MKS standard, so that's not even true.
Yeah, I don't think you get it. I don't think it's clicked.
So which
No,
units
just
of
refuted what you guys are saying.
which units of standard should we not use? No kilograms, no meters, no miles. Can we use terabytes, bytes, hours?
Well, Lori,
minutes?
his point was that because we've defined something and we appeal to a standard, he was saying that that's circular reasoning. And I said, no, that's just identifying things and building off of a good foundation. That's the premise of logic. Now, if you're going to say logically, using logic is circular reasoning, then I don't know what else you'd be able to do.
I just want to know why the Catholics have adopted the entire Big Bang Theory when it goes totally against what the Bible says.
The Bible is not specific enough to say that. The Bible is so ambiguous and so allegorical that we can't say it does or does not talk about the Big Bang. I mean, it's so flighty and fairy tale-ish. You can say, "Oh, God thought something," and that's the Big Bang.
Right. I get it. You don't like it, therefore you don't believe it. I understand that. But it can still be
It has
used
no
as a
utility
standard
in the
from which
world.
things can be known.
What can be known by looking at the Bible?
You can learn a lot about where you come from. You can learn about cosmology. You can learn how to behave. You can learn a lot about it. There's plenty of stories that are really relatable in it. And if that's not
So
useful,
why
why would
doesn't
you
the
use anything as a terms of guidance? Like,
so if I wanted to land a spacecraft on Mars, I would go to the Bible to figure out how to do it?
I bet you if we did a survey,
no, that's see, there you go. If I wanted to do like that's you can't you got to use the right tool for what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah,
So
it's
not
kind of
the
like
Bible.
if we did a survey to see out of ballers and flat earthers and anyone in particular, anyone across the board, what type of people meditate? And I bet you ballers don't meditate.
Hey, Nerfer, if I wanted to pick my favorite color, how is the metric system going to help me determine that?
The metric system is irrelevant to your favorite color because that's a subjective
Exactly,
bias.
just like the spaceship is irrelevant to the Bible. There you go.
Right, because the Bible has nothing to do with the real world.
Just
Spaceships
like
do.
the metric system's got nothing to do with picking my favorite color.
Right, because it's a completely different topic.
Atheist is the same as racist.
Well, I don't know about that. They are pretty similar, though, in many ways. Nerfer, do you think there is do you think that truth is objective?
For most things, yes. Like, for example, I can determine whether or not something is 1 inch long. I can find if that is a truthful statement or not. Within the margin of error of measurement, I can determine if something has a mass of 1 kilogram. Right? That's easy to determine truth. Other things like how many people built the pyramids. It's hard to determine the truth of any statement about that.
Absolutely, because we can't rebuild that today.
Oh, sure we could.
But we didn't.
Right. Instead, we sent stuff to Mars and outside the solar system. Why would we bother messing around with something that was done 3,000 years ago?
Exactly, you can do anything with CGI.
Not send stuff outside the solar system. That takes a physical object and spacecraft.
It does physically CGI.
No, CGI would be relegated to like a computer screen, but sending a spacecraft outside the solar system requires a real rocket and a real spacecraft.
But you've only seen outer space, and you've only seen outer space on a computer screen, though. You've never seen it firsthand. So
what?
Right.
You've only seen the top of Mount Everest on a computer
But so
screen.
what? Okay. So your entire argument was
My great uncle is Sir Edmund Hillary, and I'm sorry, he went to the top of Mount Everest.
Supposedly. How would he prove it to you, though?
Well, proof's only in math, right? Proof's only in math, though.
I guess you have to check my genes to make sure I'm telling the truth.
No, that's irrelevant to his story about going to the top of Mount Everest.
No,
Why do you believe him?
To see if he is my great uncle or not.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking if he went to the top of Mount Everest.
What is up there?
At the top of Mount Everest?
New Zealand flag.
I think there's a lot of flags up there. A lot of shit. There's an American flag on the moon, too.
Yeah,
I've never seen it. How did you see the American flag on the moon?
The same way that this guy saw the New Zealand flag, yes.
Interesting. So you heard a story and you believed it?
The same way this guy is hearing just a story.
Well, this guy sort of sounds like you when you heard a story and you believe it. You didn't validate it.
You're telling me my great uncle did not live on this earth.
No, I wouldn't say that. I have no reason to doubt that.
I could show you a photo of him and me, and we look identical. Does that mean?
Yeah.
Carlos, I think you're one of the most misunderstood people on the server.
I think so too.
And I'm not saying I understand you. I'm just saying most people probably don't understand your line of reasoning that well. You're pretty ambiguous.
Yeah, that's nice. It's a good place to be.
So, Nerfer, you saw a picture of an American flag on the moon and you believed it?
No, I saw the video. I saw the hardware. I talked to the astronauts. I met Buzz Aldrin myself.
Did you get his autograph?
The moon rocks that came back.
Was he floating when you met him? When you met him, was he just floating there?
Was he floating?
If I met Buzz Aldrin, I'd punch him in the face.
Why?
Because he's an asshole.
Why? Why do you say that?
Well, Buzz Aldrin's punched people in the face, so right?
Sure. Someone was harassing him.
As Santos Bonacci would say, he's a liar.
Sure, if you start with a presupposition, you might fool yourself into thinking you have a reason to punch him.
Would you bear his children?
No, that's scientifically impossible.
Hey, did you know he was a Freemason, Nerfer? Do you know Buzz Aldrin's
no
a
evidence
Freemason?
There's no evidence of
He's
Freemasons.
got a ring on.
So what? I wear a ring.
Do you wear a Freemason ring? Just
there's no such thing as Freemasons.
There's no such thing as Freemasons.
Yeah, can you prove that there's such a thing as Freemasons? Don't use pictures, because that's just a story.
I'm not saying it's true or not. I'm just saying that there's evidence that suggests it.
No, that's not what you said. You said he is a Freemason. You didn't say, I think
I
he's a
said, did you
Freemason because of
hear?
the evidence.
Have you heard? Did you know?
Have I heard what? This thing that you think is true?
I'm telling you a story. I'm saying there's evidence that would suggest that he is.
I don't give a shit about a group of people that lay bricks. Like, what does that have to do with spaceflight?
I don't know. I thought I was curious that he would wear a ring that would signify his connection with such group.
With a profession that's necessary and built all the structures of society? Yes, that's amazing. Have you ever done mason work? Do you know how difficult it is?
Laying bricks?
Yeah. It's an art form.
It's not really that difficult, is it?
Yeah,
Have you ever done it?
It's pretty
Yeah, I've laid
difficult
bricks.
to build. It's pretty difficult to build a building and have the window panes halfway up a footpath, and the rest of them are 2 stories under the mud.
I would agree with that. Not sure what you're getting at, though.
Talking about buildings that are mud flooded.
It's unfortunate. I feel bad for those people.
You go to any major city in the world and you can see mud flooded buildings everywhere.
New York City?
How do you explain those buildings?
LA?
How do you
Chicago?
explain the buildings which have window panes that are halfway up a footpath?
I really can't even see one. Sorry.
Everywhere, every city in the world, especially Glasgow, St. Petersburg.
Okay. New York City? I
Yep.
kind of doubt it. Really?
Yep.
Can you show me a picture of one?
It'd be pretty sad if you're an architect, you're going to design a building with basements in a place that snows really hard. You know, you're not going to be able to get out of your building in a hurry.
Well, Europe does have older building technology before we figured out things that handle weather. Like, why are the roofs so steep in heavily snowed areas? So, Sin, you don't hang
So
out on...
so the snow doesn't build up and put a lot of weight on the roof.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeremy, you're right.
I'm
Good job.
always right.
Yeah, well, not really. Sorry to let you know.
Yeah, of course, you have cities in America where they have buildings which are just like, 10 stories tall or 22 stories tall, and they have flat roofs. But we're talking about the basement here. We're not talking about the roof. We're talking about the snow that falls on the ground. Why would you be an architect? Logically, why would you make a basement that has stairs going down in a place that snows? And then why would you have window panes which are halfway up a footpath? It doesn't make any sense.
I
think
what you mean by halfway
Yeah, what do you
up a
mean by
footpath.
window panes halfway
Have you
up a
not heard?
footpath?
Have you not heard of the mud flood?
Oh,
I've heard of the mud blood. Harry Potter?
Oh my God!
No.
I think you're talking about Harry Potter.
Okay, so do I have to explain the whole mud flood theory?
No, you're just saying that, things flooded and then, they're under the
muddy.
mud, right? Yeah, and then the mud crusted into dirt. There you go. Is that what you're saying?
No, there's been places that have been found. They've been doing roadworks and they've dug up 2 stories under the ground to replace the facilities under the ground and under the road, and they found multiple stories of the building adjacent to the footpath, which have doors and windows buried 2 stories under the ground. Something happened in our past. Something
landslide.
Well, my theory is, of course, is that it's volcanic ash that came down. It wasn't a mud flood, but yeah, it's just the term that people use for this phenomenon.
It's fascinating.
It is.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that, Carlos. You really piqued my interest.
Well, I hope so, because the you could look at channels like Autodidactic or what's his name, Beagle.
Paige? Are you talking about Paige?
Oh God!
No, I'm not.
Don't send anyone to that channel.
I'm not talking about Page. Mud flooding with Beagle, Autodidactic. It could rattle off quite a few channels, but the theory is that there's something happened in our past that.
Yeah, lots of things happened in our past, like the moon landing. Historic moments. Circumnavigation of the globe.
So you
Historic
sent a
moment.
satellite up into low Earth orbit, didn't you?
That's right.
You said?
Yeah, you want to know more about it? What else you want to know?
Well, from my understanding, there's a certain altitude you can get to where the physics are different than they are on Earth, right? Things start to float, right?
I wouldn't call that different physics.
Well, I know you wouldn't, but from my understanding, they have a lot of satellites that go up into the ionosphere and their batteries get fried. They can't use radio communication. There's too much signal noise. How would you surpass and break through to the other side?
Well, first of all, your research is incomplete. They're not in
No,
the
it's
ionosphere.
the image satellite. The image satellite lost communication and their battery fried when they tried to go through the ionosphere.
No, that was because of a solar flare.
Well, so the story goes, right?
Well, that's exactly what you're repeating.
Why did
Why
you
do you think
stop
the
at low Earth
ionosphere
orbit?
exists?
Well, hold on. Why did you stop at low Earth orbit?
Because that was where the mission takes place. That's
Did
like
you
saying,
not
why
have
do you
enough
stop when you get
mass?
to Disney World?
Well, why do you limit yourself? If you could send a satellite into low Earth orbit, what's stopping you from sending it, around Mars or something?
Physics.
You don't have enough math to do it?
No, that's not physics. Math is not physics, sorry. I said physics. And you just replaced it with a different word.
I don't think physics.
So physics didn't allow you to send things around Mars?
I don't think
exactly.
I don't think physics can.
Okay, cool.
I don't think physics can extend outside of this atmosphere.
Well, that's an interesting thought, but it's proven wrong all the time. Sorry. I don't know what else to tell you.
Tell me one place physics has been helpful outside of this atmosphere.
Going to the moon.
Yeah, how was that helpful?
It was helpful because we knew how to do it because of our understanding of physics.
Okay, so you believe we went to the moon, right?
Yes. Same reason you believe that your uncle went to the top of Mount Everest.
Right, and you don't believe that, right?
No, I have no reason to doubt that. He could be bullshitting. I don't know him, but if he had pictures from the top, yeah, I believe it.
And who was first, the Wright brothers or Richard Pierce, to have powered flight?
Powered flight?
Yeah.
Boy, I don't even know who Richard Pierce is.
He's the first person to have powered flight before the Wright brothers.
I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm not gonna take your word for it.
Richard Pierce.
Pierce?
New Zealander.
Also, look up Gustav Whitehead. He's another guy too that there's claims he flew before the Wright brothers.
Yeah, you've got the French and you've got the New Zealanders, but basically at the end of the day, the New Zealanders were first to the top of the world, the first to fly, the first to invent the atomic bomb, What else did we do? We invented fucking atomic tsunamis, split the atom.
Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Oh, no. Dates and cheese.
Sliced bread.
Hold on, you said an atomic tsunami? What is an atomic tsunami?
Yeah, no, that's when they were first experimenting on the coast. I think it was up in the far north of New Zealand. They were experimenting to develop the atomic bomb, and they were detonating these weapons underneath the ocean, and they were causing tsunamis. That's
Yeah.
That's what happened when they first were experimenting with splitting.
Carlos, have you ever looked into the Galen Windsor? Have you ever heard about that dude?
Yeah.
He says nuclear energy isn't what they say it is. They say it's a lot of bureaucracy and misinfo. And he's a pretty credible guy. He like set up a lot of he was like designed the blueprints for designing a lot of facilities in the US.
Yeah, follow the money, man.
I can guarantee you
follow
that
the money.
nuclear energy
Hold on,
works the way
Gambino.
it's stated in
Hold
the
on,
books.
hold on again a second, Gambino. Thanks. I know you heard me talking just now and just rambled through it. Speaking of following the money, did you see the Pandora Papers that got released?
No, I've never even heard of that. What's that?
It's supposed to be this huge document that has all the elites and where they're putting their money and shit, and just tons of dirt financially on them.
Was that WikiLeaks or?
What's up?
Oh, I think I've heard of that. It's like the tax haven. It kind of.
No, it just came out. It was like
that.
it was like some release thing. Like I don't know. I didn't even read it. It's supposed to be a 12 million page document or something crazy. Like they're combing through it now still, like journalists, newspapers, shit like that.
Are you talking about Panama Papers or something else?
Oh, is it Panama Papers? The ones that just
came out
happened
years ago.
So what's
No.
Jeremy? What's the biggest revelation through those so far as we know?
Oh, I don't know. That's why I was asking. No, it's called Pandora's Papers: 4 Takeaways from Massive Leak of World Leaders' Finances. It's called Pandora Papers. They just came out.
Well, I
Yeah, we
remember
need
when they
financial
had the
reform.
I remember when they had the WikiLeaks thing. They were telling people that it's actually illegal, and it's like a federal offense of espionage or something to even access WikiLeaks because it was like Homeland Security issue, and it wasn't supposed to be revealed or something.
Nice. Tell them to go fuck themselves.
I'm not going to tell my government to go fuck themselves. No.
I will. And I get paid by the government.
I'm a patriot, bro.
So you're not an American then, are you?
I love my country and I don't care who knows.
Are you an American?
Who, me?
1, 2. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
You don't sound like one.
Sound like you're from Canada or some shit.
Yeah, you're probably from Canada or something. Because you trust in your government, right?
Does he?
That's
Well, I don't want to
anti-American.
go against him, man. Why would I want to be on the other side?
Because that's what a patriot might be like, right? So
Government
you're basically, so you're not really an American. Just, you know what I mean?
Well, I think the U.S. is probably the most advanced communist country to ever exist. And I think they did it based on globalist policy.
No, they
and
did
we've
it by
achieved a
cucks
lot.
like you moving here and pretending to be a patriot, right?
I was born here in D.C.
Yeah, right. Oh, in D.C. So you are part of the
Yeah.
federal government.
Well, technically, DC
so wait a minute.
isn't.
You're right. So you're like someone who reiterates whatever the government tells you to say.
Hey, some of the best music came
Well,
out of DC.
The government says don't trust them. Trust God only.
Right.
So
And
I
so
mean,
you're anti-American with your rhetoric you're spitting right now, which would actually be the
What's anti-American about supporting my government?
well.
They say
Aren't we
don't
supposed
to.
to? Well, you didn't say you support your government. You said you wouldn't talk back to your government, right?
No, I said I support
You
it,
said
and
you
I don't
wouldn't.
care
You
who
said
knows
you
about
wouldn't
it.
tell the government to go fuck themselves, right?
Yeah, but which
If I
So
was
that's hold
breaking the
on.
law,
No. So that's the most un-American, pussificated fucking thing I've ever heard anyone say.
no, no, no.
Pussified the
There's
whole
a law.
generation.
You know what I'm saying? So you're the reason.
Hold on,
supposed
hold
to-
on. You're
What?
misrepresenting me. I said
You said that.
It's a federal offense. If it's a federal offense to obtain documents that aren't supposed to be revealed to the public, that's that's Homeland Security.
And didn't you
That's
say
an
that they were?
espionage.
Didn't you say it actually wasn't?
No, I said I heard that WikiLeaks, if you access the files that they revealed, that could be a criminal offense.
Do you believe that?
I believe that I heard it.
I believe it. There you go. I mean, fair enough. But I'd say, just because they tell you that it could be an offense, you'd have to be a pussy to think that it was because they said it could. They didn't say it is, right?
Well, I'm not going to take up arms against my government.
So you're definitely not an American.
Well, I know it happened with people that tried to do that. You know what I mean? So maybe by utilizing the system.
So you've looked at history and you've decided
you can
that
utilize
you can't
the
fucking,
system.
you don't have the gumption to stand up for your own rights. Is that what you're saying?
Well, my rights are protected by the government that issued my rights.
But you can't look at a Wikipedia document because you're scared of the government's going to come and get you.
Well, if the government said, you can't look at such and such pornography, I would abide by those rules. And I wouldn't say
what about
I'm going
your
to
own
rebel
moral?
against my
Well,
government
hold on.
by
So you
disobeying.
wouldn't look. Hold on. So you want to look at it, but you're not going to look at it because somebody tells you to, not because it's morally decrepit.
Well, I think
Nothing wrong with
Americans
pornography.
have
Give me a break.
standards.
He's
and their
talking about certain
standards are
types,
based
dude.
in law.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah,
well, there's
Giggles.
some.
The federal government used to outlaw pornography. There's a federal offense.
They also used to outlaw alcohol.
Yeah, so this way you don't trust anything they say. They'll tell you something's harmful.
And how the fuck do you think we got here? Because people said fuck the government, right? That's why you can have a beer. That's why you can enjoy anything in life. So if you're going to say, I'm not going to say anything because the government told me not to, that's the most Canadian fucking bullshit I've ever heard in my life, dude. It ain't American.
Well, I think we have different understandings of what American is.
Yeah, because you're a pussy, dude. Because you don't want to fucking stand up to
by
your
your
government when they
standards-
tell you, hold on. They told you not to look at a document because it might be a crime. And you said, I'm not going to look at it because I'm a fucking pussy, right? Basically.
Dude, he's trolling you.
I don't think I
calm
said
down.
that. And I think you're trying to gaslight me into saying something I would never say.
Oh, no,
But
I take umbrage with the idea.
there's
that you think you're a
reasons
fucking
why.
patriot. That's
There's
my only
reasons
issue.
why.
Just back off that
certain
crate,
things
that's
are
fine.
outlawed, right? There's reasons for laws, right?
Oh, I agree. I think we live in the
Yeah,
best
but
fucking
there's
system in the
supposed to
world.
be laws that all of the citizens agree with.
Well, that's Issa's saying that, if the government tells you not to break into a military facility, you're a pussy because you're just following what they tell you to do. So be a real
actually,
American.
What I'm saying, no.
and
My
do your own
morality,
thing, right?
my morality would stop me from doing something stupid. I don't need the government to tell me not to. That's the difference between me and you, is that you have no moral compass, so you're willing to fucking do anything so long as you want to look at porn that the government doesn't want you to look at. And somebody has to tell you not to look at it for you not to want to look at it. Whereas those of us out here have moral compass, the patriots, the real patriots, not you. They don't fucking do it because they have morality.
I think abortion is one of the key, the one that represents it the best. The government okays abortion, so people get a lot of abortions. They would do it otherwise anyway because of their moral compass. But as long as the government says it's okay, then that makes it morally okay somehow. It's ridiculous.
Are they the ones to decide what's right and wrong, though?
No, not they shouldn't be. It should be up to the individual's moral compass.
This guy, they are.
Yeah,
Well,
to
I
him.
think hold on.
Yeah,
This is unfair because The Bible says
a lot
very
of people
clearly
tend
that
to
God
decide
puts
what's
rulers
right
in
and
place.
wrong and what's allowable and not allowable by what's illegal and what's not illegal.
No shit. That's what we're
Which
dealing
is
with right
dumb.
here. Right. Is what we're dealing with is somebody who has no moral compass, who believes everything the government tells them, won't even look at a document because it might be a fucking whatever. And that's why that's why we had to suffer under tyranny and couldn't have a drink of alcohol because of people like you that just go along with the shit. You probably got the vaccine too. And you're probably trying to get everyone else to get the vaccine just like a
I think
bitch
you're
ass.
spiraling a little bit.
Well, that specific
I'm having a
story
great
about
moment.
WikiLeaks
And
one thing,
WikiLeaks is some information.
Am I wrong?
Hang on, Novak's talk, please. Use other examples.
Yeah,
Well,
so the
for
WikiLeaks
one,
thing,
no, I didn't
right?
get
So
anything
the
like
WikiLeaks
that.
thing, I mean, for them to tell you not to read it, it's part of their propaganda because they don't want you to hear about the dodgy fucking shit that they're up to. I mean, you've got to know that that's why they don't want you looking at it.
How about this one, Sin? Like George Carlin went to jail. He got arrested for saying 7 words. Can you think of 7 words that if you just say these words, they'll make a federal case out of it. At the same time, they're also telling you they're going to the moon for world peace. They're telling you if you say words, just say them, nothing else.
Yeah, just
Federal
like
offense.
YouTube can say we're not going to allow things on our platform. Is it rebellious to go against them as a patriotic fucking morality kind of thing, or is it like you can utilize the rules and navigate within the system perfectly fine?
I agree 100%. My thing is that you're on Team Kamala Harris right now, right? You're like, we're gonna look at the moon with our own eyes.
I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Well, yo, oh my god. Well, it's funny, trust me.
Horrible
Look
Harris
at the moon with our own eyes. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Kamala Harris, right? Just came out with this
Yeah.
video saying, and she looks so cringe, bro. I'm just busting chops. But she came out looking so cringe, and she's so retarded, and she's like, you're going to look at the moon with your own eyes. It's so fucking hilarious.
I haven't seen this. What's the
Oh,
context?
dude, look it up right now. It's hilarious.
Okay.
Kamala Harris locked up people through like a school to prison pipeline for marijuana.
Yeah, and then joked about listening to Snoop Dogg when the album wasn't even out. Fucking dumb bitch.
Yeah, and then they asked her, well, what about you? Do you enjoy your weed? And she just starts giggling, like Mr. Giggles. A perfect example of just blind stupidity. All they can do is sit there.
Yo, you're on Team Kamala right now, Flat Nerf. Just so you know.
Am I?
Yeah,
Oh,
dude.
am I?
Hard body. Well, we went to the moon.
How do you know
right?
that?
Do you think we went to the moon?
Yeah.
All right,
Of
so you're
course.
like Team Kamala Harris.
What does Kamala Harris have to do with that? She wasn't even
Well,
like.
you might want to
was she
fucking
even
figure it
born
out.
back then?
We're now allies in this struggle. I didn't know
Right,
how
you
we
guys
got
are
here.
allies. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to get to. Dude. You need to be friends on Facebook and everything.
I still don't understand the connection between the current vice president and something.
Oh
from
my God,
1969.
because you're unaware of current events. The thing is that she just came out with a video like yesterday, and forgive me for being rude, where she's like makes this cringe fucking. She's with a bunch of kids talking about space exploration and how that we're going to be the next generation to go to space and how she loves exploring, and it looks and just sounds retarded.
Oh yeah, look at she wants to propose a scavenger
I don't
hunt
care.
for the moon.
You guys know a
Posted
lot
2
about
days
these
ago.
people. I don't know anything about her.
Well, that's because you're misinformed, and that's why you think we went to the moon.
Why do you think it's essential that I know about this person on TV?
Well, I'm not, she's the vice president. I thought you lived in fucking DC, dude. You don't even know you don't even know
No, I
your
said
own
I was
neighbors.
born there.
Listen,
I don't
right.
live there.
Well, then you're
That's
not
what
up
you
to
said.
speed in your own fucking hometown, are you?
I don't watch TV, bro.
Aren't you a fucking dude? Well, I'll tell you what, you're not
all
helping
these-
anybody by remaining stupid, just so you know.
But all these
Do you think
politicians
I'm
do, all
intelligent
you're
if I
talking
watch
about
Fox
is this
News, bro?
silly political theater that they put on and that the media puts out for everyone. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're commenting on it. That's why it's funny. That's why it's even funnier that I'm putting this kid on team fucking Kamala Harris, but none of you are smart enough to get the fucking joke. I'm just joking around, you know. Hey,
But it's become to the point where it's not even funny. It's just fucking really sad. Like I mean, you got Joe Biden as the fucking president, this senile man who has to feel up every little child that comes along, and he can't string a sentence together properly, and it's just amazing. It's just amazing.
We hear this in the article. It's funny because the Team Camara, because she's proposing a $1.5 billion increase. This will 6.2. How much does that raise it by? If they raise the budget by 1.5 billion, how much do they go up, Giggles?
Well, let's see. That's
1.5
that's less than
billion.
10%. That's like 5%.
No,
That's 5% of their budget.
1.5. It went up by 1.5 billion. How much did it go
That's
up
5%
by?
of 5%
No,
of NASA's budget.
1.5 billion.
Yeah,
It went up
5%
by
of NASA's budget.
1.5 billion. How much did it go up by?
5% of their budget.
Okay, that's the wrong answer. It's 1.5
No,
billion.
that's right.
Yeah, so if you have multiple
1.5
choice, true or
billion.
false, Kamala Harris is proposing to raise the budget by 1.5 billion. True or false?
For which agency?
For NASA.
In dollars?
Yeah, 1.5 billion increase.
$billion.
Dollars. 1.5
Oh, okay.
billion dollars increase.
Yeah, yes, that's true. It's 5% of NASA's budget.
No, that's not percentage. That's 1.5 billion dollars. Has nothing to do
Yes,
with
but I can
percentage.
also express it as a
Not
yeah, it
like
does.
20-something%.
No, NASA's budget
he's
is
not even
20
doing
billion a year.
24.7 billion.
Oh shit!
Nothing legit would cost that much. Not one thing. You can't find one other thing legit. Like the FBI costs like 6 billion. And the riddle be that. All
Wait,
other
their
space
budget
Jesus,
is into
dude.
the 20 billions now.
Do you understand how small that even the 20 billion is for amongst all the agencies of the government? Why aren't you like skeptical of what everything is going for in DoD?
That is the dumbest argument that
See,
you
it
could
shows
make
Yeah.
right
he's
here.
uneducated. He doesn't get
is.
it.
It is. You're trying to put it into a percentage, which it seems like a small number, and glazing over the fact of how many billions it is. It's a lot.
Sure.
They
So what?
rely on people
Yeah.
not really
So now your
comprehending
argument
how
is
much
so what?
money that
You're
is.
agreeing that it's a lot, right?
It's
So not
not a
so
lot
small.
compared to the whole federal budget, but it's a
Which
lot of money to
yeah, but we're
invest
not
in a space
comparing it to
program.
the whole. You're the only one doing that.
Why are you focusing on the space program if you're concerned about federal spending?
We're comparing it to other federal spending and showing how just extremely large it is compared, right?
Well,
To like
You
he
haven't done
just
that yet.
compared it.
Didn't
He
they
just
increase
compared
the
it to the
defense
FBI.
budget by 20? They increased the defense budget by $24 billion more than they were asking for
Yeah,
just
That's a
this
numerator.
last year.
But that's a
Can I compare
numerator.
it to my? Can I compare it to my annual? Can I compare it to my annual household budget? Like what can
Yeah,
we
you
compare
can
it
do
to?
that and make it look really big, right? Or you can compare it to
No,
the
because it's
in-debt
not part of
Social
your federal.
Security,
It's part of the
you know,
federal
and,
budget.
and wonder why we're in debt. Why each state is almost in bankruptcy. We can
It's not
compare it
because
to
of
that.
NASA.
Yeah,
Right.
all because of NASA.
Right. Yeah, it has nothing to do with NASA, who's taking this enormous amount of money out of the budget.
And yo,
Although it's
what would
only
this guy? Hey, but hold on. What would
Right.
this guy know
Good
anything
point,
about
brother.
politics or money or anything? He doesn't even watch TV. Doesn't even know who the vice president does. Dude, you know what I mean? Like
You're talking about someone else.
I'm
You're
talking
talking about
about.
Sin now,
I'm talking about who?
not me.
Oh, forgive me, whoever that was. But like the idea being that,
Yeah.
like, do you watch TV and pay? Do you know who Kamala Harris is?
The
Is that
current
directed to
excuse,
me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay, cool.
the current excuse is the lunar missions being delayed because of space suits. The space suits are non-feasible. Didn't they claim they had a spacesuit like 60 years ago? What's wrong with that suit?
Shouldn't NASA's budget be going down with all the independent space agencies that are doing most of the work now, the heavy lifting?
It's going up as the Department of Defense goes up.
I
But
know,
they
but
always-
shouldn't it be going down?
That was
You
only
said
a
what?
small part of what NASA did. The launch
Oh, really?
services, paying for launch
Small
services was a
percent
small
of the
part.
small percent, right?
Why are you interrupting?
I think your argument is a joke, man. I think everyone sees
Well,
it.
I think you're misinformed, and I know what I'm talking about, and you don't.
Am I?
Yeah.
So you don't think their budget, if part of their percentage, which you agreed was a small percent, but you did agree was a percentage of their budget, is heavy lifting, and all that is being taken off of them, shouldn't their budget overall go down?
Unless the Science Mission Directorate and Space Technology Mission Directorate are doing more.
Or are they?
Yeah.
It seems like they're doing less, right? Less people on the ISS, less Americans there.
That's not
They're
part of the
not
Science
building.
Mission Directorate.
Hang on, now you're cutting me off. They're not building or adding on to it. They're talking about disengaging, like letting it go away.
And how many
building
planetary
it
science
up.
missions are going on right now?
Zero.
How much does it cost, right? Why is the budget increasing? They're doing the same amount or less.
That is a very grossly misinformed opinion.
Okay,
Do you
so
understand how
inform
many
me.
other mission directorates?
Inform
Sure.
me.
Do you know? Okay. Well, stop interrupting then. After you say inform me, you have to stop
Being a
talking.
snowflake and carry on.
I'm not going to talk to you if you're going to be
Okay,
belligerent.
go on mute then. Talk to you later. We know about all the other agencies. We know about their undersea exploration. We know about them discovering certain things using our.
Like what?
I thought you wasn't going to engage with me. So
What kind
so
of
now you're choosing
discoveries
to
are you
interrupt
talking
me
about?
as the reason you stopped engaging with me because I was interrupting you. I get it.
Oh, stop being such a
I
snowflake.
understand. I understand, man. But we do
Stop being
know
such a
that we can
snowflake that can't
openly, it's
articulate
public
anything.
record what they're doing, right?
Like
Right?
landing
It's
on the moon,
public
yes.
record. Do you want to
landing on the
engage
moon.
now?
Landing on the moon is public record. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, that was whatever that money's gone, right? We're talking about today's budget, why it's increasing. What are they doing now besides some really cool undersea exploration?
Weapons.
Right.
They don't do any weapons. No.
Yeah, that's
There's
all
no
Okay,
weapons.
go ahead.
There's no undersea exploration.
Go ahead. We're opening the floor to you. Tell us the really cool stuff that is adding to their budget. Go ahead. Now you're not going to engage. Yeah, that's what I thought. Their budget is just what they can get away with. What it looks like to me. I'm not saying they don't.
Well done, Ricky. This is the thing. It shows that he doesn't know math at all. You tell him the budget goes up by 1.5 billion. How high did the budget go up? How much did it go up? Oh, 5%. Dude, that's not a number. That's just like blurring a percentage point.
Well, how are you going to stop them?
Father Time will stop them. Father is going to
Yo, stop them from doing what? They're not doing anything except
Yeah.
robbing someone like yourself that believes it.
Father Time's going to stop it because this
Well, you
level.
Forgive me one second. What I think, speaking of Father Time, is what's going to happen is over time, enough people are going to figure out that what's going on is bullshit, and they're not going to be down with it anymore. It's kind of like, like a couple years ago, like, hate to bring up mainstream shit, but it's like Chappelle came out with this thing and everyone's trying to cancel him right now. A little while back, that might have worked. But right now, everyone's like, dude, we don't give a fuck that you're offended. We don't care about your feelings. And we're not going to give you this fucking money anymore. That's what's going to happen.
I'm saying that.
Well,
Father Time.
they're the ones that print it. Why can't they do with whatever? I mean,
Well, no, the point is that the people are going to have enough of this bullshit and like putting up with people like maybe yourself that go along with this bullshit that are
you
okay.
really want to straw man me, don't you?
Well,
You've been
hold
trying
on.
super
All
hard.
right, hold on now. Do you like the fact that NASA gets that money?
No, they're fake. That's why I don't vote. You probably voted.
No.
and
I'm
you're
talking
upset
about.
that the
I'm
country's
talking about.
going
Hold
down the
on.
drain.
Do you think we went to the moon?
No,
Okay. Are you a flat earther? Then why are we arguing?
I don't know.
Well, who was the person who said who did? We were going in earlier. I was going in. Was it with you? I think it was with
You
Nerf.
were going in on me. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, forgive me, dude. Yeah.
The only thing I said is that like the government is set up and they're going to do what they're going to do. And you can go against that, fine, but you can also accept that it's the way that it is and work within it. And
I agree with that.
I'm not going to overthrow the government, right?
Right.
So I don't even know why people would be talking about that. When
Well,
it
I get
happens, it happens. But
Yeah, but you get me into the whole thing of it already happened for me because government just means control of your own, control of the mind. And if
Yeah,
you have a,
but
go- if you have a, if you have a government, one second, brother.
that's why I encourage people to go and vote for that independent candidate, or run as a candidate, for fuck's sake. Just
No
don't
way.
choose one of the establishment fuckwits. And people get trapped into this idea that if they don't choose one of those two, that they're wasting their vote. But that's all part of the trick, to make you think that you can't just choose one of the other options, that we can
Here's
create
the
another
thing,
option,
is the semantics of it all to me is what's so important. Because the idea is that, when you control your own mind, right, then you're governing your own mind. Gubernale mente means controlling or governing of the mind. So if you control your own fucking mind, like for me, or whatever I would hope it to be, is like, I love my government. Because I'm
That's
the
what
fucking
I
government.
said.
Because I'm the fucking government, dude. So it's like, I love
Yes,
my
but
government. It's like,
there you go.
when we have, and that's the beauty of the system actually that we do live in under the IMF, admiralty law, all that shit. It's a beautiful system because you can actually discharge shit that normally you wouldn't be able to under common law. So, I mean, it's a beautiful system, I think, if we understood it. You know what I mean? Understood that if you classify yourself as a human being, you know what I mean, then you're a monster who doesn't get any rights. If you classify yourself as a United States citizen, well, you're not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. Those are facts. That's Maxwell v. Dow. That's case law. So it's like, boom. And once we understand that this is an inversion of government, like they make it seem like the federal government is stronger than the local government, which obviously isn't true because Colorado legalized pot when it was against the federal government's law. And then there's certain counties that don't let you sell pot. And then there's certain towns in those counties that do.
Let me ask you this, Isa. Did you vote? Are you an active voter?
My citizen voted.
Your citizen voted.
Yes. Hold on, I can't hear you.
Well, you're under the illusion that you can vote and affect change.
Well, I've often said this, bro. When was the last, listen, under the United States Code, U.S. citizens are employees of the United States. Therefore, I ask people, when was the last time you voted who the president of the corporation was at your job? You don't, and it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. So I agree with you 100%. Just because my citizen partakes in society doesn't necessarily mean that I lean it all on that. And like I said, my government, because I know my constitutional protections, handles my business very well.
You don't feel like, because I voted for Ron Paul in 2 elections, and afterwards I felt like I got conned. It was like watching NASA videos. You know
what, dude?
Sometimes it doesn't do anything for you after a while.
I went to a Ron Paul fucking convention one time, and I'll never forget it because it just felt so fake and weird.
Yeah.
And it felt like a fucking just anytime you look at politicians, it's just it's a little bit like, wow, this is really weird. And so and I grant you that, but I also think of it on the field of ideas. For the common whatever, I think that we do have a right to voice our opinion in the voting booth and on the streets and on the internet, and to be able to discuss these things openly. And that's the thing that's the difference. Even is that either it's you live by freedom of choice, or you live under somebody else's rule. And and some people are willing to just forgo all the thinking and hand over their responsibilities to somebody else for somebody else to think to, because it's just it's too complicated. I just can't do it. It's like if you go to work on a job, nobody wants to do the complicated part because nobody wants the responsibility. And when faced with the task, they're usually like, you know what, I'll just go do the humping, the groundwork, the whatever it may be. You know what I mean? They don't want to do the badass shit because that takes some fucking whatever. And I think that's the thing. The same thing with self-government. People would rather hand it over. But the point is,
well, that's why I feel like it's good to detach yourself from the whole show of it all. Like, I don't watch TV and I don't watch the news because I don't want to be told a story, because at the end of the day, unless someone's knocking on my door, it really doesn't affect me in my own life.
Right. I mean, that's why even to debate this shit, it's like I come here. I don't know anybody in my real world circle I can discuss any of this shit with. That's why, like, so intensely, right? And like the idea that you'd be able to, like, you know, express these ideas. Like, for me, when I found any of this shit, that was the coolest part of it. Was you found. So, like, what do you call it? The idea is that you find a bunch of people that you can discuss these ideas because they've read the same books you've read, or, you know, they understand that shit, which is so fucking dope. And you're right, though. I'm not out there in the street like, why haven't you read Nietzsche?
Yeah, I got one for you
Yeah,
guys.
exactly.
Here, so the federal government dropped 1.7 megatons of explosives on Cambodia because they were pissed at Vietnam after they said they went to the moon for peace. But Giggles would say, well, that's not very much because the federal government has like 100 megatons of explosives. They only dropped like 7%.
Yeah, that's if you got skin in the game and you really think that your voice has an impact on the greater society. When in reality, you know, you're competing with corporations that have a much bigger budget and influence than you will
You know
ever
what,
have.
though? Hold that. You know what, though, man? You know about Mr. Rogers? I always love this example. It's so good. Is that Mr. Rogers, right? You know, the TV show? Like, he was pitted up against G.I. Joe, the Transformers, and every other fucking war cartoon that was put out there, right? And he did shit like, this is how you tie your shoes. And he became the biggest fucking show ever, right? Like, you know what I mean? For kids and shit like that. Because he fucking just had a peaceful, quiet place where all the people came and they fucking hung out. And they fucking loved this TV show. And nobody saw it coming. And I think your words, my words, and everyone else's words out here, it's to some extent like a ripple effect. I mean, shit, I call it the echoes of cathexis. A lot of the arguments that you guys have gotten from Quantum Eraser came from my boy cathexis. You know, a lot of, I mean, so many of them. But, like, you know, it's just echoes of the, and, you know, and he did that years ago. Quantum Eraser, you know, came on years ago with us. I used to go around and bully all the ballers and shit. That's why, you know what I mean? Like, we used to fucking have it out with these people. But, you know, I think that, and those things I'd like to think, and those, like, your words, and that's why they have to be positive, is because they do have an effect. You know, and I don't know, man. I don't think that I used to look at it like, by entertaining these ideas well and communicating them well, right? You're like, we're reprogramming the collective consciousness of mankind. That's what we're doing right there. That's why I'm here. I think, anyway. Like, it does have an effect.
Yeah, but I don't think you're going to hear of the effect that we're having in any sort of mainstream, you know.
How about this, dude? Dude, the moon all of a sudden is in our atmosphere because of these flat Earth debates. I've talked with even some of the biggest heavy ball tards out there, whom I love and whatever. They fucking, you know, I said to them, hey, you know, you'd have to agree, flat earthers, like, are making these big corporations jump. They have to respond to our arguments of dark matter. You know, and, like, you know, even like big guy, you know, shit, like, you know, Jeranism, all those dudes questioning all this shit is, you know, despite all the shit that goes around it, the core of the issue is these questions are being asked, listened to, and thought about by the majority of people. And the only reason that we think we're helpless is because you think you're outnumbered, when in reality, you're not. They've just got you in this reality tunnel fucking thing where you think you're alone. And once you enter there, well, it's depression and medication and fucking you got anxiety and fucking, you know, and every other medical fucking piece of shit they want to bring down the line. You know what I mean? So, dude, no. Actually, what we're doing out here is great. Fucking love it. You know what I mean? Keep it up. But be positive. Don't be negative. Like, that's the baller's attitude, is that negativity. And that's that. I used to say, yo, like, you know, you know, that's that, like, it's that you still got global tendencies. when you're negative and shit like that, thinking, well, the sun's just gonna explode anyway. What does it matter? Like, you know what I mean? No, we're fucking, I'm flat earth. So in the sense, it's like, I'm godly, right? God said, he's going to bless and protect his people. No weapon formed against them shall prosper. You know what I mean? Fuck all that negative shit, man. I'm so sick of it.
What negative shit we talking about?
Shit like the idea that the idea that you're not going to shut down the government, that you can't say fuck the government, that you can't, that you can't do those things. Those are all negative positions. It's the position of like, I'll come in, like when I'm around people like that, and I just, I don't know. I don't think it's good.
Issa, they tried in the 60s to shut it all down. I mean, can you imagine? You think things are bad now? They used to round people up and be like, here's a pair of boots, of fatigues, and a rifle. Go shoot people in Asia. There were people, and then there's a high casualty rate for that.
Well, that's why my thing is the whole conditional acceptance. Where's the bill? Like, boom, boom, boom. We handle that. Like, fuck.
Yeah, a lot of people fled to Canada, and later on they got pardoned or amnesty for being a draft dodger. That could come back. Draft is still on the table. I mean, it was removed after Vietnam because of all the protests, but Carter just put it right back in the next year.
Yo, and they just had the that little vote about drafting women for the service. Anyway, forgive me, man, Sin. I don't mean to be whatever, but I feel like when I hear you speak, man, you're knowledgeable. A lot of you cats are fucking knowledgeable as hell. I learned so much. That's why I come here. You know what I mean? But I would say, if I'm coming here to find out interesting information, I'd imagine other people are. And I don't think, we're a rare breed. To even know about Discord, get the fuck out of here, dude. Half these fucking normies don't know shit about technology anyway.
Well, Issa, what I was saying originally was that I think the United States is turning into the most effective communist country that has ever existed. And I think they built that capability off of globalism and the mantra of, I don't know what you would call it, one world, order. But my Christian belief would suggest that this is a good sign. This is what was predicted, Take hope. The ruler of the world is Satan. And it's verified when I see it in reality. So,
right, but I often think it's like the mirror image of that is that you're the ruler, right? So are you just gonna, and that's why the old mystics, it's always been about fighting the troll, fighting the inner demon, that thing that tells you can't do it. That's what spirituality is about. It's about finding the courage to go through the wall that you think you can't get through. That's the whole fucking thing. And then we're a bunch of pussies who won't fucking pick up the sword to defend ourselves. And the rest of us have to fucking now carry the fucking weight of a bunch of people who won't defend themselves.
He said they have been slowly pussifying us over generations.
Dude.
You see it in every generation. Every time another generation hits, they get more and more
Dude, I
pussified.
mean, honestly, do you know how many times I hear fucking 30-year-old men talk about, I can't because my knee. Nigga, shut the fuck up, you pussy. And fucking, you know what I mean? I can't have back problems. I'm on medication. I'm on disability. You fucking pussy. Get a job. Go to work. Fucking work out. Your body knows how to heal itself. And fucking stand up for your rights. Learn what your rights are. Follow politics, not because of whatever, but like Socrates or Plato said, you may not take an interest in politics, but politics takes an interest in you. So you might just want to be aware of your surroundings. You know what I mean? And not like the problem is that's why they wanted to do eugenics, was to cull all these dim-witted fucking morons that the rest of us have to deal with. And the funniest part of it all is the biggest dead weight motherfuckers are out here talking about climate change. Oh God, the earth just can't sustain it. Nigga, you gotta go. Because you're the fat fuck who can't even walk to the store, you dumbass. And you can't even think. You think they landed on the moon with footage made in the 60s that's so easily fucking unbelievably put together with fucking duct tape and bad fucking execution. You know what I mean? Like, you believe that shit. And,
Nah,
and then
bro,
you take
listen,
then you
the
take
lunar lander.
Xanax. Then they take Xanax and fucking every other mood stabilizer. Then they fucking don't know what gender they are. Like, yuck, dude. You fucking people are disgusting.
Oh yeah, that's how pussified. Listen, first of all, the lunar lander was precision engineering. It's plain as day, and they've got us so fucked up now. Yeah, they got us so pussified that they're turning the men into women. That's how they want it. They don't want no masculinity, no nothing. They want us to all just be docile, keep putting fluoride in the water.
It's got that situational design to it because you basically just described Trump. His feet hurt, so he couldn't go to war that he supported.
Don't talk about my boy Trump now. Come on now.
Well, I'm saying, but it's funny though, right? Because they got you
Come to the
supporting
aid
someone.
as a white knight for my dude.
No, but you've got. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, ready? Not that you're right or wrong or you wasted your vote or whatever.
He's 70, bro.
Yeah, but at the time he wasn't 70. Okay.
Trump's out there grabbing pussies, bro. He ain't no
Fuck
punk.
right, dude. Banging supermodel. They were like, "How do you sleep at night knowing everyone all the COVID deaths?" He's like, "Naked with a supermodel, bitch." Love it.
But that's like this weird pussification that there isn't any need to risk anything. Other people they'll go to the war that he supports. He doesn't have to do anything. He's got some sort of situational design set up where.
See, but I think something weird's going on with that. Like, I honestly think like the interesting thing that gets me is that I know that there's capable men in our system, right? And I just don't think they'd be down for the pussification going too far. And I think Trump is just he's either a signal to some of us that fucking there's a bunch of people that are about to take out these clowns, or that fucking they understand, that they do that we all got tricked in accepting any politician. And I don't know yet how I feel about it, but I feel like something feels too weird. And there's always something in the background. You got the Durham report. I don't know. Everything's still open for me about Trump.
Well, they separated the left from the right to create this power dynamic.
Right, because because it's like you're separating the fucking rapist and fucking evil people from the people who are into not doing that and fucking having families and being normal. So yeah, there has to be a separation. There's always a divide of the good versus the evil. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think like if you're down for this fucking communist fucking shit show of UNism, you know what I mean? You're like a mind-controlled Care Bear, and me and the other Care Bears have to get together and shine the Care Bear love light on you, and then you're gonna be taken away out of the trance, and you're gonna come back to reality. That's how I see it.
I'm missing. You have George Bush go on national syndicated radio, State of the Union, or a joint session of Congress, and said he's completed his 5th objective. The New World Order's coming, and you're fucked. You can't do anything about it. I'm just
remember, everything is plan. This is why everything is commercial and why I don't shut the fuck up about that stuff. Because you've got to know, well, okay, where's the genuine accusatory charging instrument? You know what I mean? And now, granted, if they're going to throw you in a van and take you to the concentration camps anyway, there's like, first, if anything, if they get to you, is the idea that fucking, do you have any genuine accusatory charging instrument for my inspection? Because I want to see a judge. And if the rule of law still applies, then I'm still playing by the rule of law. If they dismantle the rule of law and they take away all that, which I don't see happening, then that's another story. And that's why Americans are fucking have always, understood that. That's why we still have fucking, boomsticks and shit where everyone else doesn't.
Well, they're slowly working it. They're trying to chip away at it. I mean, I don't know if you know what Cuomo did in New York a few years ago with the SAFE Act. They're constantly trying to bring the regulations down on guns little by little until, and with all the propaganda, you get people to want to turn the guns over. Like if you have people shouting in the streets, we need more gun control. You know Wayne Gracie or John, or who was the Gracie serial, the clown one, Gacy. He used to actually trick his victims into wanting the hand. He used to do this little trick with handcuffs, and the victims would be like, "Oh, let me try," and he would like trick the victims into wanting the handcuffs put on them. That's what they're doing to us. They're playing a trick on us, so we want the handcuffs on us.
Yeah, the bump stock. The bump stock was originally invented to help people with disabilities fire a rifle. And then in comes Trump. Oh, bump stocks are a weapon of terror. Banned. It's a federal offense if you try to bump stock your rifle. And you think this guy's about the Second Amendment? Like, he's about destroying it.
Well, see, I give politicians leeway to certain extents because they have to get elected, or they have to make the appearance of elections and concessions. But if you look at it, like what they also didn't do was they also, if I remember correctly, was I think they went after bump stocks, but they allowed like high capacity rounds or something like that.
Wasn't necessarily
You're robot.
Trump.
Ozzy, you have the worst internet connection ever. You were
Dude, it's
roboting
always like
yesterday.
this.
You're roboting today. You got 10 cans and a string as your fucking an internet service provider. You need to get some satellite internet or something, bro. Get the satellites. Gotta give it another shot, Fuzzy. You in a better spot now?
Got to move next to the window.
Well, do you
Open-
guys
oh,
think
yeah,
there's any
open-
point at which
open the
where
window.
the cops and the military people might actually step in and intervene? Like at what has to happen for them to like step in and stop the people that run the government from going too far?
Well, that's why they can
they're
never go.
all sworn to, right? Like they're sworn to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, even if they're domestic and they're in the government, then they have a responsibility to stop them, right?
Yeah, this is why they never go too far at once. They chip away and chisel away at stuff. They'll never go too far at once. They can't because of that.
I don't know, man. I'm under the impression that something's going down in the States with the military, and I think once there becomes that there's charges or whatever it is, like open charges against certain people in power, that's when I think that they'll have to maybe quote unquote overstep their bounds to adhere to the law.
Wasn't that Trump's thing that
yeah, I'm still on
there's
that
like
shit,
some internal conflict, but that could just be rhetoric that they're
I
using
agree.
to have you believe
Totally
it.
agree. I totally agree, bro. My only thing is
wonder
this.
about all the vets. I mean, how many vets are there? I mean, there must be so many that
They're just so calm and cool, bro. They're so reserved and relaxed, dude. They really are, and that's the thing is that they understand that. Like once you unplug that bottle, you know what I mean. Everyone who knows anything about political violence would understand that you can't really ever get it back in. So nobody wants to instigate that. Hopefully,
did they end up jailing that Marine that came out a couple of weeks ago and called for some justice for the higher ups, right? In that YouTube video that he posted, and it went viral. And I heard the other day that he got arrested. Is that right?
He's out now.
Oh, he's out?
He did get arrested, but he's out now.
Man, he's going to be a big story, hey, because I think he represents a shitload of people, hey, that are fucking, pissed off.
Just be aware this is exactly how they would do the misinformation campaign. So just be aware of that. Use your discernment.
Also, too,
Okay?
they said that he came
Why are you
out.
trashing the house? Thank you.
I heard. He came out and he trashed Trump and said he didn't want his backing, which again which pissed off a whole bunch of people that would have supported him. So it's really complicated,
Dude, that's what I thought about that NSA guy. Like that NSA
Might have an
guy.
open mic, Sinclair.
Oh, I think it's Jeremy.
It's
Oh, my
Jeremy.
hot micing?
Yeah.
Always.
I know.
Well, like, don't you think that those guys that they put out in the public as some sort of like heroes, you don't like the Snowden guy? I get such a CIA vibe from that dude. It's like I can't tell if this is legit shit or just psyop
He
shit.
wasn't he in some branch? They've been doing that Snowden shit though. They've been spying on all our phone calls, emails, faxes for decades, since the 70s at least, with Project Echelon, what it was called.
But Snowden is like he checks all the box of being a CIA like informant to the public. You know what I mean?
What
The
branch
thing
of
is, he's
government
had
was
to
he in?
live. He's had to live out like with consequences. You know.
That's the story they tell you, but he could be in a basement in Ohio living fat. You know what I mean? Like if you're doing an interview with Joe Rogan and you're on all these TV shows, you don't think that they're going to be able to find, like, I don't know. That's
Dude, I gotta stop you there.
What you're
I gotta
saying,
stop
like
you
it's
there.
possible,
You
but
mistalk.
you could doubt anything, man. Like it's
If he's
possible.
in a basement in
but-
Ohio, he's not living that. I promise.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, I just like yeah. I
The
mean,
Republican Party ground down the military with 20 years of endless back-to-back combat deployments. No one's coming out of the military thinking, what I want to do now is fight my government over bump stocks. They're like, fuck it, I'm done. You know, that's
I don't know.
enough.
I think you could be living fat in a basement in Ohio. Like if they were like, "Yo, we're gonna make a room and we'll bring anything you want into the room. You just can't leave." That's a good deal for a lot of people. Like if
well,
hookers
the
and cocaine
illusion,
is your
the
thing,
illusion that like, you know, okay, so let's think that Snowden is a CIA operative. What's the point? Well, the point of him to go out to these places is to tell people about how much control the government actually has. Oh, they're listening to everything. That's a power move. They're trying to get you to believe that. Now, Snowden is actively trying on every platform to convince you the government and Big Brother is looking into everything you're doing. You don't think that that's a weapon of control of the mind? That's got to
it's
be
true.
a psyop.
Yeah,
It is true, and they clearly didn't want that information to come out.
It's not true.
Yeah, there's
it's
a
an
book.
algorithm. It's a
There's a-
computer algorithm. It's not humans doing the data fucking mining.
Yeah, what's interesting is there's a book called By Way of Deception about this one. He was an Israeli Mossad guy. He came out, wrote a book. And he was saying how one of the things they had to do, because he would train CIA guys, he said, because they would get these clean cut, never had any violations, just the most clean cut people. And they'd be like, look, 95% of crime gets away with. Like they'd have to convince them that it was okay to teach them how to be a fucking criminal.
That's
People
what
are
I'm saying.
selling their
You know what I
fucking
mean? Because,
body.
but the point is,
the
like the
people-
dude's saying is that Snowden told everybody, "Oh, they're watching you. They think they're all powerful. They all seeing fucking government and shit." When in reality, maybe they're just clumsily, taking in data, and they're like, "I don't know what it means, Jim."
People are making snuff films and selling their fucking body parts. Like this world is severely fucked up.
Yeah, I think you could probably get away with a lot more than they want you to believe you can. But when you have Snowden saying, "Oh, dude, you don't even realize how much they know about all this and that," it's like, man, you sound like you're an agent of fear. You're the white
he's
guy
part of
on
the
TV.
psyops
Like this isn't
content,
some black
part of
dude.
the
Like
psyop.
he looks innocent, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys, I've seen CSI Miami. Okay, I think I know how it works.
Exactly.
Look, I'm an expert, bro. I've been online.
Yeah, we're all experts. If you're a human, you got the license. That's your green light. You're here.
Well, I just think that you got to choose what you want to believe. And if you fill your head with a lot of their narrative and their stories, you're probably going to end up believing half that shit because you talked yourself into buying into it, right?
That's it, bro. You're well ahead of the game. Young man with a fucking light bulb in his head. Well done.
There you go. Look into flat Earth.
Keep your candle lit, sin cleanser. Cleanse those sins. They're not your sins, bro. It's not your fault. Like in Good Will Hunting, it's not your fault.
Exactly. I didn't build this system. I just found myself living in it, you know?
That's it. It's
I only
hard.
have to answer for myself at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
Yeah,
well, all it takes for men of evil to conquer is for good men to do nothing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You had this conversation.
100%.
Well, there's a little truth in that. Yeah.
It's 100% truth.
Instruction manual. Did we get handed it? Some will say the Bible.
Like if you don't play, if we're playing a game,
Their
and you don't
instruction
even,
manual.
if we're playing
Right?
a game
That's
and you
their-
don't participate, I win.
Well, I can win by not playing that game too. I can play a different game.
Go ahead.
That's right.
Tell me. Play it.
Love your life.
If you play it alone, it doesn't do you any good.
Live well.
Everyone's
Because
playing a
all
game.
of the
Well, it
other
does.
fuckers
No,
allow
but
it to
no,
happen.
we're talking
Right?
about
Because
the
we've
game.
allowed this democracy
about the
thing
game
to, of
rigged.
course.
Is that Grim?
Hell yeah. What's up?
Fuck yeah,
Electric
dude.
University.
I saw you, I saw you in here. And I just was, I was like, is that fucking Grim? And I'm looking up and down. I can't see you. Right on,
Hey,
dude.
what's up?
Hell yeah, dude. I saw you
It's been
in
a
here.
long time, Issa.
Fucking
Grim,
right.
it's
dude.
Grim the Plasmoid Prince.
Fucking right, though. I'll tell you what, though. Grim, it's Grim the wreck of Normie to death. Grim right here, dude. This is my dude right here. You know,
Dude,
we
I've
made
known
this.
Issa for 6 years now.
Dude, we've been
man.
at it. We've tried to mute each other. We've tried everything. Fucking, dude, we've been through it all together, dude. I fucking love this guy right here. Fuck yeah.
Same.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Like,
Oh,
I'm
dude, I'll
lit-
never forget. Yo, hold on. The greatest line in fucking history. Oh my
The
god.
principal.
Oh my god, dude. I go like this. I was like, oh my god. I was like, have you ever seen The Principal? And he's like, what'd you say? You mean the one with Samuel?
Samuel L. Jackson.
Or no, it wasn't Samuel.
No.
Belushi, right?
No, it was it's Morgan
That-
Freeman. No, you were like, you mean the one with Morgan
Oh,
Freeman?
Jimmy
He was
Hendrix?
in one. He was in one.
Oh yeah, he
That
was.
shit was funny.
Oh, dude, that's Lean on Me. It's that one or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
You were like the president. You mean the one with Morgan Freeman? Oh, that's so. Or The Principal. That's what it was. It was like, have you seen The Principal? And you were
Yeah.
like, the one with Morgan Freeman. That shit was hilarious, dude.
It was right on time then.
Oh, that was so fucking funny, dude. That's the funniest shit ever. Good to see you
I
out
was
here,
just
dude.
thinking that. Why when I came in here, I didn't know you were in here though, but I was just thinking
That's
that. I was
funny.
like, I'm go see my favorite people online. Yeah, there they are.
Right on, man. Yeah, at least the flat earthers have been holding it down, man. Everyone else seemed to be like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Bro, we've been
Disappeared shit. I don't know.
we've been killing them, bro. Straight killing them.
Yeah. Evil Globers.
Well, most of us have been.
Well, it's not even that. It's just most people don't think outside of what they've been taught at all.
Why would you?
You know, and that's what we're up against, I would think.
That's
You know,
the ones that sucked up this narrative that we're dealing with right now. Sucked it right on up. Believed every inch of it.
That's it. I mean, that's, you know, I mean, if you're going to believe anybody at 100, whatever percent, you know what I mean?
Issa,
Like,
you were around then. You remember when I used to say, remember all these shows we're playing right now? The fucking the Strain and The Last Ship and all these different shows they were talking about the CDC getting ultimate control over governments and doing this and that. And I said, man, y'all get ready. Remember this? Get ready because the CDC is about to pull some bullshit. I don't know what it is exactly.
You were covering the whole VA argument.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I mean, dude, you and like probably Twit can just wreck anyone on fucking those issues. And you've been doing it for years. Fucking right, dude. Yeah, it's crazy. You can't even talk about it nowadays, dude.
I feel like I predicted it, and now I'm like,
living in
sad
it.
that I actually was right.
sad you manifested it, huh?
Yeah, I
Where's
think it
Timmy?
did.
Where's Timmy?
He's around.
Is he?
I've talked to him like a couple weeks ago. He's around. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken. But most people, no one knows which way this is all going. And that's why you got certain people in this discussion that have just bowed out of it because they're like, oh my God, the brown shirts are coming. You know what I mean? Like, right though? They've just been like, well, they're just gonna track me and know my opinion and oh my God, you're going anyway, dickhead.
Yeah.
First
well go
off,
kicking and
so you might as
screaming.
you're fucking damn right, dude, right?
Shit
Grim,
stained shirts.
you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're gonna be all up, like, well, they're just gonna find out me and they're gonna, brown shirts and
Well,
I
then
don't
you're
know,
the
dude.
enemy already.
You're right, dude. You're already. Then they won over you. You lost.
Yeah.
You're a loser. Get out of my way.
That's exactly what Jeremy was just saying. If the good men do nothing,
right,
then the evil men win. Yeah.
I'm evil.
Bro, that's not my quote, just so you guys know. Like, that's a very famous
yeah.
someone's
Oh, we're
quote.
gonna make inspirational memes with you. Is that like
It's
you
gonna be
quoted
Jeremy.
it?
People before a prophet.
Like live, laugh, love, Jeremy.
The principal, Jeremy.
Yeah. I tell the joke. Remember that time Jeremy said, "Oh, you're in for it now."
What would Jeremy do?
Very, very funny, guys. I know.
We were like, Jeremy once said, teach a man to fish, or give a man a fish.
Capricious and Jeremy say,
The art of war quotes by Jeremy. Yeah.
We'll make you famous, Jeremy.
No, that's okay.
No, that's Jeremy's line. I'll make you famous, Jeremy.
I'll make you. That's Jeremy. Yeah.
I'm a
I
big
get it
deal.
now. That's Merle for sure, though. I'm a big deal.
Yeah, it's
I
either
remember when you said that.
It's either Merle or Jeremy that said it, like at the end of the thing.
I remember when Merle actually said, "I'm a big deal." That was 4.5 years ago.
I'm a big deal. Right on.
What was funny about it is he was pissed and serious. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you were giving Del a hard time. That was good.
Yeah, I fucking
yeah.
I love that dude though. He's like rock solid. He hasn't wavered.
Yeah, is he still
Yeah, he's still doing it. He's got a son
Right on.
coming up in grime scene, Scottish grime scene, like dropping fire as well. So it's funny. Definitely war. Just didn't manifest with guns.
Yo, is shit going crazy down there in Australia?
Yeah. Like I can't work without you know what.
Yeah. I know. I mean, I heard they're like bugging out in the streets.
Yeah.
They need to harder.
Yeah. When the bikies come, that's when shit's gonna fucking really kick it here. But that might be a good thing. Like there was a weird thing in America. I think Rolling Stones did a gig at the end of the 60s and the Hells Angels came, like they were the security. Of course, it didn't end well. It was called Altamont Speedway. They did a big gig and the whole thing just went fucking very hectic. Alcohol, acid, Hells Angels. And it didn't end well. Someone got stabbed and all that. But it's just that kind of thing, like who's in charge? Who do we turn to? Where's the real army?
Well, I mean, if it was the Hell's Angels in Australia, I'll tell you who was in charge. The fucking Hell's Angels.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the part of I know a lot of Americans think we're like totally cocked because we haven't got our guns anymore. But like I assure you,
And you lost the
bikies
war to
run
birds. And you lost the war to birds. And birds are setting your country on fire. I heard there was something else about birds. You guys were getting fucked up by birds somehow.
Yeah, emus.
One thing I learned about a lot of these biker gangs, just by associating with a couple, doing some work for others, and just getting into, their philosophy. They're not anti-government. They're anti-don't F with me, right?
Mm.
So they take care of their own and they get a bad rap for that a lot because they have to break laws. But everyone is breaking laws every day because there's millions of them. You can't avoid them. They're just doing it more openly,
Well,
and they don't give a shit what you think about them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not to
To
mention
me,
those major
that's somewhat of
biker
a patriot.
talking about the Hell's Angels and the Outlaws. They run crank all over the country, so I mean, it's not like they're doing us any favors, dude.
No, I'm not saying there's not
That's
bad
their
apples
major
in every
gang.
group, right? Or they're
So
following,
that's what their
they're not
group
selling
is.
drugs.
That's what their
Yeah,
group is about, though. They're running
right.
drugs and holding a.
Oh, they
I'm
do
not
other stuff.
I'm not
They do
oblivious. They
security.
do other stuff. I'm just saying what their philosophy is on what we're talking about.
They do
Yeah.
Yeah, I
security
mean,
for
that's how they
concerts.
became who they are, though. That's how they became who they are, and people that are, having them do security for concerts and stuff are very irresponsible, obviously, because they're already at war with outlaws and Mongols or all different types of little biker gangs and shit, and it's like causing a provocation. It's provoking an incident when you have them there doing anything.
Yeah.
I
Fuck
kind of
them.
agreed with whoever said yesterday or day before about the police. Would you rather some snowflake policeman come around or some cranked out steroid, beefed up, go get them?
Wait, that is the cop, isn't it? That is the cop.
But that's what I'm saying. Who would you rather? So who would you rather, these biker gangs that are going to really protect when it comes push to shove? They're there, man.
All right,
I'm
let's
telling
pretend
you, they are
let's pretend
freaking there in force.
let's
Let's
pretend
start
some
protecting
rich
ourselves too.
let's pretend some rich trust fund kid just sexually
Batman.
molested your daughter or son. Who do you want to come in, the cop or the cranked out Hell's Angels dude? Like, I'm
I'd just
going with the
rather take
Hell's
care of it
Angels guy.
myself quietly, right?
Well, I'll go with them, but yeah, I mean, we can go take care of this right now, but I'm just saying, like, the cops, you get him in the system, and then the guy beats the rap because he gets a fucking $1 million lawyer or whatever,
A
It
thousand
goes back to
Holly.
the Indians, right? You called them savages, but really what they were doing was protecting what they thought, their belief systems and their way of life. They were willing to defend that to the death, right? So we called them savages. They're no different than what we're doing right now.
I mean, 2,000 Harley Davidsons, like the sound of it coming in the distance, that would, be enough to instill fear in a lot of people.
Yeah, 2,000 Harley Davidsons makes about the same amount of noise as one Black Hawk.
Yeah, I do agree with that, but you do need to realize, your National Guard, your sheriffs, and people like that are never as a whole. They may follow orders, but turning on the masses, when it comes push to shove, they're going against the politician. Most of them don't like politics, right? Don't like the politician. They're not going to follow their order, their laws. They're going to follow their orders up until a point.
They would go with
They
the
should
general population just on principle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's dope about the idea of understanding law is that you give that officer an out because you create the legal dilemma of where, wait a minute, if I do this, then I'm actually violating that. You know what I mean? Like, if I want to search your car, but you're saying it's a denial of equal protection, it's like, because most people just let them search. Or most people, you know what I mean? Like, most people just consent instead of making
A
a
lot of
counter
those cops
offer.
don't even know. Yeah. You
Yeah,
see
the
it
cops,
right there.
But
Right?
if you
the
give
A lot
cops
them
of
a
the
don't know
way
it's
cops
out,
don't even
illegal.
know. A lot of the cops don't even see the out because they don't know the law even.
Right?
They're
They
out
don't know
there
the
just,
law.
but that gets
yeah, they're
back.
like
But listen, though,
doctors that
that's what
aren't
gets.
scientists,
That's a good point. That's such a good point, actually. But that's the thing, though, is that's why you defer to the judge, and that's why the only common sense that's going to happen is going to be in front of the judge, most likely, and that's where that's where it doesn't matter that they didn't know the law, especially if you made an offer on the side of the street, you're completely in honor, and you're taking that same case to the judge, and you're saying, "Hey, look, blah 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 blah." Then the judge even thinks to yourself, "Wow, you're not some raging dickhead. this is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And they're willing to give you, and you're responsible. You're not saying that it didn't happen. You're right, Honor. I
Yep.
did have, I had 2 ounces in the trunk. You're right, Your Honor. However, he agreed that he was denying equal protection due process of law, and he failed to give me a genuine accusatory charging instrument. So therefore, I motioned to dismiss on the grounds that we can all forgive each other for our sins.
Before we move off,
Our
before we move
Right.
off from the police department,
Exactly.
it wasn't that long ago. I think it's like 10 years in my community. They're training everything. Everybody joined the police force mainly to serve and protect the community that they lived in. They no longer do that, right? They don't have serve and protect on their uniform or on their cars anymore, their logo or their mission statement. It's law enforcement. It's totally 180, 360, whatever you want to call
Well,
it.
I like
it's
that.
switched around.
I like that because it's contract enforcement. Law means contract. Contract means law. You can replace them and interchangeable. It actually help you understand things.
But the public still
Contract
thinks they're there to
enforcement.
serve and protect. So they're not gearing up against the police to fight the law enforcement part of it. They still think the police are there to serve and protect them. They're actually not. I'm not sure they ever
law.
were. I just think
I
that
think
was
they're enforcing commercial law, right?
Right.
Am I right?
And that's fucking right. And that's it. And I think they're there to, they are there to serve and protect in the sense that this is the first time in human history, I think. Maybe it is the second time. I don't know. We figured out the fucking, the stars. Anyway, but the idea that this is the first time that every common man can live like a king. And we all have the king's men. If someone's coming to your house or whatever, and if you're in a small town anyway, maybe you can call the cops and they're going to come real quick. Those are the king's men. They're the guards of the king's castle, right? You have a right to own property. Like you have a right to have, you know what I mean? Like you have the castle doctrine because it's your castle. Every man's home is his castle. And this is the first time in history that we get to live like 17th century kings because we have running water and fucking, and we have the king's men, which are the police and everything. The problem is that if they come and they're trying to violate things that they have no business. It's like this. It's like, they always give you the truth in the movies, right? And there's that movie, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and the fucking two of them are beating the shit out of each other in their own house, right? They've fucking smashed fucking everything in the fucking house. And the fucking police come to the door and they're like, what's going on? And they go, is there a problem here? And they go, nope, not a problem at all. And the people were like, okay, there's no problem. This is how these people behave. I have no jurisdiction. It's only when you say, yeah, he did this and said that. Well, then we're coming in. But if you fucking know that, hey, no matter what the place looks like, you can't tell me how I live in my own house. You can't tell this couple that they can't kick the crap. You know what I mean? If that's what they're doing in their own house and the neighbors called somebody, oh, it smells like pot. Excuse me, is there a problem here? No, what problem? You know what I mean? Like that, but that basic idea, they only get jurisdiction when there's a problem.
Well, there's been a shift here. I can only speak for Oz, this side. But the Popo, they're starting to go, well, listen, we're not listening to the GOV at the moment. We're being told to do things we're not really on board with. And now, so there's defectors. And that's a positive sign for us because at the moment it feels like us against the police and then the GOV.
Well, here's something what's cool is that like if you have someone who's you can tell, let's say, sympathetic, you know what I mean? When they say, well, have you had this? You might say, and why would I have that? Have a nice day, sir. Instead of going into the, oh, I'm not that, I do not consent. Now you're fucking in a war with somebody. But just, hey, why would I need that? Have a nice day. And that person might be like, good fucking answer and keep it moving because they don't even want to fuck with you. But if you get somebody who's going to be like, well, why would I do that? Now he's like, look, sir, I'm just doing my job. But if you gave him the way out, he might fucking take it. But you've got to give it to him. It's like I even said before. If somebody says, are you a United States citizen? Well, if you say yes, you're not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution, and you might be a domestic terrorist because you went to a school board meeting. But the fucking reality is that somebody says, why, are you a United States citizen? The real question is it a crime to be one? Like, why are you asking? You know what I mean? Like, undercut the whole fucking show. Why is it a crime to be one? Is it a crime to love Babe Ruth, apple pie, and the fucking Star Spangled Banner? Like, like, what makes you think I'm not one? You know? And that's where with somebody was saying earlier about like, well, I'm gonna play by my own rules and I'm gonna do this. I'm saying play the rules of their game, but like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, oh, my name's Issa, but they call me Jimmy Smokes a lot. How you doing, officer? Like, play the fucking game. Everyone's wearing a uniform and pretending. You know, I don't know. You have so much leeway for creativity in this system. And that's why they've tried to carterize our imagination with this space program bullshit. Because cosmology dictates your philosophy. Yabba dabba do.
I do like that. I've seen it in movies before. Do you have any alias? You damn right I do. Of course I do. Are you kidding me? Why don't you is the better question. Right.
Well, it's like the idea of if somebody's going to say, you know, are you a United States citizen? It's like, well, who's to say I'm not fucking Jimmy Bag of Donuts here to serve you? How you doing, buddy? You know what I mean? Like, you know, I might take it in any fucking direction. Like, you know, I don't know. I just feel like, you know, we have so many options on the plate. And then once you understand the rules of the game and you understand that they are actually operating under more rules than you are, then you can exercise your rights and protections. And I'm so, like, you know, I feel like until we lose, like, when we lose all that, that's when all the other you know, everything gets crazy. And that's what we don't want. We want law and order because it makes sense. And we're logical people. You know what I mean? I'm a flat earther because I'm a logical person.
Hey, can I jump in just real quick and ask a question, Issa? In terms of like due process and color of law and acquiescence, I was trying to think through some situations. Let's say if I decide to represent myself, defend myself in a court of law, and the prosecuting side comes in, as soon as the prosecuting attorney starts to talk, if I don't object because he's not a first-hand witness, then basically we've just entered into what would be considered, I think, color of law. That is, I've allowed that false world to dictate how I'm going to be. And then
theoretical situation.
And then now I have to operate in that. But so if Rakia accuses me of something and takes me to court, and I go there and his attorney starts to speak, I'm going to object. Objection: is the attorney a first-hand witness, and is he sworn in? Because
the problem with that is that he's licensed by law to argue the subject matter. And the issue is that you're trying to bring up a jurisdictional issue, which complicates the matter, doesn't solve anything, and doesn't go anywhere.
You got to avoid the argument.
The issue, right. You have to avoid all arguments. And the best part of it is that if you're going against an attorney, all they can fucking do is argue. And they'll tell you about how proud they are, and they've got commercials of how good they are at arguing.
How many arguments they've won. That's
right.
what,
And that's where, as soon as you argue, you grant subject matter jurisdiction. So you're by very nature, your objection is door 3. It's a saying no. Therefore, it's a dishonor to the court. Therefore, subject matter's on the plate. In fact, what the judge is going to do is going to say, excuse me, sir, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm going to hold you in contempt of court. And you're going to go, and then fucking shut down if you're intelligent. Because if you don't shut down, they're just going to fucking hold you in contempt. And if they hold you for contempt, you better know that you got to purge the contempt before you even get to serving the time for what they fucking brought you in for. And the problem is that if you're not going to purge the contempt, they can hold you indefinitely.
Okay, so how does that go into play with what you did in the past?
Well, what I did was, one, I didn't argue. I didn't come in as representing myself. I came in point blank as the priority security interest holder to settle the matter.
Okay, and the way that you did that again is that you brought in you are actually the prosecuting side.
How about this? I'm referring. Look, the charge is levied against my citizen that I created when I gave, or the United States created for me to use to signify banking, to do banking. It's the only thing I should use my social security card for is banking. And the point is that if there's a charge against my citizen, well, my citizen works for the United States, and the United States owes me an amount of money that they can't produce to pay me because they can't print enough money and create interest on something that they already owe me. They owe me the principal and the interest on the national debt from what I gave them as in the representation of a birth certificate. So I'm there as the accommodation party on behalf of the priority security interest holder to settle the matter pursuant to UCC 9210 and UCC 3603.
Okay, that sounds all well and good in terms of the way that you're building up to it. But once you're in the courtroom right there and you pull out your rhetoric,
I'm not explaining that to the courtroom. I'm merely saying, Your Honor, how you doing? I'm the priority security interest holder. It appears that your agent failed to provide any genuine accusatory charging instrument, and if you fail to provide one for discharge, then it's agreed we're going to dismiss the case. That's what my updated thing would be.
Okay, what my question is now then, what is a legitimate charging instrument? Can you unpack that?
I mean, a charging instrument is how about this? When you go to get a steak dinner and you go and let's just say you're out getting a steak dinner and the waiter comes out and he says to you, "Hey, you have to come wash the dishes." What would you say to him?
What would I say to him if you have to go?
I don't know how to wash dishes.
Yep, you just ate a steak dinner out with your girlfriend. The waiter in fact, the owner comes out and says to you,
how about
dude,
this?
You got to go wash the dishes.
Here's what I would say. I would say, if I can wash the dishes with your liver, then we can agree. Let's go.
Okay, next one.
Right. You offer a condition, right? Yeah.
No. This is what I'm going to fucking say. Excuse me. Where's the bill? Because I live in the real world, right? When I go out to eat at a fucking restaurant, they give me a bill when I get done eating. I don't have to go wash dishes, right?
Right.
But if I were to go to a restaurant and they told me now you got to go wash dishes, I'd say, dude, where's the bill? Well, if that owner refuses to give me the bill and makes me go wash fucking dishes, then I'm going to sue him, right? I have grounds to sue him for fucking slave labor.
Unless he's got a conditional clause at the beginning.
Dude, now you're going into.
I know.
It's in the menu. It's on the menu.
So what I understand as the chargeable instrument is there is an exchange of goods, right? A service and exchange, right? So
it's the bill.
Rakia can't say that I owe him something if we haven't even had a contract.
How about this? Well, not even because there can be verbal agreements, but the point is that contract, viva voce, as they say. But the point is that if there's listen, if you go to an institution that has an EIN number, like a restaurant, they have to provide a bill pursuant to the Uniform Commercial Code 9210. They have to provide a statement of account. They have to say, look, we gave you this much beef, this much. Here, it's on the fucking menu. Here's the menu. It says it costs this much, sir. Where's the bill? And if you refuse to give me the bill, then there's discharge because you didn't do what the fuck you're supposed to do pursuant to the Uniform Commercial Code. And if I'm going to court, they're asking you for money. So guess what we're involved with is commerce.
Where's my product?
Right. Where's the bill? You made me do something without giving me an alternative to pay the bill. Therefore, that being said, you've denied equal protection due process of law. Your Honor, how would your agent of the state not be liable for denial of equal protection due process of law, failure to state a claim upon which relief may be granted, and owe me money? Or, Your Honor, how about you forgive me for having 3 ounces in the trunk, and I'll forgive you for denying equal protection due process of law, and we forgive one another, and we agree that we can dismiss the case.
And then the judge would say, well, sir, we only found 2 ounces.
Tender is, right? This all goes to what legal tender is, right? Is what's in the law, what is what can be used to pay for what debts, products, a legal tender.
Well, here, I'll tell you something, right? This is an example I always use. If I give you a piece of paper that says that I'm going to bring you 2 bananas on Tuesday, and if I don't bring those bananas, then I owe you $1 million. Okay. Now you have that piece of paper. And now Tuesday rolls around and I don't show up with the bananas. How much is that piece of paper worth?
$2 million.
It's worth $1 million, right? So there's your legal tender. Now, is that legal tender, denominated by the Federal Reserve? No, it's just of a value of the United States dollar amount of this much, the face value of the instrument. We have created tender through obligation and actually failed obligation. This is why a failure to respond in 10 days on a notary seal, showing that there wasn't a denial of equal protection due process, may mean that you agree to dismiss the case. That's paperwork that says that if you do anything besides dismiss the case, you're denying equal protection due process of law, and I can win on an appeal.
And that is your chargeable instrument on your side.
Well, my instrument is my paperwork because I'm going to be in conversation with the prosecutor beforehand, and I'm going to inform them, hey, should you fail to respond in 10 days on a notary seal, the accommodation party for the priority security interest holder is going to appear at this hearing merely for the presentation of a charging instrument and the discharge thereof, and we agree to dismiss the case, with no prejudices against the rights, titles, and interests of the defendant.
Again, though, on the side of
ISA, are you a lawyer?
Aren't we all?
Are you a lawyer?
What do you mean by lawyer?
Have you ever successfully argued a case in court? And do you have have you passed the bar exam?
I haven't passed the bar exam, but I would dare say that I'm always in court.
All right, so you're not a lawyer and you never argued a case in court successfully. All right, thanks.
Well, I said that I'm in court. Like right now we're in court, right? What is the definition of court?
I have all the information I need. Thank you.
Well, that doesn't mean my citizen hasn't passed the bar. That doesn't mean anything, does it? But you wouldn't understand language enough for me to actually
didn't
converse
know
with you
what
about it.
you were saying.
So it's all good, brother.
Well, what's the point of the
You asked
question?
a free man if he passed the
Somebody
bar.
that's not a lawyer, does that mean that they don't know the law? And does somebody who is a lawyer, does that mean they do know the law?
The question is to dismiss Issa because he doesn't have a degree on the wall, therefore making what he says null and void.
Because Issa's straw man doesn't have. Issa's straw man might have a degree, but Issa himself, who answered the question, isn't going to say he has a degree. Is the point?
No, he just has no clue what he's talking about and can't back up anything he's saying.
Well, that's still you can't
With a
really
piece
be
of
sure
paper
that
on a
knowing
wall.
from his worldview what he just said did not say that.
Yeah, who's to say my citizen doesn't have a fucking stellar fucking record, dude? Like, what do you even talk? Like, if you understood what I was even referring to in the first place, you wouldn't talk such nonsense, maybe, right?
With such a snarky tone.
Yes, snarky. RC Meisty, are you in the school of life?
Meisty for you.
Yeah, Meisty, are you in the school of life? Or
Yeah,
if you got a degree, dude?
Yeah,
You
so
got
again,
a degree, dude? Yeah. I got a degree too, dude.
okay, great. So going back to the side of the road, again, Issa.
Fuck you, Travis. Don't dismiss me like that. No, you're just doing the same shit because you want to talk again, right? Fucker.
I didn't mean any offense.
I got a guy who works for me. He's a little bit like that. He clips. I don't think he means it though. He just kind of
Alright.
clips. Yeah.
Earl,
He's
Earl,
excited to be in the convo.
Forgive me.
Well, if you're bringing it back to the subject matter as opposed to what my credentials may be.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
I was
good
just gonna
move.
take it back to the side of the road again. You're creating your chargeable instrument by engaging the officer and saying, "I'd be happy to do this if you understand that you are denying due process and would be subject to."
Well, here's the thing. It's not that I'm creating my charging instrument. It's that they literally have a menu that they list whatever crime or whatever thing they're going to put down on. Like they have there's a price and there's a negotiable. That's why it says like the maximum amount is this.
Yeah,
You know what I
your
mean?
penal
The
code.
max,
That's
right?
your menu.
There's that's your menu. So what you're saying to them is, hey, cool, that's cool. It appears you're saying I had the steak dinner with a bit of fucking pot on the side, and how much do you get paid for that? And they're saying I don't compute. you're coming with me to wash the dishes. And then when I get to someone who's sensible, like the judge, who understands history and knowledge and the intricacies of the human psyche, pretty much, because they're fucking genius, is that I get in front of that judge and he says, yeah, wow, you're really being nice to these people. Because, yeah, I'm sitting there and I understand what they did. And I can, have them show cause why I shouldn't have them arrested and removed from office. But I'm not doing that. I'm sitting there. I'm not bringing a scheduling fee and a price, well, this is how much it is for my hourly wage. No, I'm not doing that. I'm saying, Your Honor, as a godly person, I understand the concept of forgiveness. But, and I'm not telling them this, but I'm saying I'm implying it by saying, Your Honor, I motion the courts to agree that the parties can forgive one another and dismiss the case entirely. And I give my word that I'll do my darndest to never be in front of you ever again or disrupt the good society of whatever fucking town I'm in.
Okay, so you're not ever seeking remuneration for, let's say, if you were kidnapped and put into a cage for 12 hours and then finally had your court appearance, you're not going to seek.
Yeah, he's not seeking that yet.
Right, because it's biblical. It's biblical, bro. It's the idea that you go in the lion's den like Daniel. You get crucified like the Christ. You get, this is the tribulations of the intelligent man, dude.
Yeah, but you fail to understand that the New Testament story has Jesus coming back and killing the very people that put him on the cross. His own people. Okay,
well, I would contend a big thing with the New Testament that always got me was that, they say that Barabbas, they let Barabbas go. Well, in Hebrew, Bar Abbas means the son of God, the son of the Father. So maybe everyone's read this entirely wrong. Maybe what they did was they crucified the false Christ, the name, right? And then fucking let the Barabbas, the son of the Father, go. So maybe my name is like the Christ that was crucified to be born again because they couldn't actually had to discharge all the encumbrances and the rights, titles, and interest of the defendant. And they let the fucking Barabbas, the child of God, go.
Or they could be talking about, not to clip you, because that's a good point.
You're good, brother.
But they could be talking about cosmology, personifying it into a story where the son ends up on the cross, and then obviously they have to let it go because it keeps going.
And that's what's so divine. Yo, dude, and that's what's so crazy about this book is that you can look at it in all those different ways, dude.
Okay, but then my question to you would be, how do you then account for the story where the son comes back and kills his enemies?
It's cyclical. The sun keeps going around in its season.
Okay, right? I get that part, bro.
Okay,
in the legal side of it?
No. I mean, okay, I love Santos Bonacci and I love astrotheology, but I still don't understand.
I don't like Santos Bonacci.
Okay, well, anyway, take that for what it's worth. My point is that I don't necessarily have a problem with deciphering Barabbas the way that Issa's suggesting. The thing that I have trouble understanding is how do you account, or how does one account for the story about the Son of Man coming back to destroy his enemies? So when you say that the Son is just going to come back around in his circuit, okay, I get that part. How do you interpret destroying his enemies in a natural circuit of the sun coming back? I mean, I don't understand how to put that into the story.
What about the sun destroys all the stars at night? Or what come in the daytime, like, the blue sky eats all the, stars,
Maybe they mean by the truth, the light destroys the dark.
Well, see, again, I think that's part of the analogy because darkness gives way to light, and that's what happens in the New Testament. Paul says it numerous times. So does John, where the day is coming. The day is coming. Right, but again, I don't want to take us too far down. I asked my question, and I don't think I can.
It's pretty fun to think about. I hear what you're saying, though. How does that particular, translate to actual legal? The legal issue we're talking about. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Well, I think of it like as far as the law shit goes, it's like, it's the idea of you give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. It's like Jesus, what is it when they asked? I forget which one of them. Do you pay taxes? And the guy said, yeah. And then they came to Jesus and they were like, and Jesus said to him, hey, you lied. You know what I mean? Like, so here, go take this penny, throw it in the or like what was it? Like, yeah, go get this fish with the penny in it and pay the tax man with that penny. And he said, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. And that's why what you're doing is like you're giving to them their democratic public side. You're handling their business by the Uniform Commercial Code by paying them in the sense of the fact that you understand the law and what they did and that it's a violation versus what you did. And then you're also acting honorably. So you're giving Caesar what unto Caesar, and you're still maintaining, your position as a creditor. So that's how I see it. But the Bible has so many things. But Matthew 5:25.
It's sort
I
of
just see
about
it like
paying
media,
respect
right?
to the sovereign, right? It's paying respect to the sovereign of the land.
Well, it's the thing is that no man is sovereign under God. So to say one is sovereign, and even the term sovereign citizen, just to clarify, is an oxymoron, just like flat Earth. Because we understand that you have topography on Earth, but you can't be an authority subject, which is essentially what a sovereign just means, authority.
Well, none of us live alone. We live amongst other people, and because of that, yeah.
Right, and that's why we're, either we're gracious with our people, with the communities we live in, or we're abrasive to them. And it's like you don't have to be that smart to figure out that it's better to be, communal with your community and have a good relationship. That's why it always amazes me that think about that one kid that came in here. He's so smart, but he's going to come in here to try to argue arguments against flat earthers to make himself feel better because that's what he enjoys to do. So this is what a self-proclaimed
it backfires on them.
This is what a
That's weird, 'cause
self-proclaimed
that's how you hurt yourself.
Right. This is what a self-proclaimed smart person is doing. Like, you know what I mean? They think they're smart, but yet they're going to go against any community really just for whatever trivial reasons to appear better than them. This is what they think is something smart people would do. And they don't understand.
Smart people are in here, maybe not always speaking up when they disagree with a thing, because they know that they can subjects and learn some different and more interesting ideas by listening and discussing instead of arguing. Right.
Right. Like I love listening even lately.
Smart people like learning.
Right. I've been loving all this talk about navigation. Because I've been talking about, 600 nautical miles forever and talking about the sextant forever. And yet, you know what I mean? And it takes a while to get your head around, land direction versus star direction. You know what I mean? And like celestial sphere versus fucking.
Lisa, last night I was talking about, or yesterday I was talking about, the divergence and convergence of the stars at the equator. Over a time lapse, you get convergence and divergence. That doesn't come into play at all when you're doing that sextant and celestial navigation shit.
Well, I think I even heard either you or somebody was hammering on someone like the idea that, hey, dude, you're always, this is something I say, you're always correcting your course in an hour or two or this, that, the other thing. It's like, you're never actually navigating 1,000-mile journey using the stars. Like you're correcting the whole fucking time because you're using the fucking stars and you don't have any other instruments. So like, you know what I mean? Like, you're real, like, it's not like you're ever, like, when these guys say, oh, yeah, you can navigate 600 miles, but it's off a little bit, and you did it. Dude, it's like, even you guys nowadays are recalibrating every so often, or, your computer software is. Like, there's no...
What happens when nighttime comes and you find out that you're going the wrong way?
Yeah, no, we got him.
Yeah.
We got him yesterday on some shit. One of the guys from Bev's crew, I think, got him on... they said they're making a triangle that's more than 180 degrees. And, I said, well, how do you know? Do you line the plane up exactly? When you leave the airport and you just go in you go in a straight, and that's the straight line, but one of the Bev guys got it with magnetic deviation or something. And so they're constantly correcting. So they're not making a straight line. So the angle they start off with and the path they've traveled to the angle they end up is not the same thing. So.
And imagine with sailboats back in the day, constantly trying to readjust for wind changes to get the direction you need.
Oh yeah, if the wind's coming at you, you got to fly in his most zigzaggiest line ever. It's crazy.
Oh yeah,
there's a lot of
attacking.
stuff you got to do.
As I said, yeah.
Well, you go.
Yesterday, also
Fuzzy, bro, your mic, man. Trash.
Jesus.
Not working this time.
said they can
Fuzzy.
work out the circumference
Fuzzy, we can't.
every day of the.
We can't hear you. You're roboting.
Yeah, but he can't hear you either.
I know.
That's what I was
It'll
just
go through
thinking.
eventually.
Hey, Jeremy, who was that Bev dude talking to the boat guy?
Yesterday, I think the boat boy was in it. Yeah, for a little bit. Where you go? How'd you end up making out? Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Travis.
I was just going to go back and ask Issa. So if you make a conditional acceptance on the side of the road, is the officer going to put himself in a place of dishonor by refusing it? Or is he going to come back at you with a conditional
All I would say,
counter?
check this out. Go watch Cops, the fucking TV show. And what you're going to see is that officers are always asking questions. They don't answer fucking dick. It's all fucking, they know they must be taught this. Because if you notice, they're like, well, I was going to my friend's house, but they're like, okay, so who's your friend?
Thing.
Like, they are so good at it, dude. Like, if you go, they're not going to fucking say, they aren't going to do that. Like, you know, it's amazing to see. Because, dude, you're in a
Keep
mental.
you on your heels.
Yeah, bro. I can't think of a more exciting.
Okay, great. I hear you. So give me an example.
So high.
Okay, so give me an
True
example
that.
of. So can you give us an example of how a cop would counter your offer with a question when you say, I'd be happy to do this if.
I'll give you a great example.
That is an example right there. I feel like this guy is a cop, and what he just did was an example. That was exactly an example. What you just said, that was literally keeping Isa on his heels.
It's so good. I'll give you.
It really is.
I'll tell you. I'll entertain all the aspects of this. Is the idea that so like I was dealing with an officer, and he asked for the license and everything, and I give him the license, and he goes, I forget how we got there, but he goes, so is this let's say it's like Mahalski, right? And he's like, is this because let's say they just have Mahal, but it's Mahalski. And he goes, is it Mahal or how do they spell your name?
Mahoney.
And I go, oh, it looks like the people that made the card didn't put on the SKI. And that's what I said to him. Because he was trying to get me, if you will, Travis, to go there. He's trying to get me to identify, right, as the citizen. Okay? If you will, in the one sense of like, so how do you spell your first name? Is this how they spelled your, is this how you correctly spell your first name? And I was like, oh, it looks like the people that made that. I deflected. I didn't say that was or wasn't my first name in a certain sense. This is like back when I was naive about this shit, but I found this interesting in our dialogue was the idea that, I said, hey, well, it looks like the people who made it didn't put that on. And, and it deflected from what he was trying to get me to, accomplish to get me to do. And, one time I'm sitting there, literally the fucking joint is just still lit in the ashtray. And he's like, it smells like marijuana over here. And I was like, oh yeah. I was like, how do you know somebody's not smoking marijuana over there? And we both looked over there. And then he looked back at me. And we were like, laughing at each other. Because the joint's just sitting right there burning, dude. Like,
that's funny shit right there,
oh,
dude.
bro. I've been through so many the fucking stories.
Yeah, but the issue right now is that you're giving us anecdotes of your interaction. I'm asking.
Well, that's where you'd have to be on your toes.
What's he supposed to be able to do? You asked him what he.
No. Yeah. I get you. I totally get you. I'm asking you, when you give the conditional acceptance to an officer, and you just said that they're trained to come back with a not an affirmation or denial, but another question. I was just asking you, how do you think they would respond to your saying, I would be happy to do this if you understand this? How would they counter your conditional offer?
Well, dude, it depends what officer you're dealing with, for one. I mean, I've had officers run up at me and be like, oh, you're one of them fucking state fucking rights, like, get all up in my grill, dude. But, I went to military school, so somebody yelling at my face doesn't mean dick to me, dude. And you know what I mean? So I was just like, you know, and I conditionally accepted his fucking offer when he made that fucking presentment. But my point is like, you know, I don't know what you're going to get, dude. You might get some awfully nice fucking person who visits his grandmother on his off days. Or you might get some roided out fucking nut job who's going to pull out his gun and say, get out of the fucking car. And if they do that, then you're going to say, well, over my objection, under threat, duress, and coercion, so as to not be shot by you, I'll happily get out of my car. And let the record show it's over my objection under threat, duress, and coercion. Get on my, you know, like, get on your knees and quack like a duck. Okay, I'm going to get on my knees and quack like a duck over my objection under threat, duress, and coercion. Because that's fucking not legal. It's not lawful. And like, but the point, I don't know what you're going to come up against, but the point is that, you know, and this is not legal advice, you know what I mean? Or it's for entertainment purposes only and shit. But it's like at the same time, you know what I mean? Like, you have to be honorable. What would Jesus do? Is what I'd ask you.
What would Jeremy
You know
do?
what I mean? Right. What would Jeremy say?
Okay, but when you say over
No,
my objection,
real quick, I just want to say, Issa, it's good talking to you, man. I got to head out for a little bit.
Grim, I fucking
yes,
love
keep
you,
in touch.
dude. Yo,
Hey,
dude,
you
yeah,
too.
I'm gonna hold up. Where you at? I'm gonna send you a friend
I got
thing
you.
right now.
I'm gonna take over
Okay,
from
cool.
Grim.
Fuck yeah, bless. Oh, what up, Don? Right on. Peace,
All right.
Grim. Fucking love you, dude.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, brother.
So I had to ban someone from Brandon's. Guys, please don't post pictures of people. You're making my life difficult.
Thank you. Great work.
I told him 7 days, send me a message, I'll unban him. But seriously, guys, just let's not get fucking crazy.
People are silly.
Oh, is that Cypher posting pictures of Don?
He was bored. He had nothing else to do. This is the quickest
He's
way.
off his meds again.
Quickest way to show that they're being a twat.
Do you think somehow like other people here aren't comfortable with the way they look and the way they sound? Like, you know, they're uncomfortable with the way they look and sound. You can see that, but
I'd never go on camera and I would never show a picture because I'm scared of getting memed. He said it in text and then started doxing.
Yeah, I almost showed my
crazy.
picture once. But then I saw what they were doing to people's pictures, like putting them on all kinds of memes and gifs and shit, and I was like, nah, I'm straight.
Bro, they're dogging people out if you reveal anything.
Dude, I came out here, camera on, fucking da 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 da.
Bro, I'm hoping to get a Jose portrait.
You know, I got hemmed up with all that shit, didn't I, Dawn? You know about it. Fuck,
Yeah,
man.
people were using their real names and shit. People
Oh,
had their
dude.
real names on their fucking
Dude, I just had to. I schooled up my family. I was like, yo, shoot anyone in a NASA shirt or a flat Earth shirt.
Just in case it's a decoy.
Just fucking
Don't
shoot
roll
him.
up to
If he's got a
Ethan's house.
NASA shirt or a flat Earther shirt, just shoot him in the.
I'm not offended anymore. I think I've got over it because just one or two photos of my name, which I don't care about. But it's just the principle of justice and showing them that they're twats. That's all.
No, you know, and that's what's funny too. Is like our memes are hilarious and theirs suck. It's really funny, actually.
I've got some opinions on law. You want to carry on talking about
Yeah. What do you got?
that?
I mean,
you
Don,
talking about how to talk to policemen.
I've heard your opinions on law. They're pretty well summarized in that they're not real. They don't exist. I don't care, right?
Yeah, most of I have opinions on how to deal with the laws that they try and say are real. Like I said, I guess.
You start crossing imaginary lines, those laws don't exist anymore. So I mean, it's just a man-made shit that we can say, no, I don't have to abide by that. Who's setting rules for me that I need to follow?
like RC Mikey, you're just gonna come in here and pretend like groundbreaking legal cases don't happen.
Don, has the rubber of your opinions ever met the road of court?
What?
Has the rubber of your opinions
Are you okay
met
right
the
now?
road of court?
Weird.
There's
I'm
no
not sure.
road
The
to
rubber.
court, dude. There's no
Yo,
rubber.
Meisty,
He's saying
Maybe some
word
communes and
Can I
communities.
say something too, real quick? Can I
They
say something
might,
too?
they might have
This is
anarchy court
actual word
cases
soup
sometimes.
right now.
I just wanna
RC,
say-
like, take a break. You got head trauma.
Well, no, I'd say this to RC. It's like, you know, do you think that a competent attorney wants to go to court when they can settle out of court? And if if a competent attorney only ever won without never having to go to court, would that satisfy your need of intellect?
No, it's mostly my need of evidence and experience to what your opinions are.
Right, but if your cases, let's say, were like non-disclosure and shit like that, like you wouldn't actually be able to show that evidence, right?
Oh, sure. Okay. Is that what your situation is?
No, I'm just saying if someone had that kind of a record, like,
All
you know
right,
what I mean,
then-
where
but
they
then your
take,
point's
where they,
completely
let's say they took lots of money from big corporations regularly, and you know what I mean, and they couldn't show you the evidence about it, but like, you know, would that suffice for your, like, what would be your barometer if you couldn't get any evidence from them?
Do you have any experience? Do you know what you're talking about? Have you ever tried to effectuate your opinions in any form that it would actually be a benefit to what you're saying? That what you're saying is actually going to happen in real life? Because that's what I'm calling you on right now. You talk a game. I wouldn't even say a big game, and you it doesn't seem to me that you've tested any of it.
I mean, fair enough to you. You know what I mean? You know, that's, I mean, fair enough. I'm
So
not
I'll
trying.
just ask you straight up, and I'll take your word on it. Have you tested any of these opinions?
I'll tell you what, like this. I've taken a bunch of money from some big corporations, is what I've done. And that's where, you know what I mean? I've helped a lot of people out in getting their money back. I've discharged fucking hospital bills, done all kinds of crazy shit, dude. But my thing is that, like, you know, whether or not somebody has those degrees or not, let's say for somebody else.
Oh, no, I don't care if you have your degree. I'm asking,
I'm not upset about whether you think I do or don't. But my thing is this, is that, like, you know, but the common man, given the plight of this circumstance, would need to be informed in this day and age, right?
No, I'm asking a very simple question.
Which is?
It's a non-philosophical one.
Okay.
Have you tried to actually act on any of your opinions successfully?
Yes, I will answer your question outright. Yes.
Okay.
Just so you know, just because you know, I don't want you to think I'm just over here blowing smoke up anyone's ass. You know, I don't claim victories I didn't get, and I don't fucking, you know, because also my exercises have been quite fucking, you know, entertaining. I've had my chances to, you know, to do certain things that I failed on personally, fighting, you know, not fighting, but, you know, trying to exercise my rights. And in failing those little exercises, I learned greater and bigger and better things. And I think, like anyone,
fine.
You know what I'm saying?
But opinions are worth about as much as their results, right?
Right. But I mean, I would dare say, if, you know, like I could bring in probably, like, you know, take Hank Hill had an example where, you know, he used what I was referring to and didn't get his ticket. And, you know, I've got a bunch of people on here, I think, that could probably verify that what I've taught has worked for them.
Okay. Have they ever worked for you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
Can you give me an example?
Well, like not getting my car searched or something like that. Like, let's say, you know what I mean? Being friendly with the officers, you know what I mean? Getting the charging instrument in front of a judge, you know?
What happened?
Well, it's a whole fucking 10-hour long story. I've told it before.
I doubt it, but can you just
doubt it?
Give me the
Well, here's the thing. If I ask, how about this? This was the biggest success of it all in this particular instance. Because in that particular instance, I was naive to certain commercial aspects of the game. But a lot of people never have heard of a charging instrument and they don't think that they exist. What I found most intriguing about that experience was that I actually got the charging instrument from a judge, which was that little bit of a victory for me because I was like, oh shit, this does exist. Now, I discharged it, however, didn't discharge it properly because I didn't understand some certain things. However, everything up to that point is exactly what I've been talking about and exactly what I got. I got my charging instrument. But the point is that I should have known that I didn't need the charging instrument at that point. At that point, they had already failed to provide the instrument. Therefore, that issue was moot, motion to dismiss. And that's what I learned about that.
Okay, that's fine.
You know what I mean? Like I did like 3 days.
I'm trying to get at. It seems to me that you're taking some really narrow experiences, most of which are riddled with some anecdotal. Can I finish my sentence, please?
Sure.
I'm just saying. It seems to me that you've taken some anecdotal experiences and hearsay of other people, and then said, "Yeah, what I'm talking about works," with like either some mild or non-conclusionary success. And that's what's worrying about me is like people seem to think right now, or at least be leading on, that you know what you're talking about when really the reality is like you have a couple of very narrow experiences.
I have a multitude of
That's not
experiences.
legal advice, man.
You know what I mean? Well, that's why this isn't legal advice. This is for entertainment purposes only, right?
Issa, let me ask you a question real quick. Can you describe the charging instrument that the judge did provide? Can you outline
It was,
some of the variables?
it was just a little piece of paper with their seal on it stating the charge. You know,
Which would have been, let's say, an infraction of traffic, something like that?
no, it was having herb.
Okay, but anyway, but it's an infraction of a code.
Yes.
Okay, so how come that wasn't the ticket like on the side of the road? You already had the charging instrument. That's why you appeared in court, because that was the claim against you. Right?
Well, I would always I don't know. I've said traffic court is not the place to exercise this stuff. Because the real effects of that, they're just going to suspend your license and you're going to have to deal with it. It's going to take a lot longer than you might normally. And then on top of it, you'd really have to know what your business is, unless you're going in for the motion to dismiss on certain grounds. And that's really the way to go in traffic court, I find.
Why is traffic court?
Because it's its weird own little, it's its own little world. Now, granted, you could, because you're going to say to the guy, hey, where's the charging instrument? He's going to be like, okay, here's the ticket. Now, let's say you write on the back of it and you hand it back to him for set-off settlement and closure. He may not take it. He's going to be like, hey, you need to take that up with the judge. And he's right, because he can't do necessarily the banking that you're trying to do. But you might be able to do it in front of the judge, but you better know your business. You know, you might be able to discharge that ticket with a signature upon the agreement of the UCC 3603, which is completely fucking, in my eyes, I could do it. I don't feel confident that very many other people could do it, because they're going to get hung up on the jargon, the lingo, and all the 10 million psychological ploys that these people put in play. But that's why I say it's not the place to really do it. The place to really do it would be if you were discharging in fucking a mortgage because hyperinflation hit in. Or you were discharging a fucking criminal charge that's fucking nonsensical because it's about pot.
So let me go back to a comment you made before. Wouldn't an attorney rather settle out of court? I would say no, because that's how he makes his livelihood. That's how he doesn't want to settle out of court, especially
well, maybe a prosecutor their civil matters and gotten them their money when they didn't know what the fuck they were going to do.
Okay, I get you. You're talking a defense attorney
Yeah,
would want
like
to settle. Yeah, I agree.
Well, no, a defense attorney, you know, a defense attorney actually is the one who wants the court to keep going. The defense attorney is the one where everyone says, no, I got a great attorney. He's a real good friend of mine and he's going to help me out. And then really they're just getting fucking $3,000 retainer and then another couple grand every, month or two that the case drags on, because he's like, hey, look, I can, extend the case. So a defense attorney is just going to keep pushing the appointments further and further away, but they're never going to settle the matter. And you're going to keep paying them the whole fucking time and be happy about it because you're not in jail yet. So a defense attorney is that's why this is so pertinent to me, I think, because, it's like, only a fool, would look to a doctor to take care of his health, his money to a banker.
Unless you're remanded in custody until your case is resolved.
Well, that's why you want to see, and that's why you want to see the judge, because as soon as I get to see the judge is the only person that's competent and not one of the laymen.
So so here's a question that I have. If you're being arrested, I heard that you have either a 12 or a 24-hour period, I think it might be 12, to appeal to the magistrate on duty at that time. So you have a judge available right then and there that you can appeal to, so that you go before the judge right then and there. Have you heard of that at all?
Well, no, I mean, I would think you're not going to get taken to a judge until the court opens.
No, but what I'm saying is that's information that we don't know we have, right? So when I was arrested and got released 12 hours later, the guy who was giving me my paperwork, he was the administrator on duty. He was the magistrate on duty who had the authority to either levy or pardon the charges. Now, I didn't know that I could have appealed to him right away and gone to him before I was incarcerated. Before you throw me in this room and lock it, I want to see your magistrate right now and settle right now.
I mean, I would imagine that that's a jurisdictional thing. I would imagine in your jurisdiction you have that opportunity, and that's pretty cool. I don't know about that for all jurisdictions, but
yeah, well, the guy that I was listening to was from Texas, so you know that's out of my state. So that's why I was asking you,
right,
if you had heard of that.
Well, each state is its own country. Each state is its own country, and I think that's it's like 287. Fuck, man, I can't remember the code. I used to know all these codes. But each state is essentially its own country. And so therefore, that's why they have their own constitution and their own, bylaws and their own penal code and their own uniform commercial code. Like, so when I say UCC 3603, like I did a thing one time in New Hampshire and they have a different set of UCC. So instead of UCC 3603, it was like UCC 3, whatever. 610, it was a different number. So, but that's the same principle because anything operating under the Federal Reserve note has to operate under the Uniform Commercial Code because it's bankrupt, just like any other country under the IMF. So because it's all banking and obligations, it's all about, well, where's the charging instrument? It's like, it's such a complicated subject. And it's so nuanced with like technical stuff and philosophical stuff. It's really, to me, it's the most fascinating subject in the world. That's why I can't get away from it.
I was in court for murder, and I came up onto the stand and I shouted, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." How would they deal with me?
They just go, and how are you going to plead?
No comment.
Okay, so
pleading is.
Okay, so silence is acceptance. You might want to get an attorney. Would you like to get an attorney?
I know the system is worrying and scary. I'm going to get an attorney, yeah.
Right, and that's what they would do. And your attorney would come and say, "Dawn, do you need any medication?"
Dawn is religious, and he believes that you can do whatever you want under God.
Right, and that's where and then the lawyer would definitely be like, "Okay, he definitely needs a psychiatric evaluation." And
well, no, that's the whole issue, right?
Psychopath, or mental,
right? But see, yeah, but Don, see, that's the whole issue for you. You could stand up in the court of law and say, "Do what thou wilt," is the law, is my law, right?
Yeah.
So you can establish your own policy. The problem is you can't enforce it.
Right,
that's part of the power that they have over you is they can enforce their policies over you. But if you come in and say, "I've got this piece of paper here that says I'm the king, so you guys need to bow down to me," you can't enforce it.
And this is what's interesting.
Someone in the courtroom is also a Thelemite, and they speak to the top guy, and then this starts a big famous court case about "do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law."
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll get back to that concept in one sec, but real quick to Travis is the idea that, it's not like once you understand what it is that they're doing, it's not there. Like I look at, let's say the government's an 800-pound gorilla and it's coming after you. Once you learn how to turn that 800-pound gorilla into your 800-pound gorilla, that's your enforcement. Your enforcement is the whole of the law, because you're using their code and the law,
I've got a divinely inspired book. I don't know if it's a registered religion. It might be. I don't think it is. But maybe we could start that happening. We could make it become a registered religion, and then I could win the court case.
I've heard that the judge can leave the courtroom, go to their chambers, and then return. And by doing this, they can actually change the jurisdiction of law under which they're operating.
Well, it's a private. It's the private and the public. It's the public courtroom and the chambers, which to me is the democracy and the republic.
I've
Yeah.
heard that. I've heard that that happens when the defendant addresses the court in such a way to put himself in the position of the prosecutor. So when the judge leaves the chambers, he stops that process. He stops that session. When he comes back in, that session starts over again. If you don't know that you have to simply reassert yourself again, then he is going to be the one in charge. So you have to do exactly what you did before again.
Well, yeah, you know what you might want to do.
You've got to do every step exactly right, otherwise.
Well, yeah,
but I've heard that leaving the chamber and then coming back, they can revert to, say, maritime law once they re-enter the room.
No, it was always maritime. That's what I'm saying. When you go in there, you're in their jurisdiction. Now, if you behave in such a way, like I said, that, and like Issa said, when the judge realizes that you know how to make the 800-pound gorilla on your side, he's going to say, hold on a second, I got to do something. I got to go get my pen. Now, if you don't know that he's resetting the process, you're going to lose and pick up where he comes back in and says, okay, I'm going to start speaking now. If you don't, then again, say again what you did before to show him you know what you're doing, he's going to be the one in charge. You're always under maritime.
Yeah, let me give you an example. When I went into the court hearing the first time, and I was like, I conditionally accept your offer upon
You're
proof of claim.
just saying incorrect. You're just saying incorrect things, right?
All right, we're not talking to you, bud. The
Thanks,
thing
RC.
is,
It
like,
doesn't matter. People need to know that you're like that was a blatant lie.
well, that's nice. All right, so anyway, like, the idea is like, I went into court and I said I conditionally accept the offer, blah, blah, and she said we're not going to hear any of that shit, and she threw me back in the cell. Then an hour later went by, and then they brought me back out, and I got brought back into the court, and I carried on with I conditionally. She said, we're not going to hear any of that. And I said, is there any threat of contempt? And she was like, no. And then I said, I carried on, and she gave me the charging instruments, whatever. But the point is that the first hearing was with all the other people that were getting charged, which was in the public sphere. After she realized I wasn't going to relent, they threw me into the cell and brought me back out. That's when I believe I entered into the chambers. And if I was an intelligent person, what I would have done, instead of standing before the court in the public and saying what I said, I might say, Your Honor, would it be okay if after you heard all these cases, we could come back in chambers? I should have requested my hearing be moved to chambers, which have given us some privacy to discuss the nature of what I wanted, because she can't let the other guys know that there's even a charging instrument to ask for. So I should have motioned the court to have the hearing in chambers after she'd seen all the other people, and that would have been the move. It's the idea that it's all there for your benefit. It's nothing to be afraid of.
Right.
Like
So
the
that's-
court system is beautiful, dude. It's so organized, so on point. The language is so beautiful. The judges are exquisitely intelligent.
So let me
It's
just
unfortunate.
say, yeah, right. Let me just say one of the things that I think that I learned was I was the first name on the docket. When I got up and began to present my case, the judge stopped and said, we're going to move you to the end. Right? They didn't put me back in a cell or anything because that wasn't the level of the charges.
Right.
But she stopped my defense, I believe, because of what you just said. She didn't want anybody else hearing how I spoke before the court. But what I should have said, in my opinion, is, Your Honor, are you depriving me of due process and a speedy trial? Because right now we're in
But
trial.
that's an offense to the court, though. Do you see how, like, by really what you should have done was said, Your Honor, would it be okay if after these hearings we have, I could have my hearing in chambers? Because in that way, you're coming into a work site. She's at work dealing with all these people who don't know any better and need to be told how to live. And so she's like, yo, dude, we're going to hear that in a little bit because you sound like you're a little bit heady. And right now I'm just going to make this quick money sentencing these fucking people right here. And when I get back, we'll talk about what you need. And I think that would have been the sensible way to do it.
Well, how is asking to speak in chambers different than waiting for your turn at the end of the line when everybody else is gone? How does that change it? Because I'm again,
Well, I
I'm
mean, it
wondering.
doesn't matter whether. How about this? It doesn't matter whether it was in chambers or whatever. But the idea is that you could have offered that it be in chambers and say, Your Honor, would it be okay if we rescheduled? We recessed our case until, like, let's say 2:00 this evening. I'm going to go get, or 2:00 this afternoon. I'm going to go get breakfast and I'll be right back. Like, you could have rescheduled your own thing so as not to hinder them or hinder yourself by having to stay there all day. And you would have done that just by acting rational and been like upfront with them and said, "Hey, look, Your Honor, I want to discuss a couple things. It appears you have a lot of people here. I'll be back." And you know what I mean? I'm just saying you could show them the leniency.
Okay, but if I ask a question that isn't a negative, right? How is that an offense? A dishonor?
It's not.
Am I not?
No. It's not a dishonor. It's just not. It's not like polite. It's like you could fart at the dinner table, but you don't really want to do that because it's not polite. You could do it. Well, no one could tell me where I can fucking.
Are you?
No, it's just like, hey,
if you were at a dinner party with George Bush, it would be rude to call him out as a war criminal.
It's kind of like this. If you're at work and then all the employees are in the break room and you go off on the boss is going to make an example of you, and that's the same thing. Same thing. They don't want you making they don't want you making a precedent in front of all these people that aren't going to make a precedent, because then they may do it, and then it just pisses them off.
So you never like talk shit.
No, but I don't think that's the same thing. Look,
hold on.
Okay.
I got a funny for Sean. So you never talk shit to Willy Wonka at all, ever?
To who?
Because you're short. My bad. Go ahead, Travis. Willy Wonka.
Okay.
How tall are you, Jeremy?
You're
how tall are you?
He's calling you an Oompa Loompa. Yeah.
How tall are you, Jeremy?
Taller than Oompa Loompa height. You're 4'11", scared to jump in a 5-foot swimming pool.
Okay. Hey, Travis. Am I 4'11"?
Scared to jump in a 5-foot swimming pool.
No, you're not 4'11". No.
Whole joke.
It works for my joke.
It doesn't, because it's. I have evidence, proof even, that I'm not.
No, you guys can't prove things in reality. We already know that.
Hey, Travis, are you 4'11"?
I am not 4'11".
Oh, okay, but there are pictures of us standing next to each other, isn't there?
Yeah, and I think you're shorter than I am.
No, we're at the same height.
No,
you're definitely wider than I am.
No, I was looking down on you, bro.
No,
totally looking down on you.
Yeah, right.
I was dogging you, bro.
You had a flat earth meet up together.
Yeah, we did.
Cool.
Yeah, it was
and
what, a couple years ago?
Sean brought the libations.
They were making observation. Travis put Sean on his shoulders and shit, like a son and father son. He's like, "Look, can you see higher from up there?" Sean was like, "Yeah, a little bit."
Jeremy, you're hilarious, bro.
Hey, Jeremy, do you have a pair of binoculars?
And now I only have one eyeball.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Coach told me to get a monocle last night. I mean, that would be pretty fucking awesome if I couldn't. If I ever did need glasses like that, I would just get a monocle. That'd be hard though, because then you're not freeing up your. You can get one that like fits in your eye, right? I don't know. It's weird.
In the socket of your eyelid, I guess you would call it. But it would be pretty pointless for you to get glasses. Yeah.
I was just thinking of Travis holding Sean on his shoulders going, "Can you see the curve?"
Would that just because Travis needs to open his eyes first?
Travis was swinging him in the air. He's like, 1, 2, 3, and throwing him up in there.
That's the funny part. Travis, we both know damn well that couldn't have been.
What couldn't have been?
You on me on your shoulders.
We didn't try though. We didn't try.
I can see it. Sean G knows what's up though. He's trained. He could fucking. He could probably hold up Travis. Like,
Oh
fuck
yeah,
you. Fuck you.
I keep forgetting. Fucking you train, Isa. Jesus Christ, completely
Hell
forgot.
yeah. Hell yeah, brother. You're right, dude. Yeah, I've been a minute, actually. I broke my rib and fucking twisted my knee one fucking. I just been chilling for right now. But yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's been
no
about a year
excuses.
for me.
No
I
excuses,
ended up
bro.
moving. I ended up
Go ahead.
moving to Texas and I haven't trained since. But I'm gonna get back into it.
Yo, I heard Gordon Ryan just fucking moved all of his shit over to Austin. So did Craig Jones, man.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
all right. They're all right in Austin, dude.
Yeah, a lot of guys are moving just
Yeah.
mainly because of the COVID, the less COVID restrictions that Texas has.
Yep. But I know like Gordon Ryan, Craig Jones, fucking Gary Tonin,
Yep,
all
yep.
them dude, Danaher, that whole squad. I guess yeah, I love that whole squad. I love
Yeah, matter of
watching
fact,
them.
a
They
year and a
broke
half
up
ago, I
though, I
did a
guess, or whatever.
yeah, they did. I did a year and a half ago. I did a Gary Tonin ankle seminar. Yeah,
Nice.
that was fucking bad. That dude is unfucking real. Like he can put you, or he can show you how to put someone in the perfect heel hook, and he'll slip out of it like it's nothing. Or just the way his leverage is, it's
Yeah,
just
dude.
it's unreal. It's fucking
You know,
crazy.
he's right from where I'm from in Jersey.
Real shit.
Yeah, fucking all them boys, man.
Yeah, that dude's a beat. He literally changed the game.
Oh yeah, dude, fucking the EBIs, the fucking dude. I mean, you know what's so cool, dude, is like there's that dude, the 10th Planet, they used my music for one of their things. Eddie Bravo follows me on Instagram and shit.
Fuck
So
yeah.
are you in North? Are you in North Jersey?
I used to live in Central Jersey.
I only go to Northwest Jersey.
Oh, right on. Yeah, no, I got family out there. Fuck yeah. All country land out there.
Secaucus.
Yeah, man, people don't know, man.
Yeah, fucking yeah. Eddie Bravo's he's badass. I've trained with him a few times. I didn't roll with him, but I've been at 10th Planet
No
up
shit,
north.
man.
Oh yeah. Was it about 3.5 years ago? I was in one of his 10th Planets, and he came out to Oceanside in San Diego, basically, and we bullshitted for a while. People were like, "Does he talk?" He didn't talk about flat Earth once. It's like it didn't exist to him. When he's in that mindset, he's a legend. He don't get.
I think
crazy how he thinks.
I think he used to listen to my podcast,
That'd be badass.
my flat Earth court shit, and then they started using, I don't know, that song, "I'm Not Spinning." I
Yes,
got
sir.
whatever. Yeah, they were using that 10th Planet, the Austin heads were using that on their Instagram and shit. They used my video a couple times, or used the
That's
music.
badass.
Fucking, I was like, oh shit! I think it was actually could have been from even with the whole, when I was with all the IPS clique.
Yeah,
I know they were all down with that, like occult, like scary shit. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I could see like Gio Martinez fucking, being in like the Blue Wrench gang. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that dude, he's fucking cool as shit. Like I've hung out with him outside of the
Oh yeah,
outside
cool.
Planet before. He's cool as fuck. He's
I'm a
super
fan,
down to
man.
earth.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, but yeah, I definitely need to get back into it. I won't go
Yeah.
to 10th Planet. I'm too old. I'm not limber enough.
Right, yeah, trying to pull off rubber guard and shit.
Yeah, like
Although,
I trained. I was there for 6 months, and they're cool. I mean, if you can't do all that shit, they're really cool about it, and they'll show you different methods to getting to all that. Their guards and all that stuff. But it's just too much, and those guys are they're
dude.
super amped all the time.
Yo, rubber guard was my shit though, man. I used to. The only problem is when wrestlers try to pick you up.
Yes, sir. See, and that was what that was my favorite part about rubber guard, is because if you have that wrestling mentality of it and know what's happening, to me, rubber guard is almost null and void.
Not
it's
on
just
the
a good.
streets. Not on the
Oh hell yeah! In the streets, it's almost top.
I
No,
mean,
yeah.
But the only reason it's good in the streets is that if like, and that's the thing, dude. It's like if you get them hips out, you immobilize them and they can't hit you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
and
well,
then
that's
you can just But then you're getting kicked in the head anyway. So
yeah, well, it's more of a hang on a second, let me rethink, assess, and then
dude,
go from there.
It's beautiful if you fall into it. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I love jujitsu so fucking much, bro. You have no idea.
Fuck yeah.
I'm sure you do.
Dude,
You love
I
it too,
did.
man. You know what I mean? Like, fucking
Hell yeah.
respect, man. All jiu-jitsu
Yeah.
players get my respect.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. Like, that's what gets me. That's what gets me when people won't stand up for their own rights and shit like that. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I've always done martial arts. You
Yeah,
know what I
it
mean? And
gives you a
you know,
different mindset of shit.
right, dude. Like, you know, I don't know. And I think it's so weird. I think how like once you get into that realm of your own existence and you control your own space, and it allows you to
Everything
elaborate.
changes.
Right. That's what gives you more confidence to go and deal with all the other shit, you know?
Yep.
It's crazy. But yeah, I love that, dude. I love that you roll too.
Fuck yeah. I'm actually a guy called me the other day that I used to train with. He's willing to pay for me to go back out to San Diego. He wants me to fight again, and I'm like, I think I'm done because I already threw my gloves three years ago.
I don't want to. You're like over 35 or under?
I am 40 years old.
Yeah, man. I'm in the same boat, dude. I don't fucking like. I was training for a little while, and you know, I was thinking about taking it, and I just didn't do it. It's too late in the game. You know?
Well, I fought for 4.5 years, so it was.
Oh yeah, that's right. You have
part of my
fights, man.
life. But I like I said, I didn't go professional, and the second I realized I wasn't going to win a belt, I was like, well, there's really no point in me getting hit in my face all the fucking time.
People, yeah,
And
dude,
then-
people don't understand. Like, big up to you, dude, because people do not understand. Like, anyone who's an amateur or like closing in on becoming a professional fighter, like, will fucking murder you.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't care how fucking. It's like, holy shit, dude.
Yeah, the guys you see at UFCs and Bellator, like they just have
Dude,
that
the worst
special
of their
niche.
crew, the worst of those guys would kick
Will
the
kill him.
shit.
Yeah. And I went against a guy. There's actually a guy. He's now pro. But we basically started training at the exact same time, and we used to have wars. And then about 2.5 years after we started, something just clicked in his brain, and he's one of the few. Like they talk about to get in the NFL, you're 1 in a million. Well, it's like 1 in 2 million in fighting, and he had it. And training with him made me go, I'm not gonna excel like he is. So there's no point in me continuing just to get beat up every fucking day. But I'm gonna do jiu-jitsu tournaments for probably the rest of my life until I can't anymore. I just got to get off my ass now and do it.
Sean, real quick, what was it? Why was it that you wouldn't excel? What was the brick wall for you?
There's something that you have to have, just like getting in the NFL. You have to have a special talent that no one has. And in fighting, it's the exact same way. You talk about like John Jones is a perfect example. I will say now that I would have never in my life, if I trained for 30 years, had the level of skill that he was able to produce. So I can it's just one of those things where there are people out there that just have a special ability to do things that others cannot even get to. And I just wasn't going to be like that. And that,
I think I understand. Like a buddy of mine in college, we both started playing the acoustic guitar at the same time. And in 6 months, that guy was doing shit on the frets. I was like, what the fuck? There's no way.
Yeah, exactly. It's there's always a group that excels and has natural talent that will always surpass others. And those people are the ones you're seeing in the UFC and the Bellators. And the crazy part is a lot of them are in these lower organizations that no one ever sees. They're just waiting for their opportunity. It just wasn't for me.
Do you mean like Dawn and me? Like we're just, is that what you mean?
A cut above, Merle. A cut above.
Just a tad. And that's the crazy part, because I when I first started fighting and training, sparring in jiu-jitsu, I'm a very dominant player. Like I push the match.
I would destroy all of you in physical.
And when you have that mentality, and then you realize there are people that have a niche that will forever surpass you, you realize real quick what's worth it and what's not. And getting hit in my head every day was not worth it.
Moves that fighters don't get taught. Kung Fu moves where you can just break someone's leg with one little move. And a fighter will not
Hey, yo,
coming.
Sean, are you familiar with fake black belts?
I so love when I see that shit.
Oh fuck
Oh,
yeah, dude!
so
Yo,
awesome.
there's a good Dawn. You need to go watch and learn from the Chi Master himself, fake black belt, dude. He's the greatest.
Yeah.
Fucking, and he's a real fighter. He fights in the BKFC, the bare knuckle, fucking
What's
shit,
fake
dude.
about him?
Badass, bro. I love that
Why is
kid
he
so
fake?
much. What's that?
Why is he fake? Why is he called
He's
that?
not. He does real
Yeah.
life demonstrations of gallbladder 23s. Fucking, he shows the fucking value of knowing the chi, dog.
Okay,
He's for
that
serial.
sounds good
And he
now.
bare knuckle boxes. He goes under
Yeah.
the kung fu title. So fucking
That's
awesome,
what I'm
dude.
saying. You got to learn the
It-
chi as well as
And
fighting.
here's the thing, dog.
Uh,
Here's the thing. There are what are those Wang Chongs and all that other crap? Like there are things that aren't necessarily a sole basis for fighting, but there's knowledge and moves and things that aren't there to actually teach you to fight. It more teaches you how to learn your body and make your body do the things you want it to do. Like for instance, capoeira. When you see them doing those shows and seminars and shit, they're just showing you the full knowledge of it and the exercise of it. When you watch someone actually fight, like you watch Tony Ferguson use capoeira, it doesn't look like that flowy, dancey shit. It looks like these random odd moves, but he knows what his body can do, so he
It
uses
don't
it
look like
way.
that dude from Tekken. Remember the dude from Tekken?
It almost does. It's just the only difference
Eddie?
is
What's
that's
his
a video
name?
game.
Eddie?
Eddie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's again there. I think there, except for those ones where they don't have to touch you and they hit you, but I would say almost all the martial arts that are practiced have a place, and that's the other part. I did taekwondo, kickboxing, jiu-jitsu. I just naturally knew how to wrestle, so I got lucky there. But even then, I'm still way off from needing to knowing what everyone else knows to become a professional. It's just a level of its own. You think of a Pro Bowler in football. Well, a UFC fighter, a shitty UFC fighter, is just as good as someone who makes it to the Pro Bowl in that realm. And when you realize that, there's no reason for you to get your nose broke or bleed or not be able to see out of your eyes for 4 days from a fun sparring match and shit like that. It's just different. It makes you realize right away. Now, will I ever fight in the cage again? I hope not, but that niche is always going to be there. I'll always enjoy doing it.
I like the drunken monk style. Do any UFC fighters use that technique? The drunken the drunken boxer or whatever?
Was that like where you start fake going down or fake fainting and shit like that? I don't even know
No,
what
it's
the fuck
like
that
a
is.
technique when they're fake drunk. You never seen the drunken monk or what was it, the Jackie Chan or Jet Li shit or something?
You surprised Jeremy doesn't know fucking name of anybody. Doesn't know Eddie's name. Doesn't know the
I
drunken
can't, Kosho, we can't hear you at all.
You
You're doing
wobble
this.
about,
mic
wobble
is super
about, and then
echoey.
put a quick move in, right?
Oh yeah. Oh no. It's just it's untraditional movements is basically what he's saying.
Well, no, it makes
so
you're moving like you're drunk.
It's a fucking movie. Drunken Master.
Yeah.
No,
It's
I've
not a
seen
real
some.
style.
I have seen a boxer actually use this. A real boxer used to use that style.
Well,
This
what does he
isn't like
do?
made up shit.
So
He
what is it?
feigns-
Just not. So he's not. So when he's doing his feints and he's moving. He's not doing it to traditional way. He's very loose about it.
It's looking like he's drunk.
Yeah, it's more of a fluid art, but
Have you never seen
it's
the
not that
boxer
great,
that used to
honestly.
do it? No, that guy
If you
the
named him-
boxer was sick. Hold on,
Monkey
I'm
Fist
gonna
is way better.
I don't know if I've seen it and I've heard it called something else, or what you mean. But the only thing I could think of is just when someone has a non-traditional stance or a non-traditional movement when they're striking.
No, it's different. It's more of a fluid kind of motion and kind of off kilter, so it's unpredictable, and that's kind of the beauty of it. But I mean, it's not the greatest. Monkey Fist is way better.
Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva used to be stuff like that. Yes, it is. It is. Kung Fu is again. Like I was just saying, It's one of those. It may not be something that you're going to be able to just use on someone who's trained and you guys are fighting like that, but it teaches you ways to use your body that previously weren't able to. The moves that you're using make it so you're more fluid. That's all really it is. It's a muscle memory of how your body works.
Well,
Kung
it's
Fu
a lot
does-
of it.
does
A
work
lot of it
for
is
sure.
circular. It's circular motion, so you're generating large amounts of energy and leverage and then you're redirecting that towards the object or whoever it is you're hitting. But a lot of it is taking the opponent off balance and using their body weight and their motion against them and kind of redirecting them. Pretty
Kind of like
neat.
how judo works.
Like dancing.
Yeah.
Every
all of that.
every martial art, every fight is a dance.
Yeah,
It's a give and take.
Capoeira is actually a dancing fight or a fighting
Yeah.
dance.
So, and like I was saying before, when you're talking about capoeira and you're seeing someone go through the whole motions of all these moves and all these things, that's just like practicing. That's just muscle memory moves. But when you're in a fight, it's not the same thing. They take the quote unquote dancing part out of it, and then the moves just happen a lot faster because they're able to use their body more fluidly and limberly. So it's again, when someone said kung fu doesn't work, when you watch someone using kung fu in a class that it's just training, it doesn't look great. But one of those moves and one situation and their confidence of it, it does work. Now,
Well, the thing is, man, is when you're taking a limb and you're spinning that limb a full 360-degree motion and generating a large amount of torque, then all of a sudden you're releasing that onto something fixed next to you. I mean, it's going to be, you're going to generate a lot more force in like a spin kick versus like a front kick, just because of how much energy is being transferred.
Yeah, and it's just a way of teaching your body. You
I posted one guy doing
to do that.
Hold on a second, Sean. I posted one guy doing it, but there's a bunch of guys that do it. That's not even the good one. Some of the guys are really good.
Yeah. That is more of just a misdirect. That's what happens is everyone trains and they learn these arts and all that stuff. And what happens is say you learned boxing, you're looking to see the same things you've learned or traditional aspects of it, and all that is someone using it loosely so the other person can't know what's going to happen. If I purposely feint to the left, I'm looking for the hook. I'm looking for that guy to throw a hook because that's what he's going to want to do. Well, if I loosely do it and I do it all odd, the guy's going to have to think first. And the second he has to think first, his game's done. That's why all that stuff happens.
Did John Travolta know Kung Fu?
I have no idea. I know Steven Seagal is a badass in martial arts.
Steven Seagal's pretty good. Another one was the guy who played in Roadhouse Blues. Forget his name off the top of my head.
You know the guy. You know Al Bundy, the guy that played Married with Children.
Yep.
He's a black belt, and
Al Bundy?
he is a legit black belt. Like, not this celebrity does it. He is a fucking legit black belt. It's unreal.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I love Al Bundy. He's rad, man. That was a good show.
Yeah, he is a legit black belt and he used to compete too, even when he was older. He's legit good. And that's like why I like jiu-jitsu so much. You don't have to be the strongest, but if you know the technique perfectly, it is the best, in my opinion, and I may be a little biased. Brazilian jiu-jitsu is by far the best martial art to know.
You're right.
Period. I don't care.
You're right. It dominates everything else. I mean, 90% of fights end up on the ground. And when you know jiu-jitsu, man, it's game over. The only thing that could stop you is that knockout punch, right? But all you got to really do is just cover up, go in for that takedown, and it's all in the bag, dude.
I know jiu-jitsu players that when they fight in the cage, they'll purposely get hit to make the guy think he's going down, just to get him down. It's a trained technique.
My son is 58 pounds, and he just went up against
on that almost.
Remember when Joe Rogan?
Hold on real quick, man. I'm telling you about some jiu-jitsu. My kid's 58 pounds, and he's only 9, and he was dominating an 11-year-old that was 120 pounds yesterday, who's been in jiu-jitsu for a few years, but my son's been in for almost 5 now. So it was crazy to see, you know, the level of skill and how body weight and mass and strength are no match for technique. It's no match.
Oh yeah, one of my main sparring partners used to be a heavyweight, and it's just if you know the technique, it levels the playing field insanely.
Dude, it's crazy, dude. I mean, this kid was smashing my son. I was like, they're training hard too because they got a competition this weekend. So I'm like freaking out. I don't want him to get hurt. But my son was just dominating this kid, dude. It was amazing.
And that's
remember when Joe Rogan like killed that guy and then brought him back to life with CPR?
Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah, he was at a bar and some dude was talking shit and like touching him or something, and Joe's like, dude, don't fucking touch me. And then he did something, grabbed him up and fucking put him in a rear naked or something. And
I remember that. I remember that. That was way back in the day. Okay, I remember now.
Dude, I told myself if I ever saw Joe, I would punch him in his face, dude, because I hated him from Fear Factory because he was a douche.
He will kick the life out of you.
I saw him. I met him at PF Chang's out in Westlake. He goes there pretty often, and he was there with his family. And he turned around, and I'm like, yeah, probably not gonna hit this guy, dude.
Listen, how many untrained 10-year-olds do you think you could take? All at the same time. They're all coming at you at the same time.
It would take 5 or 6 to kick my ass. Let's keep it real now.
Yeah, you gotta keep it real, dude.
Year-olds.
If you can't punch them, here's the thing: if you
see,
can't punch them, they're gonna take you down, dude, and they're gonna fuck you up.
No,
not
you can
even
punch them.
it doesn't even matter that, because just think about it. If there's 5, that means they can come at me at every way. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm no kung fu master. I'm no taekwondo master. I literally base everything in jiu-jitsu, wrestling, and kickboxing.
And you think you can only take five untrained 10-year-olds? That's it.
My 2 kids are 6 years old and 9 years old, and they're fucking.
You're a grown
pretty
man,
well trained.
though.
They're pretty well
you're a
trained in
grown man.
jiu-jitsu, dude. And if I can't punch them, dude, they're gonna get me, dude. I let my son put me in a rear naked.
You can punch them.
No. If you can
in this
punch
scenario,
them,
you can punch them.
All right, they don't stand a match. They don't stand a match.
Yeah, they don't.
You're gonna get knocked
It's a fight to the death, and both parties know it.
But realistically,
they're
Jeremy,
going down, bro.
when you see that shit in movies where one guy takes on 10, that shit's fake. I don't know about that, bro. That's what I'm assuming you're basing it off of. That's
so
very
now
true.
that you know you can. Now that you know you can punch them, you think it's still only 5, Sean? 5 10-year-olds?
No, probably more. But I was just trying to be realistic to the point that once it becomes an unfair fight, the chances of winning are very slim, no matter what.
I feel like I would have to run out of energy before it ended.
I think some of those kung fu dudes could take on 10 guys. I think if you know how to hit, where to hit, and how to move, I think you can fucking all those katas. That's what those katas are for. Is for multiple attackers. It's for throwing key strikes, key areas, moving to the next target, and just fucking continuing.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem, and that's the only issue I have with that. Because when you see it, what you're seeing is a training scenario, and one guy comes at him, and then he may make contact, and then the next guy comes. But if 10 guys, grown men with no training, all come at you at one fucking time, you're fucked. I don't care what you know.
Yes,
well,
I agree, Sean.
here's the thing, man. If you're throwing punches to the right areas, like to the throat, and certain areas,
you may take out 1 or 2. Yeah, you may take out 1 or 2 of the 10, but I'm saying 10 grown men. You're only gonna drop 2 or 3 of them. The rest are gonna grab you and start fucking you up.
I got a neighbor. I'm not gonna dox him. He's a fucking UFC dude. I've seen this guy at fucking high school parties, clearing the whole party out by himself, dude.
You can't
passion, bro.
Incompetent people.
But
if it's 10 people ready to fight you back, it's different.
Yeah, I mean, if I say I don't give a fuck who it is. Anderson Silva, for example. If 10 grown men stand around him, and not 1 at a time or 2 at a time, but 10 at one time attack him, he's fucked. I don't care who you are. That's just reality. I'm sorry. And
Here's the thing. A lot of it is based on the area and the confines of that area. If you're in a tight situation,
absolutely.
you're
Absolutely.
fucking screwed, man. But if you're on an open playing field and you know how to
And you're
work
able to
your
move.
feet and you know how to
Yes.
move, oh, bro,
Yeah.
you're a fucking
No,
force, dude.
And like the guy you were just talking about that cleared high school parties and shit, like that's a situation where there may be 10, but he's moving away from those 10. He's making
It was
yeah.
It was more than 10,
That's
bro.
different.
It was
But no,
more
but
than 10, and they were getting one punch, bro, every time. One punch.
But that's different though. Like if all 10 of those guys said fuck this one-on-one in front of him, if we all just converge on him in a
Bro,
circle,
they had sticks,
once,
they had bottles, they had everything they could think of, bro. This guy was virtually unstoppable, dude. They were ripping the stakes out that hold trees up on the city sidewalks. I mean,
yeah,
anything you can think of, this guy was running through it, dude, like it was fucking nothing, dude.
and you know what? And it's insanely ridiculous for me to say impossible because, like I said, I know guys as well that are just on another level, complete another level when it comes to fighting, and it is possible. But the average person that even trains is going to get fucked up.
You know that dude, that UFC fighter, War Machine? He's another fighter that came from my city.
Okay,
And
so check this out.
I've seen him
Wait,
smash many people at once.
You're from San Diego. Are you from San Diego?
No, I'm from no.
Close
LA.
to?
Yeah, I'm in
Okay,
LA.
yeah, I grew up in Southern California my whole life. Yeah, War Machine. I watched him train. That dude is fucking nuts. 5150 all the way. I used to go down to where Dominic Cruz and all them used to train at. I've trained with all those dudes. I never
John,
got trained with Monster. He's crazy. That guy is
I'll tell you
literally
right now. My Oakland Ninja Turtles will run circles around your Southern Cali Foot Clan.
You do know that they've actually had tournaments where they purposely flew in East Coast Jiu-Jitsu and West Coast fucking demolished them. It was embarrassing. The only shining
Our
light you
jiu-jitsu
guys had was
studio
Gary
is
Tony.
#1 in the nation right now out of all the jiu-jitsu studios in
Wait,
America.
what tournament is your son competing in? What's it called?
Well, I don't want to give too much information, but we're part of Gracie.
Have you heard?
So.
Yeah. I used to train. The camp I came out of was Fight Lab. I know for a fact you've heard of Grappling X.
I'm not too prevalent in the whole jiu-jitsu world, man. Honestly, I just
It's
stay in my little hole.
Yeah. So Grappling X, my coach who owns Fight Lab owns Grappling X. So, and he has tournaments from San Diego to Arizona to Utah to Nevada. So I've trained with I can go in Southern California. I can go to any class and train for free just based on that alone. So, and I got that opportunity to do that. I trained with Gracie Bajas and all the Gracies from in the Southern area. See, we'll talk privately, so that way I can ask you questions that without doxing. Because if I ask you what Gracie, you're gonna dox yourself, and I know that. So yeah.
But I tell you this right now, both my kids are competing, and they're both gonna take gold.
Nice.
Hell I don't even have a doubt in my mind, bro. Like I'm playing the meta game.
You said they're young, still like under 13, 14?
6 and 9, yeah.
Okay, yeah. See, my son started when he was 5, and it changed. It's a game changer. I think it's insane if people do not put their kids in jiu-jitsu for self-defense, for fucking moral, just everything about it makes you a better fucking person.
Totally, dude, totally agree, 100%. My oldest has been in since he was 3.5. I started both my kids very young, and they're the highest ranked in the school, even out of the adults. So it's kind of scary, like, because they,
and that was the other thing that made me stop fighting. When you start seeing these 9, 10 to 15-year-olds that are sparring and keeping up with adults in these certain aspects, it was a mind changer. Because I used to teach jiu-jitsu to the kids, and to watch these kids pick up on something it took you 3 months to pick up on, and they're picking it up on in two days. It's insane.
Yeah, you become, I think if you start at that age, and we're starting to see more and more kids starting younger, and this
Yep.
is kind of the first time this has taken place. I feel we're going to
Mhm.
see a whole new level of jiu-jitsu coming from this up and coming generation.
Absolutely.
And I think it's going to just really transform just
Yeah.
UFC and fighting all around.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'd say it started probably about 10 years ago when the younger generation started to actually form the game. Whereas in 20 years ago is when everyone started training, because you remember back in the day, when I first started training, it was like no one knew jiu-jitsu. So you realize real quick, if a street altercation happened, it was just game over for everyone. Nowadays, you can't just look at someone and go, he knows what he's doing or not. You can't do it. It's impossible. But yeah, the kids are definitely going to change the game, and they're already doing it. And I didn't realize that until I started teaching jiu-jitsu to kids. It's insane. It is insane. And then I don't know if not many people really understand it, but there's also a huge difference between gi and no gi. And when you start, I think gi, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, is by far the best because it teaches you the moves, but at the same time, real world, you're gonna have these grips. And no gi is basically just wrestling with submissions. I like it. I love it. I think it's probably the funnest one for me. But
Yeah, two different paces,
yeah.
and the injury rates between the two are
Yeah.
entirely different.
I've been shuttled to the emergency room at least 12 times thanks to no gi. It's just
I stay away from that.
Yeah, it's the everything's amped up. Everything, whether it be the speed of it, the aggression of it, you name it. And I think a lot of that is because you can't control what's happening like you can in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, where you can grab a gi and put yourself in a breathe spot, or put yourself in a spot where you're not having to take all his weight. And that's the other thing, you're less likely to want to jam your shoulder into someone's eye socket to take a breather like you would be in no gi. So, but I love no gi. I think I enjoy no gi
I like
more.
watching it.
Yeah. Actually, I'll send some videos because I have them on my YouTube. When I used to compete.
I just watched that one video.
You guys are ruining this chat right now. People listening are like, "Oh my god,
Jeremy's right." Well, then you all need to stop being pussies and go start training so you can keep up.
Too late. They
You guys can
pussified
take a
us
free
all.
class. Take one free
They put
class.
fluoride in the
It's gonna
water.
change your life.
They got us not knowing what gender we are. I mean, they got us pussified to the maximum.
It's all good though, because Dyslo, I enjoy the conversation. Much respect to you and your kids. But yeah, I've actually sat from doing work for an hour to have the conversation, so I do have to go.
Get back to your airport hangar shit. You live and work in an airport.
I do, motherfucker. You want me to take a picture and show you, Jeremy?
No, it's
I'll
just
show
weird.
you. Hang on, look in the
It's
chat.
weird that you live and work. It's like a janitor that lives in a school.
Yo, we got to make a bet where there's something like somehow Sean's got to run out of the tarmac with a sign that says the Earth is flat. Like we gotta have, we gotta do you and I gotta have like a jiu-jitsu
used to be a
match.
thing.
We'll have a jiu-jitsu match. Well, no, we'll just have a jiu-jitsu match because those are fun.
Well, yeah,
or even like a best out of 3, and then fucking whoever loses, I gotta run out. I'll do something silly, and then or you know what I mean. Then you'd have to do something silly if whoever loses.
We could do a verbal jiu-jitsu fight where you just go through the moves and the defenses behind it and see who wins.
That's what this room's for.
I would love for you to come to Texas and wrestle. That'd be so badass,
dude. If I ever come out there, I fucking will, dude.
Actually, I got a friend who's in.
Man.
Out in Texas.
Dude, man, dude, fucking Gordon Ryan and I'm moving all out there. I think that's. I mean, how cool, man. How fucking cool.
Have a fight and do an IQ.
But
well, no, that's what I used to say.
Is better.
I used to say that I was a flat Earth.
I'll talk to you later.
Y'all later, Sean. I used to always say I'm a flat Earth black belt. that's where
Yeah.
So that's what. There's a lot of them in here.
Got them black belts.
Get the flat Earth black belts going on.
I just got mine.
You know.
I'm pretty new to this. I can't imagine if I was around for years and years, like some of these guys, like 5 years. This is going to be a daunting task within the next year or so here.
It's just like waiting for them to go land on
Shouldn't
the
we
moon
like
again.
do something? I mean, shouldn't we do something? Like, what can we do to prove it? There's none.
There's not. It's a big philosophical conversation. That's too
You can't
complicated
prove
for
it.
the average man. That's all.
Yeah, but you can't you gotta go out and make a straight line, put some water under it. This should be like easy straight line. Draw one on a wall, whatever. Can we
only
draw a
God
straight
knows.
line?
Only God knows the shape of the earth, man.
Bro, can we draw a straight line on a wall for like a half mile? That would do it right
Be a
there.
lonely task.
I think even like 400 feet.
Got to build the wall first. Maybe down in fucking Texas, you could
You
do
have
it.
a wall. You have a 400 feet. Would you see drop after 400 feet?
Yeah. How do you make the line straight? I can agree.
Huh?
If I can agree that we could do this, how do you want to make the line straight?
All right. M. Scott Veach sent me a 60-page PDF on how to make a straight line using some kind of mechanism or something.
Oh my God.
Man.
There's other ways you could use.
Who's gonna do that?
There's different methods. There's a couple different methods you could use.
Are we talking about an arbitrary straight line or a physical straight line?
Like drawing one in it with a magic marker, a crayon, whatever you want to use.
Could we do a laser and draw the line along the laser and just
No, like a
count-
laser level. Like a
count
laser
the
level.
refraction?
No, it's like a laser level. So you'd have to do I don't know, they might do 400 feet in one shot.
If you do it in the dark and
One of
you
the professional
blow
ones.
smoke as you go, as you're drawing it, you blow smoke on the laser, you draw the line parallel to it, right next to it on the wall.
Yo, how long can a laser line? Is Rocky in here?
How long can a what?
A laser level.
I used to say this was silly, Jeremy, but
You know
now
the
you
one
say,
that spins?
now you say
Hold on.
400 foot. I
So
think it's a lot more
just
doable.
look
No,
at
400 meters.
it tells
Yeah,
you.
okay.
Yeah, it tells you on the box. Like if you just Google laser level and you pull one up, it'll give you the specifications. It's all there.
Like a professional one that spins. I think it's only
Yeah.
a couple hundred feet. So you might have to have like 2 laser levels out there, and you could
No,
just line them up.
They do large buildings, auditoriums and shit where they have to do the a laser
You think
level.
400? You think 400 meters is doable?
I mean, think about the largest interior building, like somewhere where they do like where they've built stadiums, and everything has to be perfectly level, so shit lines up properly.
I know what you're saying, Jeremy.
How
Imagine
big
this.
is that?
A modern version of your theory. Yeah, we don't draw the line. We get a laser, but we pay for it to stay there. That every night there's enough steamy smoke blowing through it that people can see this straight laser line. And
No,
then
you
they
want to
trust- they
mark
trust-
down a
they
wall.
trust the people.
Honestly, with
They
the
trust us
laser
after
level.
we've built it, and then everyone can see the ocean curving away from the laser at the end of the 400 foot.
Yeah, with the laser
Take
level, you
photos,
don't even.
everything.
With
We
the
can get
laser
this-
level, you don't
we can
even
get
need a
this
wall.
done.
With a laser level, you don't even need a wall. You could just use posts in the ground for that.
But I mean,
Yeah.
here's the thing, guys. You
want
can
it
use
to
two
be
lasers.
nice and visual.
You can just use two lasers parallel. One measuring the distance from the ground up, and the other one measuring the laser in between the lasers.
Kosho just
And then you want.
Kosho just said refraction, so they're already going to say that if it doesn't look like it's curving. But wouldn't that hurt you though if the light was bending up?
Because
It would hurt me if there was no deviation from the water to the laser over whatever distance.
So wherever
Depending on how
that laser is
accurate
going to
you make it.
refract at, we could just pick up another laser in tandem with the first laser. Just a multitude of lasers carrying that same
You could
vector
have
all
a
the way
bunch of
across.
lasers, yeah, in different positions.
Well, let's not
Then
get
you run
too
into the
far.
problem.
One far away.
Let's just think about one laser, one deviation, one
No, these
set
things
of
are
smoke,
cheap.
one smoke machine. You know,
Rocky
one
has got like 3 of these.
tourist situation.
Rocky has got like 3 of these laser levels, I think.
Yeah, but as soon as you start
No, they're
connecting
not
multiple
cheap, dude.
ones, then you got to account for the minimum amount of air that's going to be between each
Also,
one.
setting this up on
It's
the
hard
side of
to
the lake.
account for.
You get a lake, you find, and they'll let you do it, and then you set up this thing.
So
it's called the deviation experience.
So
we
And then
talked
there's a
about this
laser there
before.
with a
Plenty-
smoke machine.
plenty-
It's great.
You know when they made the biggest buildings in the world, like CERN, or just use CERN. They didn't use lasers. They used
we don't like CERN.
GPS RTK. It doesn't matter if you don't like it. It's still the biggest building.
We weren't there though, man.
It's got to be visual.
Doesn't matter if you weren't there. They had to use the actual mechanisms to make straight lines.
It's
That's not
biased.
biased. They had to actually make the building. The building is actually real.
They didn't have
so-
a third party. They didn't have a third party going over all this. This is all just the hearsay.
Well, regardless, third parties have been there. So it's a real building that exists, and it's the biggest building in the world. And they
Let's
have
find another
used
one.
real
'cause
mechanisms
CERN-
to create it.
I don't trust CERN, dude. I don't trust anything coming from that fucking.
Russia's got something. They've already got buildings with a straight line on the edge next to the water. Would you say that? Where we could go and look at, and it's really long, like Jeremy wants. And you could look up how it's built and trust that it's straight.
I don't trust it. I don't trust anything about that fucking place.
No, any building. I'm talking about a long building.
Yeah,
There might
give
already
me
be
another
one.
building, dude. I'm fine with that. Any other building but that.
Okay, well,
There's Slack. There's
would
Lego.
would you pay me
Yeah,
to
bro.
make a
All the
deviation
fucking
experience
Jesuit
on a lake
fucking
with a
Freemason
laser?
buildings, sure.
Would you pay for it? The deviation experience on a lake with a laser and a smoke
Yeah, I
machine,
would.
Smoke machine.
For sure. For sure, I'd put in on that.
You got to get a big frozen lake, a giant one.
That's what I've been saying. A
That's
big frozen
completely
fucking
frozen
lake,
over.
dude.
500 meters.
I
It
agree.
doesn't have to be frozen. Why? Because refraction. Yeah.
No.
There's still a fraction of frozen lakes.
It's the show the flatness of it all, dude, so that there is no absolute way that they can say, oh, the water was bulging or
This is not
flattened.
good. This is going to be a proper flat lake, like the flat Earthers lake. Ice bulges and stuff and cracks and has humps.
Yeah, we don't want water. We want frozen ice.
Well, that's not going to be flat, is it?
What you do is you paint a triangle on a big frozen lake, and then you just measure the angles. That's it.
And check it's flat first. Oh, that'd be a good way. Someone could do that. But I reckon you'd find
It's
a
gonna
hump.
be
You'd be
flat.
measuring an ice hump.
It's gonna
man.
be flat, buddy.
Well, in my deviation experience, it's not going to be ice. It's going to be water, so people can come there on the flattest day when there's no wind and see
Yeah,
the,
but that's
the
the
laser
problem.
pointing up from the lake, so they actually can experience the lake curving down away from the laser.
That's a problem though, dude. Because now you're talking about you got to find the proper day. You think people can fucking pinpoint weather good enough
No,
to
it's going
make
to be
plans?
set up 24/7, and you can come on the day you want to look at it. That's the deviation experience.
Well, why do it only one day? Why not do it
24/7.
couple days, different days?
You can pay me to stay for 2 weeks and literally sit on the edge. I'll get you a swim like a fishing lake, and you can watch it with your camera for as long as you want, as you pay. Tourist trap. You'll see the laser sometimes not deviating. You might see it flat one day if you get special weather. If you look all year, you'll eventually mostly see the lake curving down from the laser. And then
Yeah,
it's
so-
just whether you trust the people that set the laser up or not.
So, Kosho, if,
But
if you
that
have
doesn't mean-
refraction going, hold on. Oh, go ahead. Don's just fucking, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jeremy. I'll wait. It's all right.
Actually trying to make this
I mean, if
into
you're
a
gonna
reality
respond-
idea, a proper idea.
Yeah, the realistic thing to do would be to make marks on the wall. You have a laser going 24/7.
What? No, marks
Or
are going to get
stakes.
washed off, Jeremy.
Stakes,
Not everyone
stakes,
can
you put
see
stakes.
marks from a camera.
You put posts
Lasers
in the
are best.
ground. All right.
Close.
Anyways, Kosho, if you have refraction going, go ahead, Silent.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jeremy. You know how they say that overall we see this distance? Like some days, like in the Black Swan, right? They say, well, this was a special occasion because overall we see this much. If you were in an area which is cold, more cold, overall you will see a different distance. It depends on the area, right? That you are standing. Let's say probably in Antarctic, you can see far because it's more colder all the time than in the equator. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, but when you're talking about the the picture in Santa Barbara, you're going to have varying climates throughout the year. So I don't think you can.
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying when they say overall this is the one that we take, and I'm like, no. I mean, it depends on how many days you're checking that distance over what weather you're doing this.
Right. So, like, if I went back in the past 3 years to the month of March to see what kind of footage I had, this year's March is the most unique for me because there was a condition that I was seeing on a daily basis that I had never seen on that many days in a row before. Like it would be alternating and almost far and few between. But in March, man, for the first 2 weeks, I had nothing but the same conditions that didn't have mirage, what I would call and consider looming, right? I was seeing farther with no obstruction. Okay. So, you know, and then that goes with where people say, well, looming doesn't happen very often. Well, in that month, it happened every day for 2-3 weeks in a row.
You know, Travis, I know you for 6 years, man. I don't know how these people dismiss your argument so easily. I think you are one of the persons that have been out there observing these things for so long, you know?
Yeah.
They just dismiss you like, I don't get it, man.
Well, that's what it is. It's dismissal. It doesn't have to, you don't have to have a reason if you're just going to dismiss stuff.
That's all they do. But I give these guys experiments all the time they can do themselves, and they never come back with an answer. They never come back with anything. It's the same repetitiveness every day. It's cognitive dissonance and willful ignorance.
Like I said, you're right, Islo. It's like talking to a Google page. You know, it's like if you open your computer, you type something, you get the answer from Google, and try to argue with that shit. You know, it's not gonna change whatever you say.
Well, even when you can argue with it and verify that what's been shown from their acceptance of Google is wrong, what do? They run to the next argument immediately. They never take the time out of their experience of life here to try to recalibrate, reprogram their understanding. It's, oh, this is an attack upon my belief system. I've got to quarantine this thought and essentially dispense of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's kind of scary. It's like almost scarier than the corruption upon us at this point.
I think Jeremy was going to lay out an actual argument instead of reminiscing about days of arguments past.
Yeah, okay, Kosho. I get we're waking you up. You don't like that. Go back to sleep. It's okay.
Go ahead, Jeremy. You were.
It seems like Jeremy was going to actually set forth a challenge.
Well, I don't see Jeremy in here, so I don't even know what you're talking about. So go ahead.
I took over his idea of a line with the laser and then left.
He was giving way for you guys to talk about that for a second. He probably went to go.
What if we did this? Yeah. What if I was a millionaire and I had 50 grand to put into this laser experience on a lake? What is the issues with this? If I got people from both sides to calibrate the laser on a horizontal or whatever.
Well, I'll tell you right now.
And it's 24/7. Remember, always shining, and you can look at it whenever you want.
You would have to have a pole, like a 20-foot pole, with lasers spread across this pole, all parallel to one another, so that you could show that there was no differences between all those lasers with one another. Because if you didn't do that, all they're going to tell you is that, oh, it was perfect conditions, and I don't know, they'll have some excuse. So you have to have a bunch of lasers in conjunction with one another.
Eight a foot apart or half a foot apart. 6 inches apart.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is it doesn't matter if you use 2 lasers over a course of a mile or a laser every foot. It's got the same problem. Because you put a laser every foot, the amount of error that you have to account for is so small, you're not going to be able to account for it.
I think you're saying above
they have
parallel.
Don, they have an unfalsifiable model.
I didn't say
that's a problem.
So we've got 8.
No, we
parallel
just have
lasers.
we have actual mechanisms for making straight
Unfalsifiable
lines.
model.
It's not
That's what
laser.
you got, Kosho.
It is falsifiable. You just use
No,
a
it's
real
not.
mechanism to make a straight line. You're not even listening, Silent Zero. And when I tell you the real mechanism, you're just going to say, "Oh, you can't use that mechanism because
Well,
like
what is the real mechanism?
But-
Tell me.
Well, when they make actual straight buildings like CERN or LIGO, they use GPS RTK, which gives them perfectly
Well, over
straight
the
lines.
distance is
We
gonna
can't
be
see
curved,
the
isn't it?
deviation from the building though, Kosho. 'Cause it's just random land around it.
No, yeah, I
Like
know,
you-
but you can do that over water if you want to. You can do it over.
That was Jeremy's idea.
But
That's what
water,
we were talking about.
water is attracted to the center of the earth. So over the distance, even if you put the level every inch, it has a microscopic bending, whatever. So
Yeah,
over
but
the
that's
distance,
what I'm
it's gonna
saying.
be bent. So impulsifiable
Yeah, you use.
is a falsifiable.
Yeah, if you use your mechanism, it's unfalsifiable. You don't use your mechanism. You use the one I just said.
We're
The
not
GPS
saying in tandem.
RTK will give you perfect positions, and you make a perfectly straight line.
We're not saying in tandem. We're saying parallel to one another, stacked on top of each other. I mean, we could do it a multitude of ways, all using a bunch of lasers. You know, creating a grid system, like even a stacked grid system, and that would show any differences, accounting for all your little excuses you would come up with that we could answer for.
What we have is a handout leaflet that explains refraction. You read that as you go around the experience. That's what I'm thinking now. And obviously, yeah, my lasers are set up in front of some type of wall that we've made. So you can have a normal line behind the lasers. So if it's not night or the smoke machine's not working, we can look at the line too. That's all right. I was going for lasers because they're better. They look cooler. You know, for
They don't look
tours.
cool, but there's a reason why professionals don't use this as a mechanism to do so, because it doesn't give you perfectly straight lines.
But
Whether you
Costa,
do
this
it
isn't
a bunch of them in a short distance,
perfectly.
whether you use a bunch of them in short distances or
so they
use
can
a
visually
long
see it.
one over long distance, it doesn't work.
That's
So what they
Maybe-
actually use,
hold on.
what they
You're not
actually
getting
use is GPS RTK because it works practically.
Kosho, the
You're not
laser
getting it.
has a margin of precision, isn't it? Like a margin where
Yeah,
if you
dude.
take it outside of that
Very
margin,
precise.
you're gonna start having a misreading. But if you keep it inside of that margin of error, and then you attach the next laser, like Dyslo was saying, and then like as long as you don't take it outside of the margin of precision of that instrument, I don't think there's a problem with that.
No
Yeah,
problem
no,
at
but
all
that's
with
what
that.
that's what I'm saying. If you do a long distance one with just 2 lasers, then the
Nobody said
amount
that,
that you can
bro.
allow for.
Nobody said that. You're not
Why
paying
is it every
attention to
time I
that.
start speaking, you guys? Why is it every time I start speaking, you guys talk
Because
over?
you're
me?
saying something
you're
that
talking
nobody
about-
has
if
mentioned.
you allowed me to finish, you would see that I heard exactly what you said.
All right,
Okay?
go.
Because if you use just 2 lasers over a long distance,
Who
then
the fuck mentioned 2 lasers, moron?
Stop, dude! Stop it! God damn it, dude!
Okay, hold on.
You're like, okay, I'll listen this time, and then you listen to 2 words.
All right, let me just
2 of them over a long distance, the amount that you can allow for is greater. If you use a lot of them over a short distance, like a foot apart each one, the amount that you can allow for is so small that the amount to measure that or to make sure it stays within those bounds
But you're
is
going
nearly
from one
impossible.
extreme. You're going from one extreme to the next. You're not trying to find the middle ground to make it work. And this exposes the fact that you don't want this test to go down.
I just told you there's a way to do this test, man. It's not that I don't want it to go down. It's just the way you guys are talking about. If it were an actual feasible way of doing it, people would be doing it. Professionals would be doing it.
We're
They
not
don't do
talking
this.
about it in any way. We're just
when
saying
they want to make straight
specifically
lines, they
telling
use GPS RTK.
Yeah, that's nice. We're simply telling you.
Oh my God, you fucking moron! GPS. I told you. We argue about this, Kosho. Why the fuck you bring that shit again? You're using that thing incorrectly.
Yeah, nobody wants your GPS, bro.
Yeah, you're using that shit incorrectly. Fuck off with that shit, Kosho. How many times?
Yeah, this is the reason why people use this, dude, because it's incorrect. That's right.
Hey, wait,
There's a reason why this is the only mechanism they use. Yeah.
What the hell? Can you not hear me? As a moderator, it's difficult for me to try to get in here when you guys don't listen, okay? I muted Silent Zero because he's stepping over the line with the language. Silent, if you can hear me, bro, drop it. You got to take it down a notch. Let's bring this down to a calm discussion, please. And for the rest of you, again, I'm not trying to be the mod at the top of the list. I'm just trying to say you guys need to listen. If someone else is talking in, just if it's a mod, try to give them the floor, okay? Even if it's not me, I'm just saying any mod.
Oh, we see what you're up to now, Copernicus.
What are you talking about?
I'm just joking, dude.
All right, man.
All right. But yeah, man, like nobody said 2 lasers, nobody said a foot apart. Like we simply said there's a threshold of error, and if we can stay within the parameters of that, we can utilize these tools to our advantage to showcase the veracity of what it is we're saying. That's all.
That was my point. I was saying it doesn't matter whether you use a bunch of them or a few of them, somewhere in between. The amount that you use and the spaces between them is going to give you the amount of error that you're allowed. So if they were a foot apart, the amount of error would be so tiny that to account for it would be impossible to account for. And if it was large apart, the amount of error that would be allowed would be greater than the deviation that you're looking for in the curve of the Earth.
I mean,
So
it sounds
using a
like
laser, is an impossible task.
it sounds like you're fixated like upon this one quintessential version of a laser within your mind, like as if there's no different types or separate diameters of lasers giving different types of precision. Like lasers are very precise. It's in fact one of the most precise things we have as far as creating a straight path or used for cutting or used for a lot of things, man. Lasers are, I mean, endless, dude, as far as what they're capable of being used for.
Okay. So go ahead and find me an example of a tunnel or a long building or something like this where instead of using GPS RTK, which is what they use a laser.
You misunderstood my whole reason for using lasers.
No, I get your point, Don, because it's cool, it's attractive.
It's visual for the tourists to see over a short distance, over the water.
Well, I think anytime you got water, you know, you're gonna have different things happening that we have to account for. It just kind of complicates stuff.
Everyone agrees. If you look at it all year on a calm day, you can tell.
You could tell what?
You can tell that the lake deviates away from the laser underneath.
Okay, that's all that is rhetoric, so you'd have to demonstrate this.
Well, that's why I'm proposing the deviation experience, the deviation laser experience.
Yeah, I don't see any deviation.
Coming to a lake
I've
near you.
never heard of that.
But this is my invention.
It's pretty consistent.
To help.
You would have to find a spot to where you could shoot across the lateral orthographic view and have that laser not what's the word? Not disperse along the way. It would have to.
Yeah, we're gonna get really good lasers.
I mean,
Well,
even
this is what lenses are for, man. Like, so if you set up a laser and where it starts to spread out and disperse, like you explained, we could have a convex lens kind of help create the conical shape of the laser back into a pinpoint source carrying the same tangent down the road further.
Yeah, I think it would just break down too much. Let's say the laser stayed true for a mile and then started to break up after that mile. That I don't think you'd ever be able to come back to.
Miles enough.
Yeah, you'd find the center point. All you would do is find the diameter of that spread of that beam, find the center point, and carry your next beam from that center point on forth.
I think you would want to do it inside in like a tank, like Drink a Kool-Aid always talks about how they have that tank for testing the models. I think that way, because all you're trying to do is demonstrate that hump of water, right? Because if the claim is that gravity is going to be different, there should be a hump.
This is even better, but I was just thinking of budget because, building an indoor lake's hard and there's already outdoor lakes that exist. But yeah, indoors better.
The problem with the laser
in order to have a hump, you're going to have a bulge, and that bulge is going to have a different pressure than the other outer edges. Like, so if you had a long trough, let's just say half a mile long or a mile long, a trough of water, from your understanding, the center of that water, within the center of that trough, is going to be a higher water level than the edges, and if that were the case, you would have to have a different pressure from the middle to the edge. There would be a pressure and difference, a measurable, calculable pressure and difference, and we don't see this.
About the building and say it's not natural. Yeah, that could be an issue. If it's a natural lake.
But it's just the water level you're worried about, right? It's not going to matter as long as the water level is
contrast
what you're
of the water
demonstrating,
level with the pressure.
right? So even if it's just a foot deep or 2 feet deep, it's either going to be perfectly horizontal or it's going to show a curve.
How do you know the lasers lined up horizontal? How do you know it's not at a like 1 degree or 2 degree tilt?
That's the thing. Well, we're going to have to use flat earthers and globers and non-biased people.
All
to help calibrate this laser.
You wouldn't have to. All you would do is contrast
have to
both
level
ends.
it out.
And then right hand, you have to trust the calibrators when you go around the experience. You can go around it in doubt, but if you want to believe in it, you have to trust the calibrators.
I don't
Or
trust.
you walk around the
That's
experience.
not trust is for religions. I don't need to trust that water will find a horizontal because that's what water does.
That's
now,
what
I
I'm
need
saying.
To trust somebody will set that laser up right. I have to trust that. Water is outside the influence of people, so there's no need to trust it. Now the laser being set up by a human, take trust.
Leaflet explaining how the laser was set up and why we think it's horizontal and all of that.
But you would have to use level to horizontal it. Going back to the water, which you're trying to prove is horizontal. You're going to use the water to horizontal your level, your laser. It's crazy.
Well, if you use the indoor one, we're going to use the beginning of the lake to shoot it across. We're going to assume it is flat, shoot the laser across, and then we hope at the end of the laser it's a different deviation.
But that would go against your whole narrative, dude, because both ends should be equal. The only difference should be in the center point. Both ends should be equal.
I don't think you want less of a lake. You want like a canal, an indoor canal.
Exactly.
You know, it only have to be a foot or two wide.
Well, that's why I said a trough.
Right,
Yeah,
and then you have your line that's on the wall.
Right, but that's
and
that's man-made. You'd have to create that canal rather than using a natural one.
That would be good.
Yeah,
Then
that's
people
why I
could
said
get
a water
both.
trough.
We can have a natural version, and a man-made indoor one. So we've got two types. Because the indoor one will have less refraction, and the outdoor one will be more natural.
like I said, it shouldn't matter that the canal is man-made because really what you're looking at is the level of the water.
Well, it's the level of the water from both ends. It's not just from one end or the other. It's the difference between the two versus the center point. That's what we're focusing on.
You want to have like a red laser shooting from one end and a green from the other end. We can see them both deviating upwards in some type of geometrical shape at the middle point.
I don't think the scale would allow that.
What, half a mile or a mile?
No, I don't think that's enough.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question? I'm not trying to interrupt. I just wanted to get it out of the way. Your guys' experience. When you're outside of this platform, right, and you're talking to average people, and the topic of, you know, the earth and the shape, and you guys just bring it up and talk about it, do you ever realize how little people know, the average, I'm not saying the people in Discord, but know about any of this?
Yeah, Whitson points that out every day.
I mean, it's amazing how little. I talk to quite a bit of people outside of this forum and other servers and other places, and it's quite astonishing.
It's almost like you'll ask somebody, they're like, "Oh, I'm very religious," and you're like, "Oh, what does the Bible say on this?" And like, "I don't know." And you're like, "Well, what does the Bible say on that?" Well, I don't really know. And you're like, "Do you go to church?" Yeah. Well, what do they talk about? I don't know. Like, you do all this stuff and you claim to be, but you have no idea really what it's about. That's strange.
It's I like being in here because we are kind of, even though some of the Globers here disagree with us, and we kind of got it down packed, right? In certain things, and we're questioning things or have that conversation. That's not where I need to be.
Have you seen Dr. James Torr's new?
No, have you seen how Whitson tries to give away $100 to people that can answer 3 questions?
Am I
and his
muted or
questions
something?
are, How many times a day does
Wow,
the
Bendy,
Earth
you're just gonna
rotate
talk right
on its
through me, dude?
axis?
Do you have me
What's the
muted?
distance
Can
to the
somebody ask
sun?
Bendy if he has me muted or something?
And what's the diameter or the radius? And
Sean, can
no
you
one
ask
can
him if
ever
he's got
answer
me
that.
muted?
You got
Bendy,
Bendy
you-
muted.
No, Bendy, ask Bendy if he has Dicelo muted.
Bendy, do you have Dicelo muted?
Well, let me check. My thing's all wonky. Let me disconnect and reconnect.
Okay. He said he couldn't hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dicelo. What was you saying?
Oh, I was just saying, Dr. James Tour did a latest video. Pretty good, man. Being that this guy's like the leading expert upon synthetic. He's a synthetic chemist and probably like one of a lot would say one of the best to exist. But nonetheless, man, this guy's very religious, and he just did a video talking about Jesus's resurrection and how there's current scientists saying how it is possible for life to essentially resurrect itself. I don't know. It was far out, but then again, man, you got to remember that this is a bona fide doctor talking about this, so it just adds more, I don't know, excitement to it, I
That
guess.
sounds awesome.
Well,
Yeah,
what is
it does,
life,
doesn't it?
right? Like it's so hard to pinpoint that, you know, is heart beating? Does that mean you have life? There's people, there's hearts not beating, they're still quote alive, you know, brain function. There's people that they're dead, but they still have brain function. So it's, the life is like a combination of all these things almost, plus something else we don't even know.
Right.
All right, so I'm gonna post it here in the mainstream video in the mainstream chat. One it says scientists say the dead will rise from the grave. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Kind of interesting.
Zombies, fucking zombie type shit.
Well, the thing is, I asked some random people about, you know, the second law of thermodynamics, you know, basic stuff that we know here. And they think the electromagnetism is the container. It's just
Electromagnetism is usually the container.
Yeah, it is,
Really?
Don. Well, it's not. This is what I talked about the other day. It's where that falls off, where the electromagnetic field drops and falls off and becomes non-existent. That's the container. It's not the field itself, but the lack of field, and this is essentially the container. It's yeah.
I certainly don't mean Earth's container. I mean, generally, when people are talking about containers, generally, electromagnetism is actually what's containing whatever it is, the matter, or the air, whatever. In the case of the Earth, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like an
It's
actual,
just-
like a jar or a bucket or something.
It's just charge moving to discharge, man. Like when you see all those gases and stuff, like having a vector, a lot of that is just due to the charge moving to discharge, and generally that's away, or that's towards space, away from I guess mass, the strongest point of mass. I don't know, maybe I fucked up on the last part, but nevertheless, charge moving to discharge towards space, because that's the least resistible path, I guess.
Well, the thing is, though, even with electromagnetism, even gases are electrostatic, but you still need a solid container because even what
Yeah,
was
but
that?
that's what I'm talking about. Those solid containers. What's containing the gas is electromagnetism. In the
Yeah.
Earth, it's not electromagnetism, but in a solid container like a jar or a can, or what do you call those, like a tank, the mechanism is electromagnetism, specifically repulsion from negative charge.
Kosho, even okay, so you're a glober. Even in your heliocentric mode, you think the universe is so big that there's a container outside of it?
No.
No, he just thinks it's like a spilled glass of water. It just keeps going and just dispersing out. Just keeps going.
It has to have a container, though. Dude, there has to be.
It can't if it's continually expanding.
Yeah.
Unless
well, the Big Bang says that the stuff, like it's like stuff is expanding into nothing, right?
Well, have you guys heard, or has anyone heard of the Leyden jar experiment?
No.
Well, I'll post the video here in the chat. You guys should take a look at this.
Think about this. Red Dead or any video game, right? The first video game and the second video game. Usually the second video game has a bigger map, right? Which is more land area, but there isn't less nothing, right? So it didn't grow into nothing. Just what it is bigger. Like, and that's what I kind of envision the Earth. It's just you can get bigger without growing into nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, that's the way the universe is thought of as well. I don't think that there's some space that it grows into. The space is encompassed in the universe. There is nothing. There's no space that it's growing.
So nothing is expanding into what?
Yeah,
Not nothing. The space is expanding, just like time expands. If you imagine there was a beginning of time, there was no time before that, obviously, and the time doesn't grow into some empty time. It's just getting bigger and bigger. The space will be doing the same.
That's very
I
childish.
think Osho's an underrated like baller gold mine of quotes. He just said time expands.
You said there was a time when there was no time.
I said that there was a time when time started, the beginning of time. Before that, it'd be pointless to say what happened before that time, because that's when time started.
Yeah, maybe for you, but
that's the idea of the beginning. Nobody knows if there was an infinite amount of time.
Are you an atheist? Are you an atheist?
No, what does that have to do with anything?
Somebody pushed the start button. Like, how did time start?
Yeah.
Nobody knows. I just said nobody knows if there was a beginning or if time was eternal. Nobody knows.
Well, so what are our two options? We have an infinite amount of time, which is impossible, and then we have spontaneously the start of time. You know, those are very far-fetched. They're almost more
that's a false dichotomy
than God. It almost seems like it's more supernatural than God. God seems less supernatural.
That's a false dichotomy, dude.
Oh, you can call it whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying, to me, if I was trying to decide the start of the universe, those two seem less plausible than an actual God.
That's a false dichotomy. That's why.
Well, you can say false dichotomy. That doesn't change the facts that those two things.
That means that there's multiple. There's more options than the ones you just said. It wouldn't be just because somebody had to press start spontaneously.
I'm not saying there aren't more options. I'm saying of those two that we discussed just now, God seems more plausible. So if you give me one that's more plausible than God, then I'll, then make.
If you reframe what you said in the silly way you said it, you could just say time is either eternal or there was a start. Not it spontaneously started or whatever else, but there was a start or there was eternal.
Well, if
that would be the real dichotomy.
Okay, so the real dichotomy. Eternal means it's infinite, an infinite amount of time, right? Forever. Infinite is nothing we've ever experienced and a conceptual an impossibility. So that one we could just throw that one out. Then you say it just started. So that would be spontaneous starting of a universe. I'm not
Again, nobody said that. That's the false dichotomy you're making.
Well, then
nobody said it just started.
So you had nothing and then it started.
There was either a beginning. There was a beginning or it was eternal. Now saying there was a beginning
what do you
doesn't
consider the beginning?
Saying there was a beginning doesn't say how the beginning started or spontaneously or God.
What's consistent of the beginning? What's the consistency of the beginning for you? What addresses this beginning?
Yeah, for us to understand or know which one happened, right? Or pretend that we know.
I'm not asking you what happened.
Nobody knows. That's the whole point.
I'm not asking you what happened.
That's why those are the two choices.
What is the identifier for this beginning mechanism that you're addressing?
Redshift.
And nobody knows if there was a beginning or if it was eternal. I mean, I don't know how many times that has to be said. It would be foolish to come up with an answer whenever there is no answer that no one knows.
What do you mean internal or the beginning? What
eternal.
Are you actually saying?
Time is either eternal or it had a beginning. These are the two options, and nobody knows which one was true. No one knows which one it is.
They do. You just don't want to hear it because it's been said.
Nobody knows which one it is, and to pretend that you do would be an arrogant.
Well, we know it's
not. No, you just don't want to hear it.
Infinity, because infinity is not. You can't judge an infinite amount of time, right? You would need markers, and it's infinite. You would have no markers. So
time's just a convention. Time doesn't exist, guys. You guys are literally trying to
Put something to existence. Yeah, existence.
Yeah,
started.
man.
Your existence started. Your existence ended. You can try and quantify that with some kind of thing, right? But it's not time. It's not like time is created. Your existence and your experiences are created, and you attribute time to that.
Yeah. Time is something that we use as a mechanism, a tool to try to like measure things. But this is all just a measure of magnitudes. And ultimately it doesn't exist at all, but only conventionally, being that we're beings of mass and we have magnitude and we live in a sea of time. But again, man, this is all just conceptual based upon our physical experience. And
Yeah,
it's
time
all based
absolutely
upon
exists without
it's all
people being
based
there.
listen,
Yeah,
time is nothing more than a mirage, just like space, just like emptiness, just like a shadow. These are all phantasms of perception and memory,
You're
because
just
the
saying
fact
silly
that
things.
I'm not saying silly things
It's
at all,
making
man.
sense to me, dude.
Space is
It's making
absolutely
sense to
real.
me.
Space is not
Shadows are
real.
absolutely real.
Space has no
And
properties.
time is absolutely
Shadows,
real. Without
a
people,
shadow is just a
being there to
deprivation
conceptualize
of
them,
light.
these things would still exist.
Listen, don't talk through me, kid. A shadow has no properties, just as space has no properties. Okay.
Well, you'd have to stop
A
speaking
shadow.
whenever you get a chance.
Yeah, I'm not
'Cause
done talking,
there's no
so
way to
give
respond.
me a minute here. I'm giving you something you never heard, and I understand it's hard for you to conceptualize what I'm telling you because it
I've heard this. Now
offends
you're
your
just giving
beliefs.
rhetoric. Now you're
That's
just
not
giving rhetoric.
rhetoric. It's not
Yeah,
rhetoric.
yeah.
You're just talking
Instead
through
of
me.
actually, instead of talking,
This
well, you're
isn't
not
the
talking.
Kosho show, bud. It's not the Kosho show. Chill out.
Well, hold on, because Kosho is kind of right. There is either a beginning or it's been here, or is he
There's
saying
no
that's a false
beginning, man.
dichotomy?
No, I'm saying that is the
There's no
dichotomy.
beginning.
Well,
There's
how
no
do you know that's not
alpha.
a
There's
false
no
dichotomy?
omega. There's no alpha or omega.
He's conflating time, whatever
There's
that
no
is,
first
right?
cause. There's no original sin.
Time
Okay,
is
right.
not
So
the first
I'll
history of
try to
existence,
address one of
right?
the things that you guys said. Specifically, the three things you said didn't exist. Shadows absolutely are real with or without conceptualizing it. You can put a light sensor in a shadow, and it's not going to read anything because it's in a shadow. It's a very real
Oh
thing.
That
boy.
doesn't make. It's in the
Oh
dark.
boy.
Time
Dark
is
is a
very real
real,
without
dude.
people existing.
Hold on, let's stay on the shadow, dude, because this showcases the lack
No.
of logic that you have to apply here.
Yeah.
So again, let's
time
talk
is
about
time is
shadows.
time is absolutely real. Meaning that events still pass by even without you conceptualizing. Ice will still
So
melt.
you're saying a shadow is a thing. You're saying a shadow is a thing in itself, right? It's
I'm saying
not the
shadows exist without you conceptualizing.
a shadow is just where light isn't, dude. That's all it is. It's nothing more than a projection, an emanation that we perceive due to the deprivation of light. It's not a thing in itself. This is what you guys
And,
have literally
and
done
you're
to your
and,
mind.
and you're
This is what
saying
you've
that you're
done to
saying
your
it doesn't
mind.
exist without conceptualizing it.
This
It
is
does
what you've
exist
done to
even
your
when you don't
mind. This is
conceptualize
sad.
it.
It's not a
So
matter of
these
conceptualizing.
three things that you said, yeah, but that's exactly what you said. You said they're not
It's
real. They're just
listen.
Can
This
you
is a
can
good
you guys
word.
stop? Hold on. Can you guys stop rumpusing each other? Because really, Kosho, you're just let him say something. Then Dysel says something. You guys are just talking over each other.
Thank you. Kosho, go ahead. You can go first, and then I can go, and maybe you could stop trying to talk through me. Go ahead, Kosho.
Yeah, so the 5,000 things you said. So like I said, the three things that you said that weren't real, that were just concepts that we've come up with, and they don't exist outside of us conceptualizing them. This is entirely not true. All those things exist. Time exists even when you're not conceptualizing it. Events still pass by, like ice melting or rocks wearing away. These things happen over time, whether or not people conceptualize that fact or not.
Let's stay on one point here because we were talking about shadows, and let's focus on one thing at a time so that we can, not be all over the place here. So again, let's talk about shadows. Go ahead.
Yeah, you use shadows as an example of things that doesn't exist, but the thing we were talking about was time. Yeah, shadows indeed are the lack of light, just like coldness is the lack of heat. But that doesn't mean that coldness doesn't exist. That doesn't mean that it's only conceptualized. Meaning that you don't have to have a human mind you don't have to be a human mind to come up with these things for them to exist. They exist with or without you conceptualize.
Let's stay on topic, man. So again, man, a shadow is not a thing in itself. It's the byproduct of something else, and it's the lack thereof. So to say a shadow is a thing, right, and means that it should have attributes, it should have properties, and it doesn't. And this is what you guys have done, is taught yourselves that these phantasms of byproducts of things are things of themselves, where you start warping the logic behind space-time being a thing, behind all these mysteries that you guys try to dazzle yourselves with, man. It's falsehoods. There's nothing you can point to in a shadow to show me a property, just like space, right? Just like time. These are all concepts.
Yeah, so you're changing it from something being existing and something just being a concept. But regardless, shadows, you're right, are the lack of light, as we said. Space is something different, though. Space is not. It is a thing with properties, indeed. The properties of space are its positions and locations. I mean, this is why distances are a real thing.
Space is just a lack thereof. Space literally has no properties at all. There's not one property you can point to, right? Other than some kind of Cartesian coordinate system, which again is nothing more than a concept. But again, space has no properties. It's not a terminal of discharge. There's no magnetic field within it.
Without the something to say this is where it is, right? How would you define? You can't define space without boundaries, right? You can't just say, "Oh, this is space," because then we'll go, "Where is it? What is the space?" You're just like, just look around. You would have to just wave your hands around.
Certainly
There's no quantifying the space that you're talking about. It's purely a conceptual idea.
Absolutely, we quantify it using the term volume. This is the quantity that we give to space. And space is not just where things don't exist. It's where things exist. It's not just empty space. That would be empty space. Space itself does have volume. It has positions, and you can measure those positions by measuring the distance between them.
But in order to have volume, you have to have boundaries. And when your boundaries are expanding, or you can't even pinpoint the boundary, it's only a hypothetical. This is where you come into space. Volume and space are separate. They have separate understandings. They have separate parameters. And what you've done is you've taken volume and placed this imaginary boundary that's non-represented within anything you can point to, and then overcomplicated by saying now it's expanding, and this gives us our dynamic existence of space-time meshing together. But you have no examples to show this.
And you're just jumping back and forth between different things. But regardless, yes, the volume is indeed the same. The volume is the way you describe the space, the amount of it, just like mass is the amount of matter. Yeah, these are just the way in which you measure it, and it doesn't have to have bounds. Like, you don't have to have a physical bounds. You could be describing a volume within another volume without there being.
You just said you have to measure it.
Boundaries.
So you just said.
No, I didn't say you have to. I didn't say you have to measure it. I said it is the measurement. I said it is the measurement.
It has to be measured.
That's what it is.
How is it measured?
It doesn't have to be measured. I'm saying that's not what I said. I said it is the measurement.
It has to be measured. So how is it measured?
No, I didn't. I didn't say it has to be measured. For the love of God, I said it is the measurement. The same way mass is the measurement of matter.
How do you know the volume of space is there if you can't measure it to quantify that it's there?
Yeah.
You could be describing a cubic meter right in front of you without measuring it.
A cubic meter.
You can talk about a cubic meter.
Without
you don't have the measurement to talk about it.
Without the boundaries of volume, you can't show me a cubic meter. You can only conceptually talk about something.
You can create a space in front of you and talk about the.
How do you create space?
How do you create the space without the boundaries that define the space, Kosho? This is your problem, and you can't get around it. So you just keep saying make space, but the entirety of making a space.
I'm not saying make space. I'm talking about describing it.
No, you said create space.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about describing.
Space, you said create space.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm talking about describing it. If you don't want to understand what I'm saying, then don't understand what I'm saying. Purposely misunderstand it. I'm telling you what I mean.
Describing something doesn't make it real, and it doesn't quantify it. I can describe a unicorn to you. It's a horse with a horn that comes out of its head. You have not shown it in reality, and neither have I. You have only quantified with words an imaginary conceptual idea, man.
Yeah, well, if you have two positions anywhere in the universe, there is a real distance between those two positions. It's not
And
a
again,
imaginary. It's not imaginary. It's not something that you have to conceptualize. You can actually measure it. I mean, there's a
But you're
million
trying.
things you can do with it.
How
It's
do
very
you
real.
measure
You're
it?
trying to make that distance
You
without
take a
those
ruler.
2 points. Without the point or the boundaries of the distance, you can't have a distance. And that exact same concept is true with space. Without the boundaries of the space, without the 2 points that identify the space or distance between them, you don't have a space.
No, you could use the amount of space that you travel. You could start at one position, have an odometer,
Start
and then
end.
have an
Yes.
ending position.
Yes, and where you start would be a place, a physical place. And where
Exactly.
you
It's a
ended,
position.
yes, that's still a place. That's a boundary. That's a point. When you talk about space, you're talking about it without any of those markers or designations, Kosho.
No, I'm not. That's exactly a property of space. If you're saying that positions are boundaries, then fine. But that's what I'm saying. The positions is a property of space. Positions and locations are the properties of space, and you can measure
No, man,
distances
that
and
doesn't work,
volumes
bud.
within them. Absolutely, it does.
That's not how properties work. All right. Do you know the difference between a property and an attribute, Kosho?
Well, yeah, I mean, what's the difference? A property would be something that's not specific.
Principle is
It's not
is kind
specific,
of
and an attribute would be a very specific, like the very specific quantity.
no, dude. Man, you got to go look this stuff up, Kosho, because this is going to help
Well,
you understand
you don't
things.
use attributes when you're talking about these things. You
Of
use
course you
properties,
do,
but
man.
that's fine. Attributes
you do.
attributes are something you use colloquially.
Oh boy, Kosho, you got to kind of go back to and read a little bit more, man, to try to understand a little better, because you're literally coming in here with a faulty logic and spewing nonsense, man, that doesn't add up.
Go ahead and teach us then. What's the difference between properties and attributes in this context?
Kosho, is that your tactic?
Let's go. Daislow's got something to offer us.
There actually is a difference between them, Kosho.
Right, and that's what we're waiting for.
Well, let's see if anyone
We're gonna
else
look it
might
up.
be able to understand me, since you don't.
I'll jump on it because I didn't even really this is the first time I ever heard of it, and I just started thinking. I'm like, well, if somebody's athletic, right? Like that's an attribute they have, like they're athletic, but it's not a property. That's not a property of the person. If the person, well, so there is a difference between. So we agree.
Exactly. That's what I said. I said attributes aren't in this context. It's a colloquial way of describing. I said exactly those words.
You didn't know, dude. You didn't know what.
That's exactly what I said. I said yeah, and then I said properties would be the specific quantity, because we're talking, especially in the context we're talking about. Attributes, you don't talk about those in a scientific context.
Is this a tactic?
But yeah, properties would be the.
You said
properties.
attributes would be the. You said it the other way around, Kosho.
No, yeah, he actually said properties. He said properties
aren't
would be
involved
able to travel through space, but this is an attribute. You kind of, this is why I'm telling you, you got to go back to the
No,
drawing
I didn't say that at all. I said properties. I
you
said
what
properties are
property?
the positions. Yeah, the positions in space. Yeah.
No, but that's not a principle or a property of space. That's an attribute of space, man.
No, it's one of the properties of space of the space. If you have some certain space, the properties would be the positions, would be the distances, volumes.
You need something to have properties, right? You have to have a thing to have properties. You can't have nothing having a property. A property is what. That's why even they call land a property. The most basic thing of a property is the physical structure of your property, right? Physical.
That's
property.
a different definition. It's not the same word.
But it's in the context of a
so
property.
do you know the difference?
Properties have property.
All right, let's go back to principle and attribute. Do you understand what the difference is, Kosho?
Do you understand that those are not at all relevant in this context, man?
It is, because we're talking
No, it's
about
not.
something specific, Kosho. Come on, man.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about actual word. Yeah, like space. Space is a real thing in physical science. What you're talking about is not. These aren't terms used in.
You're describing a mere characteristic of a void of space, right? The outer space, the fact that you can travel within these Cartesian points, but this is all characteristic. This isn't describing the fundamental principle of the thing we're just talking about, being space as its properties. You got to go back to logic, bud.
Yeah, so we never said anything about a void. We said space. Space doesn't have to be a
What
void.
do you think outer space is?
Space is just a
Outer
collection
space.
of positions and locations. Things can exist in
Outer
them
space.
or they don't exist in them.
What's
We're not talking about outer space. We're not talking about outer
Oh, we're
space
not talking about
exclusively.
outer space anymore? Okay.
No, we're not talking about outer space
Kaizo.
exclusively. We're talking about space.
No more outer
Kaizo,
space talk to you. Okay.
what was the question? What is the difference between what and what?
What was that? Silent? Sorry.
What was the question? The difference between what and what?
Principle versus attribute, and I'm trying to show him that space has no
Attributes.
properties.
Attributes versus what?
Principles versus attribute.
Principle. No, that wasn't the word.
Property.
Property.
Well, properties,
Oh, well,
properties and principles are essentially synonymous.
No,
all right.
they're
Well,
not. Stop
I will
that.
say, and
Bullshit.
let me know if I get it
Closest
wrong,
synonym.
but I would say that one is a descriptive thing, that like you're just describing things, and the other one is objective, is something that is factual. You know what I'm saying? Like adjectives that you give to something, and
Yeah,
the other
like
one is just a descriptive.
a property of a person would be
Mhm.
a property of a person would be the type of hair, right? Like look at his hair.
Mhm.
Or but
Exactly.
an attribute would be like,
Yes.
oh, he's attractive, right? Like attractive. That's
There
relative.
you go.
That's something that is based on the person. You could say he has it, but his physical things you cannot deny.
Well,
Exactly.
I wouldn't say that. I would say a characteristic of that individual would be his hair, but that hair isn't what defines that person. The property or principle is what defines the essence of that object or thing or person.
No, the other example was better, Daislo. You took it.
Here's the
I would
thing,
just say
man.
that
I can
hair
remove
is a physical.
I can remove all those
It's physical, so
characteristics
it
and
does
still have the
make-
property and principle be valid. So what if I shave the hair off? What if I cut off all the limbs of this individual? Does the individual still exist? Yes, he does.
Property that includes their hair, they'd be bald. That would be the value of that property. Be bald. Just like if they were
Characteristic, the
blonde,
attribute would be
they
this
were blonde,
person has no limbs and they're bald
that
now.
property would be blonde.
But they are still the person, the essence of that person, the property, the principle thereof. This is like persona non grata versus corporeal, like what you see in the mirror versus who you are in all essence. It's two separate things. But
Yeah,
just kind of
that's
getting off the
fantastic.
topic. Let's stay back
Yeah,
on
exactly.
space.
That is
weaponized. Why? I don't know.
Hey, Sin Cleanser, I
They got
can't
tanks
confirm,
too.
Hey, I can confirm. We in the NASA police just bought a ton of new tactical gear so we can enforce how Crit speaks. And like I'm using all of this gear right now on my shitty iPhone 12.
Well, why's he got a machine gun? He looks like he's about to mow down some people.
Sin, do you remember the last time you used a shit source? Have you verified that picture in any capacity?
Oh yeah, this
Or
comes
is it
straight from
random?
this comes straight from the tap. This is government NASA.gov.
I know. Can you link it then? Can you link it where you got it from?
Yeah, I posted right here, NASA.gov. That here's the job. You can get a job as a police officer at NASA, a federal police
for
officer.
the local property. Awesome. Sin, can you
Special
please?
agent.
Can you provide a link for that picture, Sin, so we can get context?
Are you going to be convinced either way?
All police officers can only invoke.
It's not about being convinced. It's about having more information than an out of context picture with baseless claims. I just need more information about it. That's all.
Yeah, all police officers can only have power in their jurisdictions.
Yeah, there you go.
And since all of this,
if NASA were enforcing federal laws, their jurisdiction would be outside of their property.
But Crit, since all of this is going through satellites, it's in my jurisdiction. That's why I'm here, Crit.
Oh shit, that's a good
This is why you're not educated, RC.
That's a good point.
There's no way
Satellites
you
cover
got
the
any
entire
of this
Earth.
stuff going.
NASA enforces laws over the entire Earth.
That's why I'm here, Crit.
All right, I just posted it. So read it and weep.
Yeah, this
'Cause
is
if
like
you're not
they'll just
weeping
deny.
now, you'll be weeping later.
A lot of they think the whole thing about NASA's SWAT team is the best in the world, winning international competitions for use of force, and they'll be like, "Oh, that's not it's not on NASA. It's only NASA."
Did you read the
LA SWAT team?
Did you read what you just posted by chance?
These are mercenaries
No. Did you read?
contracted out.
Okay, you didn't
by
read what you
NASA.
posted.
Yeah,
Cool.
read it. Workforce protection is more than a number one priority. So this is more than a number one priority for NASA.
Can confirm as chef of police, we definitely bought all this stuff.
Like, does that guy look like do these guys look like they're about to protect and serve, or destroy and conquer?
Yeah, these guys are the emergency response team for the Kennedy Space Center for that entire area. Oh shit!
What emergency are they gonna have? The people are gonna flat earthers are gonna invade or something?
How
What are
about
they thinking?
a terrorist attack on a fueled rocket?
Yeah, there's emergency response teams for all that. For example, when I was at Langley, we would have to for space shuttle missions, we would have to throw up jets
Don't
in
lie.
the air.
Citation.
Huh?
There's no
my God.
way that you would do anything near government and not have any idea what the three branches of government are. It's not possible. You wouldn't be able to get through the front door. How would you even know where to go?
I let him in, Crit. I personally let him in.
Now you know why they lie. You will lie for no reason whatsoever.
As
you'll just lie here. You'll just bold-face. Yeah, bold-face lie. You'll just shoot off lie after lie, and with virtually no reason for it.
You can't prove I'm lying.
I can.
You cannot disprove that I am the chef of police.
Dude, the only time you're not lying is when you like these moments of clarity where you talk about magnetic west or other weird shit.
I did hear about that.
Or like when you start randomly giggling.
It's a new project we're working on at NASA.
So
it's to remake the pole to be in the west.
Can I ask a question, Chris?
your water levels?
No.
Okay. Fine. Sin, let me ask you then. If, let's say you were responsible for a large rocket filled with thousands of pounds of extremely combustible fuel.
All right.
You know that the entire
media of the world is going to descend and watch your rocket, you know that bad people don't want you to send that rocket up and do good things.
I don't know that. No, that's
You
baseless
don't
assertion. No,
you
I
don't
don't.
think there's bad actors in the world who would want to stop that kind
There's
of
no
stuff?
precedence for people invading a rocket
Yeah, there
NASA
are.
facility and attacking it. So that's a baseless assertion to presume that NASA is going to
Okay.
be invaded by some sort of flat Earth militia or something.
No,
So
you're
that
right. It
wouldn't
probably
cross
wouldn't
my
be
mind.
flat
No.
Earth. It wouldn't be flat earthers.
Well, of course it wouldn't because we're non-violent. But the impression is that
So
who would be against NASA?
here's some rocket attacks that attacked NASA. Yeah.
Can you show me
again,
terrorists attacking NASA?
Yeah, there's one for you. If it
never
wasn't,
heard
if it really was about the peaceful expansion of humanity and consciousness into space, why would anyone attack that? It's a weapons program.
people
That's
are
why someone would
crazy.
attack it. Yeah, they would attack it because it's where the weapons are being tested and built.
What weapons?
And designed.
What weapons?
Rockets.
Missiles.
Rockets aren't weapons.
Well,
No,
it
our
killed people in
missiles.
the Challenger mission, so yeah, how about you jot that down, right? Rockets killed.
Another giggler. So that's why you know these people who just giggle, they're full of shit. That's all they got.
No,
is just giggle.
no crit. It's a NASA
Because
code.
you giggle. I giggle
Crit.
too. No,
Crit,
you know what? I giggle too. But you know what I do? I shut my mic off because
Crit,
it's stupid.
Crit,
to
it's
sit
a
there and
NASA
giggle
code.
on mic.
Crit,
I
You
got
hear
you.
how stupid it sounds to just sit there and giggle and then pretend like you're some sort of
Crit, you're
intellectual?
pathetic.
Hold on.
Crit,
You're
it's a
pathetic. There's no
NASA, it's a
weapons in
NASA
NASA.
code.
You're about, dude.
NASA
All
code
your
that-
stock accounts are as pathetic as they get, and
Crit,
then you
it's
go
a-
and say, "Oh, well, it's not me." Everyone's got you busted, dude. You're so bad at this that you can't even sock account.
Crit, it's
Stick to the argument.
used between each
Yeah,
other.
Stick to the
that's his
argument.
argument.
Let's
Because
stick to the
if you
argument.
had this education, this background, you worked for NASA, or I'm the police
Yeah.
chief for NASA, you wouldn't be giggling on mic. You'd
Police
present
chief.
Oh, I
yourself.
definitely would.
Yeah, you'd present
Who's the
yourself
police
as a
chief?
professional.
Hold on, Crit. Let's not go off the rails. Let me ask
Chief
Mr.
RC.
Hold on. Let me ask Nerfer a question. Is there any history of I don't know, some Nazi infiltration of the U.S. government involving NASA? Is there any history of that?
No.
Have Nazis ever been involved with NASA?
Yes.
Okay, so that's suspicious. My
Why?
Have they?
grandfather fought the Nazis.
Why is it?
And
Wait,
now they're building rockets on our own turf.
When was a Nazi part of NASA? I know of people who denounced the Nazi ideology and party and then became part of NASA, but I don't know of any active Nazis who are part of NASA.
Would you ever take a picture with
Heinrich
Hitler
Himmler.
smiling?
Heinrich
Warner
Himmler
von
was
Braun
definitely
did.
right on.
Yeah,
he was on the
there was a
Yeah.
couple. There was a couple Kool-Aid in which they defected into American society, blah blah blah. Then they put into positions within NASA. I mean, that's
Warner
pretty
von Braun
accurate to say.
designed
I wouldn't
rockets
say it was
that killed
I wouldn't say it was a large number, but it did occur to some type of scale.
There you
Weren't
go.
they-
So
hadn't
Warner
they
von
turned
Braun
to-
designed
hadn't they-
missiles to kill innocent people, and then he works for NASA. You think
Hadn't
that's
they
a
turned-
good precedent?
Yeah, von Braun was a former Nazi. Everyone knows that.
Okay,
Right.
so
Former
there
Nazi.
maybe the
No, it's
terrorist.
still Nazi. He wrote a book about a dictatorship on Mars led by Elon.
No.
Hold on. Please
That wasn't
validate
by
that.
von Braun.
Please validate that Warner von Braun wrote about Elon Musk and a dictatorship on Mars. Please validate that. I'd fucking love that so much.
Half of the former Nazi rocket scientists went to the Soviet Union, and half went
Citation.
to America.
Citation. Prove that.
Citation for
Yeah, prove
oh,
it.
that was Operation.
Yeah, prove it.
What was it? Operation
Prove it. Prove it.
Paperclip?
Paperclip, yeah.
Prove it. No,
I'm
that's
talking.
American Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, it's well known on both sides.
Yeah, prove it.
Well, as
Just
soon as
did.
you validate Warner von Braun writing about Elon Musk and dictatorship on Mars, as soon as you validate that, I'll validate everything that you request.
Dude, you can't validate anything you say. I
Well,
could
we'll
jump through
find out.
hoops
We'll find
to
out
the
what you can
end
validate,
of
right?
the earth You
We'll
can't
validate.
validate anything.
We'll find out
You
what you
think
can
that
validate.
government is not government if you just add
See,
the word "the" to it.
This is the self spiral that we speak of every
Yeah,
day. Is that he
because
wants a
you
citation
can't
for
even
our
follow your
reasonable
own
claim
logic. You break down
for
instantly.
our
Because
somebody
you're
moderate him,
randomly
please?
talking about the
confirming
executive
Operation
branch.
Paperclip.
Yeah, we're
We
gonna
need a
have to start
citation.
muting people, and I got a couple people on my list already. So, I'm gonna check this list over, but let's
Are
try
you
to
Santa?
dial it back. Well, let's just try to dial it back, right?
No, for sure. Yeah, it's a reasonable request to ask Crit to validate his claim, and then as soon as we confirm Operation
claim?
Paperclip, we're not disagreeing with Paperclip. We're saying it was a real thing, and he wants that confirmation. Which one is a more reasonable request? Confirming something that we all know already, or asking for validation for something made up that he gave us on the spot?
Well, if I believe
we
Crit,
look at he's not even human anymore. It's just complete automaton mode.
Yeah, there you go.
You can't even identify yourself as an individual.
Ad hom fallacy.
It has nothing to do with the conversation, Crit.
Just start blurting out fallacies now.
Horseshit fallacy. You're so disconnected from reality. Just go.
Yeah,
go
so
find
are
something
you.
grounded.
Dude, you are so disconnected from reality. You will argue with yourself on your own sock account. Then, when exposed, when busted, because you fuck it up, you'll pretend like,
Is
oh,
that all
it's
you
not
got?
me.
Is that all you
I ain't
got?
do nothing.
Is that all you got? Is that all you got?
It's
let me
hilarious.
moderate
Yeah.
here. Let me moderate. Does anyone want to volunteer to be muted? Does anyone just want to
Yeah,
volunteer?
me.
Or-
It's Saturday. It's Saturday. Go ahead and meet me, and then
Okay,
legit, no
you've been
sarcasm.
asking for it.
Yeah, no sarcasm. Yeah, meet me. It's just Crit. I don't give a shit.
He's low hanging fruit.
There you go. That's how we do it here, Crit. See that? We got him to ask to be muted. Yeah. Very
Yeah,
convenient.
it's good because this guy will try to pretend like somehow he's got experience in the military. He doesn't.
Probably does.
No, he has no idea what government even is. He wouldn't even pass a 5th grade level civics class.
Hey, Crit, do you have any experience in the military? Were you drafted in a NOM?
Are you a former Nazi?
Crit, did you check your root folder yet?
Yeah, use any answer
Wait,
you need to
hold on.
trigger or not trigger.
Crit, will you answer
And
that
then
question?
drive
Do you have
on
any?
to whatever point.
Do you have
listen,
any experience in the
use
military?
any answer you need. Since you're not listening to anything anyway, just make it up. Just make up whatever answer you want. Since you won't listen to answers, you won't listen to logic or reason. You just go on these random splurts, pretend you're rocket scientists,
Did he
pretend
say
you're
splurt?
engineers. Yeah, pretend you're a police chief. Pretend
does
you
one
work
go
on
on a
sailboats. Yeah,
Who pretended to be a police chief?
whatever you think.
Hey, I'm not pretending. I am the NASA chef.
Okay, so since your whole world is nothing but pretend, all questions you have, just make it up, and then go on to whatever point you think you're making.
Crit just exposed both of you. That's funny. He literally took
I
both
could
your
be
heads
exposed
together,
if I already doxed
crashed them
myself.
together, and candy fell out.
So
I cannot
You're a
be
fucking pinata
exposed if
head,
I've
dude.
already doxed myself as the NASA chef of police.
You're a pinata head, dude. Fucking jelly drain.
No,
Crit,
I
weren't
don't
you
do baking. Hey, don't sully my name like that. I do not bake. All right, I make main course meals. Do not call me a jelly donut.
God, today's been exciting. Just want to appreciate you guys for.
Did the Jin guy get banned?
Oh, of course not. No way Jin would get banned.
Oh, he can't even get muted. Why would he be banned?
Yeah, no, he's on. He's not getting in trouble. No way, no how.
Who? Crit? Who got banned?
They're talking about Jin CBR1.
Who's excited to hear?
Is that what you guys want to
Dodo?
get a bunch of people banned?
Jin's a legend, dude. Don't mess with Jin.
No, there's some people that deserve it. That deserve a little bit more moderation. Like if for example, if I were to operate the way Jin does, I'd be muted. Rumpus. Rumpus would be a good one-to-one analogy. He's muted all the time.
Boom. Even in your own echo chamber, you're just constantly muted, called retarded, altarded, autistic retard. So you
Well, hold
come
on,
here
let's dial it back.
and do it here. And then wonder, like, wow, Why are
Wait,
people
what?
like treating me the same way? They get treated over in your echo chamber.
Who's echo chamber?
Okay, keep giggling.
Yeah, it's funny, Crit.
Yeah, it is. It's hilarious, isn't it?
It
And the
honestly
best part is you can go anywhere in life and get exactly the same feedback. You could go up to NASA and be like, hey, you guys don't have a police force. You're not part of the government. You're not part of the government. They would laugh right back at you, dude. They'd be like, who the hell's this clown? Somebody
Who
call
said they don't have a
mental
police
health
force?
services.
Who said they don't have a police force, Crit? Who said
I'm
that?
their chef of police, Crit. Of course they have a police
No, the
force.
question was, does NASA enforce?
Oh
Right.
yeah, we enforce
No.
all kinds of things.
Who does
We
number 2 work for?
The actual
Who does
claim
number 2
was
work
that
for?
NASA's police force were mercenaries who were hired out as kill agents.
Oh, you did say that, Sen. You did say
No,
that.
I said these guys are enforcing rockets. They're enforcing big budget. Now, if I were
What does that
to,
mean?
as a tax-paying citizen, meander onto the property, which is presumably owned by the public if they're, a nationalized government agency,
What
I'm
does
at risk
enforcing?
of dying by some clown who's
Hold
working
on.
on contract, wearing a little vest that says NASA on it.
What does enforcing big budget mean? When you said that, what does that mean?
Wearing
It means
a
you
NASA
cannot go
t-shirt.
in and interrupt the live footage from the swimming pool.
I have a question about
Okay,
that
that's
one,
what it
Sin.
is.
So you said if you trespass onto a NASA base, you're in danger of getting shot, and I'll agree with you on that one.
No, I didn't say trespassing. You can't trespass on taxpayer property.
So if you enter a place that you think you have right to be because you pay taxes,
Yeah.
and NASA says you don't, you are in danger of being shot. By that same logic,
That's communism.
That's
practically China.
By that same logic, you should be able to walk into any spot in the Pentagon.
So because someone walks
Right? You should be able to go sit down in the war room in the bunker of the White House and pull out your Xbox and play a game.
the America I grew up loving was, say I accidentally walked onto NASA property. They would give me a t-shirt, shake my hand, ask if I want some coffee, and talk about the stars. Now we're at risk of getting shot on the spot with no due process, just judge, jury, executioner style. That's what NASA's offering us.
Nothing has changed as far as the enforcement of trespassing. Nothing has changed.
In fact, it's actually gotten more lenient where they have to give you more opportunities to leave.
Right.
Before they shoot you.
Right. So
It was not common practice, but it was less. It was more likely that you'd be shot entering a government facility, a government base. Now there are extensive procedures in which they avoid those things. It's actually better now than it was in the past.
Citation.
As soon as you give a citation for your Warner Von Braun writing about Elon Musk
It was posted
dictatorship
for
on
you.
Mars,
It
as
was
soon as
posted.
you do
Yeah,
that,
it was posted
I will
for you.
cite all of my claims.
Other people dug it up for you to try to help you, and you still didn't get it.
No, I don't care, Crit. I'm making a point. You need to validate your bullshit claims,
can't
and then I'll validate
anything.
mine.
There's no way you're going to talk your way into space. And the best part was, this is where your spiral ended up. You ended up on the server. Yeah, you ended up on a server to be a Flat Earth Awakening. And you still can't even listen or pay attention long enough to even just shut your mic off when you go into your giggle spiral spurts.
Okay.
So 36 CFR 2.31, Crit.
Oh, snap. What are you going to do now?
Why are you guys trying to wind Crit up? Why are you guys intentionally going out of your way to wind up Crit like this?
He does it to himself, man.
I gave him the citation he asked for.
Sin Cleanser.
I don't ask you for anything. I'll never ask you for anything. You don't know anything. You can't.
You did ask for a
follow.
citation.
You can't follow anything either.
You said citation, Crit. Don't lie.
Who did I say that to? Roll
This
back the
other
tape.
guy that's talking.
Oh, some other guy. Okay, there you go.
You said it.
Who was it?
You said it
The
to the
Kool-Aid?
room. Yeah,
No, I did.
I was the one who looked it up.
Yeah, you
He
did.
was
You asked for
responding to
citation
Bioduel.
about
No, that's not what
the
happened.
guy talking about enforcing
No.
trespassing.
No, that's
Okay,
not what
so just
happened.
lie.
No,
Okay,
you
can
can go
lie.
back and listen to the tape. Had
No,
nothing to
Doesn't
do.
matter.
He was
Don't have
responding to
to.
No, it had nothing to
Biodual
do
because
with Kool-Aid. Not
he's
one
honest.
thing. Oh, okay,
It was
hear
me
this.
talking,
I'll
but
clarify
you
it for you.
thought you were talking
I
to
will
Biodual
never
because
ask
you're
you
too
for
busy in
anything.
a spiral.
I'll hear this. Ready? You never need to present anything to me. There will be nothing you have that I'll ever care about, ever.
Right,
So if you
That's fine,
think,
because you're ignorant.
if you think in your mind Crit asked you for something, fall back to this. There will never be anything you have I will care about. Ever.
So why are
Good,
you
then be
here?
quiet. Then stop
Okay,
talking.
do you get it?
Stop
You.
interrupting us.
I'm talking about you. Okay. So
Cool.
do you think
So
I
I'm going
asked
to
you for
talk about
something?
sailboats now.
Yeah. Do you think I asked you for anything?
We don't care
So-
what you say, Crit. Shut up.
Let's just good fight all around. Boat guy wants to talk about boats. I think that would
Yeah, let's
Make
talk
him
about
have a boat server.
right?
Kool-Aid, tell me about
Why not just
Can we
move
go
up
to
to
a
one of the
boat
topics
server then?
about the
You wanna
server's
talk about
about?
boats?
Yeah,
I
go
want to
get
talk
a
about
boat
celestial
server.
navigation on boats.
Yeah,
I have
go
to be honest. I'd
do a
rather
boat.
hear about boats than this.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't need to. This is a bad image. This is being streamed, and Globers, you guys don't need to behave this way. We could talk about boats instead. Isn't that right, boat guy?
Yeah, it's
dinghies.
self-spiraling. You're right.
It's pretty
Yeah,
cool
so-
how so long ago they figured out Earth as a sphere and how to navigate using
How
the
about
stars.
this?
The
Can
sailors.
I give you a topic, please? Can I give a
what's that?
topic?
I just brought one
Because
up.
I posted an article about railguns. Let's talk about railguns shooting over the horizon. Well, that one. Let's talk about railguns. Railguns is a good
What's so
one.
unbelievable about that? ICBMs have been doing it since the 50s.
Do railguns shoot straight?
No.
They shoot
No,
initially
they don't.
straight, and then they're subject to gravity, and so they'll follow a ballistic trajectory just like everything else.
Correct.
What's the range?
Don't know.
There's direct line
Well,
of fire.
maybe we could talk about those.
There's
Instead
direct
of
line of fire.
characters and people. How about that?
There's direct line of fire at a very short distance, and then because it can get up to incredible speeds and altitude, it can go incredibly far, and that's going to be labeled as indirect fire.
It's almost
Well,
like
what if
smart
it's-
people used accurate words when they wrote this stuff down.
What if it's and
Right. Words. Let's talk about the demonstrations. Deviation
Sure.
from straight.
Do you think railguns exist? Like, how has it been demonstrated to you? Have you verified them?
Yes, sir, I do. Yes, sir, I do. And I think they're crazy technology. World of
How have you
wonders.
verified, but not the space shuttle or the lunar lander?
A lunar lander. We're not talking about a lunar lander.
Yeah, you said something about crazy technology. Would that be like in the same category as a railgun?
Railguns. Is this?
Why do you think they exist though?
Yeah,
Just because the
America.
government's
I'm sorry, I'm not talking to you.
Flurfer, let's
Okay.
try to stay on
Oh,
subject. Railguns.
here's a really cool article I just found about railguns where people are actually building them in their backyard.
Huh.
You can make small ones just in your basement. All you need is a source of high current.
And
you can get that
this
from a
is-
capacitor.
This is on a pretty obscure shooting forum, so these guys know how to do it and be safe about it.
Well,
But yeah, they talk about the bullet trajectory of the projectile and how it follows all standard ballistic trajectory rules.
Weird.
Imagine that.
Weird that people who know things about stuff can describe things accurately.
And build things like railguns.
Don, did you hear Biodual mention that claim of something about like indirect accuracy or something? That was a weird term.
No, direct and indirect, because if you have direct line of
Yeah,
sight,
'cause big words help.
No. That's what it is. Jin provides a meme for it, and that's why I bring those terms up, because if you have the direct line of fire, that means you can see your target. If you have indirect line of fire, you can't see the target. You could still hit it, but it's just that's the difference.
Would curvature?
But nobody wants to talk about the fact that they shoot a straight line, and then
It doesn't go in
how
a straight
far
line.
can they shoot straight? How far can they shoot straight?
It's not a straight
doesn't
line.
go in a straight line.
That's what I'm saying right now. Is that straight line, that visible, or being able to see that target? That's direct line of fire, and that's going to be a very short range compared to the range it has indirectly.
Well, we got lasers off of nasal fleets, laser cannons that shoot pretty far distances. That doesn't have to lead the target. It's literally dead on accurate.
Yeah, math is a wonderful thing. You're right.
Well,
It
it's actually
doesn't
called
lead
precision over accuracy. See, when you're using ballistics, you have to have accuracy. When you're using lasers, it's what's called precision. You're welcome.
It's called math, so they don't need to calculate the hypotenuse.
Wait, what do you think math is used for? If I say math, am I separating that from calculating a hypotenuse? Am I separating those two things?
No, if you have to
Math
lead
doesn't talk, bud. Math
if
only
the
gives
Earth
you
is
numbers and
rotating.
values, all of which have to
Math
be
gives you
used
the
in
ability to
conjunction with
describe
philosophy in order to be able to discern anything. All right, numbers don't talk. Remember, it's always the observer using that data to his advantage to formulate a verbal hypothesis based on these numbers given. Thank you.
A bunch of word salad. You use mathematics with known
word salad at
distances,
all.
known angles, known values for the description of your relationship to a target, and then based on that, the capabilities that you have within your weapon system will using math will dictate whether you hit something or not.
That's fine. Why are we arguing over simple things?
Because we seemingly have to.
Well, I mean, I think you might have exposed it when you said description, and I would say that was hyper accurate. Math is all about descriptions and never about explaining anything. And unfortunately, science has literally diverged into mathematicians instead of actual scientists giving explanations.
You
Hold
can't
on.
accurately
Dumbest
explain
claim
something
I've
if
heard
you can't.
today.
Hey,
He was
you can't
almost done
accurately
with the page.
explain something if you can't thoroughly
experiment,
describe it.
It's wrong.
That's true. That's why flat Earth has failed every time.
You guys are nothing more than mathematicians trying to describe things and never getting to an explanation using
Well, if you don't
logic.
know even enough math to describe the thing, then you probably don't understand it well enough to explain it.
RC, you know he's going to read the page. Just let him finish reading the
I know.
page.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
I'll-
Daiso, read to us.
It's kind of like the Chihuahua humping the leg.
So basically, what happens in physical reality isn't determined by mathematics. It's the mathematics that describes what happens in physical reality. But you guys have put in the cart before the horse and say that physical reality has to abide by these mathematical formulas that we've addressed. And in fact, it's quite to the contrary. Well,
No, not at all. It's if you don't know enough math to be able to describe something, you probably can't even summarize it well enough to explain it.
so what's better? What supersedes what? Does an explanation supersede a description, or is it vice versa in your mind?
It's a bad question. No one would say that
Not a bad
mathematics
question, it's an
dictate
excellent
reality. What happens is what we notice are patterns. What we notice are laws that are that exist within nature, and they're consistent every time. So the best way to describe these things would be mathematical. Because if I just said, yeah, things fall consistently, that's not much of a description. It is a description, but it's not very detailed. But if I were to quantify that value and then perhaps quantify the value of the weight of an object, the mass of all these things, these quantifications, when put into math consistently, are probably the best way to describe something. You're as detailed as you can be when you're explaining it.
Because an explanation without any accuracy and description whatsoever, die slow, is not actually an explanation. It's called bullshit.
Boom.
Not buying your bullshit. None of it. And the best part is no one
Not
else
buying
is
yours
either.
either.
You don't have. Yeah, you are. You're here.
not
You
buying
could be
anything
off
from
doing
you.
whatever you think you said you
Truth
do.
hurts, bud.
All right, hold on. Before we go down another spiral, can I ask a question? In the next year, NASA is probably going to shoot off a bunch more rockets, SpaceX and Blue Origins, all of them. I know of a number of around the world sailboat races that are going to go. More tests are going to be done that actually
And you will
map.
have nothing
Why
to do
are
with
you
it.
gonna? Why are you gonna red herring your
Yeah,
little fucking?
and you
your
will have
little
nothing to do with it.
sailboat?
You've been disqualified.
Okay.
And
Get
yet
outta here, dude.
All
you're
of this
here
stuff is
talking
going to
about
happen.
yeah, you'll
Go
have
ahead.
nothing to do with it. Nothing.
Right.
You've been simply disqualified from the one thing you would want to do if the Earth is a globe.
You
And
went
yet you're
AWOL,
going to come
Lieutenant
here and
Dan.
tell me I'm the one denying it. You're the one denying it. You could go out there and do it. Put your name on the board. Raise your hand, but you don't, and you want
Rock in
me
the
to
face
say,
of the storm, man.
yeah, you
Be
want me
like
to,
Lieutenant Dan.
Can I
Can we
get a
dispense with
response
the
here?
platitudes?
All of these things that are
it's
going to go out,
exciting
and
bullshit that you have nothing to do with, and then
can
say,
we get moderation here?
yeah, dude, I heard it already.
I didn't. You know what? I left like 20 minutes ago because Crit was railing, and I came back right now, and you're still railing, bro.
So we're going to do all of these things, and we're going to do all these advances in science.
Crit's been doing pretty good. He's fine in my book.
What can we expect from Flat Earth
To
over the next year?
to expose your illogicalness. You, like I said, you guys have used mathematics to describe your reality, but unfortunately, science is about an explanation, and you guys have literally fallen short and turned yourselves into mathematicians rather than scientists, the Aristotelian science.
Okay, but like I said, lots of tests are going to go off from the globe side. What can we expect from Flat Earth?
Falsify my claim that mirages do what they do as opposed to curvature.
Okay, so we can expect falsify my claim. Is there anything else we can expect in the next year that will prove or give evidence for Flat Earth?
Are you going to fund?
I'm willing to make a prediction that you guys are going to use. You guys are going to use your descriptive mathematics to uphold your conceptual narrative of a ball Earth.
What are you going to do?
1 year from today, the same people will be here spiraling day after day, week after week, month after month, all over Flat Earth. So a topic they think, a topic they think they've debunked already. Today, they thought they debunked Flat Earth today, the day before that. They think every day they come in here thinking they won something, and they come back to spiral and trigger out again. That's what I predict in the Flat Earth.
So
you're absolutely right. They've literally asserted themselves upon these thoughts, these feelings, and these beliefs in lieu of facts, logic, and wisdom. When you guys realize that you're living a fucking
Show me
lie.
your facts, logic, and wisdom. Show me.
So what I have,
Oh,
what I have heard.
Sorry.
What I've heard.
If the Earth is a globe, I predict. Listen. I'll clarify it so you can really get it. On the Flat Earth, you will be here day after day, spiraling, triggering about Flat Earth. On the globe Earth, you'll be done. You'll go do your sailboat, your rocket ride, all this other shit you think is possible.
Facts.
So
let's see what happens tomorrow.
In the next year, from Flat Earth,
just 24 hours. Let's see if you can stay away for 24 hours and at least try to pursue this globe you think is true.
So in the next,
and then can we get back to railguns?
Yeah, let's get back to railguns. Go ahead, Rob. Let's talk about railguns and how they use
No,
ballistic arc.
I want to hear a discussion about railguns. I'm working.
I bring up laser cannons.
I like listening.
And you obfuscate to real guns. It's cute.
Oh,
there I put
laser
in there.
cannons? I never even heard of those. That would be cool.
Yeah, I brought up the laser cannon, and everyone spiraled out. Yeah, you can look it up. It's all there on Google or Wikipedia, whichever one you subscribe to, and it'll talk about the naval. It'll talk about the naval laser cannon that they have mounted on the front of the boat at the bow and they use this to shoot targets over a mile away accurately. No arc.
Do they factor in
no radiant. This is a straight longitudinal pathway.
This is really simple to model. You just play like a battlefield, like Warhammer or something like that. There's just flat. Doesn't matter how far you shoot. The terrain is flat. Blue Force trackers the military use, flat. The whole area, the whole theater of operation, flat.
I found
so it shouldn't be
Wikipedia
hard to wrap your
evidence
mind around it.
originally saying this thing works up to 7 miles accurately, and then when I exposed that and I went back to the Wikipedia article, it seemed like that was kind of deleted. But again, like if we look at I guarantee it's still within the PDF upon this very technology. But I suggest Flat Earth patrons look into this, because this kind of exposes everything they denounce about the laser diffracting and doing what it does.
See, that's really just like the crescendo, because they'll never be able to understand any of that information. But they'll be back here again, pretending like they want to, but they can't. So they trigger, they spiral, and they come back the next day.
Crit, they're just here to talk, bud. They're just like everybody else, just here to talk. They got a belief, and other people don't think that.
Yeah, I know. That's normally it's good to share beliefs and share ideas, but they're not willing to listen or understand at all. At least if they could say, "Hey, this is what their mindset is." They can completely disagree with an idea that they don't even remember. They can't even remember the words you just said a second ago, and then they'll say that they disagree with it.
No, they choose not to. There's a difference between not being able to and willingly being ignorant towards the information at hand. Like, there's a big difference, dude. It's one thing when you don't notice something walking along the path, but when something jumps out and is very apparent and just constantly like trailing you along the path and you're ignoring it, I mean, that's a whole other category.
This thing will take some time to get people to calm down. That's for sure.
I mean, there's been some great conversations when they're not around about all the other topics in the role menu. We'll start working out some of these things, like ether or realm or whatever. I love the the stuff in the role menu.
Well, the whole point of the server, I think the whole point of the server was that you could have civil discussions and hear an opposing viewpoint.
Apparently not, because it apparently offends their belief systems at their core, and they feel like they have to essentially defend their belief systems as if they're personally being attacked, and they've actually identified with these beliefs as if it's them, like they are their beliefs. This is the problem.
If Django
well said. That was well said, though.
It's only on the person what they accept or don't accept. And if they accept some information, then that's what they have to stand behind.
Yeah, it's personal incredulity.
It's like the concept of the ball baby. They will cry for a ball.
True. That's a great point. We had a.
Oh, this goes back to mom's booby. Like, this is all like, what's the first thing that you grow most comfortable with is coming into this world? It's mom's bosom. It's the nurturing bosom of the mother, and which happens to be this semi-spherical thing. And so it's the most associated thing that they can use to comfort oneself with not accepting the fact that they're no longer a boy, under the guidance of their mother.
Not everybody's
and so this is where we get into rockets being symbolized like a baby bottle, and the earth being like the mom's booby, and they've attached themselves to this as out of comfort.
I like it.
It's a little bit of a stretch, Dyslow, but I agree.
Yeah, well, it's really Freud.
Well, psychologically speaking, man, this is all you can draw segues to this from a clinical perspective.
Yeah, No, it's really a clinical thing because like it's like father government and mommy NASA. NASA reads them their bedtime stories.
That's really stretching it.
Mommy NASA.
Yes, the spherical represents the mother's bosom of the spherical nature of Earth, and the rocket represents the baby bottle, the separation from mom to the individual, and then we have the individual to the man, and they've never made that connection. They're disconnected there, so they've attached themselves, anchored themselves to this rocket and this bosom, this baby bottle, and this mommy's bosom being the spherical globe. I'm telling you, man, one day psychology will catch up and they will draw these connections, and this will be looked at as the biggest fucking baboons upon the history of humanity.
And all this triggering and spiraling they do day in, day out about flat Earth has got them 0 inches off the ground.
So I'm so glad you guys have found the evidence and the exact map, right? So we can stop being spiral and stop being
Okay, I'll give you 2 sources for maps. Remember which
What
one they
that
are.
you need a giant map to go somewhere?
Yes.
You just want to go somewhere?
I
Where do you want to
wanna
go?
Around the world.
You guys have
Where do you wanna
monopolized
go?
free path of travel. There's no free path of travel, God-given free path of travel anymore, whether it be maritime or upon any kind of jurisdiction. You guys have literally physically blockaded and created a geofencing of the 65th or 67th parallel south, and you guys have created a virtual jail that is all enshrouded within your jargon of law.
Oh wait, hold on. Hey, this is a headshot too. Because that was just Kool-Aid. He made it, 8 minutes before he spiraled about flat Earth again. Let me go back. I posted a timestamp in text chat. As predicted. There it is. You made 7 minutes. A full 7 minutes before you spiraled about flat Earth again.
You guys were sitting here talking about how you're right. So
Don't worry about us. This is about you. It was about
okay.
you and your globe and what
I'm the
you
one
would
spiraling.
do.
Hold on,
Yeah,
but you're
you
screaming
came back in
right
and
now,
talked
Chris.
right about maps.
Come on, tell me how it is, Chris.
Yeah, you said like, hey, you have a prediction, and next year flat Earth won't do this. I said, sure,
No.
I can do this. I can follow your logic, meet you at your education level, and I can use both models to predict what you'll do.
So
A,
I was
if it's a
asking
flat
what
Earth,
would
you will spiral about flat Earth. If it's a globe, you'll follow the globe. I said, let's see where you're at in 24 hours. Not 7 minutes later, you're spiraling about maps, a topic I gave you information for hours on one night. And you can't even remember the content
So
to
the
even
map-
say what you agree or disagree with.
I remember the
7
second
minutes,
map you
dude.
gave me was the GRS map. We've been over that. There's some
Yeah,
major issues on
you
that.
made it 7 minutes. Think
Wow, I
about that.
almost talked.
Yeah, 7
Go on,
minutes.
Crit. Tell us all about it. I'm sorry. This
You
is
wanna
going to
try
be
again?
the crit hour. Go ahead. Go ahead, Crit. You're literally attempting to drive people from the server. So if this is what the moderators want to let you do, more power to them.
No,
Okay, yeah,
that's what
and
you're.
Len,
That's what you're doing. That's what
Yeah,
you're
Len,
physically doing. He set up a minor little boundary, and you couldn't help yourself, and you dipped into the cookie jar, and now you're complaining, saying, "Oh, the rules are a little too stringent here." It's a small little boundary, dude. What's the problem? You couldn't go 7 minutes? Pretty sad.
Well, first of all, Crit's lying about what happened. What I said was
Okay, what happened then?
What I said was these are things that are going to be done by the people who believe in globe Earth. They're going to launch rockets. They're going to send sailboat races. They're going to do, I named like 3 other things.
Yeah,
Then I asked what would happen in the next year on flat Earth. Travis came in and said that nobody would be able to debunk his observations. I said, okay, what else? Crit spiraled. I believe Rob came
And here
in
we are.
and talked.
Look at he can't even figure it out. I'll explain it again for
And
you.
here we are. He said
This is what the thing is.
Just
You
let
want
him
to
finish. I kind of wanted to hear what you say about my character, but
you want
okay,
to
continue on,
crit
Crit.
spiral. It's a very simple prediction. If globe, talk about globe if globe. If flat Earth, talk about flat Earth if flat Earth. and you lasted 7 minutes. It's not a spiral, dude. It's a direct observation of what your mind is able to comprehend
All I've been
and not comprehend.
Criticize. All I'm hearing out of you is criticize. I'm not hearing anything productive come out of your mouth.
How about
Okay,
left lane?
so-
Why don't we give some time to left lane then?
No, I was enjoying the conversation, you know, about the railgun and what they can and can't do. But all this bullshit about personalities and ideology, that's what there's no progress to be made in that
Okay,
conversation.
left lane. It goes to put your money.
in
Left
ridicule.
lane, listen. It goes to an old adage: put your money where your mouth is. If your mouth is saying flat Earth can't do this, this, and this, you better step up and do that, that, and this. If you didn't, you just proved you're a bigger flat earther than flat earthers are.
Why don't you tell us what flat Earth can do instead of telling us what the globe can? How about that?
We could separate
What are you
ourselves
talking
from
about?
feelings, thoughts, and beliefs, man, and really try to find the truth, fact, logic, common sense, and rational sense of whatever it may be that we're deducing. This is where you've fallen short, man. What you've done
Well said,
is you think you have answers to things that you've never really looked into, and you've accepted that, and you've used this as your scale of measure, but yet your scale has never been calibrated, my friend.
So my scale of measure is the fucking sunset. That's good enough for me. The rest of it just goes along
Then
with
why are
it.
you still here, left lane?
Yeah, why are you
Because,
still
like I
triggering?
said, I enjoy the conversations that go back and forth talking
You
about
just said you
things in
didn't.
particular. Things in particular. Yeah, but hell, all y'all are doing is projecting.
Yeah, this is getting a little too personal.
I was gonna say there's one thing I will agree with Left Lane on. It is a good thing when there's a back and forth that's talking about topics, but when you're trying to psychoanalyze somebody's motives or what they're gonna do or not do, that's not that productive.
No, what we're defining is the boundaries of what fits within rational logic, common sense, right? The second you step outside of that, it falls out of boundaries within Occam's razor. You have fallen into a conceptual abstract that you can only conceive in one's mind, but yet never validate. And this is what you based yourself upon. We stay within the confines of reality, logic, facts, and wisdom. You guys have fallen off the reservation into this illogicalness to assert yourselves upon mathematical formulas instead of the phenomena itself. It's a problem.
Yeah, I think I would say that to echo that, that's what happened yesterday when we were talking about mapping the stars to determine that the Earth is a globe. And when you guys presented your maths, I said, great, now show me those measurements of the physical Earth. All you guys could do was go back to and misdirect back to the maths of astronomical observations.
I'm sorry, Travis. I wasn't here for this conversation.
That's
What is
okay.
it you want?
I'm just
mathematics. Mathematics is a tool that you should use to try to understand. Never use as the Bible at which you guide yourself upon, because it always takes philosophical understanding, common sense, fact, logic, wisdom. All you have is the math, and you say, look at the math says. And when you do that, you put the cart before the horse, man. I keep telling you the same things over and over. Math is a describer. It doesn't explain. You only have a description. You don't have an explanation.
And again, from my perspective, there's no need to go into maths if I can describe what's happening with my words.
Exactly. I've been saying that for a while. Let's
No, but-
articulate ourselves with words, you know?
There's no reason to put it into a mathematical equation.
Can we go back to you wanted something from the star charts? And I didn't understand what you were looking for.
Yeah, whoever was here yesterday, we had a pretty long and I thought really well articulated discussion on star charts and determining that these things can only happen on a globe and blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
But my point yesterday, and just to reiterate again today, is that yeah, you guys can map this stuff out mathematically. That's great, and that's where I got to in the discussion yesterday. I said, great.
Sure.
Now, show us any deviation from horizontal on open water. And no one would come up and talk about how they would go about doing that. They went straight back to the astronomical measurements.
What do
Well,
you
that's
mean?
how it
From,
was originated. Like, you know, if you look at Polaris and you move 69 miles, it changes 1 degree. That's fine. It's an observation. It's what, but to equate that with what the ground does is, I think, ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
Is
Why?
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Is a railgun affected by the Coriolis effect?
Probably. I don't know.
Coriolis is just an apparent thing.
Thank you. Very
I
apparent.
know.
Theoretical.
Gesture.
Nothing. It's nothing that's, you know, realistic, man.
When they bring up the Coriolis, it sounds like they're trying to describe it as a force. You know, when it's like just an apparent thing, as you guys are saying. But are they also trying to sneak in like some sort of centrifugal force? Is that what they're like? I don't know. Never mind.
Hey.
Forget that.
Centrifugal forces is considered when we're talking about long range shooting. But
That's why I asked about the railgun.
I don't know because it's not spinning. But that's
Well,
only because I don't know much about railguns.
it's centrifugal and centripetal are kind of synonymous to a large degree. Even within a projectile, like a bullet.
How
So
can
as
they
it
be
spins and
synonymous
those
if they point in
centrifugal
different directions?
forces, yeah, the centrifugal forces applied on a bullet's spin is also what stabilizes it, and that stability is centripetal. This is why I say everything's curved linear, 3-dimensional S curved linear, and when you like for like a magnetic field, you extrapolate a sliver of it, it's always curved linear. Mass doesn't attract mass from A to B, it's always curved linear, man. Everything moves curved linear.
What does curved linear mean in that context?
It's the segue between centripetal and centrifugal. It's like when you look at them and look like my avatar, you have centripetal and centrifugal forces all within that field there, the magnetic field there. That's why I tell you guys, this conjugate geometry of the donut shape and the hourglass they're tight at the hip. They're inseparable. They're always the inverse images of each other, and likewise the interlacing of the magnetosphere.
Well, isn't the centrifugal force a fictitious force, and the centripetal force is not a fictitious force?
No, that's your pseudoscience.
matter.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite. Centripetal is
You sure about that?
fictitious. I'm absolutely sure about that. We can demonstrate centrifugal force. Centripetal force is only an inductive interpretation. Like if you have a sling, okay, the only resistance keeping the object from moving in a linear fashion away from the angular momentum is a tether, a physical boundary that creates the tension, right? So the minute you let go of that or cut the tether, the object then moves in a linear fashion after that. But that's not centripetal force. There's nothing pulling the object toward my hand that is the fulcrum.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. It says, yeah, centrifugal force
I
is
know
fictitious force.
that's and then you're going to look up level and see that it's related to the equipotential distance to the center of mass. Yeah, that's your science. Of course it's going to say, right? This is the whole thing. You guys have to get rid of empirical scientific data and redefine shit.
I think you're redefining shit. What do you think of forces?
Force and motion are the same thing, man. That's what a
I'm
force is.
no,
It's
no.
just
I'm
two
asking
objects
Travis
interacting
how he
with one
defines
another.
force.
A force is anything that causes another object to accelerate, if you want to use that term, accelerate or move.
No,
Right. So
I wouldn't
it's
say, yeah, just move.
okay. So and how define acceleration?
Well, moving from one position to another. Because if an object is stationary, there's no acceleration, there's no motion. If then I use my finger and just push a a building block across the table 3 or 4 inches, it has now acceleration. It has now movement from one location to the next.
Well, then you have to
Well,
get into
I think
velocity and the difference,
I
and
think
then
you're
I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm not worried
you,
about breaking that stuff down. I'm just
your
talking on
first
a.
answer. Your first answer was moving from one point to the other, right? So if something is in a constant velocity and goes from one point to the other, is there acceleration there?
Acceleration
If it changes its vector, then yes.
So it's a change of speed, right? It's a change of the vector of velocity, right?
Okay.
That's what
No,
acceleration
you
is,
just
right?
mixed everything in a big shit pile. You can't do that.
No. I'm just asking because that's how I understand the definition of acceleration. It's the change of velocity, right?
Okay. So like what my example was.
Listen, everything has velocity within your paradigm. This is the problem. So anything that's embarked upon is always going to be acceleration due to the fact that nothing is at rest within your mind.
I don't care. I'm just asking for the meaning of those words.
Okay, but I didn't use. Okay, I used the sling as my example. Okay, so you've got acceleration, you've got velocity, you've got momentum, and it's always varying because as I sling the sling, my hand isn't keeping a constant motion that makes it all equal. So it's always going to be vacillating, back and forth as my hand goes forward, back, faster and faster and faster, whatever. Okay, so all of that we can look at and measure and quantify if we want to. Okay, so what's your question now?
Right. So you said what's the example you said? The name of it?
He just gave you basically a force vector. It was essentially a vortex, but he described it in a 2-dimensional motion oscillating
I want the word
linearly
because
instead of circularly.
The
he
word
said
is
some words that I
sling.
don't know. Yeah, what's
I use
sling.
the word sling, right? It's a very primitive weapon that has 2 tethers and a
the
pouch.
slingshot.
Okay, yeah.
Slingshot?
That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's a vortex.
Okay, so when I attach something to a string, let's suppose I attach a heavy object to one tip of a string, and I hold the other tip of the string, and I rotate it, right? The velocity of that heavy object on the tip of the string is changing all the time around my hand, right?
Okay.
So there is a change of velocity constantly.
Okay.
And that change of velocity is always in the direction of my hand.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a centripetal force. That's what we call centripetal force.
No.
Yes, that's the definition of it.
That's centrifugal,
vector,
dude. What do you mean?
What vector?
No.
Sorry, hold on. What is the vector of centripetal force?
What do you mean?
What direction?
It points to my hand. It always points to my hand because
here's where you guys are disconnected. The motion at which he gave you is centrifugal by nature, but the object is receiving centripetal forces due to the fact it's being pressed into this. He gave you the sling analogy, so the rock in the sling, and that rock is embarked upon by centripetal. It's centripetally locked into motion, traveling in a vortex, and that sling itself in the motion with the sling is all centrifugal. 2 things going on there, dude.
I have no idea how that relates to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would never describe any other motion or force than outward from my hand.
Yeah,
pressure over there.
Sorry, you're saying I didn't get what you're saying there, Travis.
The only thing that my hand is going to do is resist the outward natural tendency of the object, right? If I've got a stone in the pouch and I start to swing it around my head, that pouch will naturally try to move into the direction of the motion. but my hand is only resisting that rock's or that stone's natural tendency away from my hand.
Which is the tension of the string, right?
Yeah, but if there's no string, there's not going to be any tension. Centripetal force doesn't then all of a sudden, the stone is not having a natural tendency toward my hand.
So it's the same analogy.
But it's all
It's
accelerating
the
into
same
that
analogy with a dog tied to a rope, staked at one end of the ground, as such that the dog will run in decreasing curvatures towards the stake because all forces and inertia vectors are tied essentially in counter space. The shortest distance of pressure expression is always curvilinear, which extrapolates a vortex. And the torus is a force vector which creates a spatial vortex polarity, which is a torus by definition. A hyperboloid is increasing inertia vortex, which terminates in counter space. So we, as humans, only partially conceive a vortex as a funnel, which terminates into the center, or what we would also call the counter space. However, the explicit vortex, which is centrifugal, is likewise the conjugate vortex of magnetism, which is polarized, as all force vectors are
It's
by
very hard to have a
definition, which
conversation, have to
manifest
stop to
the
hear a
toroid.
monologue that it's never ending all the time. We say something.
What I'm telling you is that the polarized force
I don't
vortex
care. I
is
was trying to
essentially-
talk to Travis. So the example that I gave, the rock is always going around your hand, and if you get the velocity that it is in each point in time, and what's going to be the next velocity of the rock, the change is always towards your hand. So the acceleration of the rock is always pointing towards your hand. So there's a force there, because that's the direction of the acceleration of the rock. So under your own definition of force and acceleration, when you're holding this,
Say again when you think the rock has a tendency toward my hand.
it's accelerating towards your hand all the time.
No, that's centrifugal force. The rock. Okay, listen. If the rock is accelerating toward my hand, then why, when I let go, it goes away from? It's propelled away from. Why doesn't it come toward?
No, it's not propelled away. It's just keep its linear velocity. The velocity stops changing if you let go, because when you let go, there's no longer the tension of the strings pulling it towards your hand.
Okay, that's the same thing that I'm saying is the only force that the rock is exhibiting. The rock is not exhibiting a tendency toward my hand. The only thing that is doing, I mean, again,
but
I don't know how to
a force is not a tendency. A force is what's making the force is what makes things accelerate, right? And the acceleration of the rock is always pointing to your hand. So the force that is being applied on the rock is towards your hand. And that force is actually the tension of the string.
No.
Listen, you can't identify the force. You can only identify the object that's embarked upon by the force. So when you say force, you guys are trying to act as if you've denotated the force of what, but you
That's
never
why
have.
I asked him what he means.
That's why I tell you
what he means first.
Just say motion. Just say motion. Get rid of this force talk because you're very elusive. No, you don't understand yourself.
Different.
No,
motion isn't force.
Yes, it's the same thing, bud. That's what we're telling you.
You can apply force without motion.
No
motion.
Unless you can explain what it's coming from, what it's going to, and by what means, then you're not explaining shit. You're just giving us little descriptions like you always do.
Yeah, very because the whole matter of discussion is descriptive. Because Travis described centripetal force as
that's not science.
I don't care. Well, I don't care. I don't have the slightest.
I want explanation. I want answers.
I couldn't care less about what you call science. I'm just getting
on
to.
A simple motion.
Yeah, I was just getting to the claim of Travis, giving the understanding that we have about forces. That's all we have. I don't care if you call it science or not. That's completely irrelevant to me.
You don't understand how things even move phenomenally. Like, you don't understand even the archetypes of motion, but you want to sit here and conflate forces to me. It's very childish.
No, no,
Yeah,
I
it's okay.
actually wasn't even
Making the
talking
question
to you.
is
I was
fine
talking
by
to
him.
Travis. I'm trying to avoid you sneaking into the middle of the conversation and starting
There's no
monologues.
sneaking
'Cause
in,
that's very
man.
boring.
I'm part of. I've been here all day, bud. Where you been?
I was asking Travis a question. That's all.
Yeah, you want to corner somebody, and I got your answers right here.
No, I want to have a productive conversation.
It's an
And you, what
open
you're doing is
forum.
derailing all the time.
I'm
It's
not
not that I
derailing.
want
I'm
to corner
giving.
Travis.
I'm exposing
Okay,
your
let me.
illogicalness that you're conflating.
Bacon. May I say?
All right.
May I ask him a question?
Please.
Go on.
Yeah. Can you post like a video of what you're talking about? Something that like I can visualize it.
Me?
Yeah.
Sure. Let me see what I can find
All
on
right,
YouTube.
so let me just jump in real quick
Thank you.
while you're looking that up, Bacon. So if we change this to a merry-go-round or one of the carnival rides, the well, what's it called now? I can't remember. But if you get on that carnival ride where you're Gravitron, where you're standing up and they start to spin it, there is no centripetal force there. Nothing is pulling you toward the center of that device.
Visualize the realness.
As a matter of fact, when they sometimes they can drop the floor out from underneath you, and you're stuck to the side. You're being pushed away from. That's the exact same thing that's happening with a sling. There's no centripetal force on the merry-go-round or Gravitron. There's no centripetal force with a sling.
That force, the apparent force of something wanting to go away from the center, is exactly the inertia that you have at every point in time.
I don't have any inertia when I'm standing still.
What is an apparent
If
force?
you're,
No,
oh,
Bacon.
that's a great question. It's in the sense of the centrifugal force. If you let something go in the first, in the beginning of its trajectory, it would seem that it's getting away from the point, but it's just following its inertial path. So there wasn't no force pointing towards that direction. That was just the tendency of where you would go, because that tendency is what we describe as inertia, and inertia isn't a force. It's just a tendency of something to keep moving, however it was already moving. And when we're spinning something,
So not coming towards the hand.
You don't understand inertia if that's what you think, dude.
No, he said when you actually let it go, it starts to move. So therefore, you
no,
stop
it doesn't.
moving.
It starts to move. It stops accelerating into the center. It keeps moving.
I'm telling
it was
you
already
what
moving.
you said. Don't change the words you said.
I never said it starts moving.
Yes, you did. You said when you let it go, it starts moving.
No, I said it appears to go away from where it was, but it was already moving. I never said it starts moving, because it was always.
If you're holding it, how can it start moving? If you're holding it.
Oh, we're talking about something going around something, right?
Yeah. But if you're holding it, how can it start moving if you're holding it?
Holding
It has a
what?
conservation. Has a conservation of momentum, meaning it's already going in a path. There's nothing stopping it from going the path it was going. And from a rotating frame, or if there's in a car that's turning or a merry-go-round, it's going to hit the walls of it. That's because it's going in a straight path
you're talking bollocks. No, you were talking about having something in your hand, and then you let it go, and it starts moving.
No, that he was talking about spinning something, rotating it in a sling, not holding it in your hand.
That's not what I heard.
Isn't that what you were saying?
No, that's not what he said. That's not what I heard. That's not what he said. He said he was holding something, and then when he lets it go, it starts moving.
Yeah, I was holding the string that I was using to rotate a rock around my hand. That was the proposed.
You never mentioned rock
situation. Yes, I did.
Yeah,
so
rock in a sling. That was the whole conversation. Rock in a sling.
Yeah. So I think you got
that's correct.
late in the conversation, so you weren't very contextualized. So that was what I meant.
All right,
That was
Bacon.
the situation I was describing.
Did you find any examples, Bacon?
Yeah, I sent an animation video. The first result I got on YouTube, just for Silent to visualize it, as he requested. Actually, there is a great video from Vsauce about this.
Great video, Vsauce.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
again,
it's very.
Should
It
not
shows
be in the
very
same
intuitively.
sentence. Vsauce is trash.
yeah.
Well,
Again, there is no inward
regardless.
acceleration. There is no inward acceleration.
Yes, there is.
No, that's just resistance against the tether. It's just resistance against the tether.
Under
When we
your
were in
own
Mexico, we
definition
had
of acceleration,
a bunch of
the acceleration is towards the center.
pressure changes that go. It would just leak out.
Okay, you
Open
can.
it
We
up
we can.
Mm-hmm.
You got a hot mic? Is that you, Kool-Aid, with a hot mic or what?
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Look, we can break down the mechanics of a slingshot, right? My hand is when it's rotating and vacillate or oscillating back and forth. There is give and take, pull and release, pull and release, pull and release. It's just like swinging on a swing set. You know, you pump and you kick, you pump and you kick. So we can break down. If you want to say that when my hand is pulling on the tether, that I'm creating a tendency of the object to come toward my, not to come, to come toward my hand. Yeah, I'm okay with that. My hand is the physical cause, but there has to be a tether, and then there has to be a weight at the end. Okay, but if we break that down to a merry-go-round or a gravitron, there is no tether. You still have the same angular momentum idea with the spinning around in a circle with velocity and all that. All of
on
that
the merry-go-round.
But
on the
there's
merry-go-round, you still have forces towards the center.
no, you don't. No.
Yes, the structure of the thing you're sitting in has a tension, and you have the friction between your butt and where you're sitting in, and that's pointing towards the center as you rotate.
Hold on. When your body is pushed toward the resistance, toward the wall, that direction is away from the center.
Oh, actually, the wall is pushing against my body. My body was just following its inertial
No,
path.
it's not pushing. No, sir. It's resisting.
Yeah, but those are two different forces. There's one, the fictitious force is the one that's pushing you outward. That's due to your conservation momentum. That's the centrifugal force. And then there's the one, like in the case of the wall of the gravitron or the horse in the merry-go-round, there's friction and the normal force holding you inwards. So that's keeping you inward. They're two opposing forces if you're being contained.
Nothing is holding me inward.
You fling outward.
Nothing
May
is
I
holding.
answer? May I ask a question? I watched the video. Is there anything that like in real world observation for this?
But you can
like,
just
not drawings.
Exactly. I mean, have you
I
ever,
watched the whole video, right? And
right.
Satellite.
Yeah, well, that's something we can easily do with any string and object, right? And you can then.
I don't know if I understood correctly. Is it saying that there's a force going down inwards to your hand? Is that what it's
Yes,
saying?
that's exactly. That's the tension of the string.
That's fucking retarded.
Why?
Oh,
force,
the tension of
is in
the
motion.
string is because you are swinging it, and it.
Sure. Yeah. What I'm saying
And
is,
the object is coming towards your hand.
Holy shit! You guys baffle me
no,
every time.
I think you're conflating force with velocity. The force pointing to your hand doesn't mean the ball is moving towards your hand.
What you're
It means
talking
the
about?
ball is.
What you're
I'm
talking about?
talking
The
about the
force
video I
vector.
sent.
You're talking about a force vector, an object essentially having this force acted upon it.
It's just a way to describe its velocity. I'm not
Well,
saying
but-
there is
but
a
the
physical
problem-
thing.
Yeah, the problem is nature's
I
lines.
don't care what you think is the problem. I'm just going to explain what I was
Nature's
explaining.
lines. That's fine. Nature's lines don't begin at a point, like you're trying to act like they do.
I don't care, man.
They're not straight, neither, and neither are they two-dimensional, like you're trying to invoke. A force vector, by
direction.
definition,
It's a direction.
we
We draw as a straight line because it's a direction.
That's what you do. You start from a point and you draw a straight line, but that's not how nature and reality
It's not a
works. That's only,
trajectory. That's a direction.
listen, a force vector is always a three-dimensional S curve because the loss of the
It can't be a
energy.
curve. It's a direction.
Listen, can you let me explain without the clipping?
I
It's
prefer
always,
not to.
well, I would prefer that you didn't interrupt me, man. This is an open chat.
You gotta let him speak though.
Yeah, but anytime you have a force vector, you have a three-dimensional S curve because the loss of the energy or the inertia, it's always necessitated to be a helical curve, which generates dimensionality, and ultimately it's an extrapolation of a torus. Anytime you have something, whether it be centrifugal or centripetal, it's always moving in a three-dimensional curved fashion. Because this is how nature works. It's only humans that draw things from point A to point B. We never see anything working this way, especially in a three-dimensional reality. It's only in your two-dimensional paradigm that you've trained your mind to think upon that things travel this way.
Okay, Silent.
I thought vectors were one-dimensional.
Silent, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Okay, so in the video we have two arrows, right? A blue and a orange one.
Yes.
The blue is showing what's the direction that the ball is moving at each point in time. So it's always going into the blue arrow. If you
that only
release the
happens
string,
because you're swinging your hand, right?
yeah, but at any point,
So
if
you stop swinging, if you stop moving your hand, what's gonna happen?
You're going to stop making the tension is going to be smaller, so that's going to slow down the ball, and it's no longer going to keep that orbit.
So is it gonna keep the string straight up?
No, because the ball is going to start falling. We have to keep moving our hands to make a stronger tension to keep the ball.
All right.
moving
Well,
around.
okay. So keep going with your.
Okay. If we release the string at any point in time, the direction that the ball is going to move is that
The inertia, yes.
yeah, it's the blue It's the blue arrow, right? That's where the ball is
it's
going
the
to go.
inertia of the yeah, of course.
Okay, so now think of 2 points in time with a fraction of a second between them. So the ball is.
Where's the other point coming from? Why do I have to think of 2 points?
No, the ball is rotating around my hand, right?
Yeah, but
So,
you gotta explain me why do suddenly I need to think about a second point?
Yeah, so I can explain something.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so at a bit of a second later, the ball has moved a little bit around this circle, and that blue arrow is now pointing a different direction. So the direction that the ball is going right now is different from the direction that was going a fraction of a second
doesn't
before.
exist anymore. The previous one, we can dismiss it, right? It doesn't exist anymore.
Sure, you can say that. So it changed.
The new one has become the previous one. So there's no, you cannot take into account, oh, well, it was moving at this second, it was moving on that direction. Now it's moving in this direction. No, it doesn't work that way.
Well, I'm just saying that's how it was before and that's how it is right now. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, but what is the point of saying that?
Sure. So the point is that the direction that the ball is moving changed. You
Yeah,
agree with
because
that,
you're
right?
holding the string. Yeah, of course.
Sure. So if you get the difference, what was the change on that arrow? The change on that arrow
is because you didn't release the rope and the ball is still attached to you. That's why it changed.
Sure. So if you get a very small fraction of a second and you compare those two arrows, you know what how the arrow changed.
No, there's no comparing those arrows though.
Why not? Why can't I compare what happened a second before to what's going on right now?
Because the previous one doesn't exist anymore. Why am I gonna compare it?
Because we're talking about how it changes over time. Right?
Because you're not letting it go. That's the answer. That's why
I'm not asking. No, I'm not asking why. I'm saying I'm trying to describe the change. It doesn't matter why. That's not the. We agree on why.
Yeah, what I'm what I'm trying to do here is challenging your description, your assertion of things. You want me to think about two things at one point when one of those two things doesn't exist anymore.
I'm not implying it exists, but I'm talking about how it changes. So to understand
But you're
how
using
something
it
changes,
to support your argument, isn't it?
No,
you're
I'm not
saying,
using
well, at this point, this ball was going in this direction, and now
he's
it's going
generating
on that
values.
direction, right?
He's
What made it
generating
change?
he's generating mathematical values just to seem like he's got things understood.
No,
but
I'm just
again,
talking
this
about
is
how it
only
changes.
this is only a measure, right? That you're making, and it's all based upon the conceptual measure. And this further doesn't explain the nature of what's happening. It's only giving us a calculable measure. Good job, bud. Thank you.
You're welcome. Every time we say
So not
something
moving
changed,
towards the center then.
no, that's not okay. I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm just going to keep the explanation going. Because when we
Keep
say
going,
that
yes.
something changed, we are making a comparison between how it was before and how it is right now.
Yeah,
If
but
you have no
all right.
before, you
Let
have
me
no
interrupt you
change.
there. You got the answer why it changed. Why you need to keep further. It changed it because you didn't let go of the rope. That's why it changed it. Nothing
My
else
point-
was involved.
I agree, but my point isn't related to why it changes.
What are you trying to explain then?
If you let me go on, you get there.
No.
So-
The answer, the question is, what are you trying to explain? Answer it.
Dilly dally.
Trying to... Sorry?
Full Monty.
So
He's
you
talking
want to
full
know
Monty.
the end of the argument to decide if you want to listen or not.
No, I want to know what are you trying to explain at this point.
I think the most honest thing to do is if I say something wrong, you disagree. If I say something right, you agree, and then we can get to a conclusion honestly, right?
Most honest thing it
If
will be
you-
to answer the question though, instead of giving
Put
an
your
explanation of something that I don't know. What are you trying to explain?
I'm going to explain
Abel.
things that I already claimed before, but you guys didn't understand, so I'm trying to explain it.
We don't care about the mathematics,
Bacon, I
man.
think the
Give us your
silence is trying to
information.
get. I think Bacon's or silence is trying to get a general sense of like, hey, what are you defending right now? Can you just restate the
What I
argument?
want to know.
Well, I want to put my premises and my reasoning and see if he agrees with it.
Premises
because
of
if he
what?
agrees,
Exactly.
Holy shit, this guy. What
I
the
al-
hell is wrong with him?
well, you know what a syllogism is, right?
No.
Okay, so if I say, for example, if I give you some facts and then I draw a conclusion from this fact, if you agree with me from those facts or those premises, and my conclusion is reasonable, then my reasoning is sound, then you're going to agree with my conclusion as well.
But you
That would
haven't
be
given
relative,
any.
right? The conclusion will
No,
be
man.
relative to each person if
But
they
the-
agree or not, right?
The
Sorry?
argument was
And the fact that-
centrifugal versus centrifugal force. When you're
Just let me say this.
spinning,
Hold on.
there is no force pulling inwards.
Yeah, I know, but exactly. Let me just say this: the fact that 100 people agree on that same thing, it doesn't mean that that's what it is, right?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So keep going then with your explanation. I think the point, what I was trying to get you to say is that your point that you're trying to defend, to see if that's what you're trying to do, is that there's a force pulling inward to your arm, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain what the centripetal force is, which is that force, yes.
Mm.
Okay, so you agree that the speed of the ball changed, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you compare those two speeds, the change in speed is in the direction of your hand. It's towards the center. The change in speed was towards the center. Not the speed. It didn't move towards the center.
It's always towards the outside.
Yeah. So you're
It's always
agree that
towards
it's
the
all-
outside.
You're
Yeah,
giving
but
a
I'm
bad
not
analogy of
asking
centripetal.
what's
And
towards.
hold on.
way
And the
easier
only
one.
reason why it doesn't go towards the outside, see, this is a problem with you. I get angry
No,
at this.
you missed the question. You didn't get the question.
That's a terrible analogy of centripetal, bro.
No,
I can give a
I'm not
way
asking.
easier one.
I'm not asking the
Way less
direction of.
complicated.
Okay, I'm not asking what's the direction of the speed of the ball. we already agree that it's always pointing outwards, right? It's always pointing into where the ball is going. We agree with that. What I'm saying is towards the center is
the ball is
Nobody agreed with
ball is
that,
never
for
trying
one.
to
No.
go towards the center. Yeah, I don't agree with that.
But that's not what I'm saying.
I didn't
Listen,
agree with
listen
that either.
carefully, please. The change in velocity is towards the center, not the velocity. The change in velocity is towards the center.
The change in velocity.
Exactly. The direction of the arrow changed, and the direction of the change is towards the center.
No, because things don't. You're trying to draw this pathway, this two-dimensional pathway, and
No,
that's
I'm
not
just
how
asking
things
how
work
it
in
changed.
reality.
I don't care. I'm just asking how it changes. It changes towards the
Should
center.
care.
What
Should care,
change
'cause
of
it's not
velocity
reality.
are you talking about, though?
Of the ball. You agreed with me that the velocity of the ball changed because it was
No, we
pointing.
didn't.
I didn't.
He did.
I
You
didn't. When did I say that I
Nobody
changed?
agreed with you, man. At any point, they
No,
can.
not didn't you agree that the direction of the blue
No.
arrow is changing around the circle?
I told you a force vector is never two-dimensional. It's never in a linear,
Not
in a
you,
linear
Silent.
one-directional. It's always three-dimensional and it's curved linear, and it's essentially this is everything in nature travels by these means, this pathway, never in a straight line from one point to in a straight
Okay, I
vector.
think there might be some confusion on some terms here. So Silent, you know the difference between velocity and speed.
Yes. Velocity and speed. Velocity
So Go on.
and I'm thinking.
Oh, okay. Because that's very important. I think
You're
you might be
talking about
understanding.
acceleration, right? Velocity and
Now
acceleration.
we're just talking
right?
about speed. Now we're talking about velocity and speed. Let's forget about acceleration for. Because I think when I was talking about velocity, you was thinking about speed. That's why you disagreed.
I'm gonna be honest here. I probably because of my language, I don't know what's the difference between those two things.
Yeah, I get you because in my language we only have the word velocity. We don't have a word for speed, and I get the same for you, right?
Well, I would say
Yeah, but the
force
difference.
and motion
What
are
is it?
synonymous, just as acceleration and inertia are
No,
synonymous. They're the
no,
inverses of
that's
each other. Yeah.
distance
What is
and
it,
speed are
Maisty?
not the
Maisty,
same.
RC Maisty. What is it?
RC
So speed.
hot micing.
Oh my gosh.
RC's hot micing.
Why are we?
He's hot
Yeah.
micing. RC, you're hot micing.
Totally.
I'm
totally
not
hot mic.
silent. I'm trying to respond to what you're saying.
Acceleration and inertia
Okay.
aren't synonymous.
Oh my gosh! Can you shut up?
RC, you're hot micing. RC's
Silent.
hot micing.
Yeah,
Just put
inertia is.
I see what
is
you're doing.
Oh my gosh!
God's Capo,
Silent.
can you explain to me what?
Yeah,
what
I
Silent,
just
I'm
gave you
trying
the
to explain
opposing.
to you right now.
They're opposite of each other.
Speed
Inertia and
is.
acceleration.
Why
are
is everybody
opposite.
talking?
Who's bringing up inertia? They're not talking about inertia. They're saying the speed and what else?
Can I freaking talk?
You're
So
hot micing,
speed
dude.
is the difference
RC's
of
hot mic.
distance.
I'm gonna have to mute people, or what's going on here?
Speed
I'm asking
is
a question, honest question. RC Maistin is trying to answer. Why are you guys interrupting?
He's hot
speed
micing.
No, he was hot micing.
is- No, I wasn't. I'm trying to respond to what you're
To answer
saying.
though.
So speed is when you're actually covering a distance over time, and velocity is a displacement over time. So, for example, I can do a 108.
Displacement and covering.
Yeah. So how much ground did I cover is distance over time, and how far did I go from point A from the beginning to the end is displacement over the time. So I could go.
Isn't it the same fucking thing?
No,
that's
it is.
wrong.
So
That's
for
wrong.
example,
What is the difference, Maisty?
Hey,
Because to me,
well,
it's the same.
Let
fucking
him
thing.
give the example.
Actually, explain the difference. So I could go in a circle in my yard, okay, and let's say that in the last 10 seconds I moved 10 meters, but I can move in a circle and my displacement could be 0 because I would have moved 10 meters in that circle, but I ended up at the same spot that I started from, so my displacement was 0.
You walk the same steps, no?
I
Yes,
think there's
doesn't mean
a.
your velocity was
I started
0.
and I ended at the same spot. So my
So fucking
overall
what?
velocity.
You moved the same
Oh my
time.
God.
You moved the same distance.
Can I actually finish a sentence?
Well,
I
you
don't think
made the
that's
same.
right.
You moved the same distance.
No,
It's
distance
angular
is how
velocity.
far I moved over the ground. Displacement is from my start to my end. How far was that? So my start to my end is the same. So my velocity was 0, but my speed would have been 1 meter per second because I went 10 meters in 10 seconds.
Let me ask you,
that sounds
Mikey.
right for displacement, but for velocity, it doesn't sound right.
Let me.
Yeah, I was
give
gonna
you
ask you. Let me ask you something. When we're on what is called the trail walk, those walking machines that you step on it.
Treadmill.
Treadmill, yeah, treadmill. You walk a half hour on there. It tells you walk a mile, right?
Yeah, on a treadmill, your velocity is 0. Your speed is whatever you're walking.
Well, hopefully you went further than 30 minutes for a half a mile.
How?
That would be like
Because you are not, in reference to where you're at, you are not moving in it. Like for your point A and your point B never changes. You're just staying in the same spot, right? But your speed
It's
is a
linear.
great example of this because
I'm gonna.
you
You've
are
been talking
moving.
an awful lot. I'm gonna quote Walter Russell here.
All right, why
he's-
are you clipping me? I have literally
Because
said
it's
7
terrible,
sentences.
dude.
So the difference between speed and velocity, speed is how much distance do you cover, and velocity is your point A to your point B. How far is that? On a treadmill, your point A to your point 0. You never move. But your
Isn't
your
that
speed,
acceleration though?
Can I give a different? I think there's a more simplest way to define it, which is
that's
the
the
velocity.
precise way to define it.
Okay,
You had-
but
like-
I think that serving the purpose of the previous explanation, I think it's just best to define the velocity.
That's the actual physics explanation. That
I don't think that's going to
I think
disagree
the
with what I'm
difference
going to say
is
now.
for speed, you have like the magnitude, and it just talks about
No,
whatever
that's
direction it is.
not
Whereas
what it
velocity
is.
is going in a specific direction. It has
No,
magnitude in that
Speed,
direction.
speed is usually a single value, which is distance over time, and the velocity is it's not just the value; it's also the direction in which you're going. So, for example, if I'm going 10 miles an hour in one direction, and then I turn into another direction, and my speed is still 10 miles an hour. My speed didn't change,
Same distance.
but because my direction changed, my velocity changed. Because your velocity, the thing that you see on your car is your speed, not your velocity. If you're going around in circles, as RC explained, your velocity is changing all the time because the direction is changing all the time. But your speed might be constant. So speed is a single value, while velocity is a vector because it has a direction as well. So
or in other words, velocity changes with direction, where speed doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, speed doesn't tell anything about your direction. Velocity does. So, Silent, when I said that the velocity of the ball is changing.
Use velocity in a sentence.
Right, the velocity of the ball is changing.
Holy shit.
Okay, hey, here's a good one. Hey, would you shut up? The velocity of this ball between the front of my yard and the back of my yard was 10 meters per second. The ball was, and here's the speed of the ball while it was traveling was 20 meters per second. The reason that the speed and the velocity can be different is because the velocity is that vector just from this point to that point, while the path that it takes, the speed might be different.
Dude, you're conflating things because it's always moving in a curved linear. You're only drawing in your mind that it's moving two-dimensionally in a straight vector. You shut the hell up, RC. You shut the
I was just got done teaching a physics and this is what we were talking about.
And I feel bad for those poor kids.
He didn't.
I really do.
Make-believe. This is just a make-believe world that he's presenting.
Yep.
I know that you can do that.
Does this make sense? What they're talking about?
So Silent Zero. Here's a really good example. I could be going 100 kilometers an hour when I'm going from Guadalajara to Mexico City. Okay, So if it's only as the crow flies, if it's only 200 kilometers from Guadalajara to Mexico City, why is it that I'm traveling 400 kilometers on roads to get there? Is because the path that I take to get to Mexico City from Guadalajara is significantly different. I have to curve and go around the mountains and, go through a couple towns and all that kind of stuff. So my path was different. My actual
that's a
distance.
distance that has nothing to do with your velocity or speed.
No, but that
It's
is
the
so
distance between the 2 points.
No, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. So the displacement between Mexico City and Guadalajara is just that straight line distance, right? But the path is what you call you call your distance, your speed. So that's the difference.
I've been telling you guys this time. I've been telling you guys about how you had this GIF where different distances, and I told you, well, those distances we don't know how curve and up and down and hills they have. Like from point A to point B, you may say, well, this is 100 miles, let's say, but then maybe to go from those 2 points, the road is so curvy that it ends up being 200 miles.
Yeah,
you know
you're right. That's the difference.
It's also checking a bearing, a compass, which if you're flying east or west, you are going on a circular motion. So it's not following a straight path in a map. Is following a bearing, which he needs to correct for it.
But I don't know. I guess I don't know why you guys conflating these words. Honestly,
It's because in physics, if you don't tell the difference between these two things with velocity, because there are vectors associated with it, you can't then tell the difference between the frames of reference that you're using to actually calculate forces that are acting on something.
well, that's why you guys come with this magical thing, right? That you're thinking that that ball is pulling to your arm, right? Because
It's
you
not
think
it's not a magical thing, though, Silent.
I mean,
you have to calculate.
If you say that the ball is pushing to your hand, it is a fucking magical thing. I don't know how.
Silent.
Let me. This is the two-dimensional. The two-dimensional circular logic.
I was trying to explain it before. I think it might be useful to
Don't
restate.
Don't bother, Bacon. Don't bother. I actually don't care about learning this stupid shit, bro.
Yeah,
there's a different.
I just want. I
don't care to get my brain twisted like that.
There's an easy way.
I'm just trying to.
Two-dimensional circular logic that does not represent
I don't care
three-dimensional
about learning
reality.
that shit. That's okay.
There's an easy way to come to an agreement
It's all
about
bullshit
this.
computer programming that has nothing to do with fucking three-dimensional physics of reality.
It's not programming or anything like that. There's a real easy way to agree.
That's the only way it could exist.
That's
the only place it would ever
that's
exist.
fine. I get it. You think it's a computer program. That's fine. There's an easy way to think about it instead of that made up way. Whether it's a bucket, water in a bucket, or a person on a gravitron, or a kid on a merry-go-round. Okay, there's two Let's listen to the gravitron is probably the easiest way to think about it. But the graviton, the person on that gravitron is standing on the edge. They start spinning. They get pushed out towards the edge of it, and they're stuck against the wall. So there's definitely a centrifugal force, where there's fictitious force, and there's a force pushing them outwards. And the fact that it's going around in circles and they're staying where they are on that thing means that they're not. Means there's a balanced force. Means there's two forces opposing each other. There's an outward force, of them flying outward, centrifugal. And there's the inward force that the wall is imparting on them.
Well,
and that
at some
it's
point,
going to the center.
At some point, there's going to be a homeostasis where they kind of essentially interlace, where those 2 points meet, where you're saying centrifugal and centripetal are interlacing. There should be essentially a homeostasis point right there.
That's the wrong use of the word homeostasis.
Yeah.
Equilibrium. Homeostasis.
Regardless, there's a balance, equilibrium.
Sorry, I was
the forces are
hyper-concise.
balanced. Forces are balancing each
I
other.
was hyper concise.
No,
can I try to pull back a little
Homeostasis
bit?
is a biological process.
Micey, tell me if this is what I saw one time. Centrifuge working with a cork and water inside, and the cork was moving in towards the center. Is that what you guys are talking about?
No.
Homeostasis doesn't have to explicitly refer to a biological process.
He's referring to the word
Thank you.
equilibrium.
Thank you.
No,
Homeostasis
I
is
was
in a
concise
state of
with what I
equilibrium.
chose.
No, you weren't.
Thank you.
You don't even know
Homeostasis
what
is
word
a
you
state of equilibrium. It doesn't have to specifically
Yes,
talk
when you're
about a
talking
living
about
cell.
forces, it's equilibrium.
Thank you. No,
No, when you're
sorry.
talking about forces, it's
No,
equilibrium.
you're wrong,
No,
RC.
sorry.
You're being
No,
pedantic.
I'm not. All right, then post
we
the
understand each
citation.
other.
Then post the citation.
You could have
Okay, well,
homeostasis within, like, you know, a social group, for instance.
Oh,
You
okay,
get- it just
cool.
means a state,
Post
state of
using
equilibrium.
homeostasis with forces.
Okay.
It
in the
segues
meantime,
perfectly fine. Segues perfectly fine.
In the meantime, somebody was asking about. I think you just asked Silent Zero. You know, when you're swinging something around on a string, and you're holding onto it still, it's flying outwards because the centrifugal force flying outward, and it's staying attached to the string, going around in a circle because of the inward force that's due to the fact that it's attached to the
No,
string.
it's going like that because you don't let go of the rope. You more. I'm sorry. You don't let go of the rope.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's two opposing forces. Those are the
Well,
two
at that
opposing
point,
forces.
I can say, well, it goes this way because the unicorn is farting on it. At this point, you know.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense.
I'll quote
It
Walter
does.
Russell.
It does.
I'll quote Walter Russell. He says, "Motion is the expression of power, and no expression of anything is that which expresses it." Meaning, the motion towards charge or recharge is increasing inertia and acceleration. Thank you very much.
There.
Do you guys remember Warner von Braun used to have this wheel, imaginary wheel? He had a cartoon about it in space, where the wheel is spinning and everyone is actually walking and standing on the exterior of the wheel because they are pulled outwards, giving a outwards force of gravity. This is what they're talking about. There is no force involved. There is no inward force.
Wookie dokie.
I like pork rinds.
You guys need to start digging into three-dimensional force vectors and start thinking more like reality-like instead of this two-dimensional computer-programmed
Chill out,
logic.
Giovanni.
You live in Narnia world. That's what it is.
And you
Better
don't
stick
listen.
with
All
what?
right, all right, Dicelo. Then go ahead and describe just the multivariate. How do you use multivariate calculus to, for example, predict ballistic trajections?
Well, I don't use your mathematical equations for this because
He's not
you don't have to
claiming
use.
anything about it. Why would he?
Yeah.
So you can't.
Yeah.
You don't know? Do you know how to do multivariate calculus?
Celestial orbits is all based on geomagnetic precession.
Nobody said anything about celestial orbits.
You
Yeah,
said
ballistic.
celestial trajectory.
Yeah.
Talking about
ballistic
Go
trajectory.
ahead. You know about tensor equations, like with linear algebra, RC.
So Artemisi, so when you're flying,
Oh, what did you ask?
When you're
No,
flying
I was
towards
asking.
the
That's what you were asking about. I
when
didn't
you're
hear.
flying towards the equator, are you flying downwards?
No, I asked him if he knew how to do some multivariable calculus when it comes to ballistic trajectories in real life, because he says you guys need to get out of the 2D world and get into the 3D world. I was like, oh, cool. Well, if you want to do multivariable calculus and show us how you can do ballistic trajections, right?
Ballistics, yeah, projectiles like airplanes, yeah. Do airplanes going towards the equator? Do they fly down? These
No,
projectors?
he's not talking about airplanes.
Show
He's
us
talking about
how
something
he can
being
show us how
projected.
he can do.
He's a pilot. He's a pilot. You should be happy to talk about airplanes because yesterday,
show us how you can
last
do
night, he
three-dimensional
told us that if he has to fly towards the equator, he's flying downwards. He's flying
Well, the
down
funny-
to the
So
equator.
show us how you know how to do three-dimensional
The funny
math.
thing is, though, the funny thing is, though, is if you talk to any unbiased source within a ballistics instructing, they'll tell you that all your little Coriolis and drift effects are all theoretical, and they don't even calculate for that shit. So
Yeah,
you've literally overcomplicated. You literally overcomplicated reality with your little bullshit, and we see through.
Who says he was a
Watch
pilot?
Joe Rogan, bro.
Well, he also says is NASA
RC
chief
Meister's
police.
a pilot. RC
He's an
Meister's a
educator.
pilot.
Yeah, he's an educator. He's
No,
all
I'm the
kinds of
chief of NASA police. I told you that.
RC, you're a pilot though, aren't you?
Yeah.
There you go.
No.
There you go, Ward.
Yeah. So you actually confirmed that the bollocks they produced 3 days ago and last night were 100% valid for 180 degrees or more than 180 degrees on the maps.
Yeah, there's definitely more than 180 degrees. When you go,
Right,
if
okay.
you,
I debunked them twice. I debunked them straight away.
no, you didn't.
Yes, I fucking did. Don't fucking lie to me.
What are you talking about? You're saying that on the according to from 3 DOR stations or 3 airports here in the United States that it's not greater than 180.
Excuse me, paid NASA shield provided us with a map which said it had 183 degrees on it and had 4 airports involved.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. And he used it from
so therefore it's
Skyvector. Hey, hold up. He used Skyvector.com, which is valid flight planning software.
Oh, you're going to talk over me again?
No, I'm just saying those valid flight planning software.
Yeah, and there was 4 airports in there, so that's more than 180 degrees, isn't it? Because there's 4 airports in there. So therefore, you didn't have 3 airports with 183 degrees, correct?
If you'd like to do 3 airports, I'm happy to show it to you. I can live stream right now.
Airports
do that?
in there,
You want to do that right now?
Show me 3 airports with 183 degrees.
With more than 180 degrees?
Paid NASA shield presented evidence with 3 airports with 183 degrees.
Yep.
There was 4 airports in there, so therefore it wasn't 3 airports with 183 degrees. Correct or not?
That was incorrect. You guys point out the errors in that.
Sorry, say that again.
You're very quiet. Say that again.
You guys pointed out the error. There was a 4th fix in there. It was an error.
Yeah, he's trying to get RC Meisty to admit to it.
Well, I'm happy to show you with 3. I'm happy to show you with 3.
Well, you have to
And
be
last
farther
night
away
was
than those 3.
with 3 airports with 180, more than 180 degrees.
Well, that's easily
you
done.
can take into account the magnetic deviation.
Triangle.
Not a straight
Yes,
line.
you take into account magnetic deviation every time, Wardenclyffe.
And it's not a straight line, is it?
Yes,
you can only
it's a
get
straight
straight.
line.
You
Well,
can only
define
get
straight.
degrees
It's
from
not a triangle. No.
Wardenclyffe, let me show you something. When we talk in airplanes, okay, we call things straight line distance. What that means is that you're
They are
following the
not
shortest
straight lines
distance
on the
between
ground, so therefore it's
now
not
hold
straight
up.
lines.
You're following the compass bearing. You're not flying in a
No.
straight
Why
line.
is everybody
No,
clipping?
you're flying
Are
the
there
great circle
are there
routes.
no mods here whatsoever? At
You're
all?
not going on the ground.
Because
flying
I
the-
get
going in a
reamed
straight line.
every other day for clipping people, and that's all it's happening.
You cackle when you clip.
Whoa,
Right.
let Warden and RC have this.
All right. So
Yeah, let
Warden,
him talk.
yeah. So
The
Wardenclyffe.
great
here's-
circle routes. That's the
Yeah.
shortest distance
So
between
did you
in
get-
planets.
did you
aviation,
hear?
oh my god!
Hey, did you
In
hear?
aviation, we call things straight line distance. So what we mean by that is that it's the shortest distance between 2 points. There's a reason we don't say just the straight distance or it's a straight line. We just call it straight line distance, okay? Because that's the shortest point between 2 points, or the shortest distance between 2 points. Now, I'm happy to live stream right now for flight, which is actual software that we use in flight. Skyvector is flight planning software. For flight actually connects to all of my Garmin avionics and allows me to see it, okay, in real time. Would you like to see that, Wardenclyffe? And we'll see exactly what Paid NASA Show was very correctly asserting, that you can get 3 points where it is greater than 180 degrees.
Right.
It's on like
You right? Can I talk
Ben.
now, please?
You'd like to do
Can I
that
talk
right now?
please? Yes. Can I talk now, please? Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it, man.
Right. Thank you very much. Right. Paid NASA Shield. He presented a presentation with 3 airports which were 183 degrees. Unfortunately, 2 of the airports on the right-hand side, bottom and top, right-hand side, were pointed to another airport. That made it a 4-pointed triangle. You can't have that.
I've
You can't have 4 points.
I've admitted that was a mistake. Someone pointed out that the
Thank you very much.
intermediate fix could probably may be a problem, and I have agreed to that answer. Therefore, I have no longer claimed that for that example. That example is not a good one. It is too short for one thing.
Too short for what?
Too short to see the difference in the 180 degrees. You need to have longer distances.
What distance do you have to go up to have a longer distance then?
Well, it has to be a good portion of the sphere.
What portion?
How big? Come on, tell us
How
enough.
big? Exactly? I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. There's math involved. I won't. No, I don't teach math in here. I don't do math in here because you guys are math impaired.
Right, so there's maths involved then. Excellent. Happy days.
Yeah,
Right.
math is
And
just
also the
language.
presentation that was presented last night was they said that these points were straight lines. And they did not take into account magnetic deviation. So therefore you're not traveling a straight line on the ground.
True courses. These are true courses, not magnetic courses.
No, they're magnetic.
No, they're true courses.
Okay, look at the airplane paths then. They are not in a straight line because they're always deviating.
You guys never travel from A to B like you claim. It's always in a circular fashion.
What do you mean it's in a circular fashion? It's It's a great circle route. It's a straight line.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's
you don't
not.
deviate left
Never,
or right.
ever
Straight ahead.
in a straight line.
That's a straight line, like an ant on a basketball. Go straight ahead.
No, you deviate left
Really?
and right.
No, you don't deviate left or right. You go straight ahead.
Do.
Oh,
They
do
bank
you?
a lot.
Yes.
Never mind. Okay. I stand corrected then.
Well, you don't. It's called slide path for a reason. There's many of them anyway.
It looks sometimes if you project a great circle route onto a flat map, it will curve. Yes.
Well, just real quick, just to make it address the situation with RC's streaming right now. He is the operator, not the programmer.
Who's streaming
Just to
where?
let the
RC?
Just to let everybody know, you are the operator, not the programmer of that very system.
And can anyone hear the dodo here speaking?
You know what operator means, Don? It means that I actually know how to get from A to B and not make shit up about it.
Sure, you can do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Not only do I know how to do that, I get there every time with my exact freaking fuel calculation.
Sure.
Are you claiming that I'm making shit up?
Yeah.
No,
if
I'm
you
claiming
don't
that Don's
understand
making
if you don't understand great circle routes, you're making shit up.
Sorry, say that again.
If you don't understand great circle routes, you are making shit up.
Right.
If you were to
I
fly
live
from,
in reality.
if you were to
I
fly
work
from
in reality. So therefore, you are living on the model, aren't you?
no, living on a globe.
I can explain great circular.
Yeah, you're living on the model.
We live on a globe, actually.
You're living on a model.
If
I
you
live in
fly
reality.
from, if you fly from London to Los Angeles, what's your
Living on
route?
what?
You fly from London to Los Angeles, what's your route?
I don't fly from London to Los Angeles. I'm a helicopter pilot, not a fucking plane
Oh,
pilot.
that's right. You're a helicopter pilot.
Are you a
Well,
helicopter
you're the one who pointed out the mistake. By the way, thank you for pointing out
No,
the
no, no.
mistake.
Hold up.
It wasn't a
Are you
mistake. It
helicopter-
was a total cock up.
No,
it was a mistake.
Warrencliffe.
Yeah.
Hold up, Warrencliffe. Are you an actual licensed helicopter pilot?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So what flight software do you use?
He's a helicopter
I
pilot.
fly
Just fly
VFR, not
VFR.
IFR.
You
Yeah.
only fly VFR.
Yes.
He's a helicopter pilot.
What kind? No, I get him. What kind? Well, I mean, you can have IFR rated helicopter pilots. No problem with that. So here's my question here. When you are using flight planning, okay, at the top of your VFR sectionals, why are they bigger at the bottom than they are at the top?
What?
Why are the VFR sectionals bigger at the bottom than they are at the top?
What map are you looking at?
All right, you're obviously not a helicopter pilot because you can't pass your basic private pilot. You can't pass your basic private pilot test if you don't know how to read a sectional.
No, what map are you looking at?
The VFR sectionals.
For what?
Oh my god.
Dude, you're very obviously not a pilot at all.
Really?
Well, I could.
Yeah, really.
I don't know. Do they have sectionals in England? I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
yes,
they call them something else.
Hey, your arrow whack charts. How's that one?
Go on.
Yeah, on your airwhack charts. How do you measure bearings? With your plot, explain the two-step process for getting a bearing on your airwhack charts. If you're a pilot, every pilot knows how to do this.
How would you do it?
Use your plotter to get your bearing.
How would
How
you
do
do
you
it?
I would say elevation would be one.
No.
I would say
No. I want the claimed helicopter pilot over here telling me, how do you use your plotter on a freaking aerowhack chart or VFR sectional to get your bearing? You cannot pass your freaking private pilot first exam that you take as a pilot if you can't answer this freaking question. You fail immediately.
Oh, goodness.
It was never on the pilot's.
Oh, my gosh, dude. Every freaking... All right, so did you do it in England?
No, I did in America, actually.
And where?
Saluda, South Carolina.
In South Carolina? Okay. So you passed the FAA private pilot exam.
Correct.
What year?
Good.
Jesus Christ, what year am I now?
Any time from 1996.
Did Kobe die in England?
1996.
Yeah.
1996.
97. Can anyone hear me, by the way?
All right, cool. So Wardenclyffe.
Yes, Dodo.
There are at least 10 questions. I think it's 12 now on the private pilot exam that are about navigation. For every single one of them, you need to be able to say, how do I find my bearing on a VFR sectional chart? If you don't know what a VFR sectional chart is, you don't pass your basic private pilot exam.
It's a Saturday evening. Take it easy, man.
So I'm asking you, Wardenclyffe, describe to me the two-step process of
You
using a
calibrate the
plotter
water level.
to find your direction.
Right. Oh, you're on about your bearing, are you?
Oh my gosh. Wardenclyffe. Let me just go ahead and give you the answer. Okay?
No,
on your
don't give me the
VFR
answer. No,
sectional
carry
chart,
on.
on your VFR sectional chart, you always have lines of longitude. Okay? You always take your plotter, which only looks just like a protractor. It only has 180 degrees on it, right?
No, you don't take longitude.
And you take this up.
You don't take
You always
longitude.
take your plotter. You always take your plotter, which is looks like a little protractor
Yes,
that
but
has
don't take
180
longitude.
degrees on it, and you lay your course line across one of those longitude lines, and you read the heading at the top. Do you know why you always use a longitude line in order to get your heading?
Are you on about your
Let's
bearing?
go now, man. Come on.
You're obviously not a helicopter pilot.
Listen, ask him what he knows as opposed to telling him what he doesn't know.
Can you just straight line?
Really?
Yeah, is there a particular
longitude.
topic here? I know that RC seems to be drilling someone about being a pilot, but is there a topic or something?
He's not a pilot.
Discuss?
Well,
Yeah,
I have something to add to the
You reckon
greater
I'm not a
topic
pilot?
regarding the
quite
greater.
interesting, actually.
I have
Go on,
something
carry
to
on.
add regarding the great central or the great circular route and bio. Is it bio? When you talk about east, right? We can all agree that east is in a certain fixed orientation, right, in relation to the north. Do you agree with that?
Hey, Wardenclyffe, here's one more little one to show me whether you're a pilot or not. What's the difference between Class Bravo and Class Charlie airspace?
If you don't have something productive, RC,
You're on about American airspace, aren't you?
Yes, you literally got your private pilot's license. You told me you got your private pilot's license here in the United States. What's the difference between Bravo and Charlie airspace?
This is going to attack the people.
That was a
We're
civil.
going to go to the arguments.
Wasn't it military? It wasn't a commercial pilot's license. It's a private pilot's license.
I know. For your private pilot's license, you have to know the freaking 5 types of airspaces. If you don't get your private pilot's license.
Oh, so you want me to tell you what Delta is as well, then?
What is the difference? But all right, I'll give you an easier one. What's the difference between Delta and Charlie airspaces?
What do you mean, air traffic control?
Oh my gosh, you're done.
You're
not a pilot.
Never bluff. Couldn't be called out.
No, RC is definitely a pilot. I can account for that.
Got in an airplane. It doesn't make him a pilot.
No, I got photos of RC being in an airplane.
Yo, are you talking about the altitudes, RC?
No, I'm talking about the fact that Wardenclyffe was trying to call out NASA shill over here.
No, hold
for-
up. But in terms of
correctly,
Alpha,
by
Bravo,
claiming
Charlie,
he's a
Delta
helicopter pilot.
airspaces, are those
He
altitudes?
doesn't even. Hey, I'm calling him on claiming to be a helicopter pilot, and he's not.
Yo, in
Oh, you
terms of like
reckon I'm not?
Bravo airspace, do you mean like airspace from the surface to like 10,000 feet?
Hang on.
You
Warden,
mean
tell us the truth
altitudes?
then. What's the limits of your qualifications, Warden?
I'm a private pilot.
Well, hang on, man. So
Did you
he
get?
seems to
Hey,
be asking
what's
you-
your?
let
What
me-
are
let me
the?
mediate? Let me mediate a second. So he seems to be asking fairly basic questions, and especially because you said you got your license in what do you call it, in America, where he seems to know his way around procedures, etc. But if there's some distinction that you would like to claim, and I guess you have to be free to put it forward. Now, if you made a claim and it's not the case, I guess it's a good time to back out and clarify things.
I got a really good question.
There's like
What
a difference
travels further?
between. I mean, knowing all the book stuff and actually flying is different. RC sounds like he's memorized the book and has never actually flown in his life.
You watch a YouTube video, then regurgitates it.
Get a license.
No, RC actually really flies. I can
Yeah,
vouch for
yeah,
it as a
pictures.
flat earther.
Yeah, because of pictures from space, right?
No,
No,
he actually sent me
All
photos.
Gordon has to say is that is
and
the
I
case.
s-
You know what I mean?
and I
Let him clarify.
Here's a good question.
And I
guys.
have seen him on video. So yes, he
Yeah,
does actually
He
fly.
flies. He flies.
Bro,
It
there's
doesn't.
a ton of stuff you can ask me about HVAC
It doesn't
that,
mean
like,
anything, though.
I wouldn't
Hang on a
know,
second.
but I can fix the stuff. So, like,
Hang on a
knowing the
second.
particulars of a book.
I know other pilots. It doesn't mean shit.
No,
Doesn't
I'm
mean
just
shit.
simply saying, hey,
They're
nobody's
flat
worried
earthers.
about. Everybody knows that I fly, and I don't care if you don't give a shit that I do or not. I'm saying Wardenclyffe is trying to debunk what NASA Shill's saying, right? Which if NASA Shill made a mistake, that's fine. But he's trying to invoke the fact that he's a helicopter pilot, which clearly he isn't right now because he can't answer
Well,
those
RC, I got a
questions.
question for you. I got a question for you to test whether
Don't
you're a
fucking dare
pilot.
say I'm not a helicopter
So
pilot.
RC, hold up, guys, hold up, hold
Y'all
up.
don't
I'm
need to
gonna
have this.
expose RC real quick.
We don't need to have this dick measuring.
Relax, I'm gonna expose
Stop
RC
with
real
the
quick.
dick-
RC,
stop with the
if the
dick measuring
airspace is
contest.
controlled and it's not Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, or Delta airspace, then what is it?
Echo. Well, Echo's technically controlled. It's Gulf if it's not uncontrolled.
All right, fair enough.
You're right, fair enough. And that's
Can
an
I ask
answer.
a question?
So,
I got a
Warden,
good
can you
question. Hold on.
clarify- can you
It's a really good
clarify
question.
Your position here. I mean, you might have learned by the fly and not taken too much notice of the theory, but can you just clarify for the sake of the questions that this opposing member is asking here?
What goes further, light or a shadow?
Yeah, come on, man.
So who's saying I'm not a fucking helicopter pilot? Because I fucking fly helicopters.
Hey, I'm
No,
back to
to
say
get
I've done.
whose defense,
guys,
maybe
guys,
maybe
let me
they
have
just
this damn
call them
dick
differently because
measuring.
I think
That isn't the case,
they use the
for goodness
phonetic
sake.
alphabet for America, and
We
you know
need
the
to
rest.
know.
What I find here is just it's Class A, Class
No,
B,
it's-
Class
it's-
C,
it's-
Class
let's
D,
clarify
Class E.
it
Department of Defense. It's all the DOD. What we need to know is what travels further, light or shadows.
Hey, Wardenclyffe, I'm not even a licensed helicopter pilot, but what's the collective? Go ahead and tell us. What's the collective?
The collective is up and down.
Cool. And how's it work?
Come on, man.
How do you think it works?
This is hilarious.
No, go ahead. Tell us.
Just cackle each time he asks
You're
you a
having too much
question.
fun with this.
You are a dumb shitting
Listen,
fucking
what's going
motherfucker.
on?
You
Can you
fucking
let Ward
tried to
talk
destroy
for
me.
2
The
minutes?
point
I'm
before
asking
before we
everybody
go
what
too
they know what I'm
crazy.
about.
The point of the argument wasn't about
All right,
whether
guys,
Gordon
come
was a
on now.
helicopter pilot or not. It was about the
No,
picture
no,
that was
he said
given
I wasn't
about
a
the
helicopter
spherical. I know he said that, but that wasn't the point of the argument. He brought up the paid NASA shield thing. What you pointed out was correct when it came to the aeronautical chart that was given that they tried to say showed spherical geometry.
And he
when
tried to
it's not.
say I was not a helicopter pilot. That's what he
But
said.
that's
not.
irrelevant. That's irrelevant, is what I'm
No,
saying.
it's not irrelevant. That is
You're
the
not.
total point
It
of
is.
the argument.
It is
Haven't I
irrelevant.
credit him for that?
Okay, guys.
Haven't I
let's
credited him for that?
let's reel it back.
Have
It's
I
an
credited
ad hoc.
him? Have I credited him for that?
What does that mean?
I posted the picture in Livestream Twitch chat one.
That this chart that Bob has shown is incorrect. That fix
Yes,
right there
you
that he
did.
has circled
Yep.
is could possibly
I posted
explain
it
the echo.
in the live chat.
Therefore, I have deleted that from my PC. I will no longer show this because it is quite possible that this fourth fix that I missed, I thought it was a fix, it's actually a nav aid, could
Very
explain
honorable,
183
Paige.
degrees. This is
Very
how
Yeah, I
science
gotta
works.
appreciate that.
This is how science works. You get peer reviewed. Someone points a flaw in your reasoning, and you say, "Okay, fine, it is a flaw in the reasoning."
There you go.
Okay, now let's stop.
Thank you, Shield.
That's good on you, but now RC needs to face the consequences because he doubled down.
On this one?
Yeah, he doubled down and
On
said
this diagram, RC, no, this diagram here is incorrect. This fourth fix that they have circled here is actually a fix. If you look at it, the bottom, the leg to your right there, the going down, actually has a fourth point in there that could possibly explain the couple 3 degrees.
Sure, that's fine. I actually didn't double down on anything. I was asking him when you came in and said, "Hey, here's what's going on." Okay, that's fine. I doubled down on what I have claimed and I can say and I can show is that I have actual flight planning software using freaking ForeFlight, and I can show you that. I can
show one of those then, please.
Can you shut up? There are 3 points that you can create that the interior angles do not equal 180 degrees.
Why not? Yeah,
because you're the operator, not the programmer.
You
can show that, please.
If you go far enough, you can get a 270-degree triangle. That's correct, and that's been shown on real charts too.
Are you the programmer?
That's a shield.
Are you the programmer?
Yeah, paid Nasa Shield.
Did you program that whole system?
I'm here. I'm sorry, but Don's talking over us.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to know if you're the
paid
programmer.
Nasa Shield.
Making a claim.
Yes.
I respect you for doing that. Yeah.
Well, you showed that's how science works. You point out a flaw. I admit that it's flawed. Thank you.
And 100% to you. Kudos. No problems at all. But for somebody to say that I'm not a helicopter pilot, I'm really, really.
I don't get off on this.
I would just say actions speak louder than words, and you showing that you could disprove what they were trying to present shows who has more knowledge, in my point of view.
No,
it really goes back to their claim that flat earthers don't have any skills, any knowledge. So when they are presented with a flat earther who is a helicopter pilot, they have to trigger, they have to melt down.
I didn't
melt down, not you.
triggered.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about RC.
I
just
posted
this thermal
what
nuclear
NASA
meltdown because he isn't able to accept anything that goes against his worldview.
Listen, what's this talk all about? Ultimately, it comes back to our experience with reality, what we can all experience and how we interpret it. My question goes back to RC Meisty, is it? Who sounds like BioDuo. My question goes back, how do pilots fundamentally navigate? Isn't it via the compass? Yes or no?
Via the what? Via the compass?
The compass.
That's the basic way to navigate, yes.
So we use either compass headings or we can also use our non-magnetic, so our true course headings.
Okay.
And typically you go
primarily, if you on your plane, on your little biplane, as you cross the Atlantic Ocean, what's the first instrument you would take? You're limited to a few instruments. What's the first one you would take?
Do they need to be the primary flight navigation instruments?
It's going to be your compass, isn't it? For goodness sake.
No, I would take a GPS.
See, he's not a pilot. He can't even answer compass.
Listen, before days of GPS, put yourself in Lindbergh's shoes. What's the first thing you navigate by? The compass, right?
First thing I'm going to use is an artificial horizon because that'll keep me from dying.
RC, you saying I'm not a pilot?
You're going to buy that?
RC, you saying I'm not a pilot?
That's how you know that RC is not a pilot right there, because you do not need an artificial horizon to fly a plane, sir. They call that
what I said. I'm Lindbergh.
RC is not a pilot.
I want an artificial horizon first because that's going to keep me from dying. It's going to keep me from getting in an upset attitude.
So you don't fly for fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he doesn't fly.
If you want for navigation, navigation specifically, I'll go for a compass. But the first thing you want is not to die. Okay,
where are you going to get hang on, please. How are you going to get an artificial horizon? Are you going to buy that in the local?
First is aviate, fly the damn plane.
You're going to buy your artificial horizon in a local shop where you bought the compass.
I said first you aviate, then you navigate, then you communicate. So first thing you want to do is not
artificial horizon with your eye, man. Listen, what's wrong with you? Why can't you answer simple questions?
I already did. I said first artificial horizon.
Where are you going to buy that? Is that a physical thing?
Third radio.
And then magnetic west, yeah?
Answer my question. Is that a physical thing you can bring along to the plane with you? You have your sandwiches, your ham sandwiches, your compass, and your artificial horizon. Where are you going to buy that?
I said first thing I'm going to put in my airplane is the artificial horizon. Second thing is the
What is
compass.
that?
Third thing, artificial horizon
Artificial horizon.
is a gyroscope that helps me tell up from down in case I fly.
Really? The first thing
Why
you
did
put
you
is
say
the
a
artificial
gyroscope
horizon.
then?
Don't you put the QFE or QNH?
No, you're always going to first you
snap.
want to listen. You're first going to aviate, and the way that you're going to aviate if you get into the clouds is through the artificial horizon. Number one.
Hang on.
Second,
You already know you're off the ground.
No, you QNH or QFE. Which one is it?
Hang on, please. Let me bring this to fruition.
This is
Let me
from a
bring this one to
non-pilot.
fruition,
Come on.
please.
Yeah,
QFE or
Pete, let the
QNH?
pilots, let him expose them. He won't be able to answer these
Okay,
simple
well, for
questions.
goodness sake.
Do you do QFE or QNH? Which one do you do first? And then when do you squawk?
You squawk once they give you a squawk code, but you always need to have your altitude on anytime you take off. 1200 if you're under VFR,
Right, so
whatever
what's
they
the first one
assign you
then?
once you take
QFE
off.
or so what's the first one then? QFE or QNH?
He's frantically Googling. Frantic.
Might be, but he might be serious.
I'll tell you what,
what,
it's a QFE. I'll give him that. It's a QFE.
Answer it,
Before he
RC
Googles it.
I answered his question. He asked me,
No,
what
you
is
did not.
All right, does somebody have a topic? Does somebody have a topic to bring up?
Other freaking question.
Gio, right now, RC's being exposed by an actual pilot.
All right, but it's not. I know, but personally attacking people is not really the goal of
He
this.
started it. RC called him out as a fake.
He fucking attacked me, so don't you
Yeah,
start.
Gio, it's quite the opposite. RC dug this grave. He went after Wardenclyffe as a fake pilot, and now Wardenclyffe is just grilling him with simple questions, 10 low level stuff that.
God
RC can't
dang!
answer.
How,
We could be
how
fed. We
backwards?
could be fed.
How
Let's find out.
backwards was that?
Where are we going?
Well, I want to reel it back to what RC was trying to use software right